Chapter 1. The Death Row, a Surge of Bloodshed. And you and Li Dao, you have committed a grave offense against authority, a sin unforgivable. Were it not for Her Highness the Princess intervening, you would surely face the most severe punishment today. Li Dao, do not blame me, the princess may have spared your life, but His Majesty is unyielding. Let this death row serve as your final resting place. Number 9527. From this moment on, this shall be your designation in this world. You shall hold no identity, merely a soul awaiting death. In a haze, fragments of memory surged within Li Dao's mind. With a sudden intake of breath, Li Dao jolted upright from the cold ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His gaze swept across the dimly lit space, the damp surroundings, the wooden cage, and the acrid odor that permeated the air, inducing profound discomfort. Casting his eyes downwards, he beheld his disheveled appearance, his hair unkempt, his body marred with bruises, clad in tattered white cloth. The garment bore the character though on the front, and had one glanced at his back, they would find the character defining his current identity, a condemned prisoner. He found himself in the fabled death row, a place where human life held no value. Peering into the shadowy corners of the cell, he could vaguely discern the silhouettes of others, similarly adorned in the garb of the condemned. At this realization, Li Dao could not help but murmur to himself, "A month has passed, it appears I have truly been reborn." Reluctance to accept this reality gnawed at him, yet facts remained unalterable, regardless of his thoughts. The circumstances that led to his downfall could be succinctly summarized. Drunkenness led to folly, and lust brought ruin. A month ago, the royal court of Qian held a banquet. As a third-tier noble, Li Dao was naturally among the invited guests. During the festivities, he was suddenly beset by a headache, yet dared not depart while the emperor spoke. In a bid to alleviate his pain, he resorted to alcohol. However, as the banquet progressed, his headache only intensified, leading to a state of inebriation. In a desperate attempt to sober up, he rose to leave but inadvertently stumbled into a palace chamber. Upon entering, he was struck dumb by the sight before him, a pristine expanse of white, and a maiden of unparalleled beauty, her form exquisitely graceful. At that instant, his headache vanished, yet the memories of his former life surged forth. Thus, the intoxicating blend of drunkenness and the resurgence of memory left him utterly disoriented. In a moment of reckless impulse, he tarnished the maiden's purity. When he regained his senses, he found himself being escorted before the emperor of Qian by the palace guards. It was then that he learned the identity of the maiden he had wronged. Princess Mingyue, the most esteemed woman in the Great Qian Dynasty, second only to the empress, and the emperor's most cherished daughter. He vaguely recalled the emperor's wrath upon discovering that his beloved daughter had been sullied by a downtrodden third-tier noble. In a fit of rage, the emperor vowed to annihilate his entire lineage and subject him to the most excruciating death. Yet, to his astonishment, it was the very princess he had dishonored who interceded to spare his life. Nonetheless, the emperor's anger still sought his demise. Thus, without contravening his status as an emperor whose words are akin to sacred decrees, he, who should have remained eternally confined within the depths of the celestial prison, found himself brought to this death row camp to await his demise. Indeed, to ensure his demise occurred with alacrity, he was deliberately transported from the imperial capital to the northern borders of the Great Qian Dynasty, where the death row camp lay. This location, adjacent to the territories of the northern barbarians, was frequently embroiled in conflicts, and recently, medium-scale skirmishes had arisen, creating an atmosphere ripe for war. In such dire circumstances, even the ordinary soldiers residing in this area led lives fraught with uncertainty, let alone a prisoner like him, confined in a death row camp. Thus, being incarcerated here was nearly tantamount to being sentenced to death. Awaiting death? Yet, he harbored no desire to perish. How could he wish for another chance at life to be so easily squandered? Mealtime, mealtime! As Li Dao found himself lost in thought, a cacophony of shouts erupted from beyond the cell door. Following a brief silence, the previously tranquil cell erupted into chaos. "Give me food, I'm famished. Let me have a bite. Step aside, don't block the way. All of you, get away from me, or I swear I'll kill you. Kill me. We're all death row inmates here. Who's afraid of whom?" Before long, A clamor of footsteps signaled the arrival of several guards clad in military attire, carrying wooden buckets. Everyone quiet down and form a line, one at a time. Anyone who moves out of turn or continues to shout will be denied food. Observing the multitude of grimy hands reaching through the cell bars, the guards, visibly irritated, struck the door with wooden spoons. In an instant, the din within the cell subsided, for the inmates understood the gravity of the situation. In ancient times, death row inmates were akin to those in Li Dao's previous life who had been stripped of their political rights and condemned to death, devoid of any semblance of human rights. To say that missing a few meals was akin to a minor offense would be an understatement. Even if one were to be beaten to death, no one would come to collect the body, while the soldier responsible would face no more than a day of confinement. Such a degree of punishment was perhaps comparable to the crime of public urination, illustrating just how devalued human life was within the confines of the death row camp. Witnessing the arrival of the food bearer, Li Dao picked up a small bowl and joined the queue to avoid death. One must eat only by filling his stomach could he hope to survive. As for how long he might endure, he could only take each day as it comes, for living in a state of wretchedness was preferable to the finality of death. The line gradually advanced, and soon it was Li Dao's turn. A ladle of clear water and a palm-sized, grayish-yellow flatbread constituted the daily fare of a death row inmate. After a month, Li Dao had grown accustomed to this meager sustenance. He took the food and found a vacant spot to sit. Gazing at the hardened flatbread, he tested its texture. A single bite might very well shatter his teeth. Thus, as before, he submerged the flatbread in the clear water, preparing to wait until it softened before consuming it. Once the soldiers had distributed the food, they swiftly departed. Here, Li Dao, waiting for the flatbread to soften sufficiently, prepared to eat when suddenly, a towering figure cast a shadow over him. "Hey, kid, hand over your food." Li Dao looked up to see a man towering at least 6 feet 3 inches before him. The man bore a long scar across his face, rendering him particularly fearsome. His eyes, now bloodshot, fixated hungrily on the softened flatbread in Li Dao's bowl, glimmering with unrestrained greed. For a burly man, even a palm-sized flatbread is insufficient to satisfy his hunger, let alone fill the void of his appetite. When a person finds themselves lacking sustenance, the natural recourse is to seize the provisions of others to satiate their own cravings. At this moment, Li Dao is the target of the hulking brute. To the man, this scrawny, delicate figure appears to be an easy target, one he assumes would not dare to resist him. Indeed, the situation unfolds as the burly man anticipated. Li Dao remains silent, bowing his head in submission. "Ha, at least you know your place." The brute chuckles, a pleased expression crossing his features as he crouches down to grasp the bowl containing the flatbread. Within the confines of the cell, many witnesses observe this scene unfold, yet none intervene. Their faces a tapestry of varied emotions: mockery, indifference, intrigue, and more. Not a soul expresses pity for Li Dao, for this is the unyielding rule of the death row camp, an embodiment of the primal law of survival of the fittest, where the strong devour the weak. These individuals do not pity Li Dao. Instead, they envy the fact that the first strike was made by the brute rather than themselves, for had they acted first, that flatbread would have been theirs. While lifting the bowl, the brute continues to taunt: "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. Since you've shown some sense, it'll protect you in this cell from now on, but you'll have to hand over half your food from now on, understand?" Noticing Li Dao's continued silence, the brute feels his pride wounded and raises his hand to deliver a slap. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill seizes him. In that very moment, Li Dao raises his head. With his right hand gripping something unknown, he swiftly lunges towards the brute's face. A sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh resonates. A moment of silence hangs in the air, followed by a piercing scream that reverberates through the cell. As the onlookers regain their senses, they behold the brute, who has already discarded the bowl to the ground, his hands trembling as they hover in the air, his mouth emitting a cacophony of pained cries. Unbeknownst to him, a sharp wooden stake has lodged itself into his left eye, blood streaming grotesquely from the socket, creating a harrowing sight. Yet, the ordeal is far from over. After incapacitating the brute's eye, Li Dao decisively wraps the chains around the brute's neck and yanks back with all his might, causing the brute to topple to the ground. Subsequently, Li Dao places both feet upon the brute's shoulders and pulls the chains with every ounce of strength he possesses in that moment. The brute disregards the agony of his blinded eye, desperately clawing at the chains constricting his neck. For him, losing an eye is a mere inconvenience, but being choked could spell the end of his life. However, no amount of struggling proves effective, as above him, a frail youth exerts every last bit of strength to tighten the chains, the veins in his arms bulging under the strain. Spare me. With death imminent, the brute pleads for mercy. Li Dao's expression remains impassive, his face a mask of numbness as he continues to pull the chains tighter, his body trembling from the exertion. Yet he offers the brute no reprieve. He understands that if the brute survives this encounter, it will be his own life that hangs in the balance next time. He does not wish to perish therefore. The only outcome he desires is for the brute to meet his demise. Time passed unmeasured, and the robust man's struggles grew increasingly feeble, his complexion shifting from a deep red to a purplish hue. Ultimately, he could no longer endure, succumbing to death with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He could never have fathomed that his life would be extinguished at the hands of a frail youth. Meanwhile, Li Dao did not relent his grips simply because the strong man had ceased to struggle instead. He tightened his hold for another half-minute until he confirmed that his adversary had indeed breathed his last. With a sigh of relief, Li Dao reclined on the ground, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling and murmuring, "I never imagined that taking a life could be so exhausting." As for the nausea often associated with such an act, he felt none at that moment. As an adult, he had heard tales of prison life and had witnessed the grim realities of death row through news outlets in his past life. The horrors of condemned prisoners were not lost on him, and he had always approached others with a presumption of utmost malice. Thus, prior to entering the death row camp, he had adequately prepared himself mentally, including the possibility of being compelled to take a life. His month-long experience in the camp had confirmed that his preparations were prudent, for he was not the first to have his food stolen. Over this month, he had witnessed 7 or 8 death row inmates perish from starvation due to relentless food theft or succumb to weakness in that desolate place. He, however, had been fortunate enough to endure a month before becoming a target. This very reality had steeled him when the robust man sought to seize his food. He was resolute in his determination to fight back. Now, it seemed he had triumphed, safeguarding not only his meal, but also his own life. Casting a glance at the lifeless body, Li Dao removed the chain from around the man's neck. The force of his grip had left a deep, purplish mark on the sturdy throat. Rising, he approached the spot where his bowl had fallen. The bowl lay shattered, fresh water seeping into the ground, while a soggy piece of dough lay discarded in the dust. He showed no disdain, picking it up and scanning his surroundings before quietly retreating to a corner. As he settled down, the surrounding inmates recoiled as though confronted by a malevolent spirit. Taking a life was a triviality. Most individuals within the death row camp had committed murder, some even multiple times, for all present were there for capital offenses. Yet, it was the silent killer, the one who could take a life without a hint of emotion, that instilled the greatest fear. No one could predict when such a person might erupt into violence. Li Dao welcomed their reactions, for it suggested that, at least for the time being, he would be spared any trouble. Chapter 2. The Attribute Burst System of Killing Enemies. Leaning against the corner, Li Dao brushed the dust off the piece of dough and brought it to his mouth. Just as it neared his lips, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding. First kill accomplished. The Attribute Burst System has been activated. Killed 1 enemy. Gained attributes. 0.2. First kill completed. Reward attributes. 1. In the next instant, Li Dao beheld an ephemeral shimmer before him. A panel reminiscent of a gaming interface from his previous life materializing. Concurrently, information regarding this newly acquired system flooded his consciousness. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 0.8. Available attributes, 1.2. A system, a golden finger? Li Dao could hardly fathom that he possessed such a mechanism. Upon the initial resurgence of his memories, he had contemplated the existence of a system. However, no matter how he experimented, he found no trace of it. Unexpectedly, it appeared that activating the system required the act of taking a life. If he refrained from such acts, would the system remain dormant indefinitely? Had he not experienced life in the death row camp, he would still be the frivolous young master of the Yuan family, left pondering when he might activate the system. After a moment, Li Dao managed to suppress his excitement. A late arrival of the system was still preferable to having none at all. He glanced at his system panel, which displayed a mere 3 lines, astonishingly simplistic. He vowed it was the most rudimentary panel he had ever encountered. From the information coursing through his mind, he discerned the system's functionalities that it was straightforward yet brutal. Slay enemies to acquire their attributes. The attributes thus obtained could be transferred to enhance his own strength. Yet, why was it that only the physique attribute could be augmented? In comparison to the character panels from his previous life in online games, were the speed, spirit, and strength attributes. Why was only physique represented? Despite his bewilderment, Li Dao decided to test the system's effects. As he focused on the system panel, a thought crossed his mind. In the next instant, both his physique and available attributes underwent a transformation. Master, Li Dao. Physique, I. Available attributes, 1. An increase had occurred, but the effect. Before Li Dao could complete his thought, a surge of warmth surged within him, instantly permeating his entire being, even bringing a faint clarity to his mind. The warmth arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing within a few breaths. Coming to his senses, Li Dao was astounded. He recognized a marked transformation in his physique compared to before. His previously emaciated body had gained some robustness, with muscular definition becoming more pronounced. Most astonishing was the clarity of his mind, which felt remarkably sharper. He had experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. In that moment, he seemed to grasp why the attribute panel contained only physique. For physique encompassed all aspects of his being. Strength, speed, constitution, and spirit were all subsumed within it. At that moment, Li Dao felt compelled to commend the system with a thumbs up. What he initially perceived as simplicity and brutality had inadvertently become the system's greatest strength. According to the system's explanation, the average physique of an ordinary person was 1, indicating that his physique had just reached the average level after a single enhancement. That it was evident he was but a pampered young master, with a physical constitution inferior even to that of an ordinary person. Casting another glance at the system panel, Li Dao hesitated not at all. He decisively allocated his remaining attribute point to physique. In the following moment, a wave of even more intense warmth surged through him. Under the influence of this warmth, his body, concealed beneath the prison garb, began to exhibit significant changes. His muscles expanded and contracted rhythmically, and he felt a continuous sense of expansion within his internal organs, while his mind grew increasingly lucid under the stream of clarity. Many memories, long faded, began to resurface in his mind. This time, the surge of warmth lingered for a good dozen breaths before it dissipated. Dao cast his gaze downward, discovering that, after his physical enhancement, his body seemed to have undergone a second maturation, becoming significantly more robust. The once loose prison garb now clung more closely to him. Fortunately, the dimness of the cell concealed his transformation from the gaze of others. He tightened his fist, feeling a surge of strength. Gazing at the shackles, he experienced an illusion of being able to shatter them at any moment. He understood this was merely a deceptive sensation stemming from his sudden increase in power. The iron chains, as thick as a thumb, could not be broken by a physique that was merely twice that of an ordinary person. According to the system's description, eliminating an enemy would yield 1/10 of their total attributes. This implied that the robust man he had encountered previously possessed a physique that was already double that of an ordinary person, a feat Li Dao had failed to achieve, and thus he too could not. He surmised that to break these iron chains, his physique would need to reach at least 5 points. 5 points of physique, according to the system's calculations, that would necessitate the demise of 50 ordinary foes. With this thought, he instinctively turned his gaze to the other inmates in the cell. However, he soon abandoned this notion that he aspired to grow stronger, yet he refused to do so mindlessly. If he were to kill indiscriminately for this reason, he would likely become a mere slave to power. And at that point, would he still be the same as he is now? Moreover, the system was aptly named the Enemy Elimination Attribute System. As the name suggests, one must eliminate enemies to gain strength. Though the individuals within the cell were all condemned prisoners, they bore him no enmity and could not be classified as foes. Ultimately, this was a judgment he had to make for himself. Should he find someone disagreeable, even in the absence of enmity, that person could easily become his adversary. In essence, everything hinged upon Li Dao's inherent perceptions. Gurgle. He rubbed his stomach, a gnawing hunger emerging from within, more intense than before. Was this a side effect? Yet, it should not be viewed in that light. With a stronger physique, the demand for sustenance naturally increased. Regrettably, all he possessed was a piece of rehydrated flatbread, utterly insufficient to satiate his current needs. After brushing off the dust from the bread, Li Dao promptly stuffed it into his mouth. However, upon swallowing, he felt nothing, as if he had merely wedged it between his teeth. He began to comprehend why the previous robust man had resorted to seizing food for those with a sturdy constitution. Such a meager portion was hardly enough. Time to sleep slumber will conserve energy. Leaning against the wall, he slightly closed his eyes, still clutching a sharpened wooden spike in his right hand. Despite his physique now being twice that of an average person, he remained a mortal death awaited him if he were to be slain. Thus caution was still imperative. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. In a hazy state, Li Dao was stirred awake by a commotion. Opening his eyes, he beheld two soldiers entering the cell, unlocking the door. "Ah, another one has perished," one soldier remarked, seemingly unfazed by the sight of the robust man's lifeless body, as if such occurrences were commonplace. The other soldier chuckled. "This time it's mine." "Yours, indeed." On the other side, a soldier waved his hand. The first soldier to speak exhibited a joyful expression as he drew a small knife from his waist and crouched beside the burly man. With a swift motion, he sliced at the man's left ear, severing it and holding the bloody appendage aloft. The soldier showed no sign of revulsion. Rather, he cheerfully wrapped the ear in a tattered cloth and tucked it into his bosom. Ultimately, the two soldiers cast a glance around the cell before dragging the lifeless body of the burly man away. Witnessing this, Li Dao displayed no emotion. He had grown accustomed to such sights. He understood the rationale behind the soldiers' gruesome act within the border areas. The left ear symbolized merit. The strength of the Great Qian Dynasty stemmed from a military system reminiscent of the ancient Qian Dynasty, from his past Lithius system of military nobility. By engaging in warfare and slaying enemies, soldiers could earn military ranks and ascend the social ladder based on their achievements. The method of tallying these accomplishments was rather straightforward. The left ear of an enemy served as the metric for counting kills, subsequently contributing to one's military merit. After all, an individual possesses but a single pair of ears, thus, severing the left ear of a vanquished foe signified the killing of an adversary. Once the left ear was submitted, the records of merit would be duly noted by the authorities. Ample merit could lead to promotions and increased pay. Consequently, the burly man's severed left ear would serve as a substitute for the soldier's own count of enemy kills. Fortunately, the Ministry of Military Affairs maintained stringent oversight over the death row camp, permitting conflicts among the condemned but forbidding soldiers from killing prisoners themselves. Otherwise, the condemned would not only have to guard against perishing during their perilous tasks, but would also need to fear being slain by the low-ranking soldiers. In essence, the plight of the condemned within the death row camp rendered them devoid of any human rights. Yet, it would be remiss to claim that they were entirely devoid of hope. Since its inception, the death row camp in the border regions had operated under a unique regulation. This stipulation allowed a condemned prisoner to earn their release from the death row camp by accruing sufficient military merit. Upon achieving this, they could emerge from the shadows of their past and embrace a new identity, free from their previous transgressions. However, since the founding of the Great Qian Dynasty, countless condemned souls had traversed this grim existence, yet only a mere handful had managed to escape the confines of the death row camp. The difficulty of this endeavor was exceedingly high. A prisoner would require approximately 500 left ears to qualify for release, equating to the necessity of slaying 500 enemies. What does this signify? For the majority of ordinary condemned prisoners, such a feat was an unattainable dream. 500 enemies would be an insurmountable challenge, even if they merely stood still, let alone in the chaos of battle. Moreover, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that condemned prisoners were often thrust into the most perilous positions on the battlefield, significantly escalating the mortality rate. The vast majority of condemned individuals could scarcely survive their inaugural mission, let alone engage in the grim task of killing for ears. In summary, this regulation instilled a sense of hope while simultaneously breeding despair. Li Dao had once felt despondent upon learning of this rule governing the death row camp. However, his perspective had since evolved. 500 individuals may seem like a substantial number, yet he firmly believes that, as long as he can survive, the capabilities of the system will enable him to do so. Moreover, he not only yearns to escape the death camp, but also aspires to thrive in this world. He has experienced firsthand the unparalleled comfort of living a life of ease. Let me set a modest goal, to gather the left ears of 500 foes and then depart from this death camp. Li Dao contemplated silently in his heart. Chapter 3. The Death Row Mission. Chosen time flowed slowly, and soon a week had passed. On this day, Li Dao sat as usual in the corner, consuming his rehydrated bread. Thanks to the intimidation he had instilled a week prior, no one had dared to disturb him during this time. Likewise, others were left undisturbed, for none could ascertain whether the troublemaker was as adept at camouflage as Li Dao. After all, one might find themselves in a precarious situation, facing a fate akin to the brawny man who had met his end, ears severed and body discarded to the wilderness for the beasts. In summary, the week had been relatively peaceful. Prior to the emergence of the system, this was precisely the outcome Li Dao had desired. However, with the system now in play, he found himself regretting the excessive intimidation he had exerted upon his fellow inmates. The absence of trouble meant he was temporarily unable to leverage the system to grow stronger. Very well, I shall wait a little longer, he mused inwardly. After all, it had only been a week. The death row was replete with individuals eager to stir trouble. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the cell. The inmates raised their heads to see a soldier clad in armor, evidently of a higher rank than the average soldier, approaching under the escort of several guards. One of the guards stepped forward and inquired, "Captain Liu, what brings you here today?" Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted by Captain Liu's raised hand. "I have a task at hand and need to requisition 20 death row inmates from your facility." His voice, though subdued, resonated clearly through the surrounding cells. Instantly, panic flickered across the faces of nearly all the inmates. The call for death row inmates typically implied being taken out to accompany regular soldiers on military missions. In most cases, the role of death row inmates in such missions was to serve as expendable pawns, drawing enemy fire. It was a grim reality that often only 1 in 10 selected inmates would return, with most never to be seen again. Thus, the inmate's alarm was palpable, for being chosen nearly equated to a death sentence. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately inquired with enthusiasm, "May I ask what type of inmates you require, Captain Liu?" "None too old, and certainly no disabled ones. Just choose as you see fit," Liu replied. Upon hearing this, the older inmates sighed in relief, while those meeting the criteria grew tense, each silently praying to deities for deliverance from selection. The guard nodded in understanding. "I shall select them at once." Whether it was fate's favor or misfortune, the first cell chosen by the guard was that of Li Dao. 2 guards entered, their eyes scanning the room, while the inmates instinctively averted their gazes. However, it wasn't long before one inmate was singled out. "You, step forward," one of the guards commanded. After a brief silence, the guard's expression darkened with a smirk. I refuse to leave this place." The condemned prisoner, upon realizing he had been chosen, thrashed violently on the ground, kicking and writhing in protest. "Not going? Then you die right now." The jailer showed no mercy. Seeing the prisoner's defiance, he drew his blade and pressed it against the man's throat. Instantly, the cold steel silenced the prisoner's resistance. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the condemned man decisively shoved the thumb of his left hand into his mouth. Crunch! A pained grunt escaped him as he spat out his severed thumb, his face twisting into a savage grin. According to the Great Qian Code, those missing a thumb are deemed crippled. Now that I'm disabled, I don't have to go, do I? At this, the jailers burst into laughter, mirthful, mocking laughter. The one holding the blade lowered his weapon, his lips curling in amusement. Who would have thought a condemned man would know the Great Qian Code? The prisoner, as if recalling his former self, allowed a smug smirk to surface. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "I was once an 8th-rank official of the court. I've studied countless texts since childhood. This is nothing." 8th-rank official? The jailer sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Today, even if you were a 1st-rank minister, once you're in this death camp, you're no different." With that, he raised his blade once more and delivered an ultimatum. "I'll give you 2 choices now. Either cripple your right thumb as well, or step outside." "My right thumb?" The prisoner glanced at his right hand, frozen in hesitation. Losing the less used left thumb was one thing, but losing the right would render him utterly helpless, unable to grasp anything. In this merciless death camp, Such a fate would be a slow, inevitable death. He knew all too well how eagerly his fellow prisoners would seize the chance to kick a man already down. A storm of emotions flickered across the former official's face before resignation settled in. With a heavy sigh, he trudged forward. At least outside, there was still a sliver of hope. Without his right thumb, there would be none. The jailer scoffed and turned away, resuming his selection among the prisoners. Under the jailer's scrutinizing gazes, every eligible condemned man shrank into the corners, desperate to evade notice. But the cell was small, there was nowhere to hide. One by one, they were dragged from the crowd, their faces etched with despair. You there, limbs intact. Step out. At that moment, Li Dao felt the jailer's finger point directly at him. Since he was the only one in this corner, the choice was obvious. Unlike the others, Li Dao remained composed. He rose calmly and joined the selected group without a word. His demeanor drew a second glance from the jailer, but upon seeing nothing more than a delicate, unremarkable face, the man dismissed him. Such calmness now would surely shatter on the battlefield, likely into sheer terror. Beneath his tranquil exterior, however, Li Dao's heart raced with a mix of exhilaration and tension. Exhilaration, because after over a month, he would finally leave this death camp and breathe the air of the outside world. Tension, because of the grim task that awaited him, though his unique ability necessitated the demise of foes for him to grow stronger. The prior elimination of the burly man had required meticulous preparation and a stealthy approach to succeed. Now, stepping into the outside world, he might confront truly lethal adversaries. And feeling anxious was only natural. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he could endure the initial assignment, the path ahead would only become increasingly manageable. Having not selected enough prisoners, the guards added a few more. Ultimately, 20 death row inmates were assembled. Lu Fuzhong cast a glance at them and nodded to the guards, indicating that he would take these individuals. With that, he signaled his subordinates to lead the group away. The guards called out in unison from behind, urging Lu Fuzhong to proceed at a leisurely pace. Under Lu Fuzhong's guidance, Li Dao and his companions swiftly arrived at the base of a staircase. Looking up the steps, a faint glimmer of light was discernible. Upon seeing the staircase, many felt their breaths quicken, for ascending it would lead them to the world they had long yearned for. Let us move, Lu Fuzhong stated, glancing back to ensure everyone followed, before ascending the stairs. With a creak, the wooden door embedded in the ground was pushed open from both sides, allowing Lu Fuzhong and his company to emerge. One by one, the death row inmates followed suit. In an instant, the blazing sun bathed them in warmth. The moment they glimpsed the sunlit sky, all the inmates instinctively inhaled deeply, as if they could sense the essence of freedom. However, upon noticing the shackles binding their wrists and ankles, their spirits dimmed, and reality set in. Among the crowd, Li Dao took a deep breath, savoring the air laced with dust and wind, while surveying his surroundings. Numerous tents were positioned nearby, and soldiers traversed the path in a constant flurry. Stay close to me. If you wander off and are mistaken for escapees, do not blame me for the consequences. Lu Fuzhong cautioned as he led Li Dao and the others to a specific tent. Inside the tent, garments identical to those worn by the soldiers were laid out, albeit somewhat tattered. You all must don these clothes, and then I shall brief you on tonight's mission, Lu Fuzhong instructed, pointing at the attire. The inmates could only nod numbly and began to change. After listening to the instructions, Li Dao selected a slightly cleaner outfit. Removing his prison garb and dani, it seems some individuals are easily swayed, as many condemned prisoners grew visibly excited at the mere mention of wine and meat. A few even drooled. Who knows how long it had been since they last tasted such luxuries. Even Li Dao's own stomach betrayed him with an undignified growl. Hardly surprising, given the meager daily ration of a single flatbread that left them perpetually famished. Observing the prisoners' reactions, Captain Lu gave a slight nod and murmured to a nearby soldier. Keep watch over these men. As dusk falls, escort them beyond the city walls and distribute their weapons. Understood. And fetch them some flatbread and water. Captain, isn't that a waste? Are you dense? If they aren't fed, how will they have the strength to shield you from blades? Ah, Captain, you're truly wise. Naturally. That's why I'm the captain, and you're just a foot soldier. Night descended swiftly. Li Dao and the others were soon led by a group of soldiers to an open grassland beyond the military camp. There, they encountered Captain Lu once more. Distribute the weapons. At his command, several soldiers produced a basket filled with an assortment of arms. Each prisoner received one, though none were of notable quality. Some clutched spears barely a meter long, others wielded splintered staves, and a few were handed broken blades, little more than jagged fragments. Li Dao glanced at his own weapon, a rusted sword, colloquially dubbed the tetanus blade. Its edge was so dull it resembled a curved arc, devoid of any sharpness. Yet he understood the reasoning. No one would arm disloyal convicts with proper weapons, lest they turn those very arms against their captors. Besides, why waste good steel on men destined to be cannon fodder? The prisoners, too, seemed resigned to their fate. Aside from muted grumbling, none dared voice open dissent, not that complaints would have been heeded. Clothed and armed, the ragged assembly of condemned men, flanked by over 100 soldiers, set forth into the darkened plains under Captain Lu's lead. Chapter 4. The Outbreak of War. A frenzied slaughter. In the dead of night, upon the vast expanse of the prairie, Li Dao and his companions halted after an indeterminate duration of travel. They had arrived. Upon hearing a sound, Li Dao and the group of condemned prisoners followed Lu Fuzhong's gaze. In the distance, a flickering bonfire illuminated the grassland. Surrounded by an assembly of individuals clad in peculiar attire, many instantly recognized these figures as not belonging to the Great Qian Dynasty, but rather as nomadic barbarians from the northern grasslands. Lu Fuzhong turned to address the prisoners, stating, "You will advance with us into the fray. Your task is to ignite chaos and draw the attention of these barbarians, allowing us to execute a flanking maneuver." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the condemned shifted dramatically. For this ragtag group to assault the northern barbarian encampment, even if it were a mere contingent, was tantamount to courting death. After all, one side comprised a disciplined army, while the other was a motley crew of convicts. Lu Fuzhong seemed to sense their trepidation and reassured them, "Fear not. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Your sole responsibility is to create disorder. Once we converge with you, your safety will be assured. At that point, you need only to conceal yourselves. We do not ask for your lives to be spent in combat." Hearing his earnest words, some of the prisoners felt a glimmer of reassurance. Casting a glance at Lu Fuzhong and the 100 soldiers by his side, as well as the small contingent of northern barbarians nearby, they nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fuzhong signaled, and the 100 disciplined soldiers of Great Qian dispersed into the shadows of the night. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao and his group found themselves merely a few dozen meters from the northern barbarian encampment. Lu Fuzhong, accompanied by 2 soldiers, remained vigilant. "Take out the sentinels," he commanded, and the 2 soldiers swiftly darted into the darkness. Moments later, the call of a partridge echoed through the night. Lu Fuzhong nodded in acknowledgement. Turning back to Li Dao's group, "The sentries have been dealt with. The next move rests upon you. Await my signal and then act." A glance exchanged among the condemned. Armed with their ragged weapons, they began to approach the northern barbarian camp. Li Dao silently clutched his rusted blade, positioned in the midst of the formation, neither advancing too far nor lagging behind, his grip tight, as if it were the only source of solace amidst the impending chaos. As they neared the northern camp, the sound of a signal pierced the night. "Charge! Though I am but a condemned man, I hold disdain for the northern barbarians. Onward, if you wish to survive. Do not hesitate." With the signal resonating, the prisoners cast aside their doubts. They had reached a point of no return. Amidst the rallying cries of encouragement, the group of convicts scat. Li Dao cautiously advanced, clutching his rust-stained longsword. Whenever he encountered a tent, he would deftly hook the nearby bonfire with his blade, igniting it to sow chaos. "Spare me! Spare me!" Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the air. Li Dao turned to see another condemned prisoner, much like himself, stumbling upon a northern barbarian soldier barely a dozen meters away. In a single exchange, the frail prisoner was struck down. Overcome by the terror of death, the man instantly began pleading for mercy, but the barbarian showed no hesitation. With a swift slash of his blade, the prisoner's head was severed, tumbling to the ground in a gruesome spray of blood. Since Li Dao stood directly in the soldier's line of sight, their eyes locked the moment the barbarian raised his head. Having just slain one prisoner, the soldier seemed invigorated by bloodlust. Without calling for reinforcements, he charged at the frail Li Dao, brandishing his weapon with murderous intent. "Die, you Great Qian scum." The moment he closed in, the barbarian swung his blade with brutal force. Reacting swiftly, Li Dao raised his own rusted sword to parry. Clang! A sharp metallic ring echoed as sparks flew from the clashing steel. The 2 weapons locked in midair. The barbarian's expression twisted in disbelief. How could this weak prisoner withstand his strike? But Li Dao had no time for contemplation. Fully aware of his peril, he seized the moment. Realizing his own strength surpassed his foe's, he exerted all his might, violently repelling the barbarian's blade. Whoosh! With a decisive motion, he swung his rusted sword toward the soldier's neck. Thud! A spurt of blood splattered across Li Dao's face, but to his dismay, the dull blade lodged itself in the barbarian's flesh, failing to deliver a clean kill. Arg! Writhing in agony, the soldier collapsed, his neck gushing crimson as he thrashed on the ground. Li Dao grimaced inwardly. My apologies. It wasn't he for lack of effort. His weapon had simply betrayed him. Still, only sheer brute force had driven the blunt edge deep enough to wound. Now disarmed, his rusted blade still embedded in the barbarian's neck, Li Dao snatched up the fallen soldier's far sharper weapon. He tested its weight in his grip. Now this is a proper blade. Without hesitation, he ended the suffering barbarian's torment with a merciful strike, then severed his left ear. Kill the enemy. Claim the spoils. A moment later, the system's chime whispered in his ear, enemy slain. Attributes gained. 0, 15. A strange calm settled over Li Dao. Attributes meant security. Without delay, before reinforcements arrived, he allocated every newly acquired point to his physique. Within breaths, the enhancement was complete. Grasping the long blade in his hand, he felt a heightened ease in wielding it, perhaps due to the increase in his strength. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Li Dao resolutely brandished his weapon and proceeded with caution. Soon, he arrived before a tent belonging to the northern barbarians. Just as he prepared to ignite a fire, he was startled by a commotion emanating from within the tent. A spark of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he stealthily approached the tent's entrance, ready to wait. Indeed, moments later, an individual emerged from the tent. With a swift motion, blood sprayed in all directions. One enemy slain, gaining attribute 0, 12. The strike was flawless, and the system's notification promptly followed. Adar, what is wrong with you? A voice from inside the tent inquired, evidently alerted by the noise outside. Hearing this, Li Dao took a deep breath, decisively brandishing his blade and lunging into the tent. You, a citizen of the Great Qian, why are you? In an instant, a splash of crimson stained the white canvas, silencing the voice within. Inside the tent, surveying the disarray and the foul stench in the air, Li Dao disdainfully kicked the fallen northern barbarian soldier on the ground, cursing under his breath, damn bastard. As the soldier breathed his last, the system notification arrived as expected. One enemy slain, gaining attribute 0, 13. Panel, Master, Li Dao Physique 2, 15. Available attributes 0, 25. After a mere glance, Li Dao focused his thoughts and allocated all available attributes to his physique, until he understood if the available attributes had any other uses. Boosting his physique remained his sole option. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, rapidly enhancing his physical strength. After a few breaths, Master, Li Dao Physique 2, 4. Available attributes 0. His physique was nearing 2.5 times that of an average person, granting him a modest ability for self-preservation. However, this was insufficient. In Li Dao's view, attaining true security necessitated raising his attributes to 10. Hearing the increasing commotion outside the tent, Li Dao chose not to hide within but instead decisively exited after severing the left ears of 2 northern barbarian soldiers and wrapping them in cloth to stow away in his bosom. Meanwhile, as the death row inmates stirred chaos within the northern barbarian encampment, Captain Lu no longer hesitated. He blew the whistle, commanding his soldiers to attack the northern barbarian camp. Instantly, the encampment descended into further turmoil. The once aggressive northern barbarian soldiers, upon encountering the regular troops of the Great Qian, lost their fierce demeanor, opting for defense rather than offense. Within the northern barbarian camp, Li Dao wielded his long blade as he navigated through the chaos. Encountering isolated northern barbarian soldiers, he swiftly engaged them in combat. With his extraordinary physique, even without employing any combat techniques, he was able to dispatch ordinary soldiers with ease. Thus, he continued his relentless path of carnage, finding the act of killing increasingly effortless. His methods evolved, becoming less rigid and more ferocious. Ultimately, the northern barbarian soldiers began to recognize Li Dao as a formidable opponent and began to congregate in groups. The regular army of the Great Qian Dynasty soon discovered Li Dao's prowess. Acknowledging his formidable skills, they rallied under his leadership to purge the northern barbarians. As Li Dao wielded his long blade, he assisted a soldier of the Great Qian by deflecting an incoming strike from a northern barbarian, swiftly countering and sending the foe to his demise. Thank you. The Great Qian soldier expressed his gratitude fervently. However, Li Dao remained oblivious, his focus captivated by the system's notification sound. One enemy defeated, attributes gained 0, 2. This foe was an elite, nearly equivalent to 2 ordinary soldiers. Yet, in the midst of his triumph, a voice suddenly echoed, commanding, drop your weapons and surrender. No harm will come to you. It was the voice of Captain Lu. Surrender without consequence? Caught off guard by this unexpected declaration, Li Dao felt a surge of urgency. The thought of losing the opportunity to claim victory was unbearable. Seizing the moment before the northern barbarians could react, he brandished a second blade in his left hand and charged alongside the Great Qian soldiers toward the enemy. Perhaps due to his remarkable and audacious performance, the wavering resolve of the northern barbarians shattered completely. "I surrender, spare me," they cried out in unison. Faced with the ferocity of Li Dao, the northern barbarians hastily laid down their arms. Li Dao's long blade came to a halt at the neck of one such soldier, who, sensing Li Dao's hesitation, exhaled deeply in relief. Yet, noticing the defiance in Li Dao's eyes, the northern barbarian dared to provoke him. In the next instant, a sickening sound echoed. A severed head fell to the ground. "What have you done? Why did you kill him? He had surrendered," came the outcry from among the northern barbarians. "You are executing a prisoner. You do not adhere to the rules." They condemned him vehemently. In response, Li Dao merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Apologies, my hand slipped." At this, the clamoring voices fell silent, only to be replaced by a cacophony of curses, each more vile than the last. After all, what manner of accident could sever a head? With another chilling sound, yet another head tumbled to the earth. Once more, silence enveloped the scene, all eyes fixed on Li Dao in disbelief. Even the soldiers of the Great Qian stood in stunned silence. A single misstep could be forgiven, but twice suggested intent. Li Dao turned his gaze upon the remaining northern barbarians, his voice cool and detached. "Forgive me, my hand slipped again." This time, none dared to utter a word of reproach. They could only gaze at him in terror, silently cursing him in their hearts. Chapter 5. The Execution of Captives. Strengthening through sacrifice. Who is executing captives? Do you wish for death? A voice echoed among the soldiers of the Great Qian, and soon, Captain Lu squeezed through the crowd. Who is executing captives? Captain Lu's gaze swept across the assembly with a chilling intensity. In the next moment, all eyes converged upon Li Dao. "What is your name?" Captain Lu inquired, fixing his gaze on Li Dao. Li Dao casually discarded the knife in his hand and replied nonchalantly, 9527. 9527? Captain Lu was taken aback, suddenly raising his head with a start. "You are from the death row camp?" Upon hearing the words death row camp, everyone present, including the North barbarian soldiers, fell silent in shock. Li Dao did not deny his status as a death row inmate. Such matters were beyond investigation. And he nodded in acknowledgement. Hiss. As Li Dao confirmed his identity, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Typically, those condemned to death on the battlefield were either sent to die or hid trembling in desolate corners. However, it was the first time many had witnessed a death row inmate fighting fiercely on the front lines and surviving. Such a sight was exceedingly rarer than a national treasure. After calming himself, Captain Lu raised his head and asked, "Why execute captives?" Li Dao replied, "My hand slipped." Captain Lu retorted, "Your hand slipped twice?" Li Dao continued, "The first time was my left hand, the second time was my right. They are different." Captain Lu was left speechless. The North barbarian soldiers were incredulous. With a swift motion, a long blade suddenly soared from the ground, piercing through the heart of a North barbarian soldier who had hurled the most egregious insults. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent once more. Captain Lu's face flushed with rage as he demanded, 9527, what do you have to say for this? Li Dao responded, "Apologies, this time it was my left foot that slipped." Captain Lu, infuriated yet amused, countered, "Does that mean your right foot will slip next?" Li Dao shrugged, "Who knows?" The North barbarian soldiers remained mute. Not only had they surrendered to a convict from the death row, but they were also being executed, and now threatened, with not a shred of human rights remaining. Witnessing Li Dao's nonchalant demeanor, Captain Lu's anger dissipated instantly. After all, what could one argue with a death row inmate? Military law? The condemned were not soldiers. To kill him? He was, after all, a death row inmate destined for death. Moreover, had he been secretly executed earlier, it would have been one matter, but now Captain Lu could not bring himself to do so. The success of the night raid was significantly attributed to this death row inmate. Furthermore, the more formidable the death row inmate, the greater their impact on the battlefield, thus minimizing casualties among his own troops. Consequently, he was even less inclined to execute him. Ultimately, Captain Lu could only administer a simple reprimand. Unbeknownst to him, the reason Li Dao dared to act with such impunity in executing captives was precisely due to this reasoning. In Li Dao's perspective, he was already a condemned man. What was there to fear? Could he possibly be sentenced to death again? 9527. Because of your execution of captives, you shall forfeit your share of this battle's merit. What about the merit for killing enemies? Killing enemies? How many have you slain? Li Dao remained silent as he retrieved a blood-stained cloth pouch from his bosom. Upon opening it, he revealed a collection of left ears belonging to the northern barbarian soldiers. After a rough count, he raised his gaze, declaring the total to be 18, including the 3 on the ground, that amounted to 21. Lu Fuzhong's expression darkened upon observing the 3 lifeless captives, asserting that these 3 should not be counted. If the execution of captives could be considered as slaying enemies, then it would not have been solely Li Dao who took action. Li Dao offered no rebuttal, calmly stating, "Then it is 18. After all, the attributes were already acquired. The ears were of no consequence." Nevertheless, the mere mention of these 18 ears left all the soldiers of Deqian present in utter astonishment. The conflict between Deqian and the northern barbarians had persisted for over a century, with victories and defeats on both sides, and the casualty ratio typically hovering around 1 to 1 point something. This implied that the life of a Deqian soldier could roughly exchange for that of a single northern barbarian. Given that today's encounter was a night raid, this ratio might not hold, yet at most it could only be 1 to 2, meaning a Deqian soldier's life could equate to 2 northern barbarian lives. However, this 9,527 had single-handedly dispatched 18 northern barbarian soldiers, surpassing the lifetime tally of most regular Deqian troop upon entering the death row camp. Your past life has been irrevocably erased, rendering you a nonentity. Such individuals are invariably met with disdain and hostility, and should the authorities apprehend them, they may even be labeled as fugitives. Even if they manage to escape the Great Qian Dynasty and enter another realm, the absence of identity remains a perilous plight. In this world, lacking an identity is akin to existing without an identification card in a previous life. While one might remain undetected for a time, the moment scrutiny arises, the path becomes fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Thus, Li Dao has never contemplated such matters. His singular aim is to boldly escape the death row camp and procure a new identity. The impetus behind this endeavor is largely rooted in the fact that he still has kin in this life. To return, he must possess a clean identity. The northern barbarian soldiers have surrendered, and now the focus shifts to the aftermath of the battle. Typically, following the cessation of hostilities, death row inmates are to be isolated, as they must eventually be taken back. Perhaps due to Li Dao's previous outstanding performance and his rescue of numerous Deqian soldiers, no one raised any objections. Moreover, after tallying the numbers, everyone realized that out of the 20 death row prisoners brought along, only prisoner 9527 had survived, which further silenced any dissent. Li Dao glanced around before settling by a campfire, where a roasted lamb leg was still sizzling on the spit. Without ceremony, he seized it and tore into the meat with ravenous abandon. The moment the rich, savory flavor touched his tongue, he exhaled deeply, savoring the long-missed taste. As he devoured the lamb, Li Dao silently summoned his status panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 3, 16, available attributes, 1, 24, after the initial bloodshed. His physique had already tripled that of an ordinary man. The subsequent battles had been too chaotic to allocate his accumulated attributes, leaving him with a surplus. Now, chewing on the roasted lamb, he willed all his remaining attributes into his physique. A surge of heat coursed through his veins. Perhaps the enhancement placed additional strain on his body, for an even fiercer hunger gnawed at him. With a sharp crack, his teeth sank through the meat and bone alike, his triple-strength physique granting him jaws capable of crushing even the toughest sinew. A dozen breaths later, the heat subsided, and Li Dao's body ascended to yet another level. Master, Li Dao Physique, 4, 40, available attributes, 0, a physique exceeding 4 times that of an ordinary man. With this newfound power, Li Dao knew that even the rusted, wretched blade he had wielded at the start could now cleave a man in two with a single stroke. Had he possessed this strength earlier, he would have charged into the northern barbarian ranks without hesitation, slaughtering freely. For a fourfold physique was not merely strength, it was endurance, recovery, speed, and reflexes all magnified. Note, in reality, speed and reflexes do not scale linearly with physique, but improve gradually. Any one of these enhancements alone might not be overwhelming, but combined, they forged an unstoppable force. With fourfold strength, even an iron rod could become a weapon of unmatched lethality. With fourfold stamina, he was a tireless engine of war, capable of swinging his blade through the night without fatigue. With preternatural speed, his strikes would be death sentences. No common soldier could evade them. With preternatural reflexes, every movement of ordinary men would unfold before him in slow motion, allowing him to counter with effortless precision. And on an ancient battlefield of cold steel, such power would be magnified beyond measure. Yet this was only the beginning. After all, only a week had passed since he had awakened to this system, and only one battle had been fought. In time, his strength would grow like an avalanche, unstoppable, inevitable. The battlefield was swiftly cleared, as it was merely a small detachment of the northern barbarians, lacking any significant supplies. Meanwhile, Li Dao had heartily feasted and quenched his thirst. Although the flavor was not as intricate as the roasted meats of his previous life, in comparison to the meager rations in the death row camp, this roasted meat was a true delicacy. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts, calling out 9527. Turning around, he discovered that Lu Fuzhong had arrived at his side, leading a chestnut horse. "Can you ride?" Lu Fuzhong inquired, patting the horse. "Of course," replied Li Dao. For how could he not know how to ride? When he inherited his title of count, which was bestowed for third-class military merit, he had undergone rigorous testing of his horsemanship and archery skills. Even if he had relied on monetary bribes to pass, riding a horse was a skill he possessed. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuzhong nodded. "Then you shall ride back with us. Let me remind you once more, with your abilities. It is not impossible to walk out of the death row camp openly and honorably. Do not make any misguided decisions." Understood. Since he had arrived on foot under the cover of night, the return journey on horseback was swift, as Li Dao followed Lu Fuzhong's troops back to Changgu town. "The garrison of this army. Take this," Lu Fuzhong said as Li Dao dismounted. He approached Li Dao and handed him a pair of shackles. Upon seeing this familiar equipment, Li Dao accepted it without hesitation, placing it upon himself. Once a shackle that bound him, these shackles now represented merely a transitional phase, one that he would soon cast aside. Before long, Li Dao found himself back in that familiar place, the cells of the death row camp. As he pushed the door open, the death row inmates were momentarily stunned upon seeing him. They had not anticipated his return. The fact that he was the only one to return only solidified their belief that he was not to be trifled with. Li Dao paid no heed to their reactions and chose a corner to sit. After the exhilarating battles, the thrill had faded, leaving him with only a sense of drowsiness. As he drifted into slumber, he was devoid of wooden spikes, for he had acquired a power far more formidable than those spikes. As for the fear of ambush, he was untroubled. His physique, for times that of an ordinary man, endowed him with keen perceptiveness. He could sense even the slightest approach of another. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Chapter 6. A New Mission. Establishing authority through bloodshed. Li Dao slumbered profoundly for a full 8 hours. It wasn't until noon the following day that he gradually stirred from his deep repose. Exquisite comfort. Stretching languidly, his entire body emitted a series of satisfying cracks and pops. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils. The scent of meat? Where was this savory delight coming from? The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat fills the air, igniting an insatiable craving within me. The bouquet of fine liquor wafts through the prison bars, tormenting my senses. A mere morsel of flesh. A single sip of wine. I would gladly embrace death for such pleasures. The fragrance quickly permeates the dim confines of the cell block, driving the condemned men to madness. Those who have languished longest in captivity seem most desperate, willing to trade their very lives for a taste of meat or a drop of spirits. Pressed against the iron bars, the prisoners watch as a jailer approaches bearing a wooden tray. Upon it rests a golden brown roasted fowl and an earthenware jug of wine. The sight sends the inmates into a frenzy. Some press their faces against the cold metal, inhaling deeply as if the scent alone could nourish them. Their eyes closed in desperate fantasy. The guard halts before Li Dao's cell. With a metallic clank, the lock disengages, and the jailer steps inside with the precious cargo. "Who is prisoner 9527? He demands. The jailer surveyed the numerous condemned prisoners in the cells and inquired. Li Dao rose and approached the jailer, declaring, "I am 9527. Upon hearing this, the jailer chuckled lightly. 9527, your performance in the last mission was commendable. This is a special reward from Captain Liu." Li Dao accepted the meat and wine with a faint smile. "Please convey my gratitude to Captain Liu on my behalf." "Certainly, perhaps aware of something." The jailer's demeanor toward Li Dao lacked the usual harshness reserved for ordinary convicts. Before departing, the jailer patted Li Dao's shoulder and remarked with subtle implication, "Best to eat quickly." After the jailer left, Li Dao leaned against the wall, holding the wine and meat, tearing off a chicken leg. He took a hearty bite without hesitation, then uncorked the wine and took a deep swig. The surrounding prisoners watched intently, swallowing hard as their eyes fixated on the meat and wine in Li Dao's hands. Suddenly, one man could no longer resist. He stood and approached Li Dao. "Little brother, might I have just a bite?" "Only one. I promise not to take more." The man, perhaps concerned about his appearance, wiped his face to reveal a kindly, benevolent expression. Li Dao glanced at him, his gaze lingering on the man's face for a moment before he asked slowly, "A trafficker?" Upon hearing this, the visitor's expression momentarily stiffened. But he quickly replied, "No, I am wronged. I am an official of the 9th rank in the court." 9th rank official? Indeed. Are you familiar with this character? Li Dao casually inscribed the character upon the ground with his oil-stained hands. This character. Ah, I see. It is indeed an unfamiliar one. At that moment, Li Dao revealed a sardonic smile, apologizing, "My mistake. This is not an unfamiliar character after all." The other person's expression shifted from embarrassment to one of seething anger. "Are you mocking me?" Li Dao retorted, "And if I am? I'll kill you." The kindly old man's face suddenly twisted into a vicious snarl as his right hand shot toward Li Dao's face. Li Dao instantly noticed something in the old man's grip, a wooden splinter. Was he mimicking Li Dao's earlier tactic to use against him? Had it been the original Li Dao, he might have been caught off guard and suffered for it. But with his reflexes quadrupled, the old bastard's movements seemed like slow motion. Li Dao decisively seized the man's wrist. Crack! A crisp snap echoed as the old man's wrist bent backward at an unnatural angle. Faced with the old man's agonized scream, Li Dao remained expressionless, his lips curling into a faint smirk. "You senile fool. Can't even recognize the character for death and yet you dare serve as an official?" Stimulated by the pain, the old man panicked, pleading desperately, "Don't kill me. I want to eat anymore. Spare me. All traffickers deserve death." With that, Li Dao delivered a brutal kick. Thud. The old man hurtled backward like a rag doll, slamming into the wall as if pinned there like a grotesque painting. Only after a moment did he slump to the ground, the back of his skull a bloody ruin. Then, the system's chime rang out. Enemy slain. Attribute gained. 009. Li Dao was mildly surprised by the notification. He hadn't expected this white-haired relic to possess such robust vitality. But then again, considering the man's profession, it made sense. A trafficker without a sturdy constitution wouldn't have survived long before being beaten to death. Toothpullers, the ancient term for human traffickers, often relied on their unassuming appearances to deceive. Some women or elders exploited their harmless facades to win trust. The moment the old man had flashed that benevolent smile, Li Dao had discerned his true nature. After all, for an old man to survive in this death row camp, he must have had his methods. And that tone of voice, so eerily reminiscent of the smug grins Li Dao had seen in photographs of elderly traffickers in his past life. Out in the world, such a smile might have been harmless. But here, in this pit of condemned men, it was nothing short of insulting. Having disposed of the old parasite, Li Dao sat back down to finish his meal as if nothing had happened. His ruthless display seemed to have quelled any lingering schemes among the other prisoners. No one dared approach now. A pity, Li Dao mused. Had the old man been just another common criminal, he might have tolerated him a little longer. But for traffickers, he had no patience whatsoever. Minutes later, sated and leaning against the wall, Li Dao ignored the disappointed glances of the surrounding inmates. They had hoped to scavenge even a chicken bone. But not a single feather remained. Unperturbed, Li Dao silently allocated his newly acquired attribute to his physique. Master, Li Dao, physique. 4. 49. Available attributes. 0. How diligent of me, growing stronger yet again. Eyeing the chains on his wrists, Li Dao sensed they could no longer restrain him. But while the shackles were powerless, his status as a death row prisoner was not. Patience was still required. Time flowed onward. Soon, 3 days had passed. For 3 days, Li Dao remained in the death row cell, either sleeping or resting with his eyes closed. Yet, his heart harbored no impatience. Had he not revealed his true strength, it might have been a different story. But now that he had displayed his capabilities, he was confident that figures like Captain Lu within the military camp would not simply overlook such a useful tool. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A jailer appeared at the cell entrance, unlocking it while calling inside. Prisoner 9527, come out. Li Dao rose, stretching lazily before shuffling toward the exit, the chains on his wrists and ankles clanking. Along the way, he noticed many inmates casting him smug, gloating looks. To them, his survival during his first death row mission was sheer luck. The second time, he would surely perish outside. Once out of the cell, he soon encountered a familiar face, Captain Lu. Prisoner 9527, I kept my word, didn't I? Captain Lu greeted him with a casual tone. Li Dao smiled faintly. The meat was delicious, and the wine was fine. Perhaps because of their prior interaction, Captain Lu behaved with familiarity, stepping forward to pat Li Dao's shoulder with a light chuckle. Complete this mission successfully. and I'll double the same rewards for you." At this, Li Dao raised an eyebrow. "Captain Liu, it seems this task isn't as simple as the last." Hearing this, Captain Liu's smile faded, and he lowered his voice. "This one is indeed more challenging. We need to ambush a cavalry unit from the northern barbarians." "A northern barbarian cavalry unit?" Li Dao nearly scoffed. This was just a bit difficult. For ordinary death row convicts, this was a mission straight from the depths of hell. The reason was simple. The northern barbarians were renowned for their cavalry. As a nation formed by countless nomadic tribes, they excelled in training warhorses and riders. Even a 3-year-old child among them could master horsemanship, so one could only imagine how terrifying their elite cavalry, selected from the masses, truly was. Coupled with their mobility, cavalry units were notoriously difficult to counter. Yet, Li Dao felt no fear. If anything, the system's influence had transformed such emotions into exhilaration. The prospect of battle excited him far more than it intimidated him. Of course, his newfound strength played a role as well. Had he still been as weak as before, he would have fled without hesitation. "Are we the vanguard again?" Li Dao noticed that while he and Captain Liu conversed, numerous jailers were leading various death row prisoners toward them. Instead of answering directly, Captain Liu merely blinked and glanced at Li Dao's attire, a silent confirmation. The subsequent procedures mirrored those of the previous mission. Li Dao and the others were escorted from the death row to a military tent, where they changed into uniforms before receiving their briefing from Captain Liu. When the prisoners learned their mission was to ambush a northern barbarian cavalry unit, expressions of resistance flickered across their faces. But upon seeing the half-drawn blades of the surrounding Dacian soldiers, none dared to voice dissent. Fighting offered a slim chance of survival. Resisting now meant certain death on the spot. Due to the urgency of the task, Captain Liu instructed the soldiers to distribute weapons immediately after explaining the mission. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the weapons handed to Li Dao were not the dilapidated ones, but rather 2 brand-new, gleaming long knives. This sight instantly incited discontent among the death row inmates who had received inferior weapons. "I refuse to accept this. Why are we all equipped with these wretched tools while his weapons are so pristine? I demand new weapons as well. We deserve the same. Why should he, a mere death row inmate, receive preferential treatment? This is discrimination. A pretty boy like him does not deserve such fine arms." The inmates quickly began to express their grievances vocally. "Silence!" A sudden voice cut through the air, halting the uproar among the inmates. Captain Liu regarded the group of death row prisoners coldly, stating that if they desired weapons akin to those of Jiaowu 527, they could seize them from the North barbarian soldiers themselves. If they succeeded in their plunder, the weapons would be theirs. "And what about him?" Liu let out a chuckle, glancing at the speaker. Those 2 knives were precisely taken from the North barbarian soldiers during his last mission. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the faces of the inmates. Perhaps due to the significance of this mission, the selected death row inmates appeared notably robust. Although Li Dao had undergone several enhancements, his physique showed little change from the outside, still possessing a somewhat slender appearance, which rendered him relatively petite amidst this group of inmates. This disparity was the source of their suspicion. Noticing their skepticism, Captain Liu smiled and turned his gaze toward Li Dao. "Jiaowu 527, you may attempt to persuade them." In response, Li Dao nodded and addressed the group of inmates with a faint smile, inviting any challengers to step forward. Whoever could defeat him would claim his 2 knives. No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure emerged from the crowd of inmates. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the man was dark and muscular, exuding an intimidating presence. Observing this, many of the other inmates regretted not acting sooner. Had they known that the pretty boy would be so easily provoked, they would have stepped forward first. The burly man seemed to relish his advantage, grinning as he faced Li Dao. "Pretty boy, if you hand over those 2 knives willingly, I might concede." In the next instant, a tearing sound echoed through the air. Following this, a fissure extended from the center of the black man's brow directly down to his abdomen. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the crack, and the black man collapsed to the ground. The system's notification, 1 enemy slain, attributes gained, 0.22, caused a spark of excitement in Li Dao's eyes. This formidable figure had not wasted his substantial physique, as he had provided such a significant boost to Li Dao's attributes. Chapter 7. The northern barbarians' cavalry breaks through the corpse of the imposing black man fell to the ground, as if it had collapsed upon the hearts of the numerous condemned prisoners. Initially, some of the inmates felt a twinge of regret, but in an instant, that sentiment vanished, replaced instead by a sense of relief that they had not hastily sought their own demise. Liu, the commander, surveyed the assembly of death row inmates and inquired, "Do any of you have objections?" At his words, the prisoners hastily shook their heads. The body of the previously dissenting inmate was still warm. They dared not voice any further complaints. If there are no objections, then prepare to depart. 2 hours later, after a considerable journey, the group arrived at the ambush site. Situated at the junction of two mountain peaks, a winding ancient path lay between them, flanked by wild mountain terrain and dense woods. The mission assigned to Li Dao and his companions was to confront the northern barbarians' cavalry upon their arrival, coordinating with Lu and his soldiers to encircle and annihilate the invaders. Wait here for a moment, Lu instructed, arranging the prisoners in their positions while sending 2 scouts to ascertain the cavalry's arrival. Li Dao, cradling his long blade, leaned against a tree, methodically sharpening it with a stone. Despite his immense strength, efficiency was paramount when it came to killing. A weapon, rather than bare hands, would swiftly dispatch foes, making the maintenance of his arms all the more critical. Simultaneously, he infused the attributes acquired from the fallen black man into his physical prowess. Master, Li Dao, physical prowess, 471. Available attributes, 0. His physique now rivaled that of an ordinary man multiplied nearly 5-fold. He wondered if such enhancements could continue indefinitely. If it were possible to accumulate endlessly, it would indeed be a monstrous advantage. On the other side, not long after, the scouts Lu had dispatched returned. Commander, the northern barbarians' cavalry is approaching, one reported breathlessly as he reached Lu. At this, Lu sprang to his feet and urged the prisoners, quickly, take your positions. Wait for my signal, and we shall surge forth to intercept the northern barbarians. Not a single one must escape. Li Dao grasped his long blade and silently moved to his chosen spot. Having already undergone this ordeal once before, the tension had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable exhilaration. As time slowly passed, the shadows of the northern barbarians' cavalry finally emerged along the distant mountain path after a duration equivalent to a single incense stick's burning. In that moment, Li Dao's keen senses detected the surrounding prisoners, including the regular troops of Qian, breathing heavily. It was only natural. The fearsome reputation of the northern barbarians was forged in bloodshed, instilling trepidation in all who faced them. The cavalry advanced steadily toward the ambush site, and Lu had already positioned his hand to his mouth, poised to issue the command. At last, as the northern barbarians entered the trap, a whistle pierced the air. In the next heartbeat, the concealed Qian soldiers unleashed a torrent of cold arrows upon the cavalry. For a fleeting moment, it seemed that this ambush would yield success. Yet amidst the chaos, no one noticed the cold smile that crept across the lips of the leading northern barbarian. Fall back, he commanded. Suddenly, a voice resonated among the northern barbarians' cavalry. In the next instant, the cavalry moved in perfect unison, swiftly retrieving iron shields from their saddlebags to defend themselves. As the rain of arrows descended, the majority were deflected by the iron shields, with only a few striking the war horses beneath them. Yet, this was of little consequence, as long as the riders remained unharmed. Meanwhile, Captain Lu sensed something amiss. The northern barbarians' reaction was alarmingly swift, almost instinctive, as if they had anticipated the onslaught. However, there was no time for him to ponder further, for at the sound of his whistle, the death row inmates surged forward with reckless abandon. Li Dao initially recognized the danger but hesitated only briefly before charging alongside the prisoners. He was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Given his current physical prowess, he could engage in the fray and, should the situation turn dire, easily make his escape. He would not foolishly risk his life in such a manner. Seeing the inmates rush ahead, Captain Lu's mind raced. Finally, with a resolute determination, he commanded, all together, charge and slay. At that moment, as the death row prisoners descended the hillside, the northern barbarians appeared to be well prepared. The cavalry on either flank brandished 3-meter-long spears, aiming them directly at the advancing prisoners. In the first wave, half of the inmates were impaled on the spot, while the remaining half stood frozen in shock, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Yet, Li Dao paid no heed to their hesitation, decisively wielding his sword and charging forth. The spears could deter an ordinary person, but they were no match for someone with nearly 5 times the physical strength of a normal man. The northern barbarians soon noticed Li Dao. Just as he was about to breach their ranks, several spears suddenly thrust forth from behind the front line of cavalry, targeting him with deadly precision. Each spear was aimed with intent, unerringly seeking the vital points of his body. An ordinary individual might have faltered under such a sudden assault, succumbing to the onslaught of spears. However, Li Dao's focus sharpened, and the spears seemed to slow in his perception. With his formidable physique, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps between the spears, plunging into the heart of the northern barbarians' formation. This astonishing display left the surrounding cavalry in stunned disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that anyone could evade their meticulously coordinated strike in such a manner. Yet, Li Dao had no time to grant them the luxury of astonishment. Spotting a heavily armored northern barbarian, he swung his sword with conviction. With a resounding crack, his powerful strike shattered the armor of one cavalryman, sending him tumbling to the ground. Li Dao wasted no time in delivering a finishing blow, his blade piercing through the fallen warrior's face. Enemy slain, attributes gained, 0. 21. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Dao mused to himself, truly, the northern barbarians are formidable. Even their physical capabilities far surpass those of ordinary soldiers. At this moment, Li Dao's actions jolted the surrounding northern barbarians into a state of heightened awareness. In the forefront, the northern barbarians' cavalry wielded their spears to fend off the enemy, while the second row unsheathed their long knives, aiming their strikes directly at Li Dao. Observing the situation, Li Dao swiftly mounted the horse of a fallen northern barbarian warrior, retaliating with his own blade. Meanwhile, the northern barbarians maintained an impenetrable defense against the ambush laid by the soldiers of Qian. Yet, none anticipated the emergence of Li Dao amidst the throng, who successfully breached their defenses, thereby creating a chink in their formation. Lu Fuzhang, possessing a keen military insight that earned him the rank of centurion, immediately perceived the unexpected advantage presented by the presence of Li Dao. He promptly commanded the troops on the right flank to advance towards the position of Li Dao. This order significantly alleviated the pressure Li Dao faced from the northern barbarians. Though endowed with a physique nearly 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary man, it was insufficient to traverse unscathed among a host of well-trained northern barbarians wielding blades and spears. Surrounded, even his formidable physique struggled to withstand the onslaught. Merely surviving amidst their coordinated attacks was already a remarkable feat. With Lu Fuzhang's support arriving, Li Dao, who had experienced considerable frustration, finally found the opportunity to unleash his abilities. Mounted upon his steed, he charged through the fray, wielding his sword with reckless abandon. As he forged ahead, any adversary unfortunate enough to cross his path met his lethal blade. His strikes were so forceful that numerous northern barbarians found themselves unseated from their mounts, while some faced a more dire fate, struck down through the vulnerabilities in their armor. In essence, wherever Li Dao ventured, chaos ensued. Lu Fuzhang, witnessing Li Dao's prowess, felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that among the condemned he had summoned, there existed the remarkable figure of 9,527. Had it not been for this extraordinary individual, surviving this ambush against the northern barbarians would have been a daunting challenge. With this thought in mind, he resolutely joined the fray as the battle escalated. Simultaneously, amidst his relentless slaughter, Li Dao suddenly realized he had ventured too far, finding himself outside the encirclement of the northern barbarians. Watching as his adversaries fell to his comrades, his heart ached at the loss of potential attributes. They were, after all, his own. Without hesitation, he turned his steed around, urging it onward with a swift strike of his sword upon its rear, plunging back into the tumult of battle. This time, Li Dao exercised greater caution, targeting only those northern barbarians he could dispatch with a single blow. Consequently, the harmonious notifications from the system reverberated in his ears. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 22. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 20. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 19. Kill one enemy. The available attributes on Li Dao's panel began to swell. However, his conspicuous performance soon captured the attention of the northern barbarian leader, who had been observing him ever since their cavalry formation was disrupted. Initially, he believed that his opponent was merely fortunate and paid little heed to the situation, convinced that the northern barbarian cavalry could easily dispatch all the soldiers of the Dacian. However, as this Dacian individual continued to evade death and ruthlessly slaughtered their cavalry, he finally recognized that this adversary was far from ordinary. At that moment, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the threat personally. Meanwhile, Li Dao was delighting in harvesting attribute points when an inexplicable chill suddenly coursed down his back. Die. In the next instant, a voice accompanied by the sound of slicing air resonated from behind him. Reacting instinctively, he bent forward just as a blade narrowly grazed the back of his head. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out along Li Dao's spine. It was the first time since his rebirth that he had been so close to death. Yet, this was not the end. The long knife, having missed its mark, swiftly swung again. This time, Li Dao was prepared and raised his blade to block. In an instant, he felt a surge of terrifying power emanating from the blade, a force that had previously seemed invincible now rendered ineffective. However, Li Dao quickly shook off his astonishment. This was a battlefield, and even a moment's distraction could cost him his life. Kid, you won't have the chance to be arrogant now. The northern barbarian leader sneered as he beheld the fallen Li Dao, raising his weapon to strike once more. The speed of the blow was astonishing, arriving before Li Dao could react. With a thunderous clash, just as Li Dao was about to evade, a knife suddenly thrust in from the side, intercepting the northern barbarian leader's attack. To his surprise, Li Dao discovered that Lu Fuzhong had appeared at his side without him noticing. Lu Fuzhong cast a glance at Li Dao before turning his attention to the northern barbarian leader. You, a mere postnatal warrior, are bullying an ordinary person. Is that truly honorable? Postnatal warrior? The term struck Li Dao, momentarily bewildering him as a fragment of childhood memory resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 8. Reminiscing the past. Slaying the northern barbarians at that time, Li Dao's memories had not yet resurfaced, and he was not yet known as the Earl of Yuan. His father in this life was. He was not as mature as he is now, merely a child of 7. He also recalled that he was not alone. 2 little girls accompanied him. One was his younger sister, and the other. At this point in his recollection, Li Dao found himself momentarily dazed, realizing that the other girl was indeed his betrothed. However, such matters seemed inconsequential now. In his memory, his father had invited an elderly Taoist priest, clad in a flowing robe that evoked an ethereal presence. Given that his current mental acuity was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, he could vividly remember the conversation between his father and the robed elder. Taoist, I trouble you today. It is no trouble. Assessing talent is simply part of my duties. Then please proceed. After conversing, the elder placed his hand gently upon the wrist of Li Dao's younger sister. After a few breaths, he released her hand. His father quickly inquired, Taoist, how is my daughter's talent? The elder smiled and nodded, stating that her aptitude was commendable, allowing for cultivation. Hearing this, his father's face radiated joy, exclaiming, as long as she has talent, that is sufficient. Subsequently, the elder placed his hand upon the wrist of Li Dao's betrothed. This time, he held on for several breaths, his expression shifting continuously, ultimately revealing astonishment. I did not expect to witness such extraordinary talent today. The elder glanced at his betrothed and shook his head with a sigh. What a pity, what a pity. She is a girl. His father, taken aback by the revelation of his betrothed's talent, could not help but ask, Taoist, why is it a pity for you, or is there something wrong with her physique? The elder shook his head with a rueful smile. My lord, you misunderstand. What I lament is the loss for my temple. Such exceptional talent appears once in a century. It is regrettable that my temple cannot accept female disciples. How could one not feel sorrow for missing such a pupil? His father asked, What then shall become of you? The elder reassured him, Fear not, my lord. Although my temple, Baiyun Temple, cannot accept female disciples, I am acquainted with a sect that specializes in female disciples. It is called Yaoqi and should be the most suitable place for her. After understanding this, his father nodded, finally directing his gaze towards the young Li Dao. I must trouble the Taoist to assess my son's talent as well. Of course. The elder placed his hand once more upon Li Dao's wrist. After several breaths, his expression shifted again, but this time not to astonishment but to a complex demeanor. Upon withdrawing his hand, the elder sighed heavily. My lord, my son's talent. Seeing the elder's troubled countenance, Li Dao's father felt a foreboding sense of dread. The elder shook his head and stated, My lord, forgive my frankness, but your son is born with a congenital severance of meridians, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Congenital severance of meridians? To cultivate the Tao, one must possess channels within the body through which vital energy may flow. Practitioners refer to these as meridians. According to my humble assessment, your esteemed son lacks these meridians, rendering cultivation impossible. I see. His father sighed deeply but soon accepted it with equanimity. If he cannot cultivate, then so be it. In time, he shall inherit my title and live as an ordinary man. At this point, Li Dao's recollections drew to a close. He remembered that not long after, his betrothed was taken away by an ethereal woman veiled in mist, while his younger sister was accepted as a disciple by a martial-clad woman and whisked away to train. Only he remained, and from then on, his parents no longer subjected him to strict discipline, seemingly content to let him live freely. This memory persisted until his parents' untimely demise in this life. Thereafter, unrestrained by authority, he indulged in dissipation, becoming the very epitome of a wastrel noble. The final chapter of his debauchery culminated in drunken revelry at a palace banquet, the resurgence of his memories, the defilement of a maiden's virtue, and his subsequent consignment to the death row battalion. Thus, Li Dao had encountered cultivation at the tender age of 7, yet due to his innate limitations, he never formally embarked upon the path. This confirmed the existence of so-called postnatal warriors. It seemed the world indeed harbored cultivators. Li Dao's emotions were tumultuous. He had believed that with his system, he would swiftly dominate this ancient era of cold steel. Yet now, the revelation of cultivators complicated matters. Though their exact prowess remained unclear, the northern barbarian captain's skill suggested they were formidable. At present, even with his physique 5 times that of an ordinary man, confronting a postnatal warrior posed difficulties. Nevertheless, Li Dao swiftly steadied his resolve. So what if cultivators existed? With his system, even if it only enhanced his physique, his future potential would rival theirs. All he needed was steady, incremental growth. As for the future, that could wait. Those centuries seemed to pass in his mind. Mere moments elapsed in reality. Before him, Captain Lu locked blades with the northern barbarian leader, their duel a clash of titans. Gale blade technique, roared the barbarian. His saber whirling into afterimages as it sliced toward Captain Lu's face, the blade's edge laced with cutting winds. Unfazed, Captain Lu met the assault with equal ferocity, their weapons sparking in midair. Their battle raged like a tempest, forcing onlookers to keep their distance. Even Li Dao, with his enhanced physique, felt the sting of their unleashed energies upon his skin. Is this true qi? He wondered, observing the turbulent currents between them. Shaking off distraction, he refocused. Now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to grow stronger. Status: Master, Li Dao, Physique, 471, Available Attributes, 213, without hesitation. Li Dao allocated all available points to his physique. Master, Li Dao Physique, 684, Available Attributes, 0, and the next moment, a familiar surge of warmth surged within him. Due to the excessive allocation of points, Li Dao's skin flushed a deep crimson from the tumult of his internal energy. Concurrently, a terrifying sense of power emanated from within. The sudden overflow of strength ignited an impulse within him to unleash this newfound vigor. At that moment, a northern barbarian cavalryman noticed Li Dao's anomaly, mistaking it for an opportunity to charge at him with a blade. However, a flash of steel arrived even swifter than he could react. With a swift slash, the cavalryman's armor shattered, a crimson ripple spilling into the air. 1 enemy slain. Attributes gained, 0, 24. This was merely the beginning. Li Dao swiftly mounted his horse, gripping his sword tightly as he plunged back into the fray. Without the northern barbarian leader to impede him, chaos ensued among the cavalrymen he encountered. After his recent augmentation, he became an unstoppable force on the battlefield. With only Lu Fuzhong and the northern barbarian leader capable of standing against him, all others mere fodder. Consequently, the speed at which he harvested attributes accelerated. 1 enemy slain. Attributes gained, 0, 21. 1 enemy slain. Attributes gained, 0, 18. 1 enemy slain. Attributes gained, 0, 23. 1 enemy slain. The fierce spectacle Li Dao created captured the attention of many Deqian soldiers, who began to rally behind him in a fervent charge. In an instant, the northern barbarian cavalry, who had previously held a slight advantage, were scattered and met with a brutal onslaught from the Deqian forces. This commotion swiftly drew the attention of both the northern barbarian leader and Lu Fuzhong. Lu Fuzhong, catching sight of the unfolding scene, felt a rush of exhilaration. In contrast, the northern barbarian leader's countenance darkened. He could scarcely comprehend how the battlefield had devolved to such chaos despite his prior efforts. Lu Fuzhong parried a blow, laughing heartily. That barbarian over there, the tides have turned. Why do you not surrender promptly? Surrender? The northern barbarian leader retorted through clenched teeth. We northern barbarians never yield. With a resounding shout, his aura surged dramatically. This display startled Lu Fuzhong, who could not help but chastise, "You scoundrel, playing tricks in the midst of battle." Upon hearing this, the northern barbarian leader paused, and as he felt the transformation within him, he erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, blessed by the bear god. I have broken through to the 5th tier of the postnatal realm. He cast a cold gaze at Lu Fuzhong, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Let us see how you withstand me now. Once more, the northern barbarian leader clashed with Lu Fuzhong. Compared to before, this time, his strikes bore greater weight and swiftness due to his newfound prowess. With a crack, Lu Fuzhong's long blade abruptly snapped in two, and at that very moment, a long blade thrust between them, intercepting the strike, and Captain Lu was swiftly pulled out of the northern barbarian leader's attack range. Who dares? The barbarian leader roared in fury as his plans were thwarted once again. When his vision cleared, his rage only intensified. The one who had intervened was the very same man who had foiled him before. Li Dao glanced at the rescued Captain Lu with a faint smile. Captain Liu, you saved me once, and now I've saved you. We're even. Captain Liu, regaining his composure, laughed heartily. Not quite even. You still had room to evade before, whereas I was simply waiting for death. I owe you one. Then, eyeing the barbarian leader, who looked ready to devour them alive, he added, but if you want me to repay you, we'll have to deal with this one first. Leave him to me, Li Dao declared without hesitation. Do you? Captain Liu blinked in surprise. He had intended to suggest they fight together, never expecting this man, codenamed 9527, to take on the enemy alone. Li Dao nodded firmly. Just leave it to me. I'd hate for you to steal my glory. In truth, the glory mattered little. He simply didn't want the kill stolen from him. Captain Liu. He had seen men fight for merit, but never so recklessly. This was sheer madness. Seeing Li Dao's resolve, Captain Liu could only sigh. Be careful then. Meanwhile, the barbarian leader realized he now faced a new opponent, yet he felt no concern. To him, this pale-faced youth seemed even weaker than the last. If he could defeat a foe before breaking through to the 5th rank, now that he had advanced, victory would be effortless. Die. Without another word, the barbarian leader charged. Blade raised. Li Dao gripped his own sword and met the assault head-on. Shing. Their blades clashed in a flash of steel. For a brief moment, both men froze, each sensing the other's heightened strength. But hesitation had no place on the battlefield. Within seconds, they were locked in a brutal, close-quarters duel. From a distance, Captain Liu watched, stunned by Li Dao's ferocity. How does 9527 keep getting stronger? After several exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. Then, following another clash, the two fighters disengaged. The barbarian leader, gripping his weapon with one hand and his horse's reins with the other, sneered. If this is all you've got, your death is near. Li Dao smirked faintly. Try me. Then I will. The barbarian leader lunged again, but this time, his movement shifted abruptly. Gale blade technique. His sword carved countless afterimages through the air, faster and heavier than before. A triumphant grin spread across his face. He had been saving this move for the perfect moment to catch his foe off guard. Li Dao, however, had anticipated this very moment. Allocate points. With a single thought, every attribute point he had harvested was poured into his physique. In an instant, an explosive surge of power enveloped Li Dao. Empowered by this formidable force, his blade moved with such blinding speed that it seemed to vanish between blinks. Clang. Amidst the metallic symphony of clashing weapons, Li Dao and the northern barbarian leader crossed paths in a fleeting dance of steel. Rip. A crimson gash suddenly split open on Li Dao's right arm, from which lifeblood began to seep. Snap. A blade shattered, not Li Dao's, but the northern chieftain's weapon. The barbarian leader stood frozen. His eyes glazed over as he whispered in disbelief, I have been bested? The next heartbeat saw his armor split asunder from neck to waist, a macabre fountain of scarlet erupting from the fissures. Simultaneously, the system's mechanical chime resonated within Li Dao's consciousness. Chapter 9. A Tenfold Physique. Martial prowess unleashed upon receiving the system notification, Li Dao felt an unexpected surge of astonishment. Based on the calculation that the attributes dropped upon defeating an enemy amounted to 1/10 of the total, the overall attributes of the northern barbarian leader must exceed 7 times that of an ordinary person. However, he had previously observed that the leader's physical strength was not particularly high, likely only 2 or 3 times that of a typical human. The substantial attributes he possessed were likely due to his status as a cultivator, endowed with attributes that ordinary individuals lack, such as true energy. With a mere thought, Li Dao absorbed the attributes dropped by the northern barbarian leader into himself. In the next moment, a familiar surge of warmth enveloped him. Yet, compared to before, the sensation was less intense, perhaps because his physique had acclimatized to such enhancements. Panel. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 9. 38. Available attributes. 0. Upon seeing this, a smile crept across Li Dao's face. With a physique nearly 10 times that of an average person, he was on the brink of achieving his initial goal. However, it was time to raise his aspirations. After all, in a world populated by ordinary individuals, a physique tenfold that of the norm would grant him formidable prowess in this age of cold weapons. Yet, when it came to cultivators, that was a different story. Without a physique in the hundreds, he would find it difficult to feel secure. Meanwhile, after witnessing Li Dao slay the northern barbarian leader, the observing Captain Liu was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that the fighter known as 9527 would fare well against the northern barbarian leader for a few rounds. But he had not expected him to achieve victory. Following the initial shock, exhilaration surged within him, seeing the leader fall lifelessly to the ground. He immediately called out to the surrounding troops, urging them to surrender, declaring, "Your leader is dead. Why do you not yield?" The death of their leader? At the sound of his voice, the remaining northern barbarian cavalry turned their gazes towards him, noticing the distinctive armor of their fallen leader, which set him apart from the ordinary soldiers. The realization struck swiftly. The morale of the northern barbarian cavalry plummeted, their combat effectiveness dwindling rapidly. Unable to even maintain their formation, the demise of their leader signified the near impossibility of their victory. Finally, one of the northern barbarian cavalrymen, unable to withstand the dread of death, discarded his weapon and dismounted in surrender. With the first defection, others quickly followed suit. Soon, the remaining cavalrymen also dismounted and surrendered. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Dao found himself at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have prioritized dealing with the northern barbarian cavalry before confronting their leader. Yet, reflecting on the situation, he realized that had he not intervened, Captain Lu would surely have perished at the hands of the northern barbarian leader, leading to a chaotic scene. It was entirely possible that the soldiers of the Great Qian Dynasty would succumb to despair and surrender, just as the northern barbarian cavalry had. Oh well, it was a small matter in the grand scheme of things. Overall, the gains from this encounter had been quite substantial. Upon emerging, his physical prowess was barely at 5 points, yet now it has approached 10, representing a remarkable enhancement of more than double. At this moment, Li Dao suddenly noticed something peculiar at the fractured section of the deathly northern barbarian leader's armor. Intrigued, he approached and crouched down for a closer inspection, discovering a blood-stained yellow cloth wedged within the crevice of the armor. As he reached out to extract the sanguine fabric, he sensed it enveloped something within. Upon unwrapping it, 2 tomes revealed themselves before him. One bore the title Yellow Sun Formula, while the other was named Storm Blade Technique. Stunned, Li Dao realized that one was a cultivation method, and the other a sword technique, presumably the very practices of the northern barbarian leader. 9527, your fortune is quite remarkable, came the sudden voice of Captain Lu from behind him. Turning around, he observed that, following the surrender of the northern barbarian cavalry, the remaining soldiers of Decisive had begun, much like before, to bind the captives and cleanse the battlefield. Must this be submitted? Li Dao inquired, gesturing towards the items in his possession. He had no intention of concealing the discovery. In truth, there was little chance of concealment. Once the condemned returned, they would be stripped and washed, donning thin prison garb, rendering any hidden items vulnerable. Unless, that method, which Li Dao resolutely refused to entertain. Casting a glance, Captain Lu replied candidly, by rights, all spoils of war should be surrendered. However, he paused, turning away and clearing his throat softly. There are instances of exception. Keep this to yourself, and I shall pretend I have not seen it. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Lu's retreating figure, Li Dao chuckled softly, shaking his head. It appeared that his recent actions had earned him a modicum of trust with the captain. Truth be told, Li Dao held a favorable impression of Lu, especially since he had actively intervened to save him. Stowing the 2 volumes within his cloak, he resolved to practice them that evening. Although an elderly Taoist had declared him inherently incompatible with cultivation during his youth, one could not discount the possibility that the old man's vision had waned. After all, charlatans were plentiful in this era. Half an hour later, the battlefield was finally cleared. Everyone had gathered together. Captain Lu inquired of the nearby soldiers, "How goes the tally?" The soldier nodded, confirming the completion of the count. "Recite it to me." The soldier complied, producing a sheet of paper and reciting, "In the skirmish, the condemned camp dispatched 55 individuals, with 54 deceased and 1 surviving." At this, all remaining Decisive soldiers turned their gazes toward Li Dao, who leaned against a tree not far off. For some of these soldiers, it was their first encounter with him, while others had seen him before. Regardless of the frequency of their meetings, Li Dao had left a profound impression upon them. Upon hearing that he was the sole survivor, Li Dao's expression remained largely unchanged. In fact, he had long anticipated this outcome. After all, even he had narrowly escaped the blade of the northern barbarian leader, let alone a mass of ordinary condemned souls. The soldiers' report continued onward. In the final tally, the ambush against the northern barbarians can be deemed a Pyrrhic victory. The leader of the northern barbarians perished, and among their cavalry of over 100, 80% met their demise, leaving merely 20 warriors remaining. On the side of the Great Qian soldiers, nearly 200 were deployed, including those from the death row camp, yet only about 50 survived. What else could this be but a devastating victory? Upon hearing this, Captain Lu let out a long sigh. Although he was aware of the significant casualties on his side, the news still weighed heavily on his heart. particularly as he witnessed his soldiers fading away one by one. Yet, this is the harsh reality of war. This was merely a minor skirmish between the Great Qian Dynasty and the Northern Barbarian Dynasty at the border. Should a large-scale battle ensue, the loss of these individuals would likely cause barely a ripple. Once everyone was prepared, Captain Lu signaled for departure, and they set off to return. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao followed Captain Lu's group back to Changgu town. Unlike the previous occasion, this time he was specifically escorted into the death row camp by Captain Lu to prevent the discovery of the 2 books he carried. "This is where I leave you. You saved my life. If you require anything, have the guards notify me. If it is within my means, I will surely assist you," Captain Lu whispered to him before he entered. Li Dao nodded and stepped back into the confines of the death cell. As before, upon his return, his former cellmates exhibited expressions of astonishment, shocked that he could re-enter after his second outing. Finding a corner, he settled down as he had previously. Before long, the familiar aroma wafted through the cell once more. The cell door swung open, and a guard entered carrying a platter of roasted chicken and a bottle of wine. "Number 9527, this is from Captain Lu for you." Perhaps having received special instructions from Captain Lu, the guard's demeanor towards Li Dao, the condemned prisoner, was notably more courteous. "Thank you," Li Dao replied. "No need for thanks. Just doing my duty for Captain Lu. Enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, just call for me." After bidding the guard farewell, Li Dao settled in the corner with his roasted chicken and wine, indulging in his meal. This time, no ill-intentioned individuals dared to disturb him. Clearly, his exchange with the guard had demonstrated a disparity that made the other prisoners hesitant to offend him, allowing him a sense of ease. Once satiated, Li Dao, feeling pleasantly tipsy from the wine, closed his eyes for a moment. As dusk descended and silence enveloped the death cell, he opened his eyes once more. Noticing that everyone else had succumbed to slumber, he retrieved the 2 books he had previously confiscated from the northern barbarian leader. He first opened the tome titled The Yellow Sun Technique. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained methods of cultivation, instructing one on how to refine true energy. With a mental acuity tenfold out of the ordinary, Li Dao swiftly committed the entire text to memory. Afterward, he returned the Yellow Sun Technique to his bosom. Then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in an attempt to commence his cultivation. Half an hour later, opening his eyes, Li Dao slowly uttered 2 words, "Rubbish." After half an hour, he had achieved not even a single strand of progress. According to the teachings of the Huangri Sutra, he needed to immerse himself mentally and perceive the hidden meridians within his body. However, after half an hour of focused effort, he sensed nothing at all. Perhaps the old Taoist was not mistaken. A congenital severed meridian truly meant no meridians existed. Otherwise, with Li Dao's mental fortitude, he would likely have easily detected those so-called meridians. Furthermore, his physique had now reached 10 times that of an ordinary person. If he indeed possessed those elusive meridians, even a trace of them would have manifested after such enhancement, yet there was still nothing. This situation also validated a mathematical principle. If something is 0, multiplying it by any factor will still yield 0. It can never transform into anything else. He had no meridians. Thus, regardless of whether his physique reached 100 million times that of a normal person, he could not cultivate. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, it was merely an experiment. The inability to cultivate left him with a slight sense of disappointment. After all, the primary capability of his system was to enhance his physique. Even if he could cultivate, he would not forsake the shortcut offered by the system to endure the hardships of solitary training. What good was cultivation prowess if 10 points of physique were insufficient? Then he would seek 100 points. If 100 were inadequate, he would pursue 1,000, and if 1,000 fell short, he would aim for 10,000. 100,000, a million. He refused to believe that when he could crush cities and obliterate nations with a single punch, anyone would still dare discuss the matter of cultivation with him. As his cultivation techniques proved ineffective, Li Dao swiftly drew forth the Gale Blade technique. He pondered whether this swordsmanship would be of any use to him in the absence of true energy. Chapter 10, Extraordinary Comprehension. The commander's invitation. Li Dao opened the manual of the Gale Blade technique. Unlike cultivation techniques, this one combined illustrations with written instructions. As before, he first committed the entire content to memory with his exceptional recall. Once memorized, he tucked the manual back into his robes. Without a blade to practice with, Li Dao could only visualize the Gale Blade technique in his mind, perhaps due to his enhanced physique, which had elevated every aspect of his being. His mental acuity had also reached 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even through mere mental simulation, he could flawlessly replicate the techniques described in the manual. Half an hour later, Li Dao opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He gazed at his hands, sensing an inexplicable certainty that with a blade in his grasp, he could execute the Gale Blade technique to perfection. Recalling his previous encounter with the northern barbarian leader, he now felt he could effortlessly decipher the flaws in the opponent's technique. Should they cross blades again, even without relying on brute strength? He was confident he could suppress and defeat the barbarian using the very same Gale Blade technique. Was this an unexpected benefit of his enhanced physique? Initially, Li Dao had assumed that his path would be one of overwhelming force, crushing all techniques with sheer power. Yet now, his heightened mental faculties allowed him to master a blade technique with astonishing speed. Though the Gale Blade technique was relatively simple, the ability to perfectly replicate it after a single glance and mental rehearsal was nothing short of extraordinary. Could there be merit in combining overwhelming strength with unparalleled technique? Most certainly. A body beyond mortal limits, paired with lethal skills beyond human comprehension. Who could possibly stand against him? As long as his physical prowess surpassed his foes, slaying them would be merely a matter of time. With this realization, his inability to cultivate conventional techniques no longer troubled him. In truth, his endlessly strengthening physique could be considered a form of cultivation, just one that diverged from the path of refining qi. Perhaps this method should be called iron body refinement. Time flowed steadily, perhaps due to the heavy casualties suffered during their last mission. A week passed without any new assignments for the condemned prisoners under Captain Lu's command. Trapped in the death row cell, Li Dao could only idle away the hours in drowsy slumber or refine his understanding of the Gale Blade technique. With a mind 10 times sharper than an average person's, he sought to adapt the technique to better suit his physique. Surprisingly, after 7 days of relentless analysis and mental simulation, he succeeded in streamlining the Gale Blade technique. He discarded certain movements designed for qi circulation and replaced them with forms optimized for his superhuman physique. In essence, the modified Gale Blade technique had become a far deadlier instrument for reaping lives on the battlefield. Another day passed. Li Dao sat meditating in a corner of his cell when the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside. He immediately opened his eyes and gazed in the direction from which the sound emanated. Before long, the face of Lu Fuzhong appeared outside the cell. 9527. Step out for a moment. The guard unlocked the cell door and called out to Li Dao, rising to his feet. Li Dao brushed off the dirt from his clothes and exited the cell. Another mission? He inquired directly, looking at Lu Fuzhong. Lu Fuzhong shook his head, indicating that there was no task at present. His purpose for visiting was of a different nature. What is it? Li Dao expressed his curiosity, believing that, given his demonstrated value, he was of service only for the purpose of killing. At Lu Fuzhong's gesture, the guard used a key to unlock the shackles binding Li Dao. Follow me, and you will understand, Lu Fuzhong instructed before walking deeper into the prison. Li Dao rubbed his wrists and slowly followed Lu Fuzhong's retreating figure. As they ventured further, the surrounding cells grew increasingly desolate, ultimately revealing numerous empty cells devoid of any condemned prisoners. Is there no one here? Li Dao inquired. Lu Fuzhong glanced at the vacant cells and replied calmly. Recently, there have been numerous border skirmishes, leading to a swift depletion of death row inmates. From his tone, it was evident that these condemned individuals were regarded not as humans, but rather as expendable commodities. After speaking, Lu Fuzhong subtly observed Li Dao's expression, noticing no discernible reaction, and added, "But fear not, you are unlike them. Your value ensures that you will not be treated as expendable." Li Dao nodded, not particularly concerned by the term expendable. To him, it seemed perfectly reasonable for those deserving death to be regarded as such. After all, they were meant to perish. He mused that if it were to be any harsher, some might find it difficult even to take on the role of the deceased. As the two continued their descent, a door soon appeared before them. Li Dao turned and asked, "Lu Fuzhong, where is this?" Lu Fuzhong explained, "This is the place I wish to bring you. Once inside, you will understand the purpose of my visit. But rest assured, it is certainly not a bad thing. In fact, it may be quite beneficial. The specifics, however, are for you to discern." With that enigmatic remark, Lu Fuzhong opened the door and gestured for Li Dao to enter. "A good thing?" Li Dao shook his head, realizing that having come this far, he could only proceed step by step. Upon crossing the threshold, a dimly lit corridor unfolded before him, with a flicker of light visible at the far end. Utilizing his heightened perception, he sensed several living beings near the light. Li Dao walked slowly towards it. As he approached, his expression shifted, for he noticed that the breathing of those within was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Instead, it resembled that of Lu Fuzhong and the former leader of the northern barbarians. It was not difficult to deduce that they belonged to the same category of individuals, cultivators. At last, Li Dao reached the end of the corridor, revealing a room before him. Simultaneously, he discerned the occupants within the chamber, 5 individuals in total. Among the 5 individuals, possessed remarkable characteristics. The one closest to Li Dao stood an astonishing 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, with an imposing physique akin to that of a small giant. Merely standing still, he exuded an intimidating aura. Most strikingly, the atmosphere surrounding him imparted a primal sensation to Li Dao, reminiscent of a beast. Perhaps due to the audacity reflected in Li Dao's gaze, the small giant abruptly turned to confront him, their eyes locking in a moment of tension. In that instant, Li Dao felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. Seemingly oblivious to any discord, the small giant resumed his position against the wall, lost in thought. Next, Li Dao's attention shifted to a diminutive figure beside the giant. This petite individual was not small merely in comparison to the giant, but was inherently slight. Standing at less than 1 meter and 20 centimeters, with a frail frame and unkempt hair. Yet, from this small figure emanated a wilder essence, bordering on madness. Likewise, upon sensing Li Dao's gaze, the small figure turned to him with a fierce snarl, revealing a menacing expression. As the mouth opened, rows of jagged teeth were visible, and the eyes sparkled with a chaotic yet lucid madness, reminiscent of a deranged individual. The next 2 figures appeared somewhat more normal compared to the first 2. One was a middle-aged man with a lecherous demeanor, while the other was an elderly gentleman muttering to himself. The only semblance of normalcy was embodied by a middle-aged man standing centrally, clad in armor reminiscent of the Dacian standard worn by Lu Fuzhang, albeit of a higher grade. This man radiated a sense of danger among the assembly. "You have finally arrived. We were merely waiting for you." The middle-aged man smiled at Li Dao. "And you are?" Li Dao inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I am Wei Yun, the commander of the Weiwu camp," he replied. Li Dao was momentarily taken aback. The commander of the Weiwu camp? If his memory served him correctly, this military unit was stationed in Changgu town, and the commander was the highest authority here, Lu Fuzhang's direct superior. Contemplating this, Li Dao glanced at the force surrounding him, pondering what business Commander Wei had with an ordinary death row inmate like himself. Ordinary? Wei Yun chuckled, shaking his head. In just 2 brief missions as a death row inmate, you have managed to slay nearly 50 foes, including the leader of 100 cavalry from the northern barbarians. I hardly consider that ordinary. After casting a glance at the remaining 4, Li Dao found a spot to sit and stated, "If there is something to discuss, please proceed." With a light chuckle, Wei Yun replied, "Now that everyone is present, I shall be direct. I have summoned you all here to request your cooperation in assisting the Weiwu camp with certain matters." Upon hearing this, Li Dao raised an eyebrow. But before he could respond, someone nearby interjected with an opinion. A middle-aged, portly man suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming without reservation, "What nonsense is this? You want me, Shin San, to assist your imperial court? I dare say you are deluding yourself. Let me be clear, even if I perish here today, I, Shin San, shall never lend my aid to your court." With that, the man named Shin San turned and strode towards the passage, evidently intent on departing. Despite Shin San's brusque demeanor, Wei Yun maintained a calm expression, even adorned with a faint smile. As Shin San receded into the distance, Wei Yun murmured to himself, "Very well then. I had initially contemplated enlisting your help for certain tasks, with the promise of restoring your household registration and granting you freedom thereafter." In the next moment, a gust of wind materialized seemingly out of nowhere. The onlookers were astonished to witness Shin San, in the blink of an eye, reappear before Wei Yun. "Are you truly serious? You can restore my household registration and grant me freedom?" Shin San exclaimed, gripping Wei Yun's armor with palpable excitement. "Weren't you just stating your refusal to assist the court?" Wei Yun inquired. "What constitutes aiding the court? I am merely offering my voluntary assistance. Did you not also declare that you would never alter your stance?" Wei Yun pressed. "However, the fact remains that I am still alive," Shin San retorted. At this, Wei Yun smiled slightly and said, "I assure you, I speak the truth. So do you agree?" "Indeed, I agree." Shin San nodded resolutely, illustrating the essence of the so-called true fragrance theory to those present. However, Wei Yun continued, "Your agreement alone is insufficient. You must secure the consent of the other 4 as well." He gestured towards Li Dao and the others, adding, "The tasks at hand may prove perilous. You 5 must collaborate." Upon hearing this, Shin San turned to Li Dao and the others, clapping his hands and vociferously declaring, "What are you 4 waiting for? This is a chance for freedom." A raspy cough interrupted, emanating from the only elder present. In a gravelly voice, he stated, "I may agree, but you, fat one, Must serve as my medicine boy this time. Shinsan immediately sprang up, visibly annoyed. Why should I act as your medicine boy? The elder retorted without hesitation. Then I shall not agree. You can remain here in this condemned camp to await your demise. You, Shinsan, taken aback by the elder's audacity, had no choice but to relent. Your medicine won't be fatal, will it? The elder chuckled coldly, exuding confidence. In my lifetime as a physician, I have never caused anyone's death through my remedies. Seeing the elder's unwavering confidence, Shinsan's expression shifted to one of skepticism. At that moment, Wei Yun interjected, Shinsan, you may trust him. He has indeed, in perhaps having suffered losses from the old man. Shinsan displayed an unusually courteous demeanor towards Li Dao. Li Dao glanced at Shinsan before directing his gaze towards Wei Yun, stating, I can agree, but you must answer a few questions first. Wei Yun smiled faintly and replied, of course. The first question, how many tasks do we need to assist you with? Wei Yun raised an eyebrow and answered, 10. Li Dao's expression darkened immediately. No deal. If it involves 10 tasks, I would rather focus on accumulating merits. It was evident that organizing a team of 5 for a single mission would be exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun, visibly disappointed, shook his head. Then how many tasks do you propose? Shinsan, standing nearby, was taken aback. It seemed negotiations were indeed possible, making his earlier demeanor rather foolish. In response to Wei Yun's inquiry, Li Dao held up 3 fingers, 3 tasks. Shinsan was dumbfounded. Such negotiations were unprecedented, more brutal than a direct cut. Just as he feared Wei Yun might become irate and sought to interject. Very well, 3 tasks it is. Wei Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Shinsan nearly collapsed on the spot, realizing that merely 3 tasks could suffice. If it were him, he likely would not have bothered to negotiate at all. With Wei Yun's agreement, Li Dao proceeded with his second question. Will there be tasks that are certain to lead to death? At this, both Shinsan and the elderly man nearby were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Wei Yun. Why do you ask that? Wei Yun inquired with curiosity. Li Dao calmly recited a famous saying from a past life. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the flying birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. This has been the way of the world since ancient times. Wei Yun slowly repeated the phrase, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him, a sense of abandonment enveloping him. He then altered his previous tone, speaking solemnly, rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Although the tasks I assign may be perilous, I will never deliberately put you in harm's way. Brother, that was truly well said. What a pity you're a death row inmate. You should have pursued the highest honors. Perhaps fortune might have smiled upon you. And you could have become a prince consort, sleeping with the princess. Shinsan remarked in admiration. Unbeknownst to him, the very person he praised had indeed not only failed to become a prince consort, but had already been with the highest-ranking princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. Noting the peculiar reactions of Wei Yun and Shinsan, Li Dao recalled that this world diverged from his past life, leading to a different historical trajectory. Some things that existed in his previous life were absent here. If the matter of the princess were not to be, he could still thrive in this world through poetry and literature. Regrettably, this life had yet to afford him the opportunity to be a mere wordsmith, instead opting for an exhilarating experience as a death row inmate. Are there any further questions? Wei Yun inquired as he regained his composure. None, Li Dao replied. Shaking his head, he had learned what he most wanted to know. With Li Dao's consent, Shinsan exhaled in relief and turned his gaze towards the remaining 2 individuals, one a small giant, the other a little madman. Taking a deep breath, Shinsan resolved to first deal with the seemingly more manageable little madman. Observing this, Wei Yun could not help but caution, Shinsan, I advise you to be careful. Fear not, a mere trifling character is but a breeze for me, Shinsan replied confidently. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the onlookers witnessed 2 figures darting swiftly around the room. Shinsan was fleeing while the little madman pursued him, howling frantically, Save me, oh brother. Shinsan's attire was tattered, with bite marks visible on his arms and behind, as he ran in desperate plea for rescue. The elderly man stood by, powerless, knowing that at his age, intervening would likely lead to his own demise. Wei Yun had also suggested that Shinsan handle the situation himself, which proved unreliable. Ultimately, Shinsan's gaze fell upon Li Dao, who now appeared to be his sole potential savior. Brother, please save me, he implored, leading the little madman towards Li Dao. Li Dao immediately discerned the chubby man's intentions. As Shinsan lunged towards him, Li Dao showed no hesitation, delivering a swift kick that sent Shinsan sprawling aside. With Shinsan out of the way, the little madman lunged at Li Dao. Reacting with remarkable agility, Li Dao swiftly grasped the little madman's neck. with a single hand. He hoisted him into the air, leaving the madman to flail helplessly, his short limbs unable to reach Li Dao as he howled in frustration. "Brother, you're being too rough," Shinsan lamented, rising from the ground to witness the little madman's subjugation. Li Dao merely cast a disdainful glance before refocusing on the little madman in his grip. In his view, regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to subdue this troublesome creature. Otherwise, future collaborations would likely become exceedingly cumbersome. Noticing the little madman still thrashing about, intent on biting, Li Dao allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he mused, "Let us give you a taste of the whirlwind." With that, he began to spin the little madman in his grasp. 1 circle, 2 circles, 10 circles. The velocity of Li Dao's rotations intensified. And while initially the madman squirmed, after a certain number of spins, he could no longer withstand the motion. His once frenzied gaze transformed into one of terror and confusion, ultimately giving way to a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 11. Shinsan, you're truly inhuman. This scene left Shinsan and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Never had they imagined that Li Dao would resort to such methods to deal with the little madman. Finally, when Li Dao felt it was enough, he stopped and released his grip. With a thud, the little madman collapsed onto the ground, his vacant eyes staring blankly ahead, unable to regain his senses for a long while. In that moment, it was as if he saw his ancestors beckoning to him from beyond. After about 5 minutes, a glimmer of awareness gradually returned to his eyes, and the familiar madness slowly resurfaced. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Li Dao standing nearby, that flicker of insanity vanished instantly, replaced by sheer panic. "Ah!" With a frantic scream, the little madman scrambled on all fours to hide in a corner, peering fearfully at Li Dao from a distance, as if terrified of being seized again for another dizzying spin. Not far away, Shinsan couldn't help but raise a thumb in admiration. "Brother, you truly have a way." Then, turning to Wei Yun, he said, "This little madman has been thoroughly subdued by him. Shouldn't that count as passing?" Wei Yun, snapping out of his daze, nodded in agreement. He, too, was astonished by Li Dao's methods and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Now, only that giant remains. At the mention of the towering figure, Shinsan glanced at the colossal man in the distance and immediately felt a pang of cowardice. If even the little madman was beyond his capabilities, how could he possibly handle someone who looked so intimidating? Though his own bulk was considerable, flabby fat was no match for solid muscle. The difference in quality was undeniable. His gaze inevitably shifted back to Li Dao. "Brother, perhaps you should be the one to deal with him?" Li Dao shot the spineless fatty a disdainful look. Yet, under the circumstances, with Wei Yun unwilling to intervene, it seemed he had no choice but to attempt to persuade this giant himself. Suddenly, the previously motionless giant stirred. Turning his head, he fixed his gaze on Li Dao and spoke in a deep, muffled voice, "Defeat me in strength, and I will obey you." Before Li Dao could respond, Shinsan interjected anxiously, "Big guy, have you seen your own size? Competing in strength with him is as unfair as challenging that little runt over there to a contest of agility." He pointed toward the cowering madman in the corner. The little madman bared his teeth and growled at the detestable fat man, but upon noticing the presence of the one who had spun him dizzy, he instinctively shrank back, not daring to provoke further. The giant ignored Shin-san entirely, his eyes remaining locked on Li Dao. "Fine, I accept," Li Dao finally agreed with a nod. Though the giant was undeniably massive, clearly a powerhouse, Li Dao was no slouch either. His physique, nearly 10 times that of an ordinary man, wasn't he just for show. Moreover, he was curious to test the limits of this behemoth's strength. "You fool!" Shinsan exclaimed in dismay. In his eyes, Li Dao challenging this brute to a contest of strength was nothing short of suicidal. Wei Yun, however, watched the scene unfold with keen interest. "Name the terms," Li Dao said directly to the giant. "Compete in this." The little giant extended a hand and placed it upon the solitary stone table in the room. Li Dao glanced at it and nodded in agreement. The two approached the stone table, simultaneously resting their hands upon its surface. Although Li Dao's hand was not particularly small, it appeared rather delicate in comparison to the giant's imposing hand, making the disparity unmistakable to any observer. "Brother, give it your all," encouraged Shinsan, aware that victory was unlikely, yet opting to foster positivity rather than pessimism. "Allow me to serve as the referee," Wei Yun declared as he stepped forward to grasp the hands of both participants. "Begin." With this command, Li Dao and the little giant exerted their strength in unison. In the next moment, Li Dao felt an overwhelming force surge through his wrist. In a mere instant, his hand was pressed down to the opposite side. Taking a deep breath, his muscles swelled, veins protruding, as the two hands became locked in a stalemate above the table. The little giant was unable to overpower Li Dao, who, in turn, could not mount a counterattack. The innate strength of the giant proved insurmountable, revealing a natural gift for power. Thus, the two remained locked in the struggle, neither able to best the other. The pressure generated from their stalemate began to transfer to the stone table, causing it to tremble under the strain. Observers noted cracks forming around the elbows of the two competitors. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the stone table shattered, prompting both participants to instinctively release their grip, leaving behind a scatter of debris. What do we do now? How should this be counted? Shinsan inquired of Wei Yun, urgency in his voice. Wei Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, the little giant spoke up, his gaze directed at Li Dao. You are quite formidable. I respect you. With that, he turned away and retreated to lean against the wall, lost in thought. Shinsan's spirits lifted at the giant's words, and he turned to Wei Yun. Surely this means we are all in agreement? Li Dao shook his head, stepping aside in silence. Wei Yun smiled slightly at Shinsan and remarked, Did I not mention from the outset that our purpose today was to invite you to assist us in the Weiwu camp? Why would I oppose that? Wait. Shinsan furrowed his brow. If you invited us, shouldn't you be the one convincing all five of us? Indeed, Wei Yun replied. So why has it devolved into us convincing ourselves? Who knows? Shinsan turned to Li Dao, a look of incredulity on his face. Brother, did you suspect this all along? Yes. In truth, Li Dao had surmised the situation as soon as Shinsan returned. The charade was merely the cunning leader manipulating the bumbling middle-aged man. Shinsan scratched his head, a hint of regret in his tone. Then why didn't you inform us? Li Dao gestured toward the eccentric individual beside them. Did you give me a chance to explain? At this, Shinsan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that he had been the one causing the confusion all along. Li Dao, however, was unconcerned by the matter. Since we are to collaborate, he naturally must assess the prowess of these teammates. The matter was clarified. Shinsan was not foolish and, after a brief contemplation, grasped the situation at hand. Addressing Wei Yun, he remarked, You truly are something else. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the five gathered together. Shinsan, the elder, and the little giant were relatively composed, sitting quietly. However, the small madman insisted on stirring up some commotion, ultimately subdued by a mere glance from Li Dao. Observing this scene, Wei Yun smiled slightly and said, As I mentioned earlier, I request your assistance in resolving 3 matters concerning the Weiwing. There are no life or death tasks involved. And upon completion, I shall restore your household registrations, granting you freedom. Are the conditions agreeable? Shinsan was about to affirm the terms when he suddenly recalled previous events and quickly covered his mouth, casting a cautious glance at Li Dao. I say, brother, is there no issue with this fellow's words? Li Dao shot a glance at Shinsan and replied slowly, No problem. Sighing, Wei Yun looked at Li Dao, unable to suppress his admiration. If only you weren't so astute. Had it not been for the presence of this individual, the terms proposed would likely not have been so straightforward. Curious, he inquired, 9527. Might you enlighten me on how you discerned that my threshold was 3 matters? I do not know, came Li Dao's reply. Then why did you say so? Wei impressed. Li Dao shrugged. Isn't this just the normal course of bargaining? Who could have predicted that I would propose 3 matters and you would readily acquiesce? Seeing the sincerity on Li Dao's face rendered Wei Yun momentarily speechless. Ha. It seems even you can be outwitted. Shinsan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Regaining his composure, Wei Yun took a deep breath and gazed at Li Dao. Are you deceiving me? Li Dao smiled gently. Please, Commander Wei, do not take offense. It was merely a jest. Wei Yun, far from being angered, displayed a satisfied smile, indicating that Lu Fuzhong had indeed made a wise choice. You are quite clever. You certainly fit the role of leader for the other 4. He produced a slender booklet from his pocket and handed it to Li Dao. What is this? Li Dao inquired. A registration book containing their individual profiles. Though yours is conspicuously absent, why is mine missing? You are unlike them. Your identity information has been entirely erased, and to the outside world, you are considered deceased. In contrast, their unique circumstances have led to their information being retained in the registry. At this point, Wei Yun furrowed his brow and continued, To be frank, with your capabilities, you should also be recorded, though it is stated that entering the death row will erase one's household registration. The unique nature of the situation ensures that certain information will inevitably remain. As for him, it was purely an accident. Had it not been for the system, he would likely have perished during his first mission on death row and would never have been included in this peculiar quintet. Picking up the register, Li Daoshan casually flipped to the first page, and the contents materialized before his eyes. Name, Shunsan. Gender, male. Age, 36. Crimes, theft, extortion, kidnapping, cultivation, 6th grade acquired. Details, proficient in lightness skill, concealed weapons, lock-picking, and mechanisms. Shunsan, ever the familiar face, leaned in to take a look and couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you made a mistake? I am a master thief. When have I ever engaged in kidnapping?" Wei Yin replied coolly, "During your last theft." "Did you not bind a child?" Shunsan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I never expected that child would show up. I merely tied him up to prevent him from making a fuss. Is that what you call kidnapping?" Wei Yin looked up with a smile and said, "Do you realize why a thief like you ended up in this death row?" Shunsan paused, astonished. Could it possibly be because of that child? Indeed. That child is the emperor's nephew. Otherwise, a common thief like you would hardly warrant the attention of the Jinhui. The mention of the emperor's nephew caused Shunsan's composure to crumble. Meanwhile, Li Dao chose to disregard their exchange. He understood why Wei Yin had entrusted this matter to him. Evidently, as he had stated, he was required to lead these 5 individuals. A glance at the remaining 4 left him with an inexplicable sense that this leadership role might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Chapter 12. The Quintet of Misfits: a bumbling giant, a cryptic old man, a little lunatic, and lastly, a simpleton. Is such a combination truly reliable? Li Dao shook his head, opening the ledger in his hands and flipping through the information of the remaining 3 individuals. Name: the little lunatic. Gender: male. Age: 17. Crimes: assaulting the Imperial Guards, resisting arrest. Cultivation: none. Details: remarkably swift, agile, possessing a robust physique, and sharp claws. Name: the old ghost. Gender: male. Age: 101. Crimes: trafficking counterfeit medicines, possession of deadly toxins, practicing medicine without a license. Cultivation: postnatal first rank. Details: proficient in medicinal arts, toxicology, and health preservation. Name: Suhu. Gender: male. Age: 12. Crimes: resisting arrest, murder. Cultivation: postnatal 9th rank. Details: innate strength beyond measure. Beyond this information, the ledger contains specific annotations regarding the trio. According to the remarks, the little lunatic was once an ordinary child, abducted by a practitioner of the dark arts and transformed into a goo child. His physique became permanently altered, and his mental state deteriorated due to the grotesque processes involved in his transformation. The reason for his confinement here was that when the malevolent individual who had harmed him was captured, he was released to combat the Imperial Guards, only for the assailant to be slain in the ensuing conflict. With the death of his captor, he fell into the hands of the authorities. Upon reading the notes about the old ghost, Li Dao was taken aback. The old ghost had originally been an ordinary disciple of the Medicine King Valley. After saving a life, he became obsessed with studying complex medical anomalies, leading him down a path of madness. There was also an explanation regarding his postnatal first-rank cultivation. The old ghost practiced a particularly challenging technique from the Medicine King Valley, which did not grant formidable power but primarily served to enhance one's physical health and prolong life. Thus, despite possessing postnatal first-rank capabilities, he lacked substantial combat prowess, relying solely on his toxicological skills. Moreover, he had a troubling habit of never using his poisons to kill, due to his eccentric nature and solitary lifestyle. Authorities grew concerned that he might one day unleash calamity through his toxic arts, particularly after offending a powerful figure during one of his healing endeavors, resulting in his imprisonment here. As for Su Hu, Li Dao scrutinized the name once more, glancing at the towering figure of Su Hu beside him. Could this boy truly be 12 years of age? Whose 12-year-old child stands at 2.5 meters tall? Yet, this information was sourced from the Imperial Guards, and such a glaring error seemed improbable. Given his physical stature, it was as if the heavens had bestowed upon him a great gift. According to the notes, Su Hu was an orphan, born with excessive size that tragically claimed his mother's life. In a fit of rage, his father abandoned him in the wilderness. Remarkably, Su Hu did not perish. Instead, he was raised by a mother tiger until adulthood. Bearing his father's surname, Su, he was aptly named Su Hu. Perhaps it was due to the consumption of tiger-s milk from a young age, combined with his extraordinary innate talent, that at the tender age of 12, he has attained such a physique. The reason he found himself captured here was the tragic fate of his adoptive mother, the tigress, who was slain by a band of hunters while traversing the wilderness. In a fit of rage, Su Hu avenged her by eliminating all the hunters. Upon discovery by the Jinhui, he was promptly apprehended. His cultivation was acknowledged because the Jinhui sensed a trace of true energy within him, thus deeming him a postnatal warrior. As for how he cultivated this true energy, that remains a mystery. After perusing the registration book in his hands, Li Dao felt that aside from Xin San, the remaining individuals were merely problematic youths. However, despite their issues, they were undeniably prodigies. The little madman, though transformed into a puppet child, exhibiting some erratic behavior, was fortunate enough to retain a degree of intelligence as evidenced by his fear of Li Dao. Furthermore, being a puppet child endowed him with extraordinary physical capabilities, making him remarkably swift. Even without any cultivation, Xin San, with his postnatal 6th grade skills, found it challenging to outpace him. If paired with commendable cultivation talent, his future achievements would be nothing short of remarkable. As for the old ghost, there is no need for elaboration. Having lived for over a century, he would be considered a centenarian in any previous life. It is said that the older one gets, the more cunning they become, despite his eccentricities. He undoubtedly possessed the most profound understanding among everyone present. Lastly, Suhu's potential is undeniable. He is truly a gift from the heavens. Had he been born into a more favorable circumstance, with such a physique at 12, he would have undoubtedly made for a perfect battlefield commander. If he had even a modicum of talent and cultivation, he would be a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield, especially with his exceptional abilities. For a moment, Li Dao found himself admiring Wei Yun for assembling such an extraordinary group. As Kigvara had asserted, he was not deceived. This prison was indeed teeming with talent. Regarding Xin San, Li Dao glanced at the simpleton, still lost in existential contemplation, and shook his head. This fellow seemed more like a mascot. No. Having him around did not bring good fortune. He could barely be considered an ornament. Enough, my rotund friend. Cease your brooding over why you were captured. Instead of fixating on that, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to escape this death row camp. The old ghost interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. Shun Sin snapped back to reality, casting a sorrowful glance at Wei Yun, resigning himself to his misfortune. Li Dao set down the registration book and inquired, "Is there a task at hand?" Wei Yun was momentarily taken aback. "You 5 have only just come together. Are you not going to hone your cooperation first?" Li Dao surveyed Xin San and the others, hesitating briefly before shaking his head. "It is unnecessary. Instead of sharpening our blades here, it would be more effective to proceed directly." "Very well," Wei Yun nodded. "I happen to have an urgent matter that requires your assistance." "What is it?" "The assassination of the 3rd prince of the Luoyun tribe." "Ah?" After a brief explanation from Wei Yun, Li Dao and the others grasped the nature of their mission. Although the northern barbarians were ostensibly a dynasty, their internal dynamics were intricate, resembling a tapestry woven from numerous large and small tribes intermingling. The relationships among tribes can be both harmonious and contentious. Currently, the primary adversary confronting the Great Qian Dynasty is a formidable tribe within the northern barbarian dynasty, the TMU tribe. Their aggression towards the Qian is partly motivated by the impending winter, as the TMU tribe seeks to plunder resources from the Great Qian Dynasty. Additionally, the TMU tribe shares a border with the Qian, leading to frequent skirmishes that have bred deep-seated animosities. The intent to assassinate the 3rd prince of the Luoyun tribe arises from intelligence indicating that the TMU tribe aims to forge an alliance with Luoyun to further their hostility towards the Qian. The 3rd prince of Luoyun is the designated negotiator for this collaboration. Due to the sudden nature of the situation, the Qian is unable to mobilize sufficient forces in time and must resort to selecting personnel from the border military camps. Furthermore, to prevent the Luoyun and TMU tribes from discovering that the Qian has dispatched individuals to carry out the assassination, personnel from the military camp are prohibited from taking action. Thus, the unique death row inmates from the execution camp have become the alternative candidates for the task. Changgu Town is in close proximity to the location traversed by the Luoyun 3rd prince, leading Wei Yun to receive this assignment. As Wei Yun and Xin San converse, Xin San chuckles, remarking, "I say, Commander Wei, this tribe is naturally your nemesis." Wei Yun, unfazed, turns his gaze towards Li Dao, inquiring, "What say you? Will you accept this mission?" Li Dao ponders the implications of refusal. "What if I decline?" He muses. "Nothing will happen. Given the abruptness of this mission, I cannot be held accountable for inaction. In fact, if I proceed, I might earn some merit." Wei Yun expresses his thoughts nonchalantly. Li Dao then casually asks, "Are you aware of the escorts accompanying the Luoyun 3rd prince?" "Indeed," Wei Yun nods, explaining, "since the Luoyun tribe also made a sudden decision to negotiate. They likely lack formidable protectors. Even if they do have some, they would not be of high caliber. However, I have learned that the entourage of the Luoyun 3rd prince comprises at least 300 individuals. Not many experts, yet a contingent of 300? Li Dao is taken aback. realizing that this is an opportunity that has presented itself for him. Eliminating a group of ordinary soldiers poses a lesser challenge than dispatching skilled warriors, with the potential for greater rewards. If all of this holds true, this mission appears exceptionally suited to him. Is there any difficulty? He contemplates. However, it is indeed challenging. 5 of you against 300 is quite daunting. Observing Li Dao's silence, Wei Yin mistakenly assumes he is contemplating withdrawal. Wait, we shall accept the mission, Li Dao suddenly declares. You have accepted? Wei Yin responds, surprised. Indeed, this is a contingent of 300, and there may be hidden experts among them. You are merely 5. Wei Yin expresses his confusion. He had intended to enlist Li Dao and his companions for assistance, but he had not anticipated sending them to their deaths. He had previously stated that he would not assign them to missions with no chance of survival. In his view, even if they succeeded in assassinating the Luoyan third prince, the likelihood of their return would be slim, potentially resulting in significant casualties. Li Dao, with a faint smile, replies, one must allow for the possibility of recuperating your investments. Mustn't one? Wei Yun. He was eager to express that this was not the proper method for recouping losses, yet given the prompt agreement from the other party, he found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of whether this matter would come to fruition, it bore no consequence for him. After all, they were all inmates of the death camp. Even if some possessed extraordinary abilities, they remained, ultimately, mere death row prisoners. Their existence was solely to generate surplus value for the Great Qian Dynasty, and should they fail to create such value, it would not alter anything else. Well then, are you not going to inquire about the opinions of the others? Wei Yun's gaze shifted towards the remaining 4 individuals. Indeed, he had appointed Li Dao as the leader among the 5, yet if the other 4 were unwilling to submit to his authority, there was little he could do. Is it necessary? Li Dao did not respond directly but turned to look at the 4. Su Hu muttered, I'll follow you. You make the call. The little madman, having already developed an aversion to Li Dao, naturally refrained from opposing him. Old Ghost chuckled heartily. Youth is often reckless, and I find it quite amusing. 300 individuals? I've had more than that number as trial subjects for my medicines in the past. This time, I shall indulge you all. Finally, only Shinsan remained. Shinsan was about to voice something, but upon noticing the gazes of the others fixed upon him, he could only mumble softly, if you 4 have no objections, what more can I say? Upon hearing this, Li Dao turned back to Wei Yun. They all consent. Wei Yun raised a thumb in approval, unable to resist declaring, you 5 truly complement each other. Since you all agree, I shall entrust this task to you. Should you require anything, feel free to voice it now. After the passage of a jaw stick's worth of time, Shinsan gazed happily at the equipment he had previously confiscated. Old Ghost clutched a multitude of jars and vials, muttering to himself in an enigmatic manner. The little madman and Su Hu, exhibiting a tacit understanding, huddled together, gorging themselves on an abundant array of food, evidently starved from their time in the death cell. What do you desire? Wei Yun inquired of the last remaining Li Dao. What do I desire? Li Dao pondered for a moment before responding. If you truly wish to grant me something, then a knife capable of slaughtering 300 men without dulling would suffice. Wei Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to undertake this task single-handedly? Li Dao shrugged. That is my intention, though I am uncertain if I can achieve it. You are quite the character. Wei Yun remarked, retrieving the knife from his waist and placing it before Li Dao. Forged from a century-old mysterious iron. I shall lend it to you for the time being. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. You're quite generous. Are you not concerned that should I fail the mission, the people of the Fallen Cloud tribe might seize this knife? Wei Yin smiled. Initially, I thought you were mad, but upon reflection, I surmised that someone as astute as you would not engage in ventures lacking assurance. Therefore, I wager that you will return. If I lose, it is merely a knife. Should you lose, however, it could cost you your life. Chapter 13. Discovered? Then eliminate them all. As Li Dao grasped the dark iron blade handed to him by Wei Yun, he immediately felt its substantial weight. Although it bore a striking resemblance to a standard-issue sword, it was a staggering 7 to 8 times heavier, making it a challenge for ordinary soldiers to even lift. With a swift motion of his right hand, Li Dao drew the blade from its sheath, revealing a glinting edge that shimmered with lethal sharpness. What a magnificent sword! In comparison to the ordinary blade he had previously wielded, this dark iron sword was perfectly suited to him, a tool crafted for slaughter. It harmonized seamlessly with the frenzied swordsmanship he had developed, igniting within him an irresistible urge to unleash its potential. Li Dao glanced up, inquiring about their departure. Wei Yin candidly replied that if they set out soon, Tonight would present the most opportune moment. What are you waiting for? Prepare the horses, he commanded. Outside Changgu town, the 5 men gathered with Wei Yun. Why must I escort this little madman? Shinsan asked, perched atop his horse, with the madman bound closely behind him. The madman squirmed and bared his teeth, producing a cacophony of feral sounds that sent shivers down Shinsan's spine. Wei Yun chuckled lightly. Because you are the most suitable choice. At this, Shinsan cast a glance at the other 4 men. It was evident that Li Dao, as the leader, was not to be approached by the madman, who feared him above all else. Meanwhile, Su sat atop a horse, his considerable weight seeming to engulf the poor creature. Seeing the horse struggle under his bulk stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Lastly, there was the old ghost, a man over a century old, who appeared as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. Could he withstand the madman's antics? After weighing his options, Shinsan oddly concluded that he was indeed the most fitting candidate for the task. Very well, let it be, he resigned, having grown accustomed to such predicaments. Wei Yun approached Li Dao's horse. I've marked the location for you. There is an 80% chance they will pass by there tonight. If you hasten your pace, you should be able to intercept the entourage of Prince Luo Yunsan. Understood. Then let us be off, Li Dao replied, turning to Shinsan and the others with a pat on the back as they prepared to depart. Meanwhile, on an ancient path at the northern frontier, a contingent of several hundred riders advanced steadily in a singular direction. At the forefront rode a young man on a striking crimson steed, adorned in resplendent attire. This individual was none other than Prince Luo Yunsan, who had come to negotiate with the Tianmu tribe. Beside him was a robust figure clad in armor, the prince's personal bodyguard. Prince, must we really rush? Are we not to inform the king? The bodyguard inquired, concern etched on his face. With a dismissive wave, Prince Luo Yunsan replied nonchalantly, there is no need to specially notify my father about such matters. I am fully capable of handling everything myself. We shall merely return to report to him once the negotiations are concluded. However, the Tamab tribe is situated near the border of Daqian. If Daqian becomes aware of our intention to ally with the Tamab tribe, it is highly likely they will send someone to target us. What is there to fear? Our Lulian tribe is also a large tribe. I do not believe Daqian would act against us without provocation. Yet, the captain of the guards was about to say something but was quickly interrupted. Enough with the hesitations, there is no time for doubts. We merely need to proceed to the Tamab tribe, negotiate the subsequent distribution of benefits, and return home to report. It is quite simple. The third prince of Luo Yun dismissed the captain's concerns entirely. At that moment, he could not help but stifle a yawn and turn to inquire, Captain Jean, what time is it now? Your Highness, it is half an hour until midnight. Is it that late already? Have the team halt in half an hour to set up camp. I require rest. Your Highness, I advise we continue our journey without stopping, heading directly to the Tamab tribe. But I am tired. Your Highness. Jin Sheng attempted to voice his objections again, only to be interrupted by the third prince raising his hand. Jin Sheng, I ask you, can you ensure my safety? Indeed. Jin Sheng replied without hesitation. As the captain of the third prince's guards, it is his duty to protect him. Should the prince perish, so too would he. And only if the prince survives can he continue to live. The third prince of Luo Yun smiled. Since you are so confident, what harm is there in my resting a while? Jin Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, as it would be foolish to contradict himself. Ultimately, he chose to bow his head in concession. Observing this, the third prince of Luo Yun smirked and promptly commanded, let us walk for another half hour. Then all shall camp and rest. Yes, Your Highness. Half an hour quickly passed. The entourage of the third prince of Luo Yun came to a timely halt and began to set up camp. One must commend the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Within a mere incense stick's burning time, the camp was ready. At this moment, not far from the Luo Yun prince's camp, 5 individuals gathered on a slope. Fatty, is this the infallible trap mechanism you spoke of? Li Dao asked as he gazed at the distant camp of their target, turning to look at Shinsan. Shinsan wore an innocent expression. I did not foresee they would stop to set up camp. Casting a glance at the Luo Yun prince's camp, which was less than 100 steps from his trap, he could not help but curse under his breath. Why did they stop? Why not take a few more steps forward? The old ghost beside him grumbled, you little fatty have wasted my precious poisons. While Li Dao found it difficult to rebuke Shinsan, he maintained a sense of respect for the elderly towards the old ghost. Wasted poisons? What nonsense, a centenarian elder, now impoverished and frail, could easily perish from a mere kick. With the traps rendered useless, the leader pondered, what now? We can't wait till dawn. The risk of discovery is too high. Ever since learning Li Dao was the leader, Shinsan had been addressing him as boss. Despite being older himself, his sole strategy was clinging to the strong. Not waiting till tomorrow, Li Dao declared, glancing at the darkening sky. We strike tonight. Night raid? Sun Sen hesitated. Boss, it's a force of 300. Who knows if there are experts among them? Is this reliable? What if we're caught? Caught. Li Dao replied coolly. Then we kill them all. No witnesses, no discovery. Sun Sen, are you even listening to yourself? Ultimately, the night raid was settled. The ghost would handle poisoning. Madman and Su Hu would create chaos if exposed, and Li Dao would command. As for Sun Sen, he was assigned the most critical task, assassinating the third prince of Luoyang. Naturally, he was chosen for his unmatched agility and lightness skills. But this was merely the surface. Li Dao's true aim was to harvest attributes from these 300 northern barbarian soldiers. Boss, if I get captured, you have to save me, Sun Sen pleaded nervously. His face grave upon learning his role. Li Dao patted his shoulder. Perseverance leads to victory. Time crept by. As midnight deepened, the Luoyang prince's camp grew silent. Save for the flickering embers of dying bonfires, Li Dao and his 4 companions edged closer, their movements deft and unnoticed. Ghost, administer the poison, Li Dao murmured. What kind? I have. The ghost began rummaging through his vials, only to be cut off. Any poison that keeps them unconscious. Understood. You want? Before the ghost could elaborate, Li Dao turned to Sun Sen. Once the poison is in, you move in for the kill. Boss, don't abandon me. Enough chatter. Li Dao's gaze shifted to Su Hu and Madman. Su Hu obeyed without question, while Madman, gagged tightly with gauze, thrashed until a single glare from Li Dao silenced him. Su Hu, keep Madman in check. No disruptions. Understood. Su Hu yanked Madman close. Perhaps due to their shared meal earlier, Madman resisted less than he did with Sun Sen. Though still uneasy. Half an hour later, the old ghost extracted the prepared poison, testing the night breeze with his hand before uncapping the vial. A faint yellow gas wafted gently in the direction of the camp. After a few moments, the old ghost nodded in satisfaction. It was nearly done. Although the concoction was hastily prepared, as long as no major disturbances occurred, these individuals would remain oblivious for quite some time. Li Dao nodded and turned his gaze toward Sun Sen, who, with a grimace, nodded and stealthily made his way into the camp under the cover of darkness. Surprisingly, despite his corpulent figure, Sun Sen displayed remarkable agility, employing his lightness skill to swiftly vanish into the camp. Seeing Sun Sen successfully depart, Li Dao contemplated allowing the 4 to escape after Sun Sen assassinated the third prince, planning to create a commotion himself before making his own exit. After all, the completion of the assassination mission was paramount, but accruing attributes from the northern barbarians was even more crucial. Although Wei Yun had claimed he would not exploit their efforts, Li Dao refused to wager his life on the integrity of others. Thus, he would seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. As time elapsed, Li Dao and the others waited in a concealed location beside the military camp. Suddenly, a series of voices erupted from within. Who are you? Where are the guards? An assassin. You dare to assassinate our third prince? Die. Upon hearing these cries, Li Dao quickly realized that Sun Sen had been compromised. Old ghost, did you not assure me that your poison was foolproof? It is indeed effective, he replied. Then why has the fat man stirred up such a ruckus? Perhaps he has attracted the attention of someone extraordinary. What do you mean? Li Dao inquired. The poison I just concocted is only effective against ordinary individuals. Before Li Dao could respond, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Instinctively, he raised his hand to strike. Wait, it's me. As Li Dao recognized Sun Sen, he inquired about the situation inside. I don't know. I had just approached the third prince's tent when I was discovered. If I hadn't fled swiftly, that fellow might have cleaved me in two, Sun Sen recounted, visibly shaken. And who discovered you? I have no idea. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the camp. You fools. The assassin is here, and you still sleep? Get up. This booming, rugged voice swiftly stirred the previously tranquil camp, rousing the slumbering soldiers. The group instinctively turned their gaze toward the old ghost. He shook his head vigorously. My poison is undoubtedly effective. Yet, abruptly raising his hand to test the air. His expression shifted alarmingly. This is bad. The wind has changed, and the poison hasn't dispersed. Li Dao shook his head, realizing that relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. He unsheathed his black iron blade, declaring, since this approach has failed, let us proceed with the alternative assassination method I previously mentioned. Sun Sen instinctively asked, what is this alternative method? Li Dao replied bluntly. It involves eliminating all who have witnessed us. Sun Sen? To speak honestly, this was indeed Li Dao's initial thought. Had it not been for the considerations of Shinsan and the others, he would have undoubtedly chosen to charge ahead without hesitation. Chapter 14. Frenzied Slaughter. Attribute surge, is there any issue? Li Dao glanced back at the group. Should they wish to retreat, he would not object. However, if they insisted on his departure, he would first engage in a bout of combat. After all, it would be unthinkable to leave without making his mark. Suhu remained silent, an untamed aura emanating from him. The little madman seemed to comprehend the situation as he tore away the cloth from his mouth and bared his teeth at the military camp. I have seen far worse. These are mere trifles. Despite the missteps, the old ghost exuded unwavering confidence. The last remaining member, Shinsan, noticed that the others were unperturbed and mustered the courage to assert, I have no issues either. Li Dao nodded in agreement. If there are no objections, then let us proceed. He unsheathed his black iron blade and turned to charge into the military encampment. Roar! Suhu let out a fierce cry, joining the fray. The little madman, perched on Suhu's shoulder, also shouted excitedly. The old ghost observed the impulsive youth rushing forth and shook his head. He retrieved various vials from his robe and poured their contents into a gourd, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he followed the others into the camp. Shinsan, gritting his teeth, decided to pursue as well. Should these individuals perish, his fate would not be any better. It was better to fight than to perish in vain. Who are you? The appearance of Li Dao soon caught the attention of the guards of the third prince of Luoyun, who immediately demanded answers. However, the only response they received was a flash of bladed steel. In an instant, 3 guards had their throats severed by the black iron blade. A familiar yet comforting notification echoed in Li Dao's ears. You have slain 1 enemy, gaining attributes 0. 18. You have slain 1 enemy, gaining attributes 0. 20. You have slain 1 enemy, gaining attributes 0. 21. Seeing such substantial rewards, a satisfied smile spread across Li Dao's face. The scene did not go unnoticed by the guards nearby. The enemy is here. We must attack. I have foes as well, but he is enormous. There's a mad in here. What is this? I'm in so much pain. Meanwhile, Suhu and his companions broke into the military camp from various directions, further escalating the chaos within. In the main tent of the Luoyun tribe, Jinxing inquired, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? The third prince of Luoyun rose from his bed, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Jinxing approached and knelt before him, reporting, Your Highness, there are enemies attempting to assassinate you, and the guards are engaged in battle outside. Assassinate me? The third prince was startled into full awareness, quickly questioning. Why would anyone wish to assassinate me? Jinxing's expression darkened, reflecting on how he had warned the prince previously, only to be met with resistance. Nonetheless, as the protector of the prince, he replied, Perhaps there are those who seek to disrupt your negotiations with the Tiamu tribe. Is it true that someone wishes to harm me? In a fit of anger, Prince Luoyun suddenly turned to Jinxing with a tense expression and asked, Surely the assassins won't truly breach our defenses? Upon hearing this, Jinxing stood up confidently and replied, Rest assured, Your Highness. I have observed that there are only 5 assassins that could never surpass the 300 guards standing before you, not to mention my presence. Prince Luoyun felt a slight easing of his anxiety, and a sudden curiosity sparked within him. May I go out and witness how these assassins meet their demise? Initially, Jinxing intended to refuse, but considering that allowing the prince to see the prowess of his guards might earn him greater trust, he unwittingly agreed. With me here. Your Highness can watch without worry. Then let us proceed, the prince requested. Within the military camp, Li Dao wielded his mysterious iron blade and executed the gale blade technique, effortlessly cutting through the guards who stood in his way. Wherever his blade passed, there was either dismembered limbs or a torrential downpour of blood. His keen insight allowed him to evade every assault aimed at him, rendering him virtually untouchable. As his attribute points continued to rise on the panel, he relished the thrill of the slaughter. Meanwhile, the others were also engaged in a massacre. Suhu, standing at 2 meters and 5 centimeters, resembled a human tank amidst the guards. He relied solely on his fists, not wielding any weapons, but no one could approach him. At the same time, the little madman truly unleashed her chaotic energy, utilizing her petite and agile movements to stealthily assault and eliminate guards. Occasionally, she would perch on Suhu's shoulder, baring her teeth and letting out a series of snarls, as if she were not killing but rather playing. Most peculiar was the display from Old Ghost. His previous unreliable antics had left others uncertain of his true capabilities. Yet now, he was seen carrying a gourd and spreading poison wherever the noxious fumes drifted. Guards inhaled them, resulting in their eyes turning crimson. Subsequently, these guards, seemingly afflicted by madness, began to indiscriminately bite at one another. This indeed corroborated Old Ghost's reputation. He had never killed anyone with poison. It appeared that while his poison did not directly kill, those affected would turn upon themselves. As for Shinsan, he perfectly embodied the essence of a support character, darting around aimlessly, seemingly unsure of his purpose. The main tent flap was lifted by Jin Xing, who warmly called out, "Your Highness, behold, your guards are valiantly defending your safety." In the next moment, a figure suddenly hurtled in from afar. "Prince, be cautious." Jin Xing reacted swiftly, delivering a kick toward the shadow. However, upon the figure's landing, he realized he had struck one of his own. "Kill!" A sudden chorus of roars erupted. Jin Xing turned to see a towering figure, wild and fierce, charging toward his position. It was none other than the unleashed Suhu, bare-chested, muscles rippling, adorned with numerous wounds. Due to the sheer ferocity of his physique, these injuries were merely superficial, causing him no more than light harm. His fists were drenched in crimson, smeared with flecks of blood. At this moment, Suhu resembled not a man, but a frenzied tiger. The little madman perched upon Suhu's shoulders shrieked incessantly, periodically lunging at the guards to rend flesh with claws and fangs. The third prince of Luoyun, having just emerged from his military tent, witnessed this ghastly spectacle. Coddled in luxury all his life, he had never beheld such savagery. A shudder racked his body, and warmth spread beneath his robes. "Jin Xing, stop them now." The prince stammered, pointing frantically at Suhu and the little madman. As a second-tier martial artist, Jin Xing immediately discerned the prince's predicament. Though loyal, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Glancing at the two assailants, he frowned. "Your Highness, I advise letting the guards contain them first. There are still 3 other assassins. It would be wiser for me to remain by your side." The prince cared not for reason. Humiliation burned through him. His only thought to obliterate the 2 who had exposed his shame. "I command you, as your prince, to kill them. But your Highness, your safety, let the other guards protect me. Go now. Yet, do you dare defy me?" The accusation silenced Jin Xing. He knew he had no choice. Defiance was a crime he could not bear. With a sharp order, he summoned a dozen guards. "Protect the prince." Without another word, Jin Xing charged toward Suhu and the little madman, eager to wash away his own humiliation with their blood and vent his fury. "Die." Jin Xing struck first, his fist hurtling toward Suhu with lethal force. Sensing his opponent's strength, Suhu roared and swung his own massive fist in retaliation. Boom. The collision of their blows sent shockwaves through the air, kicking up dust from the ground. Jin Xing's expression darkened at the raw power surging through his arm. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his inner energy. "Fall back." A sudden burst of force sent Suhu stumbling. A flicker of confusion crossed the brute's savage eyes, surprised, yet undeterred. Meanwhile, Jin Xing was stunned. His opponent had matched him without a trace of martial energy. Sheer brute strength alone had forced him to exert 80% of his power. What kind of monster is this? Suhu's lips twisted into a grotesque grin, as if thrilled by the challenge. "Kill." With a bellow, he barreled toward Jin Xing like a raging beast. Regaining his composure, Jin Xing unsheathed his blade. As he discerned that the adversary before him was not human, but rather a beast, akin to a ferocious tiger, he felt a peculiar sense of fearlessness. If a normal individual possessed such brute strength, one might exercise caution. Yet, in the presence of a beast, trepidation dissipated. After all, there exists an inherent disparity between man and beast. Li Dao wielded the Gale Blade technique with increasing proficiency, leaving a multitude of guards lifeless in his wake, the ground strewn with corpses. Ultimately, the remaining guards dared only to encircle him, none brave enough to advance, fearful of sharing the fate of their fallen comrades. Seizing this moment, he glanced at his status panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 9. 38. Available attributes, 8. 69. Though he had harbored suspicions, the actual figure of available attributes astonished him. It was nearing the value of his own physique. This implied that, following the allocation of points, his physique could nearly double. Such a revelation ignited an uncontrollable exhilaration within him, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. This display incited dread among the surrounding guards, who feared that this harbinger of death would soon unleash his wrath upon them. A few guards even began to retreat. Their apprehension stemmed from the toll of the prolonged skirmish. They had suffered the loss of 4 to 5 dozen comrades, a sixth of their total number, without managing to inflict even the slightest wound upon him. More alarming was the fact that, despite their exhausting maneuvers, he appeared utterly unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. He resembled a man, yet embodied the essence of a tireless monster. Facing such an enemy, hope was an elusive specter, leading them inevitably towards despair. Die. Suddenly, a thunderous shout resonated from afar, followed by a cacophony of commotion. Who was it? Li Dao instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The magnitude of the disturbance indicated that a formidable opponent had emerged. The unfamiliar shout suggested that one of the guards might possess extraordinary skill, implying that a hidden master was among them. With this thought, Li Dao surveyed the guards around him, flicked the blood from his dark iron blade, and strode towards the direction of the noise. Witnessing the scene, the guards blocking his path hastily scattered, terrified of becoming yet another casualty at the hands of this monstrous figure. Though Li Dao felt a pang of regret for the allies he had nearly claimed as prey, his heart had not hardened to the point of disregarding his comrades. Despite the temporary nature of their alliance and the eccentricities of his teammates as their leader, he bore the responsibility of ensuring their safe return, especially when he possessed the strength to confront the situation. Chapter 15. Li Dao's Rescue. A doubling of strength. What use is great power without true energy? Without it, one is but a mere beast. Jin Sheng wielded his blade, relentlessly striking at Su Hu, using the true energy within him to suppress the exceptionally gifted Su Hu. With each cut, he taunted, as if to prove something. The little madman clung to Su Hu's shoulder, witnessing the increasing wounds upon him, and suddenly, in a fit of rage, he lunged at Jin Sheng. You are nothing but a small beast. Jin Sheng swung his long knife, a 3-inch blade aura enveloping it, cleaving directly into the little madman. A piercing scream echoed as the little madman was sent flying. Humph! Upon witnessing this, a cold smile crept across Jin Sheng's lips. The captain is magnificent, cheered the guards around, who had suffered under Su Hu and the little madman. A surge of pride welled up within Jin Sheng. The third prince of Luoyun observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Suddenly, he twisted his waist, furrowing his brow, and instructed a nearby guard. Fetch me a pair of undergarments and a chair. Today, I wish to see how these assassins meet their demise. As the little madman was sent sprawling, Su Hu stood frozen, memories flooding his mind. He recalled his adoptive mother, a tiger lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by humans laughing, reminiscent of the present moment. He then saw a figure draping the flayed tiger skin over himself, laughing heartily. As the memories deepened, Su Hu's gaze reddened, and the wild aura around him intensified. Were one to peer into Su Hu's being at that moment, they would witness the chaotic surge of nameless true energy within him. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Su Hu, stirring up dust from the ground. This spectacle instantly captured Jin Sheng's attention. Is he breaking through? Yet, the events were far from over. As Su Hu stood resolute, another wave of power erupted, further intensifying his wild aura. Observers would note that his already imposing stature began to grow steadily. Thus, Su Hu's essence exploded 3 times in succession before gradually subsiding. At this juncture, the pride that once adorned Jin Sheng's face had vanished entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Moreover, he could not fathom why a person with true energy would refrain from utilizing it. Finally, Su Hu reached his limit. As his momentum peaked, he surged forward. A tremendous aura surged from Jin Sheng as a blade radiating dark light cleaved towards Su Hu. Undaunted, Su Hu retaliated with a powerful punch. In that fleeting moment, a phantom of a tiger's claw appeared atop his right fist. With a resounding crash, the blade and fist collided, producing a violent shockwave. As the dust settled, Su Hu stood firm against the strike. Observing this, Jin Sheng's eyes glinted with a colder light, and without hesitation, he raised his blade once more. The dominant 3 cuts. Second cut. Su Hu, resolute, chose to withstand the blow. After a series of clashes, he managed to endure yet again. However, as he braced against the strike, the wounds previously inflicted upon him suddenly erupted with a torrent of blood, gushing forth like a fountain. Witnessing this, Jin Sheng smirked mockingly. Believing that such a grievous wound accompanied by blade energy was not to be trifled with, the blood vessels beneath Su Hu's skin had been shattered by the blade's aura, and he would inevitably bleed to death. Glancing at the blade in his hand, Jin Sheng sneered, "You should be grateful. I shall deliver the final blow with my 3rd strike." With that, he swung his long knife. The dominant 3 cuts. Third cut. This strike bore an intensity surpassing the previous 2, aimed directly at Su Hu's face. Should this blow land, no amount of resilience would avail him. Yet, due to the excessive blood loss, even the robust Su Hu now found himself weakened, merely awaiting his demise. Die, Jin Sheng bellowed. Reveling in the imminent downfall of a prodigy beneath his blade, a sense of glee swelling within him. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside both Jin Sheng and Su Hu. In the next instant, Jin Sheng's vision blurred, and he realized Su Hu had vanished. With a thundering crash, his third strike met only air, leaving a long gash in the ground. Who? Jin Xing roared in fury, raising his gaze to find a young man standing not far away. This youth, armed with a sword at his waist, held a petite figure aloft in his left hand, the very assassin Jin Xing had recently dispatched with a single blow. His right hand supported Su Hu, clearly indicating that the three were allies. Hiss! Upon witnessing Su Hu's salvation, the little madman let out a weak cry from Li Dao's grasp. Although his words were still indistinct, there was a palpable hint of joy. All right. Take care of yourself first, Li Dao advised. The little madman had also sustained considerable injury. Fortunately, being a good child endowed him with resilience, or he might have perished on the spot. Hiss! Responding to Li Dao, the little madman weakly hissed, then mustered the strength to crawl onto Su Hu's shoulder, settling down in contentment. Seeing that the little madman was alive, the wildness in Su Hu's eyes diminished significantly, replaced by a simple, goofy smile. This scene surprised Li Dao. He had not anticipated the bond that had formed between Su Hu and the little madman. Witnessing the three interact with such camaraderie, Jin Xing felt a flush of humiliation wash over him. He immediately commanded the guards surrounding him. What are you all staring at? These three assassins have incapacitated 2 of your comrades. Hurry and eliminate them. A bounty of 100 gold coins awaited the capture of a single assassin's head. In Jin Xing's eyes, the 2 most formidable individuals among the trio had succumbed to their defenses, leaving the last one as an easy target. A reward of 100 gold coins? Upon hearing these words, the guards' eyes gleamed with anticipation, their greed stirred. It was no wonder they were so covetous. 100 gold coins represented an immense fortune. Even in the prosperous Qian, 1 gold coin equated to 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver was worth 100 won. The average income for a common person was approximately 21 per day, meaning 1 tael of silver constituted 5 days' wages, while 1 gold coin amounted to 500 days. Thus, 100 gold coins could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for a century. It is easy to fathom the allure that 100 gold coins held for an individual. Kill. At last, one of the guards could no longer restrain himself and charged at Li Dao and his companions with his blade drawn. Soon, the other guards followed suit, brandishing their weapons and encircling them. However, they failed to notice that a portion of the guards in the crowd remained motionless, cautiously retreating instead. As the guards closed in, Su Hu attempted to move, but quickly found his legs weakening. Leave it to me. If Li Dao were alone, he might have been able to fend off such a massive assault, but with Su Hu and the little madman by his side, it became somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, who could blame him for his extraordinary abilities? Li Dao summoned the system panel with a thought. Master, Li Dao Physique, 9. 38. Available attributes, 8. 69. System, allocate points. In the next moment, the system underwent a transformation. Master, Li Dao Physique, 18. 07. Transformable. Available attributes, 0. At this juncture, Li Dao noticed a new change appearing behind the physique section. Transformable? What could that mean? However, he had no time to ponder this as the surge of energy from his enhanced physique began to manifest. This time, the flow of heat was more rapid and abundant than before. In an instant, a crimson hue spread across his skin, and a formidable sense of power surged within him. Simultaneously, his mind felt refreshingly clear. In this state, he perceived his surroundings as though they were suspended in time. This head is mine. A guard swung his blade toward him. As Li Dao appeared the most human among them, he became the primary target of the guard's assault. To Li Dao, the guard's blade moved sluggishly through the air, so much so that he was beginning to lose patience. Swish. Li Dao delivered a powerful slap to the blade. With a crack, the sword shattered into a dozen pieces. Bolstered by Li Dao's strength, the shards flew like projectiles toward the surrounding guards. What is this? What is happening? Some guards were caught off guard, suffering severe injuries from the flying fragments. One unfortunate soul was struck in the eye by a shard, which penetrated as Su Hu and the little madman stood to the right of Li Dao. The guard's focus was solely on the 2 of them. The surge of heat within Li Dao surged rapidly, and just as swiftly dissipated. Soon, his physique was completely enhanced. How formidable is a body that surpasses an ordinary person's physical prowess by 18-fold? Li Dao seamlessly unleashed the full potential of this enhanced physique. With a swift motion, he pulled Su Hu and the little madman to his left and raised his leg against the guards on the right. As his foot struck down, the leading guard's eyes bulged, his body bending at an unnatural angle. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, and those behind him, while attempting to intercept, were also grievously injured by Li Dao's terrifying force, spitting blood as they were sent flying. This single kick felled dozens of guards. Following this enhancement, Li Dao's movements became even more agile. Imagine a strength greater than Su Hu's combined with a dexterity surpassing that of the little madman. The result was a terrifying amalgamation of power and grace. Amidst the chaos, Li Dao maintained a protective circle around Su Hu and the little madman, skillfully dispatching the surrounding guards. Yet, despite his prowess, no guard could approach the trio. Those who endured Li Dao's initial assault invariably met their demise, without exception. In a mere span of several exchanges, over 100 guards lay defeated around Li Dao, some gravely injured, others on the brink of death, and a few already lifeless. It is noteworthy that the third prince of Luoyun had originally brought just over 300 guards. Li Dao and his companions had already dispatched around 100 of them. This meant that half of the remaining 200 guards now lay incapacitated. When considering those too intimidated to engage Li Dao, it was evident that very few remained. This scene jolted Jin Xing, who was not far off, back to reality. Another monster, and one even more powerful than the previous two. He also noted that this beast fought solely with physical strength, eschewing any use of true energy, leaving him unable to fathom how a mere human could possess such a terrifying physique. Yet soon, his heart surged with excitement. The prospect of slaying someone with such innate talent filled him with an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. Clear the way, at Jin Xing's command. The guards seemed to hear the call of a savior, retreating from Li Dao without hesitation, as if even a moment's indecision would signify disrespect towards their captain. Jin Xing stepped forward, declaring, "Though I know not who sent you here, I must first extend my gratitude to those behind you. For any faction, losing talents such as yourselves must indeed be a painful blow. But you are mere inmates from a death row camp." He found little inclination to elaborate further, and instead cast his gaze toward the figure standing among the guards. There, amidst a dozen or so guards, stood a young man adorned in opulent attire. This must be the so-called third prince of Luoyun. While reaping the rewards of this encounter was his aim, eliminating the third prince was equally paramount. Upon realizing he was being targeted by the monster, the third prince could no longer afford to remain a mere spectator. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Captain Jin Xing, eliminate these 3 assassins immediately, at once." Yes, Jin Xing accepted the order without hesitation, for it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. "Today, you assassins shall all perish here." In an instant, Jin Xing struck, his long blade gleaming as it sliced toward Li Dao's face. Recognizing a formidable opponent, Li Dao paid due respect. Setting Su Hu and the other aside, he decisively drew the black iron sword at his waist. 3 supreme blades of domination, Tempest swordplay. In the blink of an eye, the radiant blade clashed against the raw, brute force of another. Bang! The next moment, a figure was sent flying backward. Midair. The figure twisted and landed steadily on the ground. How was this possible? Jin Xing stared at his trembling hand in shock. At the moment their blades collided, an overwhelming force surged from the opponent's weapon, forcing him to retreat just to disperse the impact. Even now, his hand still quivered from that terrifying power. He had already suspected the man possessed extraordinary physical prowess, but he had still underestimated him. This was no longer strength that a mere human body should wield. Chapter 16. Shinsan, and the old ghost, what manner of monster are you? Jin Xing gazed in astonishment at Li Dao, who, despite possessing a normal physique, exhibited extraordinary strength. A monster? Li Dao replied with a faint smile. If being a monster is the price of not being a waste, then I would gladly embrace it. Compared to his former self, who seemed like a mere waste, he would wholeheartedly welcome the title of a monster. Have you finished your assault? Now it is my turn. Li Dao seized the mysterious iron blade, and with a powerful push of his foot, he propelled himself towards Jin Xing like a cannonball. Whirlwind blade technique. He executed a swing of the blade, and although it lacked the visible energy slashes produced by true qi, the sheer force and velocity generated a fierce gust of wind, creating ripples in the air. Jin Xing's pupils constricted as he swiftly raised his blade to defend himself. With a resounding clang, he was once again sent flying by the overwhelming force. Li Dao did not relent. He pursued Jin Xing, relentlessly swinging the mysterious iron blade. The whirlwind blade technique resembled a true tempest, continually assailing Jin Xing from all directions. In this process, Li Dao's comprehension of the technique deepened, and his strikes became increasingly cunning. On the other side, Jin Xing felt the pressure mounting, as he faced not only the terrifying weight of the blade, but also the relentless onslaught of the blade's light from all sides. Meanwhile, Prince Luoyun, who had hoped to witness his bodyguard's grand display of prowess, instead observed Jin Xing retreating step by step. To a discerning eye, it was evident that Jin Xing was exhausting his efforts. "I cannot remain here. I must flee and seek assistance, Prince Luoyuan thought, his expression fraught with anxiety. Mumbling to himself, devoid of his earlier bravado, ultimately he made a decision. Do not linger. While the captain holds off these assassins, swiftly escort me away from this place. The bodyguards, regaining their wits, nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness. They too were reluctant to face such a formidable adversary and preferred to flee alongside the prince. As for their captain, Jin Xing, they could only wish him well. For they had always been the ones risking their lives while Jin Xing typically reaped the rewards without bearing much psychological burden. What is that delightful fragrance? Upon entering the military tent with his guards, Prince Luoyuan wrinkled his nose at the subtle, enchanting aroma wafting through the air. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he observed his guards collapsing one by one onto the ground. Poisoned. This single thought raced through his mind. Surely, this must be Prince Luoyuan, a voice echoed. And at that moment, he felt a chill at his neck, glancing down to find a dagger inexplicably poised at his throat. Turning to look, he saw a plump, middle-aged man, accompanied by an elderly figure emerging from the shadows. It was none other than Shinsan and the old ghost. Old ghost. This batch of poison is effective. Your previous concoctions were utterly lacking, Shinsan remarked, glancing at the fallen guards with a hint of disdain. Without hesitation, the old ghost retorted, this has nothing to do with my potion. It is merely a change in the wind's direction. Enough of our quarrel. If we delay any longer, the big fellow and the little madman may soon meet their demise, Shinsan urged. Shinsan delivered a swift kick to the third prince of Luoyuan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Go, summon your guards to bring my two companions here, he commanded. I won't bring them unless I'm dead. The glint of Shinsan's dagger sliced through the air, embedding itself mere inches from the prince's vital regions. I'll go. The startled prince, sensing the gravity of his predicament, hastily nodded in acquiescence. Outside the tent, the guards were preoccupied with the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, the tent flaps parted, revealing three figures emerging. Your Highness, there is an assassin. There is an assassin here. What? Where? The three quickly garnered the attention of the remaining guards. Yet, unbeknownst to them, despite their cries of alarm, not a single guard dared approach, seemingly terrified of encountering another monstrous assassin. After all, the previous three assassins had proven to be no trifles. Speak, Shinsan hissed, pressing the dagger close to the prince's ear. The prince, glancing at the guards, called out loudly, stop gawking. Hurry and bring over the two valiant warriors lying over there. Valiant warriors? Aren't they assassins? A mere glance at the prince's predicament made his words all too clear. What are you standing there for? Move. Under the prince's urging, one guard finally stirred. However, as he drew closer to Su Hu and Xiao Fengzi, a palpable aura emanating from them froze him in place, causing him to retreat in fright, fearful of a fatal encounter. Take action, the prince shouted once more. Yet, compared to his authority, the presence of Su Hu and his companion instilled far greater terror in the guards. Forget it, let us approach ourselves. These two won't recognize anyone. Understanding their nature, Shinsan supported the prince as they moved closer to Su Hu and his companion. Hiss. As they neared, Xiao Fengzi erupted with a fearsome roar, assuming an intimidating stance. It's me, not an enemy, Shinsan exclaimed urgently. Yet, his words only intensified Xiao Fengzi's menacing growls. Shinsan thought, what is happening? Fortunately, Xiao Fengzi's threats were merely a ruse. He soon lost interest, collapsing weakly against Su Hu's shoulder. Su Hu too appeared in a dire state. His skin turned a ghastly yellow from blood loss, his cheeks pale. Nevertheless, he maintained an aggressive posture, resembling a wounded tiger still ready to pounce. Observing the blood pooling around Su Hu and his injuries, Shinsan inquired, Old ghost, this giant is gravely wounded. Can he endure? The old ghost scoffed, my medical skills are unparalleled. With that, he produced an assortment of vials and jars from his robes. Seeing this, Shinsan's brows furrowed in confusion. Old ghost, you're not planning to go solo, are you? You used these same ingredients when concocting poison before. Casting a sidelong glance at Shinsan, the old ghost busied himself with his preparations, explaining, none of the potions I possess are toxic. This is also the culmination of my years of research. Although these concoctions are not poisons, once I have prepared them, they can evolve into hundreds of variations, each with distinct effects. Similarly, I can also transform these substances into conventional medicines. Ultimately, I must impart to you that my methods of healing far surpass those of poisoning. Poison serves merely as a means of self-preservation. Healing is the foundation of my existence. As he spoke, his hands moved with dexterity, and soon, several vials of medicine were prepared. The old man approached Su Hu and the little madman, disregarding the wild aura emanating from Su Hu, and directly administered the medicine. "Be careful," Shinsan exclaimed, startled by the scene, fearing that either Su Hu or the little madman might retaliate against the old man. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Hu and the little madman instantly lost their initial aggression in the presence of the old man. "Old man, what are you doing?" Shinsan asked, his face filled with surprise. It was known that aside from Li Dao, these two individuals were unyielding to anyone. The old man responded with an air of calm, stating, "I have cultivated the true Qi of eternal spring for nearly a century, which mimics the natural energies of the world. While it may be effective for ordinary folk, it has remarkable effects on these two." He produced a vial, uncapped it, and held it beneath Su Hu's nose. "Inhale." Su Hu nodded and took a breath. In an instant, his body flushed, and he appeared significantly revitalized. The same treatment was then administered to the little madman. The old man further explained, "This is the blood spirit mist, specifically designed to stabilize life for those with external injuries. Even if one's organs are severely damaged, it can sustain them for half an hour." He then retrieved another vial, pouring a viscous ointment onto the wounds of Su Hu. "This is the blood spirit ointment, a fortified version of the blood spirit mist. While it cannot revive the dead, it can mend shattered bones." After applying the ointment, Su Hu's bleeding wounds ceased instantly, and a visible layer of scab formed over the injuries, thickening as the medicine permeated. The old man also treated the little madman beside him. This scene left not only Shinsan in awe, but also astonished Prince Luoyun and the surrounding guards. The efficacy of such medicine stirred the hearts of all present. After all, whether traversing the martial world or facing the battlefield, the greatest fear lies in enduring wounds that refuse to heal. "You, my friend, have consumed quite a bit of my medicine this time." After tending to Su Hu, a hint of regret appeared on the old man's face. Contemplating, he glanced at the guards of Prince Luoyun and suddenly had an idea. Approaching the prince, he said, "Might I trouble you for another favor?" "What favor?" the prince inquired. "Quite simple." Shortly thereafter, Shinsan watched in bewilderment as the guards lined up before the old man to have their blood drawn. "Old man, what are you doing?" he asked. "Preparing medicine." "Did you think my concoction simply materialized out of thin air? Human blood can also serve as a component for medicine. Hee for me. Everything in nature can serve as medicine, a reflection of my benevolence. Otherwise." The old specter could not help but reveal a peculiar smile. Meanwhile, as the old specter and Shinsan were engaged in the act of saving lives and drawing blood, the confrontation between Li Dao and Jin Sheng persisted. Although Li Dao possessed an extraordinary physique, capable of overpowering Jin Sheng at every turn, Jin Sheng, being a martial artist of the second rank, still retained a measure of strength as long as his vital energy remained intact. "I shall block," facing Li Dao's relentless onslaught of sweeping blades. Jin Sheng tirelessly wielded his long sword in defense. Suddenly, he realized he seemed to be blocking nothing at all. Cautiously observing, he discovered that his opponent had inexplicably come to a halt. Jin Sheng was about to utter something when he suddenly saw Li Dao charge at him once more. In that moment, he comprehended the reason behind the cessation. It was an attempt to disrupt his rhythm. He had just adapted to the opponent's rapid strikes, and this abrupt pause left him disoriented. "Stop!" Jin Sheng shouted urgently. In response, Li Dao remained unfazed, continuing his relentless assault. Observing this, Jin Sheng quickly declared, "I shall not fight any longer. Allow me to leave. I will offer you the third prince of Luoyun. Will your third prince not be saddened by your actions? Even if he is saddened, I only wish to survive." At that moment, Jin Sheng completely overturned his loyalty, now solely fixated on the singular thought of preserving his life in the face of the obstinate prince, who would not heed reason. "What a pity. You have encountered me," Li Dao replied, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" Jin Sheng asked, bewildered. He perceived himself as an inconsequential figure, one whose demise would require unnecessary effort. "If you were to encounter someone else, perhaps you could survive, but not with me." After all, he believed that only through continual slaughter could he grow stronger. Having already expended so much time in this encounter, he felt compelled to eliminate his opponent to avoid personal loss. Jin Sheng's expression darkened, utterly unprepared for Li Dao's relentless pursuit. "This strike is for you." Suddenly, with a swift flick of his dark iron blade, Li Dao altered the rhythm of the battle. Unnamed strike. This blow was a culmination of insights gained through their continuous exchanges and reflections he had honed in his mind previously. It derived from the Gale Blade technique yet differed significantly, possessing only two qualities, swiftness and precision. Chapter 17. Return, Transformation, and Invulnerability with a Sudden Sound. The blade pierced flesh. Jin Xing had barely raised his longsword in an attempt to block when it was already too late, coughing up blood. He looked down in disbelief at the sword embedded in his throat, astonished that he, a martial artist of the second rank, had met his demise at the hands of a brute. Suddenly, Li Dao withdrew his sword, flinging the blood from his dark iron blade. The system's voice echoed in his ears as expected. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 154. It was truly commendable. Even a fraction of the attributes bestowed upon him exceeded the capabilities of an average person by 1.5 times. Had he not eliminated several guards initially, thereby accumulating additional attributes, he might have struggled against the captain of the guards before him. Jin Xing's death left the remaining guards in a state of panic, resembling headless flies, exchanging glances, utterly lost as to how to proceed. Flee. Moments later, this singular thought consumed their minds. However, how could Li Dao allow such prey to escape his grasp? With no mercy, he raised the dark iron sword and unleashed a slaughter upon the remaining guards. Even if these northern barbarians chose to surrender, he would show them no leniency. Though Li Dao had once been a mere debauched count in the imperial capital, he understood well the enmity between the Great Qian Dynasty and the northern tribes. In the realm of the northern barbarians, regardless of age or gender, resentment towards the subjects of the Great Qian was pervasive. Each year, countless lives were plundered by the northern tribes along the borders. And since nearly every northern barbarian was a soldier, the weight of this guilt fell upon each of them. Spare me. I have a wife, children, and elderly at home. I beg you, do not kill me. I surrender. At that moment, Li Dao's heart was as cold as the dark iron sword in his hand. After a brief incense stick's time, only a ground strewn with corpses remained. No living soul was left. Simultaneously, the attributes he had previously depleted were replenished significantly. Master, Li Dao Physique, 1807 Transformable. Available attributes, 463. Looking at the note next to the physique section, Li Dao attempted to allocate his points, only to discover that the available attributes did not increase his physique as usual. Instead, the previously appeared term transformable flickered momentarily. Did he need to complete this transformation first? However, transformation seemed far from simple. He could not undertake such a process here. He decided to postpone it until he returned. Closing the panel, Li Dao prepared to seek out Su Hu and the others. Having engaged in combat with Jin Xing some distance away, he was unaware of their situation. Nevertheless, he presumed they were likely fine. Although both Su Hu and the little madman had sustained serious injuries, with the captain of the guards drawn away, they should be able to protect themselves against the remaining guards. Old ghost, have you killed them all? Shinsan gazed at the last guard as he suddenly fell weak and lifeless, his expression one of astonishment. Old Gue, with a sense of satisfaction as he pocketed his recent gains, replied, I never take lives. I merely leave them a breath. It is their own lack of fortitude that leads to their demise. To him, anyone who did not die directly by his hand did not count as a casualty attributed to him. As for how they perished afterward, it was of no concern to him. After spending some time in his company, Shinsan had come to understand old Gue's nature and was no longer surprised. He kicked the fallen prince of the falling cloud to the ground and said, why not just finish him off, since we came here to kill him anyway? That one? Old Gue merely glanced at the prince and remarked, he is riddled with flaws, a veritable embodiment of poison. Though he may appear young, his body is utterly depleted from overindulgence. I have no interest in him. Handle it as you see fit. Very well. Shinsan looked at the fallen prince and declared, it's time to send you on your way. But rest assured, I do not take pleasure in tormenting others like old Gue. A swift cut from my little knife. And I guarantee your departure will be quick and painless. The prince of fallen cloud, feeling the weight of despair, wished to live rather than meet a swift end. As the dagger drew nearer, he dropped to his knees, pleading, spare me. I am the third prince of the northern barbarians' fallen cloud tribe. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. At this, Shunsen chuckled, dear prince, do you know us? And no, the prince stammered. If you do not know us, how can you expect your father to recognize us? If we kill you, no one will ever know it was us. The prince fell silent for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, listen to me. You do not appear to be officials, but rather men of the Jianghu martial arts world, correct? And if so? Shinsan replied, if you were officials, I would have no words to say in my defense. But if you are indeed men of the Jianghu, it stands to reason that someone has offered you certain terms to come and kill me. What are you getting at? Seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope, the prince hurriedly continued, what price did they offer you to kill me? I can offer double. No, 10 times the price. Just spare me, and I will pay you tenfold. What do you say? Just as Shinsan was about to respond, a voice rang out from nearby. Do you have 50 lives to offer us? Shinsan turned to see Li Dao approaching, his expression brightening. Boss? Has the master been slain? Indeed, Li Dao replied. Haha. I knew you could do it, boss. That guy had me in quite the bind. Shinsan could not suppress his laughter. Meanwhile, the Prince of Falling Cloud felt his heart sink at Li Dao's words. Earlier, he had clung to a glimmer of hope that Jin Xing might return to rescue him. But despair had now consumed him. Li Dao glanced at Su Hu and the little madman, noticing that both had nearly healed, and then looked at old Gui. Fully understanding who had dealt with the situation, he could not help but remark, Old Gui, your medical skills are far more reliable than your deadly arts. With a teasing smile, the old ghost displayed no embarrassment and candidly declared, my medical skills are inherently more reliable than my poison expertise. Li Dao nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards Prince Luoyang, the target of their mission. Shinsan confirmed with a nod. I am just about to deal with him. In an instant, the Xiantai dagger plunged into Prince Luoyang's chest. The prince looked down in disbelief at the blade embedded in him, astonished that he had yet to negotiate further terms before meeting his untimely end. Yet, it was too late. He could feel the fleeting essence of his life. Moments later, a notification echoed in the air. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained, 006. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, perplexed as he glanced at the lifeless form of Prince Luoyang. Just how inept could this fellow be to yield such a meager attribute? Even inferior to his initial constitution? Nevertheless, he mused, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It was improbable that he would return any attributes. Meanwhile, Shinsan, having regained his composure, was momentarily stunned. Is he really dead? Li Dao retorted, what, do you intend to keep him alive for the festivities? Shinsan remained silent for a moment before abruptly kneeling beside the prince's corpse, rummaging through his garments. What are you doing? Li Dao exclaimed, startled by Shinsan's actions. The man appeared sufficiently lecherous. Could he be a secret homosexual? Without turning his head, Shinsan chuckled mischievously. One mustn't waste the spoils of murder. After a brief search, he extracted a string of beads from the prince's person and inquired, Boss, these beads are quite exquisite. Do you want them? Realizing Shinsan was indulging in his old habits, Li Dao replied, you may keep them for yourself. Shinsan, undeterred, promptly tucked the beads into his clothing and continued his search. Li Dao glanced at the old ghost and the others, stating, let us rest for a while. We shall return to Changgu town in half an hour. With that, he found a clean patch of ground and seated himself to recuperate. Having taken so many lives, it would be false to claim he bore no psychological burden. After all, he was not a born killer. Thus, he sought to calm his emotions and prevent himself from becoming a true assassin. Half an hour swiftly passed. As dawn approached, Li Dao led his companions back to Changgu town. In the main military tent of Changgu town, Wei Yin stared in astonishment at the 5 individuals before him. Have you annihilated the entire contingent of Prince Luoyang? He had merely instructed them to devise a means to assassinate the prince, not to engage in wholesale slaughter. At this, Shinsan grew animated, exclaiming, this was all the boss is doing. He single-handedly eliminated nearly 100 guards and even dispatched the second-grade captain. The rest of us were merely there for support. Hearing this, the old ghost curled his lip in disdain, pondering who truly was the most superfluous. However, some matters were too trivial for him to address at his age. Oh, Wei Yun exclaimed, astonished, as he turned his gaze toward Li Dao. You managed to eliminate a second-grade master? Li Dao nonchalantly replied, perhaps it was due to his incompetence. While speaking, he glanced at old ghost beside him, after all. This fellow was a first-rank Hotian warrior. Old ghost? Wei Yun replied, even if it's just a fluke, your performance was already quite impressive. Among Hotian warriors, being able to single-handedly defeat 100 armored soldiers marks you as a formidable fighter. Though the guards you faced weren't elite troops, they were still skilled enough to serve as protectors. There's no need for modesty. Li Dao shrugged and said no more. In his view, the lower his profile, the better. Seeing Li Dao's reluctance to elaborate, Wei Yin didn't press further to avoid awkwardness. Instead, he said, after a night of turmoil, the 5 of you must be exhausted. Go and rest. Shinsan interjected, Commander Wei, don't tell me rest means sending us back to the death row cells? Of course not. You've rendered me a great service. Each of you will have your own private tent. A satisfied smile crossed Shinsan's face. That is more like it. The 5 exited the main tent and were soon led by a soldier to 5 adjacent tents. Shinsan and the other 3 instinctively looked toward Li Dao. Choose any. Rest well, we still have 2 more tasks ahead. With that, Li Dao entered the central tent. The remaining four exchanged glances before selecting their own tents. Inside, Li Dao saw a simple cot and a table laden with food. He ignored the provisions, instead sitting cross-legged on the bed. Silently, he summoned. Status panel. Master, Li Dao physique, 1807 evolvable. Available attributes, 463. His gaze lingered on the words evolvable. After only a brief hesitation, he willed the transformation. In the next instant, his entire body shuddered. An indescribable tearing sensation surged from within, not merely flesh and muscle, but as if every cell in his body was being ripped apart. Words failed to capture the agony. Simultaneously, knowledge about the physique evolution flooded his mind. According to this understanding, when one's physique reached a certain threshold, it would hit a limit. To surpass it, one had to elevate their body's latent potential. For cultivators, upon reaching such limits, they could rely on qi to break through, undergoing a rebirth akin to ascending a major realm. But Li Dao was different. Without qi, he had no such aid. His only path was to force his physique past its limits through sheer endurance. For most, this would be nearly impossible. But with his system, breaking through was simple, just allocate points. The only requirement was enduring the excruciating pain of the process. If he couldn't withstand even this, then he had no right to wield such power. Yet this brutal method of evolution held unique advantages. Each breakthrough would trigger a specialized transformation in one of his bodily functions, granting him unforeseen benefits. Understanding the nature of metamorphosis, Li Dao clenched his teeth and endured in silence. The system was his secret, and he had no intention of revealing his anomaly to others. Yet, the excruciating pain intensified, gradually numbing his entire being. Time crawled by. After what felt like an eternity, the agony began to recede. Simultaneously, he noticed peculiar changes manifesting in his body, as if the transformation had commenced. Is this my skin? Li Dao's acute senses detected the alterations occurring in his dermal layer. At this moment, his skin seemed to undergo a profound reconstruction, evolving in ways he couldn't yet comprehend. Regardless of the nature of these changes, he surmised they would ultimately benefit him. Had an observer been present, they would have witnessed Li Dao's skin gradually darkening. After a dozen minutes, the torment within him dissipated entirely, signaling the completion of his metamorphosis. What is this? Lowering his gaze, Li Dao discovered his skin had turned a deep obsidian hue. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a layer of dead skin, beneath which lay his true epidermis. He reached out, peeling away the brittle outer layer. Beneath the shed skin, his true complexion was revealed, fairer than before, though not unnaturally so, exuding a healthy radiance. But that wasn't what captivated his attention. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that while his skin retained its suppleness, its texture had subtly transformed. Resilience. Yes, his skin had become far more resilient than before. Methodically, Li Dao stripped away the dead skin covering his entire body, confirming that every inch bore the same enhanced quality. Status panel. Master, Li Dao physique, 1807. Available attributes, 463. As expected, the metamorphosis was complete. The bracketed text had vanished, though the specifics of his transformation remained unspecified. Should I allocate the points now? With a mere thought, the panel updated. Master, Li Dao physique, 2270. Available attributes, 0. No unexpected changes. Contrary to his assumption that attribute allocation might require exponential investment beyond a certain threshold, the system remained consistent. Each point directly enhanced his capabilities. The familiar surge of warmth coursed through his veins, refining his physique and mind. Yet, this time, alongside the strengthening of his body, his skin exhibited an unprecedented transformation. This must be the special metamorphosis the system had mentioned, though he hadn't anticipated it manifesting in his dermal layer. Has it become even more durable? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Li Dao's mind. Rising swiftly, he retrieved the Qian iron blade resting by his bedside. Without hesitation, he drew the razor-sharp edge across his left forearm. Previously, even with a physique 20 times that of an ordinary man, the blade's keenness would have effortlessly sliced through his flesh. But now, due to his knowledge from a previous life regarding a scientific explanation of human strength, he understood that the variations in an individual's physical strength bear little relation to their capacity to withstand external forces. In essence, while a person may possess robust physicality and resilience, it is primarily the muscular buffering that enables them to endure a certain degree of external impact. Injuries will still occur when circumstances dictate. Scientific calculations have indicated that an ordinary individual would require a body strength at least 10,000 times greater than that of an average person to disregard the impact of a bullet. Thus, it is evident that unless physical strength reaches an extraordinarily formidable level, one remains susceptible to injury under external forces. Subsequently, he embarked on an experiment to assess the alterations in his skin. As the Qian iron blade descended, he felt no sensation akin to the typical cutting of flesh. Rather, it resembled the experience of slicing through resilient leather with a blunt instrument, the blade failing to penetrate. Upon inspecting the blade, he noted that his skin bore no white marks, merely a faint red impression, which vanished in a mere breath, thanks to his enhanced recovery abilities. Indeed, this transformation in his physicality had markedly augmented the strength and resilience of his skin. Had this occurred prior to his metamorphosis, such a cut would undoubtedly have drawn blood, potentially injuring the underlying muscle. Next, Li Dao began to test the maximum force his skin could endure, with the Qian iron blade as the benchmark. A force twice that of an average person proved ineffective. A quintuple increase left a fleeting white mark on the skin, which faded almost instantaneously. A tenfold increase managed to inflict a superficial scratch, however, with his recovery capability being 20 times that of an ordinary person. Such a wound would scab over and heal in no time. Ultimately, it was only when Li Dao exerted his full strength against his arm with the Qian iron blade that he succeeded in penetrating the muscle. Yet it was firmly ensnared by his dense musculature. It is noteworthy that all of this was predicated on the use of the Qian iron blade, with an ordinary knife. It is likely that even the blade would break without inflicting harm. Given his current skin strength, one could aptly declare him impervious to blades and firearms. This, however, was merely an initial exploration of the capabilities of his skin in relation to sharp instruments. Li Dao was convinced that his metamorphosed skin possessed even more extraordinary attributes. Most crucially, he realized that the resistance of his skin to external forces would continue to enhance in tandem with the fortification of his physical strength. Thus, Li Dao pondered a profound question. What if he were to develop appendicitis in the future? This contemplation was, of course, a mere fleeting thought. With a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person, his resistance to viruses and bacteria was equally elevated, rendering it improbable for anything to provoke inflammation. Moreover, even in the unlikely event of inflammation occurring, his immune system would expedite the healing process, eliminating the necessity for invasive surgical intervention. Chapter 18. The second mission. Upon realizing the changes within himself, Li Dao reflected with a hint of astonishment that he had acquired a modicum of self-preservation power. The transformation of his skin had significantly enhanced his ability to survive, making the journey ahead considerably more manageable. After meticulously shedding the remnants of his old skin and donning his attire, Li Dao sat at the table and began to eat heartily. Once satiated, he stretched his back and reclined onto his bed, surrendering himself to slumber. Time flew by with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, after Li Dao and his companions successfully assassinated the third prince of Luoyun, Wei Yun had not sought them out again. They had attempted to locate Wei Yun. Yet their efforts proved fruitless, leaving them to bide their time. Fortunately, their circumstances were far more comfortable than those of prisoners on death row, as they were able to enjoy ample sustenance each day. At last, on the afternoon of the third day, Wei Yun took the initiative to summon the 5 of them for a meeting. That day, within the main military tent, Wei Yun sat at the head of the table. Raising his goblet in salute to Li Dao and his companions, he began by expressing his gratitude. Acknowledging that the demise of the third prince of Luoyun had temporarily thwarted negotiations between the northern barbarians Tianmu tribe and the Luoyun tribe, alleviating some of the pressure in the border regions. With that, he drained his cup in one swift motion. At the banquet table, Shinsan downed a cup of liquor and spoke candidly, questioning the practicality of mere pleasantries, suggesting that it would be far more beneficial for them to receive tangible rewards, such as securing household registrations and freedom for the 5 of them. Wei Yun's lips twitched slightly. He had underestimated Shinsan's audacity. The latter's words were merely a formality, yet he had taken them to heart. Disregarding Shinsan's foolish remarks, Wei Yun turned his gaze toward Li Dao. He acknowledged that while he could not offer any substantial benefits, he could enable them to complete 3 tasks ahead of schedule. The purpose of today's gathering was to inform them of the second mission they needed to undertake. Upon hearing this, Shinsan could not help but mutter, questioning whether this could indeed be considered a benefit. Ignoring Shinsan's blunder, Li Dao set down his goblet and directly inquired about the specifics of their second task. For him, having a mission was a favorable development. The sooner they accomplished it, the sooner they could shed the stigma of being death row inmates. Wei Yun responded directly, stating that although they had temporarily severed the connection between the Tianmu tribe and the Luoyun tribe, the TMU tribe had not ceased its activities. According to intelligence gathered by their frontline scouts, the TMU tribe had not only been negotiating with the Luoyuan tribe, but had also commissioned 100,000 arrows from the northern barbarian fire tribe. It was highly likely that these arrows were intended to be used against the Deqian army. Upon hearing this, Shinsan's expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting, Wei, that our mission is to intercept these 100,000 arrows? Wei Yun shook his head. Of course not. Shinsan let out a sigh of relief. That is more like it. But Wei Yun continued. Our task is not to intercept these 100,000 arrows, but rather to find a means to destroy them. Shinsan immediately slammed the table and stood up, addressing Wei, do not mistake us for fools. The significance of 100,000 arrows is far beyond what the useless Prince Luoyun can comprehend. The individuals tasked with escorting these arrows will undoubtedly be numerous and skilled. Your intention here is merely to send us to our doom. Despite Shinsan's demeanor, Wei Yun remained unperturbed, for he deemed it unworthy to engage with a simpleton. He turned to Li Dao and inquired, 9527, what are your thoughts on my statement? Li Dao set down his wine cup and replied softly. This task is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. If Commander Wei does not wish to lose our trust, there must be additional matters you have yet to disclose. Wei Yun could not help but applaud, exclaiming, I underestimated your cleverness. You were correct. This endeavor is somewhat challenging. Thus, he glanced back at Shinsan and continued, this time, not only will the 5 of you go, but I will also accompany you with a contingent from the Wei Wu camp. Shinsan grimaced, realizing he had little to argue against, especially since the principal was joining the mission. To suggest they were merely going to their demise would implicate himself as well. Upon hearing that Wei Yun would accompany them, Li Dao focused intently and asked, is it truly that complicated? Wei Yun nodded. Indeed, it poses some difficulties. I have received word that among those escorting the shipment is a practitioner of innate martial arts. Innate martial artist. The others were momentarily taken aback. Through recent discussions with Old Ghost and others, Li Dao had gained some understanding of the hierarchical structure of martial cultivation. This world categorizes practitioners into acquired martial artists, innate martial artists, master martial artists, and grandmaster martial artists. The grandmaster is a national treasure, rarely intervening. The master martial artist is the most formidable figure in the public eye, albeit quite rare, representing the upper echelon of the entire dynasty. Conversely, the innate martial artist is the mainstream force within the martial world, and when people speak of a certain expert, they often refer to someone of this caliber. From Li Dao's perspective, ordinary individuals equate to minor adversaries. Acquired martial artists represent elite foes, while innate martial artists are akin to boss-level entities. Despite the minor distinction in nomenclature between acquired and innate, the disparity in strength is at least tenfold. The last opponent he faced, Jin Xing, was merely an acquired second tier, not even reaching first tier. Innate martial artist? Surely you jest. Who could contend with such a being? Shinsan's unease was palpable, as he understood the prowess of innate martial artists. Wei Yun reassured them, rest assured, you will not need to engage with that innate martial artist. I will handle him myself. Excuse me? Shinsan was astonished. You are innate? Wei Yun smiled lightly. Why not? Shinsan was momentarily speechless, realizing he had been disputing with a formidable figure of innate caliber all along, and he felt a strange sense of admiration for himself. What is your decision? Will you accept this mission? Wei Yun turned his gaze toward Li Dao. Will we accept? Li Dao turned his head and met Wei Yun's gaze directly, speaking up. We'd prefer not to take this on, but would you agree? No? Then why waste your breath? Wei Yun. Fine. He brought this upon himself. 2 days later, outside Changgu town, Li Dao and his 4 companions gathered on horseback, just as before. But unlike last time, they were now surrounded by many others. 9527, long time no see. A familiar voice greeted Li Dao as a figure approached. Captain Lu. Li Dao turned to see none other than Captain Lu, with whom he had shared many dealings in the past. Captain Lu stepped forward, glancing at Li Dao and the 4 beside him. If you complete this mission, you should be close to leaving the Death Row Battalion, shouldn't you? 2 more missions left. Li Dao saw no reason to hide it from Captain Lu. He likely already knew. TSK. Captain Lu couldn't help but sigh. Seems like you've got this in the bag. Li Dao shrugged. Who knows until the very end. He was ready to make any guarantees, not until true freedom was within his grasp. After exchanging a few more words, Captain Lu departed. As a centurion, second only to Wei Yun and a few others, he had his own unit to lead. Before long, Wei Yun rode forward. With his command, the troops set out beyond Changgu. Since this was an advance maneuver, the valiant battalion, under Wei Yun's leadership, arrived early at the ambush point, a junction between the Blaze tribe and the TMU tribe. The area was a barren plain with only one passable route, making it the inevitable path for the TMU tribe as supply convoy. And so Wei Yun positioned his men in ambush along the road. Just as Li Dao found his hiding spot, Captain Lu and his soldiers appeared nearby. Perplexed, Li Dao asked, "Captain Lu, what are you?" Captain Lu waved a hand. "Don't mind us. We just figured it'd be safer to stick with you." Li Dao had no words for that, but he let them be. Shinsan and the others shared the same idea, quietly positioning themselves near Li Dao as well. Time crept by. A full night passed. Yet the TMU convoy remained absent from the lone road. Under the scorching sun, sweat pouring down his face, Shinsan grumbled. "Did that bastard Wei Yun get the date wrong? Where are they? Are we just supposed to wait here forever?" The soldiers around Captain Lu shot him sharp glares for the disrespectful address. But if Shinsan cared about their opinions, he wouldn't be Shinsan. What? Can a death row inmate speak his mind? Quiet. Li Dao cut in suddenly. Movement. At once, Shinsan fell silent. The others rose slightly, scanning the horizon. Indeed. Gazing into the distance, a convoy came rushing towards them. The flags of the convoy were unmistakably those of the Tama tribe, indicating it was the escort for the 100,000 arrows. Captain Lu slightly rose to peer into the distance, his brows furrowing slightly. The number of personnel in this convoy appeared rather substantial, at least 1,000 strong. 1,000 individuals were sufficient to instigate a minor war. Li Dao cast a glance and suddenly noticed two distinct tribal flags among the convoy, prompting him to speak. The individuals here are likely not only from the Tama tribe, but also from the Lihu tribe, which explains the apparent size of the group. The Lihu tribe? After pondering for a moment, Captain Lu swiftly deduced the reason. The recent incident involving the Lu Yuan tribe had heightened the vigilance of the Tama tribe, compelling them to borrow some personnel from the Lihu tribe to escort this batch of supplies. Upon hearing of the change in the enemy's numbers, the expressions of those nearby turned grim. This mission was already fraught with challenges, and now, with this unforeseen complication, the situation had become even more arduous. Observing that Wei Yun had not made a move, Li Dao concluded that the mission would proceed, fortuitously continuing the ambush aligned with his own intentions. After all, as long as there were no exceptionally formidable foes, the more ordinary individuals or slightly weaker postnatal warriors that arrived, the better it would be for him. Especially after his skin had undergone a transformation, the tactic of overwhelming numbers had nearly lost its efficacy against him. Most individuals could not even break through his skin, rendering them utterly harmless. And those who posed no threat to him were, in his eyes, mere lambs awaiting slaughter, coupled with his extraordinary stamina and recuperative abilities. He felt that given time, he alone could vanquish this 1,000-strong convoy. As time passed, the combined forces of the Tamu and Lihu tribes drew ever closer to their ambush position. Finally, shortly thereafter, the enemy convoy entered their ambush range. At that moment, a signal horn echoed across the plains. Upon hearing it, Captain Lu decisively commanded, "All rise and unleash your arrows." Instantly, 200 archers appeared on the slopes flanking the convoy, and the first wave of arrows surged forth towards the convoy. Simultaneously, the members of the Tamu and Lihu tribes below became aware of their ambush. They hurriedly shouted for their comrades to be on guard. Yet, it was still somewhat too late. As the first volley of arrows descended, many of the escorting personnel fell beneath the rain of arrows. Before they could react, under Wei Yun's command, the second wave of arrows once again rained down upon the convoy below. "You shall pay for this." At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the midst of the convoy. In the next heartbeat, a figure leapt from the ranks of the Tama tribe, with arms flailing in the air. A portion of the arrows was seemingly deflected by an invisible force due to his movements, causing them to land harmlessly in the empty ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Dao murmured to himself, "Chi projection, a congenital warrior. This individual must be the innate warrior concealed within the ranks of the Tamu tribe." At this moment, Wei Yun also noticed the sudden emergence of a shadowy figure. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Frontline, charge forward, rear guard, provide cover, simply neutralize the arrows." With that, he seized the long blade at his waist and rushed towards the innate martial artist who had shielded against the rain of arrows. Half of his soldiers dove towards the convoy, while the other half continued to unleash arrows, all in an effort to protect their comrades. Meanwhile, Li Dao, witnessing this scene, acted without a moment's pause, grasping his black iron knife and joining the foremost ranks in their charge westward. After all, an early assault promised greater rewards. Upon seeing this, Captain Lu promptly issued a command. "All personnel, charge alongside 9,527. His strategy hinged on a shared belief in following the cause. Similarly, Su Hu and his companions, observing Li Dao's movement, did not hesitate and swiftly joined the fray. Mere moments ago, tranquility reigned. Now, the two factions were engulfed in a fierce clash. Chapter 19 Unexpectedly. Half-step innate warrior upon entering the chaotic convoy, Li Dao, while harvesting attributes, did not forget his current mission. Approaching a horse-drawn carriage, he swiftly dispatched several guards with a single stroke of his blade. Eliminated one enemy, gained attribute, 0, 21. Eliminated one enemy, gained attribute, 0, 20. Eliminated one enemy, gained attribute, 0, 23. Ignoring the system's notifications, he lifted the lid of a box at the back of the carriage, revealing a neatly arranged collection of arrows, exuding a faint aroma of freshly cut wood, clearly newly crafted. There, Li Dao spotted Captain Lu leading his men and waved to them. Upon hearing his call, Captain Lu quickly approached, also noticing the fresh arrows. "You destroy the arrows while I provide cover," Li Dao stated directly. "Agreed," Captain Lu nodded, promptly instructing his subordinates to prepare. However, upon seeing someone attempt to intercept the arrows, the people from the TMU tribe rushed over to obstruct them. Without hesitation, Li Dao drew his blade and confronted these interlopers. In just a few breaths, those who came to assist were swiftly felled, their attributes absorbed into Li Dao's panel. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the TMU tribe. The newcomer was robust, wielding a pair of battle axes, his bare torso glistening as he charged forth, easily overpowering the surrounding soldiers of the Great Qian. It seemed he had singled out Li Dao as the mightiest among the Great Qian soldiers, and he raised his axes, bellowing, "You rascal, cease your arrogance." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swung his dual axes directly at Li Dao's face. "Be careful, 9527. Captain Lu shouted, alarmed by the ferocity of the incoming assailant, fearing he might not be a match for such an opponent. Li Dao had initially thought that such a large convoy could not be guarded by only one innate warrior, expecting to encounter others among the ranks. Just as he pondered this, one emerged before him. Faced with the incoming dual axes, Li Dao exhibited no sign of fear, raising his blade to meet the attack. The burly man, taken aback by Li Dao's audacity to block his dual axes with one hand, felt both underestimated and a flicker of disdain. "Arrogance will be your downfall. Prepare to die." With a tremendous force, the dual axes descended upon Li Dao's mystic iron blade. With a resounding clash, the two weapons collided. Astonishingly, Li Dao was able to withstand the assault of the 2-meter-tall man wielding the axes with merely one hand and one blade. This spectacle left Captain Lu utterly stunned. He recalled that not long ago, Li Dao could barely contend with a 5th-tier warrior from the northern barbarians. How could such rapid progress be possible? Especially since he discerned that Li Dao had not employed any true energy, relying solely on sheer brute strength. How was this possible? The burly man gazed in disbelief as his dual-bladed axe was effortlessly blocked by a youth who stood 2 heads shorter than him. Observing the formidable figure, Li Dao remarked with a subtle smile, "Your precision is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired." The burly man was about to retort when he suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from the axe. With a single hand, Li Dao executed a swift motion, causing the man to lose his grip, and the axe was sent soaring into the air. Nameless slash. With a swift upward thrust of his mysterious iron blade, Li Dao pierced the man's throat. 1 enemy slain, attribute gained, 108. In the next heartbeat, the burly man collapsed to the ground, regaining his composure. Lu Fuzhong couldn't help but give Li Dao a thumbs up. Li Dao nodded and redirected his focus towards the remaining adversaries. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic melee of the main forces, Wei Yan found himself engaged with a congenital warrior from the TMU tribe. It was evident that he was indeed a congenital warrior. The clash of their energies created a tempestuous aura that deterred onlookers from approaching. "People of the Great Qian Dynasty, how dare you ambush our TMU tribe's convoy? Are you not afraid of provoking a war between our northern barbarians and your Great Qian Dynasty?" The TMU warrior shouted, exasperated, as he witnessed the destruction of the 10,000 arrows he was tasked to protect. "War?" Wei Yan retorted with a cold smile. "Do not deceive yourself. You must be aware of the true purpose of those arrows. The war you speak of is not between the northern barbarians and the Great Qian, but rather between your TMU tribe and the Great Qian. Not all tribes of the northern barbarians are eager to oppose the Great Qian." The warrior was left speechless, his fury redirected entirely towards Wei Yan, resulting in a relentless barrage of attacks, each more ferocious than the last. However, Wei Yan was no pushover. especially since his mission was solely to destroy the 10,000 arrows rather than eliminate the warriors. He had no need to fight with desperation. His objective was merely to stall the congenital warrior, allowing him to adopt a strategy of half attack and half retreat, which left the opposing warrior feeling quite frustrated. The TMU warrior, in a fit of rage, abruptly ceased his assault and turned towards the fire tribe's ranks, shouting, "Are you merely going to stand there? Remember what your tribe's king proclaimed. If these arrows are damaged, your fire tribe will also bear a portion of the responsibility." Hearing this, Wei Yun's expression shifted, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. At that moment, a figure emerged from the fire tribe. Upon seeing the individual, Wei Yun's brow furrowed. Was this a congenital warrior? But he quickly shook his head. The aura of congenital energy emanating from the figure was far from stable. This was a half-step congenital warrior? The term half-step congenital warrior refers to those who experience instability in their realm when breaking through from the first level of acquired martial arts to congenital status. Should they attempt to advance further, the likelihood of failure is significant, and if they falter, achieving another breakthrough becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, some individuals pause during their breakthrough process, employing various methods to accumulate strength and await a more opportune moment for advancement. This situation is commonly referred to as being a half-step congenital warrior. The individual possesses cultivation that surpasses the first rank of the acquired realm and wields a portion of the innate warrior's strength, making their power formidable. Tower Mountain. I never anticipated that you two would seek assistance. A figure, standing at the threshold of innate prowess, stepped forward with a faint smile directed at the innate warrior of the TMU tribe. Tower Mountain, his eyes ablaze with fury, demanded, Li Qian, will you take action or not? Of course I will, Li Qian replied with a slight smile, however. The items your TMU tribe promised to our Lehua tribe must be doubled. Doubled? Tower Mountain's expression darkened. Why don't you go and seize it yourself? Seize? Is that as swift as extortion? Observing that his tribe was at a disadvantage, Tower Mountain reluctantly acquiesced to Li Qian's terms. I agree. Now hurry and take action. Rest assured, Li Qian called out to his comrades. Let the warriors of the TMU tribe witness what true valor looks like. With a resounding cheer, the warriors of the Lehua tribe surged forth to support the TMU tribe. And you, Li Qian? Tower Mountain inquired, casting a glance at him. Li Qian glanced at Wei Yun and stated plainly, I am merely at the threshold of innate, incapable of confronting a true innate warrior. You hold him off. I shall first deal with these little rodents from Deqian. With that, he disregarded Tower Mountain's expression and brandished his long staff towards the Deqian forces. The soldiers of Deqian, startled by the sudden onslaught, prepared to retaliate. A flicker of disdain crossed Li Qian's eyes as he swung his staff casually, sending several Deqian soldiers hurtling backward, their wounds seared and their cries of agony echoing. Witnessing this, Wei Yun's countenance darkened. If it were merely ordinary members of the Lehua tribe assisting the TMU tribe, he would harbor no concerns. His sole apprehension lay in the presence of another half-step innate warrior among them. Should such a figure join their ranks, it would undoubtedly result in a crushing blow. Most critically, this leader could elevate the morale of his side while simultaneously diminishing the spirit of the Deqian soldiers, rendering the situation increasingly dire for them. Haha. Do you now comprehend my previous sentiments? Tower Mountain chuckled coldly. Fear not. I shall not allow you to escape unless you can slay me. Slay Tower Mountain. Wei Yun dismissed this notion, recognizing that in a clash of equals, unless the disparity was vast, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in a short skirmish. Retreat? The thought flickered through Wei Yun's mind. Should he withdraw now, although the mission would fail, he could at least preserve a portion of his men. Yet if he pressed on, it was highly likely that all his subordinates would perish here, and he himself could fall victim to the combined might of Tower Mountain and the half-step innate warrior from the Lehua tribe. However, just as he hesitated, a tremendous commotion erupted from the Deqian forces nearby. Wei Yun and Tower Mountain instinctively turned to see the source of the disturbance. Li Qian had encountered an opponent. Big guy, prepare to meet your end. Li Qian exclaimed, gripping his staff and swinging it towards the small giant, who was none other than Su Hu. Kill! Su Hu roared fiercely, his hands resembling the claws of a tiger as he struck against the approaching staff. The collision between claw and staff produced a tremendous sound. The staff recoiled under Su Hu's immense strength, yet he too was not unscathed. The staff was excruciatingly hot, as if engulfed in raging flames, causing severe burns to the palms of Su Hu. Li Qian, sensing the formidable power emanating from the staff, displayed a hint of surprise. Was it innate divine strength? However, he quickly scoffed, pondering that innate strength was meaningless without foundational prowess. Even great power was futile. He firmly gripped the staff, intent on attacking Suhu. At that moment, a nimble figure interposed himself before Suhu, hurling an object towards Li Qian, an assassin's weapon. An assassin's weapon? Li Qian sneered, shaking the staff, which struck the so-called weapon directly. In the next instant, the weapon shattered, releasing a cloud of smoke that spread rapidly. Nearby members of the Flame Tribe, caught in the smoke, suddenly had their eyes turn crimson, and they began to slash wildly at their surroundings, lost to madness. Poison. Witnessing this scene, Li Qian hastily held his breath. When he looked up, he discovered that the large figure had already been taken away, fleeing into the distance. Attempting to escape, Li Qian resolutely pursued, vowing that anyone who dared to mock him would meet their demise today. Stop looking. You have no chance left. Ta Shan suddenly launched an attack towards Wei Yun. Initially, Wei Yun contemplated retreating and abandoning the mission, but upon seeing Suhu, an inexplicable figure flashed through his mind. He felt an instinctive belief that this person could assist him. Though it seemed implausible, he was compelled to persist. As Ta Shan charged towards him, Wei Yun took a deep breath, deciding to wait a moment longer. Who knew if a miracle might occur? Chapter 20. Severing the half-step innate. Task accomplished, boss. Help. Li Dao was wholly engrossed in vanquishing his foes and shattering arrows when a familiar voice echoed through the chaos. Turning around, he beheld Shen San, who was carrying Suhu, sprinting toward his position. Hot on their heels, a figure relentlessly pursued them, drawing ever closer. Still trying to escape? You shall perish. Although Shen San excelled in lightness skills, he fell short against a master of the half-step innate realm, and soon enough, he was overtaken. Li Qian raised his staff and brought it crashing down upon the two. Bang! Just as the two seemed destined to be struck, a long blade suddenly intercepted the blow. Boss. Seeing the newcomer, Shen San's face brightened with relief. Reinforcements? Li Qian's expression darkened upon noticing someone had thwarted his strike. It seemed that there was always someone to impede his progress. His murderous intent surged, and he decisively swung his staff once more. Flame staff technique. With a flourish, the staff ignited with a veil of flames, racing toward Li Dao. Be careful, boss. Shen San gasped in alarm, but in the next instant, he was kicked aside, sent flying along with Suhu. Facing this assault, Li Dao raised his blade to defend himself. A glint of cunning flickered in Li Qian's eyes. As the Xiantai blade clashed with the iron staff, the flames erupted outward, hurtling directly toward Li Dao's face. Li Dao's pupils contracted as he raised his hand to shield himself. Ha! My fiery true qi is not so easily resisted, Li Qian proclaimed with confidence. As the flames gradually dissipated, Li Dao's figure emerged. Upon recognizing Li Dao's appearance, Li Qian's smile faltered, replaced by disbelief. How is this possible? Li Qian stared at Li Dao, whose arm bore only a slight redness, his expression incredulous. His flames were no ordinary flames. They were ignited by a portion of true qi from the innate realm. Even if they could only last a moment, their destructive power was formidable. Most would be charred to a crisp with just a brief touch, yet this individual merely exhibited a reddened complexion. Li Dao glanced at his arm, feeling a slight burning sensation, though it was not severe. It appeared that his skin had undergone a transformation, revealing effects yet undiscovered. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily distracted, he decisively lunged forward with his blade aimed directly at Li Qian's face. However, the half-step innate was indeed formidable. Upon regaining his composure, he managed to block Li Dao's strike. Nevertheless, even this master was forced to retreat several steps under the weight of Li Dao's terrifying strength. Li Qian's previously confident demeanor evaporated, his gaze now cautious. Li Dao granted his adversary no time for hesitation, charging forward with his blade poised to strike. For him, time was of the essence. Wasting it was not an option. Li Qian, seeing the urgency, did not hesitate to retaliate with his staff. In an instant, both combatants engaged in a fierce clash. Unnamed blade. Flame staff technique. The Xiantai blade met the iron staff, igniting a shower of sparks and flames. However, in the face of Li Qian's fiery assault, Li Dao merely deflected the flames that surged towards his face, disregarding the rest of the onslaught, secure in the knowledge that his transformed skin was impervious to such flames. Nevertheless, he found himself at an impasse, unable to retaliate against his opponent. This stalemate could not persist, he thought to himself. After all, whether he emerged victorious or defeated, it would ultimately be to his detriment. Thus, he silently invoked his status panel. Master, Li Dao Physique, 22, 70, available attributes, 8, 36. As Li Dao's physique grew stronger, his speed in combat increased correspondingly, particularly in this chaotic melee, which felt like a natural element to him. Consequently, he swiftly amassed a considerable number of attribute points. With a focused thought, he allocated all his points to his physique. In the next moment, his panel transformed. Master, Li Dao Physique, 31:06. Available attributes, 0, upon completion of his enhancements. A surge of power coursed through Li Dao's body. His strikes became increasingly swift, and each blow heavier than the last. If anyone were to notice the dramatic escalation of Li Dao's strength, it would undoubtedly be Li Qian, who was engaged in combat with him. As time elapsed, Li Qian's expression shifted from one of grave concentration to astonishment, culminating in sheer disbelief. He had never witnessed an individual whose power intensified with each strike, whose speed quickened with every exchange. Initially, he managed to keep pace with Li Dao, but soon he realized he was lagging behind. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Li Qian felt a searing pain in his chest, realizing he had failed to block a decisive strike that had carved into him. Sensing this, Li Dao's murderous intent surged, and he relentlessly pursued his adversary. Li Qian attempted to utter something, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Dao's sudden onslaught. As Li Dao continued to wield his blade, he also keenly observed Li Qian's movements. Through their exchanges, he began to deconstruct his opponent's techniques. His extraordinary intellect, 30 times that of an average person, allowing him to discern patterns within the combat. Recognizing these patterns signified that he could identify vulnerabilities within Li Qian's technique. At last, as Li Qian lifted his weapon, Li Dao spotted an opening and swiftly made a decision. When faced with an incoming strike, this time, he did not raise his weapon to parry. Instead, he lifted his right hand to grasp the attack directly. To Li Qian, this appeared to be an act of folly. With a resounding thud, Li Qian's flaming iron staff crashed into Li Dao's palm. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize, to Li Qian's astonishment. Li Dao's hand firmly gripped the staff, allowing the flames to blaze unabated. In that moment, Li Qian noticed Li Dao's long blade advancing towards him. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to instinctively raise his staff in defense, only to realize that his weapon was already ensnared in Li Dao's grasp. A soft sound followed, marking the inevitable conclusion of their fierce encounter. The meteoric iron blade sliced effortlessly through Li Qian's neck. Though a half-step innate martial artist was formidable, capable of mowing down ordinary men like grass or crushing ants, their physical bodies remained scarcely more resilient than those of common folk. In essence, they could still be killed. Compared to such fragility, Li Dao found his own iron body cultivation system far more reliable. Prioritizing defense before offense, survival was paramount. As the long blade withdrew, a torrent of crimson spilled from the wound. Li Qian pointed a trembling finger at Li Dao, his pupils dilated with agony. To think a warrior of his standing, a future innate martial artist, would perish ignominiously at the hands of a mere foot soldier, it was an unbearable disgrace. Enough. If you're going to die, die swiftly. Lingering like this is just pitiful. Seeing the man stubbornly refusing to collapse, Li Dao stepped forward with mock benevolence and gave his shoulder a light pat. Thud. Li Qian crumpled into the pool of his own blood, eyes wide open, his final breath escaping unfulfilled. The system's chime rang promptly. Enemy slain. Attributes gained, 3/14. No surprise, this opponent, who had nearly wounded him, yielded a generous bounty. Yet Li Dao knew the bulk of these attributes likely stemmed from the man's cultivated jinqi rather than raw physical prowess. Had it been purely flesh and bone, the spoils would have been far leaner. Glancing at his left hand, he noted the burns from gripping that searing staff, though his toughened skin had resisted much. The damage was superficial. His regenerative abilities would mend it soon enough. Their duel had been second only to the clash between the two innate martial artists, Wei Yun and Ta Shan. Amid the three-way melee, many had fixated on Li Dao and Li Qian. The sight of the latter's demise sent waves of disbelief through the blazing fire and TMU tribes, while the Great Qian soldiers nearly erupted in cheers. Number 9527. I knew sticking with you was the right call. Captain Liu, who had been monitoring the fight, roared with laughter, equally awed and exhilarated by Li Dao's triumph. Seizing the moment, he bellowed to his dazed troops, lads, slaughter them. The Great Qian soldiers surged forward, bloodlust ignited. Li Dao's expression darkened. They're having their fun. What about me? Without hesitation, he plunged back into the fray. But now, his mere presence sent enemy soldiers scattering like startled insects, none willing to be casually bisected by his blade. The scene did not escape the notice of Ta Shan and Wei Yun, locked in their own deadly dance nearby. What? Li Qian dead. Echoes of the news reached Ta Shan, his face contorting in sheer disbelief. Yet, that was a practitioner on the verge of innate mastery, not some insignificant weakling, so it was hardly plausible for such a being to perish so easily. Upon learning of the demise of the half-step innate warrior, Wei Yun was filled with elation, simultaneously grasping who had aided him in eliminating that formidable foe. He felt a sense of relief for not having chosen to surrender at the outset. Tower Mountain, now let us see what you have to say. The previously subdued Wei Yun transformed his demeanor, drawing forth his blade with newfound fluidity. You shall pay for this. Tower Mountain seethed with unbridled fury, particularly as he witnessed his subordinates retreating under the relentless assault of the Great Qian soldiers, further fueling his ire. Unable to contain his rage, he erupted, Leshin, you worthless fool. Yet, no matter how vehemently he cursed, it proved futile in altering the tide of battle. As time wore on, the morale of the Great Qian forces surged, with a barrage of arrows being systematically dismantled under the command of Lu Fuzhong and his comrades. In stark contrast, the warriors of the Tianmu and Liyehua tribes had largely abandoned their efforts to defend the arrows, were it not for the presence of the commanding Tower Mountain. They might have fled long ago. Ultimately, not long after, the last arrows aboard the final cart were destroyed. Observing this, Lu Fuzhong retrieved a whistle from around his neck and blew it decisively. Wei Yun, not far off, felt a thrill of joy upon recognizing that the signal indicated their objective had been achieved. After a swift strike against Tower Mountain, he too sounded the whistle. On the other side, upon hearing the whistle, Lu Fuzhong immediately commanded, all units, task accomplished, prepare to retreat. Yes, the soldiers of Great Qian responded in unison. Having completed their mission, there was no need for further conflict. Prolonging the battle could lead to the soldiers of the northern barbarians gaining hope in their despair, ultimately resulting in greater casualties for the Great Qian forces. Li Dao dispatched a northern barbarian soldier who had failed to evade in time. Feeling a twinge of reluctance at Lu Fuzhong's orders, yet he refrained from continuing the slaughter. He understood the principle of military orders being absolute, and he recognized that persisting would yield no advantages for their side. Given that the Great Qian forces held the upper hand, their withdrawal proceeded smoothly, while the Tianmu and Liyehua warriors were more than eager to see them depart, presenting no obstacles. As the Great Qian troops retreated entirely, Wei Yun discerned that he need not prolong his presence any further. After delivering a decisive blow, he promptly distanced himself from the enraged Tower Mountain. Don't you dare run. Tower Mountain, in a state of frenzy, pursued him relentlessly, his fury intensifying upon sighting the retreating Great Qian soldiers. However, it was too late, for under Wei Yun's cover, the Great Qian forces had already gained considerable distance. Faced with a determined, innate warrior intent on escape, Tower Mountain found himself powerless to detain them. In the end, all that remained for Tower Mountain was a scene of devastation. Chapter 21, the most beautiful woman of Deqian in this instance. To avert a pursuit from the Tamu tribe and the Fire tribe, Wei Yun led the remaining members of the Weiwu camp on a long journey back to Changgu town. Lu Neng began to tally their numbers as soon as they dismounted. After a short incense stick's worth of time, the count was completed. He approached Wei Yun and clasped his fists in salute, reporting, Commander, we set out with 800 men, and currently, 536 remain. Wei Yun sighed. Have we lost more than 200 brothers? Lu Neng lowered his gaze. Yes, it is fortunate for us that Zhu 9527 eliminated the Fire tribe's half-step innate warrior. Otherwise, we might not have completed our mission. Wei Yun nodded. Compile a list of the fallen brothers. Their compensation should be doubled and sent to their families. Understood. Once these matters were settled, Wei Yun rose and approached Li Dao, speaking solemnly. Thank you. Had it not been for you, as Lu Neng mentioned, our Weiwu camp would have suffered severe losses, potentially failing the mission. Li Dao shook his head. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Wei Yun insisted, nonetheless. I must express my gratitude. He then glanced at the black iron sword in Li Dao's hand, inquiring, the sword serves you well, does it not? It is indeed quite satisfactory. I gift it to you. There is no need to return it. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. This sword has saved many of my brothers. At that moment, an urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. The group turned to see a Deqian soldier hastening towards Wei Yun, who knelt before him. Commander, an urgent task has come in from the rear. The soldier produced a letter from his bosom and presented it to Wei Yun. An urgent task? Wei Yun furrowed his brow, taking the letter and opening it. After a brief moment of reading, his pupils widened in shock, and he exclaimed, audacious. This outburst left the surrounding individuals momentarily stunned, curious about what could have provoked such ire from their commander. Wei Yan took a deep breath, looked toward Li Dao and the others, and commanded, "The rest of you, return to your positions. Jiawu 9527, accompany me to the main tent." Shortly thereafter, within the main tent, Wei Yun sat in the principal seat, his expression grave. "Gentlemen, it seems we must expedite the assignment of the third mission." Upon hearing this, Shen San's spirits lifted. For them, this was indeed good news, as completing this task would grant them their freedom. Li Dao inquired, "Commander Wei, this mission must be related to the letter in your possession, correct?" "The letter?" Shen San and the others turned their gaze to Wei Yun's hand. Wei Yun did not conceal the truth, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, it pertains to this letter." Li Dao nodded. "Please, be direct. What is the nature of this mission?" Wei Yun clenched the letter in his hand and spoke solemnly. "While we were ambushing the arrows being transported by the TMU tribe, the great king of the TMU tribe dispatched a team to our dynasty. According to the intelligence gathered by our scouts, this contingent is led by the prince of the TMU tribe, and their sole purpose is to negotiate a marriage alliance with our Great Qian Dynasty." "Marriage alliance?" Shen San inquired, a look of confusion on his face. "What is there to worry about? Given Great Qian's current national strength, can't we simply refuse? How does this relate to our mission?" Wei Yan shook his head. "You may not be aware of certain dynamics within the court. If this were before, the royal family would have never entertained such propositions, but this time is different." Shen San curled his lips. "What makes it different?" Wei Yan surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no eavesdroppers before he continued. "A little over a month ago, an unfortunate scandal erupted within the court." At this, Li Dao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. "A scandal?" Shen San's interest was piqued. After all, gossip is a universal intrigue. Wei Yun cleared his throat. "I must urge you not to spread this information recklessly." "Fear not," Shen San proclaimed confidently. "In the martial world, I am known as the honest and trustworthy young master. My lips are notoriously sealed." With that, Wei Yan proceeded. "It is rumored that during a royal banquet over a month ago, a brazen individual intruded upon the royal palace and sullied the virtue of a princess." Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking glass echoed within the military tent. Wei Yun and the others turned to see Li Dao with shards of a wine cup in his hand. Li Dao flicked the fragments away and maintained a calm demeanor. "Continue." At this moment, his emotions were tumultuous. He immediately grasped who was being discussed. He could hardly fathom that even in this remote borderland, he would find himself embroiled in such a scandal. Seeing no immediate concern, Shen San couldn't help but comment. "How audacious. To brazenly seduce a princess within the royal palace, truly a model for our kind." "Ahem." Li Dao coughed. "Are you all right?" Shen San asked with concern. Li Dao waved him off. "I'm fine. Please continue." Scratching his head, Shen San resumed. "Wei Commander, do you know which princess's virtue was compromised?" Lowering his voice to a whisper, Wei Yun replied cautiously, "It was Princess Mingwei." "What?" Upon hearing those 4 words, Shen San could not contain his exclamation. "Keep your voice down." Wei Yun hastily covered Shen San's mouth, fearing he would utter something earth-shattering. Struggling to free himself from Wei Yun's grasp, Shen San's eyes glistened within. Li Dao Kong cleared his throat, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "How can you be so certain they are scoundrels?" Without hesitation, Shen San replied, "To disturb the imperial court is undoubtedly the act of a shameless rogue." Li Dao found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer any explanation. He could not possibly admit that he too had inadvertently tarnished someone's reputation. However, he never anticipated that Princess Mingwei would be lauded as the most beautiful woman in the realm of Deqian. This thought conjured an image in his mind, a figure of breathtaking beauty. Perhaps there was some truth to that assessment. He conceded that Princess Mingwei was indeed the loveliest person he had ever encountered, both in appearance and spirit. Yet, Li Dao soon became aware of another matter. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What does this have to do with the marriage proposal you mentioned regarding Commander Wei?" Wei Yun sighed. "The eldest prince of the TMU tribe is specifically seeking Princess Mingwei." At this revelation, Li Dao's gaze sharpened, and his fists instinctively clenched. Wei Yun continued, "Under normal circumstances, given His Majesty's affection for Princess Mingwei and her esteemed reputation among the people, the TMU prince would have to wait until he ascended the throne before proposing. The Deqian royal family would never acquiesce. However, the unfortunate scandal surrounding Princess Mingwei has complicated matters. Such incidents are deemed scandals within the royal court, and naturally, there are those in the capital eager to suppress this affair. The appearance of the TMU prince provides a convenient exit for some. Marrying Princess Mingwei to him would not only secure an alliance with the TMU tribe but also obscure the royal scandal. In short, there are individuals who harbor ill intentions towards Princess Mingwei, envious of her favor, seeking to marry her off. The situation may seem inconspicuous now, but once the TMU prince arrives in the capital, there could indeed be those who facilitate this union. Li Dao directly inquired, "What is our mission?" Wei Yan placed a letter on the table and replied solemnly, "To prevent the TMU prince from entering the borders of Deqian and thwart the marriage proposal." He then quietly added, "This information comes from the Jinui." Jinui? Upon hearing this, Li Dao instantly comprehended. The Jinui is an official organization directly under the emperor's command. And if the intelligence originated from them, it indicated that this mission was indeed a secret task dispatched by the emperor of Deqian. It certainly resonated with the adage that one should never provoke a man devoted to his daughter. Merely receiving a piece of news warranted immediate action to quash it before it could develop. Given Li Dao's strained relationship with the Deqian emperor, it would have been remarkable for him not to sabotage such a mission, let alone actively seek to obstruct it. Yet, the vision of that exquisite figure stirred an inexplicable sentiment within him. At this moment, he harbored a singular thought. How could the woman he had shared intimacy with be given to another, especially a barbarian? On this matter, he found himself temporarily aligned with the emperor of Deqian. Li Dao raised his head and promptly asked, "When do we embark on this mission?" "Yes. When do we commence our task?" Shen San, with reddened eyes, remarked that even in the absence of the pure and innocent Princess Mingwei, it was not within the grasp of a mere barbarian like himself. Li pondered, feeling as though Shen San was more invested in this matter than he was. Could it be the allure of the most beautiful woman in the Great Qian? He couldn't help but wonder how Shen San would react if he were to discover that he was the one who had tarnished Princess Mingwei's purity. Wei Yun explained that due to the peculiar nature of this mission, those of us who are familiar faces at the border could not take action, thus leaving it to the 5 of you. Chapter 22, The Probe of the Jinui 5 Individuals. Once again, it is the same 5 of us? Even Shen San, despite his impulsiveness, understood that it was beyond their capacity to thwart Prince Tamu's entrance from the northern barbarians into the Great Qian. After all, Prince Tamu was not comparable to Prince Luoyun. One was the future heir of a large tribe, destined to become the next tribal king, while the other was merely an inconsequential offspring among many. The disparity was vast, and thus, the treatment they received was markedly different. If the chief guard of Prince Luoyun was a postnatal second-tier warrior, then the chief guard of Prince Tamu would certainly be a congenital warrior. Although Li Dao had the capability to slay a half-step congenital warrior, he was still merely a half-step himself. This half-step represented a qualitative change. Simply put, the difference of a half-step resulted in at least a tenfold disparity in strength between the two sides. Unless Li Dao could contend with 10 half-step congenital warriors simultaneously, he would stand no chance against that congenital warrior. But could he do so? To them, the ability to slay a half-step congenital warrior through sheer physical prowess was already a tremendous miracle. Confronting a true congenital warrior was beyond the realm of human capability. Thus, they did not place their hopes on Li Dao. Wei Yan raised his hand to calm the group, stating, "Rest assured, we shall not send merely the 5 of you to intercept Prince Tamu's entourage. Your role this time is solely to assist them." Assist whom? The Jinui. Upon hearing this, the individuals present were taken aback, particularly Shen San, who recalled being captured by the Jinui and thrown into a death camp. The mention of the Jinui brought back memories of his dark past, torn between aiding the woman of his dreams and confronting his former adversaries. He found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, Shen San gritted his teeth and decided to temporarily set aside his vendetta, for this matter concerned not only his beloved but also his own freedom. On the other hand, Li Dao was equally surprised that the Jinui were personally overseeing this affair. It seemed the Emperor of Great Qian was resolute in preventing Prince Tamu from entering the realm. This was not without merit. He found himself in agreement with such actions. "Commander Wei, when shall we embark on our mission?" Li Dao inquired, lifting his gaze. Due to the urgency of the situation, the personnel from the Jinui were still en route, expected to arrive within a day. "Hence, you have a day's time to rest," Wei Yan replied. Returning to the military tent, Li Dao sat on the carpet and examined his palm, which had healed completely from the previous injury inflicted by the half-step congenital warrior. Now covered in a layer of charred scab, rubbing his hand, the scab cracked open, revealing the skin beneath, fully healed. Half-step congenital realm? Li Dao mused to himself. Based on his current prowess, purely in terms of physical strength, half-step congenital warriors were not his match, however. He was uncertain whether he could contend with those at the congenital level. Nevertheless, from the perspective of destructive capability, a congenital warrior would possess sufficient lethality to end his life. Merely on this point, Li Dao sensed that his capabilities were still somewhat insufficient and that he needed to continue enhancing his physicality. It is important to note that he was merely at the innate realm, with the master and grandmaster realms of warriors yet to come. He had initially believed that his rate of physical enhancement was quite rapid, but upon reflection, it was evidently not swift enough. With a thought, he activated his panel. Master, Li Dao Physicality, 31:06, available attributes, 9:68, after vanquishing a warrior at the threshold of the innate realm. He had subsequently capitalized on the diminished morale of the Tam tribe and the Flame tribe to harvest a considerable amount of attributes. As the attribute points could only be utilized to augment his physicality, Li Dao had no reservations about using them. He sought to enhance himself as much as possible. System. Allocate points. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar warmth surged within him, perhaps due to the substantial boost, which approximated 1/3 of his total attributes. The effects were remarkably pronounced. He could visibly perceive alterations in his skin, evolving towards a more resilient and resistant state. After several breaths, the enhancement was complete. Master, Li Dao Physicality, 40:74, available attributes, 0, 40 times the physicality of an ordinary person. What does this signify? If a typical individual can lift 100 pounds, then 40 times that translates to 4,000 pounds. For an ordinary person, facing 4,000 pounds of force would be perilous, and even a mere touch could prove fatal. However, the essence of this power is not solely in its sheer weight. It is equally about possessing unparalleled agility alongside such strength. Moreover, he possessed endurance and stamina 40 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with extraordinary reflexes. Most importantly, for 1,000 pounds represented just as base strength. When combined with speed or techniques of exertion, he could generate forces that surpassed his fundamental capabilities. For instance, if someone had a physicality rating of 1 and could lift 100 pounds, a boxer with the same rating could leverage speed and technique to deliver a blow equivalent to 200 pounds. In summary, when all facets are considered, he became a veritable weapon incarnate. Coupled with the formidable defense afforded by his transformed skin, he would be a battlefield meat grinder in ancient times, and one endowed with self-awareness. Following his enhancement, Li Dao began to partake of the food laid out before him, while simultaneously pondering a matter of significance. After all, should he successfully accomplish the third task, and provided Wei Yan honored his promise, he would soon attain freedom. The question remained, where would he go from there? For now, he resolved to wait until he was truly free to contemplate such matters. A day swiftly elapsed. Upon notification from Wei Yan, Li Dao and his contingent of 5 arrived at the main military tent. Upon entering, they discovered not only Wei Yan but also 2 individuals clad in distinctive attire, each adorned with a sword at their waist. As a former count of the imperial capital, Li Dao instantly recognized these 2 as members of the elite Jinhui. You have arrived. Wei Yan addressed Li Dao and his companions, introducing the 2 individuals as the aides for their upcoming mission. One of the imperial guards raised his head and shot a disapproving glance at Li Dao and his companions, furrowing his brow. Commander Wei, is this truly the selection you have made for us? Are you attempting to deceive us? Or worse, the emperor? Wei Yan glanced at Li Dao's group and, upon realizing he was acquainted with them, he sighed, acknowledging that their unkempt appearance might lead others to mistake them for beggars. Naturally, such a misunderstanding was not unexpected. He quickly reassured the guards. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of misleading His Majesty. These 5 genuinely possess the capability to assist you. Assist us? One of the guards smirked, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Let me see if they truly have the ability. When the guard reappeared, he stood directly before Li Dao, a glint of cold steel flashing as he thrust his blade toward Li Dao's right ear. To an ordinary person, the speed of the Imperial Guard would be astonishing. However, to Li Dao, the guard's movements seemed somewhat sluggish. He observed the entire sequence from the moment the guard vanished to when he reappeared, and he effortlessly tracked the trajectory of the blade. Without flinching, Li Dao raised his right hand and grasped the blade with a firm grip. When everyone finally regained their composure, they beheld the scene. The guard's sword was firmly clutched in Li Dao's hand. Surprise flickered in the guard's eyes, clearly taken aback that his strike had been thwarted. As he attempted to withdraw his blade, he discovered that he lacked the strength to pry it from Li Dao's grasp. You, the guard began. But before he could finish, he felt the blade lighten, causing him to instinctively step back a few paces. Regaining his composure, the guard, rather intrigued, inquired. Innate strength? Indeed. Quite impressive. The guard nodded in acknowledgement. He dismissed any previous tension, viewing the encounter merely as a test. Had he truly desired to inflict harm, he would not have employed such minimal force. Afterward, he turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "Commander Wei, it appears your assertions hold true." Wei Yun smiled slightly, pondering that if someone of Li Dao's caliber were not recognized, then the formidable warriors of the entire Wei Wu camp would be reduced to mere shadows, with him as the only true innate martial artist among them. "Have you informed them of the mission?" the guard inquired. "Yes," Wei Yun replied. The guard then turned to Li Dao and his companions, stating, "Due to the unique nature of this mission, His Majesty has dispatched only the two of us. So we shall require your cooperation. The specific objective is to prevent the crown prince of the Tamyamu tribe from entering the borders of the Great Qian Empire. After all, should any incidents occur within the northern barbarian territories, it would solely be their issue. However, if problems arise within our Great Qian, we shall bear the responsibility. Moreover, I urge you all to remember one crucial detail. This mission is to obstruct, not to assassinate. Thus our role is merely to create chaos." According to intelligence from the front lines, in preparation for the upcoming marriage alliance, the crown prince of the Tama tribe has offered a unique treasure as a betrothal gift. Therefore, our objective is to seize this precious item. Once we secure the treasure, given the crown prince's prideful nature, he will undoubtedly abandon the marriage negotiations for the time being. If this matter drags on until winter, it will become insignificant. With a look of confusion, Shinsan turned to Li Dao and inquired, "Boss, why will it be inconsequential once winter arrives?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Dao grasped the underlying rationale and explained. The Tama tribe is simultaneously probing for opportunities to invade Deqian while seeking a marriage alliance primarily due to their food shortages for the winter. Once winter truly sets in, these matters will lose their relevance and will naturally cease to progress. As Li Dao did not conceal his voice. Wei Yun and the J. Chapter 23, the circumstances of the in Yuan Bo mansion. The Jin Yi, who had been seated, suddenly rose and spoke. "Very well. Now that everyone has arrived, let us act swiftly. The sooner we accomplish our task, the sooner we can return to report." Wei Yun could not help but inquire, "Is there such urgency?" In response, another Jin Yi smiled faintly, "Were it not for certain matters that render our involvement inconvenient. The individuals summoned would not be two mere captains of the Jin Yi, but rather the commander himself." The mention of the commander caused Wei Yun's countenance to shift. Should matters escalate to that extent, it would no longer be a trivial affair. The commander of the Jin Yi is the highest-ranking official within the organization, holding a position equivalent to the third grade. His prowess would at least begin at the level of a grandmaster. If the commander were to intervene, it would likely not be merely to confront Prince Tmu, but rather a decree from the Emperor of Deqian demanding the life of the Tmu chieftain. Moreover, even the two captains of the Jin Yi before him were not to be underestimated. It is widely acknowledged that due to the unique nature of the Jin Yi, they hold a superior standing over ordinary officials, regardless of martial or civil rank. Thus, even a 1,000-man commander would merely be on par with these two. Nevertheless, the court has already shown considerable restraint. "Very well, I shall see you off," Wei Yun offered. "No need for that. It would be more expedient for us 7 to proceed quickly and return," came the reply. With Wei Yun's preparations complete, the 7 swiftly mounted their horses. After a brief exchange, Li Dao and the others learned the names of the two Jin Yi captains, Gao Liang and Sun Zheng. "Captain Sun, Captain Gao, I wish you success in your mission," Wei Yun said, nodding at Li Dao and his companions. This would be the final task for Li Dao and his group. Upon its successful completion, they would regain their household registration and freedom. Should they fail, preserving their lives would be a formidable challenge, as this mission had been dispatched from the imperial capital and accountability would rest upon someone, regardless of the outcome. The necessity for assistance stemmed partly from the Jin Yi's desire to have scapegoats at the ready for unforeseen circumstances. However, this was not to imply any shortcomings on the part of the two captains. It was simply the prevailing ethos of the court and the structure of society. The 7 riders continued their journey across the plains and soon arrived at a valley. Standing at the edge of the valley, Sun Zheng glanced at the map and remarked, "This is a crucial passage for the Tmu tribe entering the borders of Deqian. We shall wait here." He then turned to Li Dao and his companions, asking, "Is there anyone among you skilled in lightness techniques?" At this, several gazes fell upon Shinsan. Him, Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, as they regarded Shinsan, who weighed at least 200 jin. They then looked at the other 3, excluding Li Dao. and increasingly felt that this ensemble was somewhat problematic. Such individuals would be an anomaly in a regular military camp. Yet, they refrained from voicing their concerns, for fear of dampening morale. Sun Jing stated directly, "Since you are adept in lightness techniques, I entrust you with the task of scouting the target's location. The rest of you may rest and await further instructions." Although Shinsan was reluctant to heed the words of the Jinhui, the thought of regaining his freedom silenced any further objections. He felt comfortable confronting Wei Yun, knowing that the latter would not take offense. However, challenging the two Jinhui before him could lead to dire consequences. After all, he was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Jinhui, a force forged through bloodshed. Once they settled into a relaxed demeanor, Li Dao took the initiative to inquire, having heard that the two were from the imperial capital and hailed from the Jinhui, likely possessing considerable knowledge. Gao Liang boldly asked if the young man was from the capital. Li Dao hesitated for a moment before nodding, indicating that he might be considered as such. Technically speaking, with his household registration revoked, he was merely an unregistered citizen. Yet he could not disclose this to the two before him. Should be. Gao Liang expressed his confusion, questioning whether such matters were subject to qualification. "It seems you have something you wish to inquire about us." Sun Zheng interjected from the side. Li Dao nodded, revealing his curiosity about the happenings in the capital after an extended absence. Gao Liang suddenly chuckled. "Curious? Surely you are not eager to pry into matters concerning Princess Mingwei?" "You guessed it," Li Dao responded. "It is only natural. When this incident first emerged, it sent shockwaves throughout the capital. Given that you are privy to this mission and hail from the capital, it would be unusual not to be intrigued. Could you share the details?" Gao Liang and Sun Zheng exchanged glances and chuckled lightly. "While we cannot divulge any classified information, this matter has become widely known across the nation. Even Prince TMU is aware of it, so it hardly qualifies as a secret. With nothing pressing at hand, we might as well indulge in a discussion. As the saying goes, everyone enjoys a good gossip, and Li Dao's interest was perfectly reasonable. Similarly, many revel in sharing such tidbits. Though the Jinhui may seem like a solemn profession, they, like all humans, can be lighthearted. They only adopt a serious demeanor during missions, while in their leisure time, they too enjoy casual conversation." Encouraged by the Jinhui's words, Li Dao wasted no time in asking, "I understand that Princess Mingwei was assaulted by a nefarious individual, and I am curious about the fate that befell this scoundrel." As he mentioned the wrongdoer, a flicker of discomfort crossed Li Dao's face, unsure if he was condemning himself in the process. "The fate of the scoundrel?" Gao Liang stated matter-of-factly, "You have indeed come to the right person." He then lowered his voice and continued, "Publicly, it is said that the Count, owing to Princess Mingyue's plea for mercy, was imprisoned deep within the celestial prison. However, a friend of mine within that very prison informed me that on the night the Count was incarcerated, he was discreetly removed and met his end at the hands of His Majesty." Sun Zheng pulled at Gao Liang. "You've lost your senses. How dare you spread such rumors?" Gao Liang shrugged off the concern. "What is the harm? Many are aware of this. It is no longer a secret. Who does not know that our sovereign is a doting father? To my mind, the fact that the Count was not executed on the spot was a delay in justice." Sun Zheng nodded in agreement. That wretched Count got off too lightly. He was fortunate not to fall into our Jinhui's hands, or else he would have found death a challenging endeavor. Li Dao's lips twitched slightly as he could not help but inquire, "Is that Earl truly so detestable?" "Indeed. It goes beyond that," Gao Liang casually remarked. "After his demise, due to the plea of Princess Mingwei, his earldom has not been immediately dealt with. However, the estate has not fared well. The good reputation of Princess Mingwei among the populace has resulted in countless individuals daily hurling rotten eggs and vegetables at the Earl's residence. It is said that they manage to clear away hundreds of pounds of foul produce each day, with some even resorting to throwing excrement. The individuals within the Earl's estate have petitioned the authorities, yet no one has come to their aid. If I were among them, I would feel utterly ashamed." Upon hearing these words, Li Dao momentarily thought that perhaps being dead was rather preferable. To be alive in such a manner would be akin to social death. Yet, the most tragic aspect was not merely this. Sun Zheng gazed at Li Dao and stated, "These methods are merely a means of revulsion. The true threat comes from the high officials of the capital targeting the Yuan Earl's lineage. I have heard that under the scrutiny of these dignitaries, all of the Yuan Earl's assets have suffered devastating blows. Before we departed the capital, it was even said that those within the Earl's estate began to sell off their possessions. It is likely that, even without intervention from His Majesty, the high officials will bring about the ruin of the Yuan estate." At this, Li Dao clenched his fists, his countenance growing increasingly somber. Although he was a reincarnator, nearly 20 years spent within the Yuan estate were far from insubstantial. Indeed, these memories bore greater weight than those of his previous life. Naturally, he harbored his own sentiments towards all things related to the Yuan estate. While he could dismiss the incidents of people throwing vegetables and rotten eggs as trivial, the notion that someone might seek to obliterate the Yuan estate was intolerable to him. In contrast, he held lesser resentment towards the Emperor of Decisive for wanting his life, as he was, after all, the one who had tarnished the reputation of a good person. It was fortunate for him that only his life was at stake. Unable to restrain himself, Li Dao asked, "Do either of you know who was targeting the Yuan estate?" Sun Zheng replied casually, "There are numerous individuals involved. Aside from those families that were once close to the Yuan estate, the majority of the nobility in the capital have aimed their sights upon it. If I were to specify, I would say that the most severe targeting comes from the Prime Minister's residence." Gao Liang interjected. "It is only natural for the Prime Minister's house to be involved. As everyone in the capital is aware of the eldest son of the Prime Minister's affections for Princess Mingwei." Sun Zheng suddenly laughed. "Is that not entirely reasonable? Princess Mingwei is the most beautiful maiden in Decisive. Any man would be tempted. The reason these high officials target the Yuan estate often stems from envy and resentment. That said, many are also eager to curry favor with the Prime Minister's residence. For the Prime Minister is the foremost among the officials, which scholar does not aspire to align themselves with such power. As for the Prime Minister's residence, Li Dao, being a resident of the capital, certainly understood the esteemed position of the Prime Minister within the Qian Dynasty, even deep within the recesses of his memory. He recalled a past conflict with the esteemed eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, a dispute that had even culminated in a physical altercation, one which he emerged victorious from. However, he later learned that following his defeat, the young noble had departed the imperial capital to join a certain sect, where it was rumored he displayed remarkable aptitude. The Prime Minister's household had even hosted a grand feast to celebrate this turn of events. He had speculated at the time that the noble's decision to seek a mentor and refine his skills was a direct consequence of his defeat. Little did he anticipate that their unresolved animosity would now be compounded by yet another grievance. As night fell and all others succumbed to slumber, Li Dao remained vigilant by the flickering campfire. His mind wandered back to the exchanges he had with the two guards of the brocade-clad elite earlier that day. It appeared that should he reclaim his household registration, his foremost intention would be to revisit the residence of the Earl of Yuan. Furthermore, if fate permitted, he wished to extend an apology to the illustrious Princess Mingwei, whom he had only encountered once. After all, the entire situation had stemmed from his actions. Chapter 24. The attack. Due to his remarkable physical prowess, a single night without rest would scarcely affect Li Dao. As dawn broke, Shinsan, having rested through the night, was dispatched once more to track the movements of the Tama tribe's great prince. At last, around noon, Shinsan returned, his rotund form hurrying back. "I have spotted the Tama tribe's entourage. It must be the great prince," he exclaimed, breathless. "At last, we have arrived?" Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, the two imperial guards, immediately rose, exuding an aura of sharpness. Gao Liang glanced at Li Dao and the others, his demeanor shifting from the light-hearted banter of the previous evening to a serious tone. "Prepare yourselves and remember the mission we undertake." Meanwhile, on one side of the valley, a convoy was approaching from a distance. The entire procession was draped in red, with many of the freight wagons adorned with bright red flowers, creating a striking contrast against the desolate landscape of the valley. "Lu Shi, do you really think this is necessary?" A young man astride a white horse remarked impatiently to a middle-aged man beside him, who was similarly mounted and dressed in a flowing green robe. The middle-aged man nodded in response. "It is indeed necessary. Princess Mingwei, being the favorite of the Decisive Emperor, holds the highest status among the princesses. Even if her purity is compromised." The young man furrowed his brow. "But must it be this extravagant? Could we not wait until we are within the borders of Decisive to conduct such displays? We cannot afford to take such risks. You must understand what we seek. Thus, we must be fully prepared." The young man shrugged in resignation. "Well, I have heard that Princess Mingwei is the most beautiful maiden in Decisive. If she is no longer pure, so be it. I shall treat this as mere amusement." This exchange revealed the young man's identity as the great prince of the Tama tribe, while the man he referred to as Lu Shi was his lifelong mentor and protector during this journey. The convoy continued its slow advance towards the valley. Meanwhile, Li Dao and his companions had already been waiting for quite some time on the opposite side. "Gentlemen, what shall be our course of action?" Understanding that Sun Zheng and Gao Liang were the commanders of this operation, Li Dao refrained from overstepping his bounds. Sun Zheng scanned the assembly below, quickly making his assessment. "Look there, Two individuals are being shielded by a group, and their attire is distinct from the others. One of them must be the Tamu Great Prince, who is to engage in the marriage alliance. His gaze then shifted to several wagons at the rear of the convoy, which likely contained the gifts for the marriage. It was reasonable to presume that the special treasures were concealed within those carts. Thus, our next steps are clear. We will create a diversion and then seize the treasures from the convoy, completing our mission. He paused, emphasizing a crucial point. One thing of utmost importance, the Tamu Great Prince must not perish at our hands. Li Dao turned to the two men. How shall we allocate our tasks? Sun Jing glanced at Li Dao and the others before asking, what are your thoughts? Shinsan was the first to respond with a smile. I am not adept at killing, but I excel at thievery. Leave the treasure to me. Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked at the remaining three, saying, then let the old ghost and his two companions assist you, as there are quite a few people to escort behind. He then turned to Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, adding, I will join you in creating chaos. This was merely to satisfy his curiosity about the appearance of the frog wishing to devour swan meat. Agreed. Sun Jing nodded in approval of Li Dao's plan. As time passed, the convoy of Prince Tmu drew increasingly closer to their concealed position. Now, Sun Jing commanded, and Li Dao and Su Hu each pushed two massive stones down the slope. Charge! Gao Liang shouted, leading his men towards the convoy. Meanwhile, the convoy in the valley was progressing steadily when suddenly, two tremendous crashes echoed through the open canyon. As a group of people looked up, they saw the two boulders hurtling towards the convoy, causing immediate chaos among them. An ambush. The guards surrounding Prince Tmu became instantly alert. Master Lu, Prince Tmu, startled by the sudden noise, quickly turned his gaze to the side where Master Lu stood. Rest assured, Your Highness, there will be no harm. The middle-aged man known as Master Lu swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his keen eyes quickly spotting several figures descending from the slope. Assassins, everyone, prepare yourselves. With a single command from the middle-aged man, all the guards formed a protective circle around Prince Tmu. He then clasped his hands in salute to the prince, stating, Your Highness, please remain here while I deal with these assassins. With that, he launched himself forward. On the other side, Sun Zheng and Gao Liang also caught sight of the approaching middle-aged man. Upon noticing the swirling energy surrounding him, a single term arose in their minds, innate martial artist. I will handle this, Gao Liang declared, rushing towards the middle-aged man. As a distinguished captain of the Jinyue, he too was an innate martial artist, which was why he occupied such a position. Seeing that the newcomer dared to take the initiative, a cold smile flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he immediately struck out with his palm. Gao Liang, undeterred, met his attack head-on. With a resounding crash, their palms collided in mid-air. However, the next moment, Gao Liang's expression changed drastically. He quickly maneuvered backward to land on the ground. Looking down at his palm, he saw a layer of frost forming upon it, sending a bone-chilling cold coursing through him. Moreover, the frost was continuously eroding his hand with a frigid aura. Is this the Tian Shan sect's ultimate technique, the frost palm? Gao Liang said with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled coldly. You possess some insight. Recognizing the frost palm. At this moment, Sun Zheng and the others had also arrived by Gao Liang's side. At a glance, it was evident that Gao Liang was at a disadvantage against the middle-aged man. Sun Zheng also noticed the peculiarities in Gao Liang's palm. His face registering astonishment. Could it be the ice palm? He swiftly turned to gaze at the middle-aged man. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifted to one of shock as he exclaimed, It's you, the mastermind behind countless bloodshed at the border 15 years ago, the snow demon Zhao Dongyan. Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged man's expression momentarily faltered before a wry smile emerged. It was indeed remarkable that, after 15 years, someone still remembered the title and name of the snow demon Zhao Dongyan. I am rather intrigued by your identities, he remarked. Who is the snow demon Zhao Dongyan? Shinsan inquired curiously from the side. Sun Zheng's countenance turned grave as he explained, he is a traitor from the Tianshan sect of the Great Qian. 15 years ago, the Tianshan sect pursued him to the border, resulting in innumerable atrocities. It is said that he was gravely wounded by a master from the Tianshan sect and fled to the northern barbarians, presumed dead. Yet, contrary to expectations, he survived. Shinsen could not help but ask, is he formidable? He was already a congenital warrior 15 years ago. Would you not consider that formidable? Sun Zheng replied. If he was a congenital warrior then, what about now? Shinsan involuntarily shivered, instinctively moving closer to Li Dao in search of security, but quickly recoiled under a sharp glare. The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head. Zhao Dongyan was my name 15 years ago. I have since joined the TMU tribe and reinvented myself. You may call me Lu Yin. Sun Zheng scoffed. No matter how you reinvent yourself, you cannot shed the identity of a murderous fiend who betrayed his masters and slaughtered his kin. Now you must also bear the shame of treason. Lu Yin appeared indifferent. Responding, call me what you will. It changes nothing about the reality that you will all perish here today. As someone who had survived among the elite of the Tianshan sect, he relied on both his strength and his audacity. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join the TMU tribe. In the next moment, Lu Yin vanished from sight, his palm emanating a chilling aura as he lunged toward Gao Liang, evidently intent on eliminating one opponent first. Observing this, Sun Zheng promptly intervened. Neither he nor Gao Liang could stand against Lu Yin alone, and they could not allow him to succeed. Soon, the two sides clashed fiercely. Seeing this unfold, Shinsan suddenly spoke up. Boss, what should we do now? Perhaps we should flee. It seems those two are in grave danger. Where would you run to? Do you think you would fare any better if they were to die? Li Dao retorted sharply. Shinsan wore a look of grievance and asked, then what shall we do? Li Dao scanned the convoy down the slope and declared, the mission continues. You both continue your search for that so-called treasure. And you? I shall assist them. Noticing that Shinsan was about to protest further, Li Dao abruptly lifted his leg to depart. Shinsan quickly sidestepped, refraining from saying anything more. As they passed by, Old Ghost cheerfully produced a small vial and handed it over. Little boss, this might aid that officer of the Jinyui, but remember to retrieve it. Retrieve it? Li Dao was momentarily perplexed by the meaning. As they passed by, Suhu remained silent, for his compliance was all that mattered. The little madman followed Suhu's lead. After the group had departed, Li Dao glanced at the vial in his hand and hastened to stand beside Gao Liang. What are you going to do? Gao Liang inquired. Applying the medicine, Li Dao replied, as he opened the vial and poured out its contents. To his astonishment, the so-called medicine turned out to be a collection of plump little insects. Gao Liang, taken aback by the sight, instinctively asked, how is this medicine to be applied? Li Dao furrowed his brow and responded, could it be that this medicine is meant for internal consumption? Upon hearing this, Gao Liang quickly shook his head, adamantly declaring, I would rather die than ingest it. At that moment, an insect inadvertently crawled out from the vial's opening and landed on Gao Liang's frostbitten right hand. To their amazement, the insect suddenly turned blue, and the frost began to recede. Realizing the significance of this, Li Dao promptly poured the remaining insects onto Gao Liang's right hand. Soon, all the insects transformed into a vibrant blue, seemingly absorbing the frost that had formed from the true qi. In no time, the frost dissipated, and Gao Liang's hand returned to its normal state. Done, Gao Liang exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he gazed at his restored hand. Li Dao looked down and noticed that the insects had all become rigid. Understanding the meaning behind the old ghost's words regarding recycling, he gathered the insects once more and returned them to the vial. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Zheng was beginning to falter. Although he too was a congenital warrior, there was a clear disparity in skill compared to Lu Yin. The crux of the matter lay in Lu Yin's icy palm technique, without any special means. Sun Zheng found himself utterly incapable of countering it, leaving him hesitant and fearful. Chapter 25, The Ice Palm of Immunity. Resulting in the escape of a man seeing Sun Zheng retreating step by step under his pressure, Lu Yin taunted him, if this is all the strength you possess, then you might as well leave your life here. Sun Zheng remained silent, for he had no retort. 15 years ago, the snow demon had already entered the innate realm. While he had only recently made his breakthrough, the disparity in their strengths was apparent, and further words would only serve to diminish his confidence. Die. Relying on his overwhelming might and the formidable ice palm technique, Lu Yin seized the opportunity and suddenly struck towards the unprepared Sun Zheng. Not so fast, scoundrel. With a shout, Gao Liang abruptly charged from the side, his long knife aimed directly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, facing this unexpected assault. If he continued to strike at Sun Zheng, it would be a life-for-a-life exchange. Thus, he swiftly turned to defend himself. As the three of them momentarily separated, Lu Yin's gaze fell upon Gao Liang's right hand, his voice darkening. You managed to dispel my ice chi so quickly. Sun Zheng also exhibited a look of surprise, for he had prepared himself for sacrifice. Ignoring Lu Yin, Gao Liang turned to Sun Zheng, declaring, let us strike together. Agreed, Sun Zheng nodded emphatically. Though Lu Yin was surprised that his ice palm's energy had been neutralized, he maintained an air of confidence. Two of you? What can two mere initiates of the innate realm do against me? I have long since stepped into the mid-innate realm and have mastered the ice palm to near perfection. In an instant, the three were engaged in combat. while Lu Yan's strength and the prowess of his ice palm allowed him to maintain an advantage. He found it difficult to overcome the years of tacit cooperation between Sun Zheng and Gao Liang. Li Dao pondered how to assist the two against the formidable snow demon when his peripheral vision caught some movement. Not far away, the caravan was thrown into disarray due to the assault by Shun San and his companions. Particularly, when Prince Tmu realized that these individuals were targeting the bridal gifts intended for a marriage alliance, he grew anxious and hastily commanded, "Guard team, go and stop those thieves." Some guards nodded and charged towards Shun San and the others. Li Dao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Prince Tmu, casting a glance back at the snow demon. He recognized the demon's strength, yet he too had vulnerabilities, namely, Prince Tmu. As a guard of Prince Tmu, should anything happen to him, the repercussions for the snow demon would be dire. Thus, rather than devising a way to counter this troublesome snow demon, it would be wiser to capture the prince first. As for the earlier agreement not to kill Prince Tmu, Li Dao paid it little mind. He merely intended to use the prince as leverage against the snow demon, without the intent to kill. However, the snow demon remained oblivious, believing that the group had come to assassinate Prince Tmu. With this thought in mind, Li Dao pressed forward, heading straight for the guard team surrounding Prince Tmu. Meanwhile, after the caravan was attacked, the guards near Prince Tmu focused their attention, fearing any mishap might befall him. Thus, Li Dao's unmasked figure quickly caught their eyes. A thief approaches the prince, remain vigilant. Upon witnessing Li Dao's sudden assault, the guards immediately raised their vigilance. Prince Tmu, observing the situation, promptly commanded, "Dispatch a few men to deal with this intruder." Understood. With that order, 5 mounted guards charged straight toward Li Dao. Kill. One guard surged ahead, his long blade aimed directly at Li Dao's face. Well met. Li Dao swiftly grasped his black iron saber, planted his foot firmly on the ground, and unleashed a fierce slash. In an instant, man and steed crossed paths. A heartbeat later, a figure was flung backward from the saddle, crashing heavily onto the earth. By then, the remaining 4 guards had closed in. Their coordination was flawless, striking from different angles at Li Dao's vital points. In the past, Li Dao might have evaded such an assault, but now, he made no effort to defend himself. The 4 guards never expected their ambush to proceed so smoothly. Yet, when their blades pierced the man before them, they realized with shock that the tips merely sank slightly against his resilient skin, without inflicting the slightest wound. Stunned, they froze in disbelief. Seizing the moment, Li Dao retaliated with a decisive sweep of his saber. The black iron saber, carrying terrifying force, cleaved through the air. Crack! The sound of shattered armor echoed as all 4 guards were sent flying, blood spraying in their wake. Moments after they collapsed, the system's notification chimed. Enemy slain. 4. Attributes gained. 356. For men yielding over 3 points, these guards must have possessed cultivation of their own. In mere moments, 5 dispatched guards had been reduced to 1. And even that survivor, the first to be unhorsed, was in dire straits, though his blade and armor had blocked Li Dao's strike. The sheer force behind it, 4,000 gene amplified by the swing's momentum, delivered at least 8,000 gene of impact. Outwardly unharmed, his internal organs had been pulverized, despite his cultivation. True enough, the system soon announced, enemy slain. 1. Attributes gained. 0.68. Prince Tmu had assumed his guards would effortlessly eliminate a lone intruder. Never had he imagined they would be crushed so decisively. As Li Dao advanced step by step, black iron saber in hand, the prince's composure shattered. What are you waiting for? Attack! He barked frantically. This time, 10 guards surged forward. Minutes later, they too became mere numbers on Li Dao's panel. Now, Prince Tmu could no longer remain composed. Watching the intruder draw nearer, he cried out in desperation toward the distance. Master Lu, save me. Meanwhile, confronted with the relentless retreat of Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, the snow demon Lu Yan grew increasingly exhilarated, envisioning the two transformed into ice sculptures beneath his chilling grasp. Likewise, Sun Zheng and Gao Liang found themselves in a predicament, for even united they could merely prolong their struggle against Lu Yan's formidable icy palm. The primary source of their tribulation lay in the snow demon's masterful icy technique, at times, even when evading his strikes. The sheer emanation of cold energy from his icy palm rendered their bodies rigid against their will. In that moment, a cry pierced the air, Master Lu, save me. Upon hearing this desperate plea, Lu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Turning to investigate, he beheld an individual advancing towards Prince Tmu, surrounded by the fallen bodies of numerous guards. The remaining guards' attempts to impede this person were futile. If he did not hasten to provide support, it would not be long before Prince Tianmu fell into enemy hands. Despicable. Lu Yin couldn't restrain himself from chastising Sun Zheng and Gao Liang. Despicable? Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged glances, their attention drawn to the scene unfolding in the distance. Upon witnessing Li Dao dispatching the guards with ease, they instantly grasped his intent. Gao Liang could not help but retort, "You dare speak of despicability? Remember when you betrayed your sect and later joined the Tianmu tribe? Did you not consider that?" Regardless of Lu Yan's protests, he recognized the necessity of aiding Prince Tianmu, already a fugitive sought by the Great Qian Dynasty. He could not afford for any misfortune to befall the prince under his watch. After 15 arduous years, having become the prince's mentor with aspirations of one day serving as a royal master of the Tianmu tribe, he would not let this opportunity slip away. In an instant, the intent to eliminate Sun Zheng and Gao Liang dissipated from his mind. "Wait for me," he declared with a fierce tone before decisively turning towards Prince Tianmu's location. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang, caught off guard by his departure, suddenly felt their expressions falter. "What now? If the snow demon has gone after him, what are we to do?" Gao Liang exclaimed anxiously. "Be careful, Lu Yin is returning." Meanwhile, Li Dao was reveling in the chaos among the guards when he suddenly heard a familiar voice ring in his ears. In the next moment, a chilling aura surged from behind him. "You dare to thwart my plans? Die." Upon turning, Li Dao saw Lu Yin launching an icy palm strike directly at him. Reacting instinctively, he swung his blade. Icy palm. Lu Yin unleashed a torrent of cold energy from his palm. As the Xian-Tai blade approached the frigid hand, a layer of frost rapidly formed upon its surface, encasing Li Dao's wrist as well. With a resounding clash, shards of ice exploded in all directions upon impact. Li Dao's gaze sharpened. Lu Yin had successfully blocked his strike with the icy palm. It was evident that, as a practitioner of innate martial arts, his capabilities far surpassed those of an acquired martial artist. Across the divide, Lu Yin's expression grew grave as well. The force of Li Dao's blow had caused his palm to throb painfully, nearly overwhelming the icy barrier he had conjured. He cast a glance at the other party's right hand, which was frozen by the ice palm, and his expression softened slightly. The ice palm. After failing with one strike, Li Yin decisively unleashed another palm strike with his left hand. Li Dao furrowed his brow, promptly switching hands to counter. With a resounding thud, their palms collided, producing a tremendous sound. In that moment, Lu Yin felt the overwhelming force, nearly shattering his arm, yet he was convinced that the adversary was faring far worse. Following the collision, a layer of frost instantly enveloped Li Dao's entire arm due to the influence of the ice true qi, with a tendency to spread towards his body. Die. Lu Yin revealed a chilling smile. Just then, two figures lunged towards him, simultaneously swinging their blades at Lu Yin's arm. Humph. Lu Yin understood well who sought to thwart his endeavors and deftly withdrew his hand to evade the assault. When he looked up again, he found the three had retreated several dozen meters away. "Are you all right?" Observing Li Dao's arm completely shrouded in frost, Gao Liang's expression darkened. He had suffered from the ice palm before and was well aware of its formidable power. Before Li Dao could respond, Lu Yin burst into laughter. "Don't get your hopes up. He is beyond saving." Gao Liang retorted decisively. "What do you mean beyond saving? Did I not just recover?" Lu Yin sneered. "You are merely dealing with a hand, while he has an entire arm affected. Furthermore, you were able to temporarily resist my ice true qi with your innate true energy. That's why your hand remains intact. Yet, he possesses no true energy." His gaze turned to Li Dao, mocking, "And he has no true energy at all." "You have no true energy?" Upon hearing this, Sun Zheng looked at Li Dao in shock. There was no need to conceal such matters. Li Dao nodded affirmatively. Gao Liang's face soured as he beheld Li Dao's entire arm encased in frost, for if this were indeed the case, there would be no hope left. "Haha. Just wait to die," Lu Yin taunted. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang looked on with bitter expressions, seemingly resigned to the truth. "Wait to die? What are we waiting for?" Suddenly, Li Dao spoke. Lu Yin's laughter ceased as he bluntly inquired, "You must be feeling a chill in your chest now, right? To tell you the truth, this is my ice true qi approaching your heart meridian. Once it enters, not even a celestial being can save you." Li Dao frowned. "But my chest does not feel cold at all." Lu Yin smirked. "Go on and pretend. The frost on your arm is comprised of my ice true qi. Is that so?" Li Dao raised his left arm, his body shuddering, and with a crack, the frost on his arm instantly shattered. In the next moment, all the frost fell to the ground, revealing an unscathed arm. "It's gone. Now what?" To ensure Lu Yin could see clearly, Li Dao even rotated his arm in several directions and flexed his fingers. At this, Lu Yan's expression froze, disbelief etched across his face. How is that possible? You clearly took my ice true chi head on. Li Dao shrugged his shoulders and said, but the fact remains. In truth, only Li Dao himself understood the situation clearly. When struck by the frost palm, he had sensed a piercingly cold energy relentlessly attempting to invade his arm through his pores. However, his skin, having undergone a transformation, effectively blocked this frigid energy, allowing only a minuscule amount to seep into his body. Yet, before these invasive energies could wreak havoc, they were swiftly purged by the surging vitality within him. Combined with his formidable regenerative abilities, his arm had fully recovered in the mere moments it took to speak. Through these recent discoveries, he realized that his skin, after its metamorphosis, had not only reached peak physical resistance, but also attained complete immunity to magical assaults. Otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly countered Lu Yan's frost chi or the blazing chi of that half-step transcendent from before. This spectacle left Sun Zheng and Gao Liang utterly astounded. You truly possess no chi? Gao Liang inquired uncertainly. Unable to fathom how anyone could withstand an innate martial artist's elemental chi with mere flesh and blood. Li Dao shook his head. Didn't you say it was natural strength? Gao Liang couldn't help but retort. Whose natural strength is like yours? Sun Zheng suddenly interjected. Do you think you can continue enduring his frost chi? As long as it's not prolonged. I should manage, Li Dao replied. From what he could discern thus far, the frost chi that Sun Zheng and Gao Liang feared like a ravenous beast posed little threat to him. Hearing this, Sun Zheng's eyes brightened. Excellent. Beside him, Gao Liang also grinned. Perfect. The three of us can join forces. Across from them, Lu Yan had regained his composure. His gaze, once dismissive, now held wariness. After all, his most vaunted frost palm had suddenly lost its efficacy, and this naturally unsettled him. Observing the trio in discussion, he seemed to grasp their intentions. If they truly united, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage today. Glancing at his decimated guards and the chaotic convoy in the distance, he pondered briefly before darting to Prince Tamu's side. Master Lu, why have you not acted yet? Prince Tamu demanded, displeased at his arrival. Your Highness, the opponents this time are troublesome. If I engage them fully, I may not be able to ensure your safety. What? Prince Tamu's expression darkened instantly. To him, nothing outweighed his own survival. He had only ordered Master Lu to attack earlier because his guards could temporarily shield him. Now, even Master Lu lacked confidence in protecting him. And unease gripped the prince's heart. Then what should we do now? He hastily inquired. Lu Yan feigned hesitation before replying slowly. That depends on your Highness's wishes. If you insist on continuing, I can hold off the three of them, though the outcome remains uncertain. However, if he runs, Lu is still confident in protecting the great prince. Upon hearing this, Prince Tamer hesitated for a moment and asked, Master Lu, how certain are you? About 60%, Lu replied. 60%? Prince Tamer's expression darkened. That meant there was a 40% chance of failure. What would he do then? Would he meet his demise here? If he were to perish, his brother would take over the Tamer tribe, and the throne would belong to another, along with the beauty he desired. Everything he held dear would be inherited by someone else. With this thought, Prince Tamer decisively made his choice. He did not wish for his brother to enjoy life in his stead. Master Lu, protect me as I leave this place and return to the Tamer tribe. I shall not engage in the marriage alliance. I want to go back, he declared urgently. Very well, today I, Lu Yan, shall risk my life to ensure the great prince's safe return to the tribe, Lu Yan proclaimed with a noble demeanor. Master Lu. Prince Tamer was visibly moved. Lu Yan disregarded the prince's emotions and commanded the surrounding guards. All of you, abandon the supplies and retreat. Protect the great prince as we return to the Tamer tribe. Yes, the guards shouted in unison, rallying to escort the Tamer prince as they hastily mounted their horses and departed. This scene left Sun Zheng and Gao Liang in a state of bewilderment. What did this mean? It seemed Lu Yan had no intention of fighting. Lu Yan turned back to Li Dao and the others, announcing, Today I shall spare your lives, but come tomorrow, I will undoubtedly claim your heads. With that, he spurred his horse and dashed to catch up with the retreating entourage of Prince Tamer, leaving Sun Zheng and Gao Liang in a daze. What did it mean to deliver such a threat and then flee? Furthermore, after driving away Prince Tamer, could they consider this mission accomplished? It should count as a success. For they had lost the dowry intended for the alliance, and their own team had suffered heavy casualties. No one would feel comfortable returning to negotiate a marriage alliance in such a disheveled state. Chapter 26, Wei Yun is captured, Li Dao bravely invades the enemy camp. Boss, why has everyone fled? At that moment, Shen San, accompanied by Old Ghost and others, rushed over. They had been preoccupied with searching for the so-called treasure, only to discover that the guards, who had previously fought fiercely against them, were now retreating in haste. With their master gone, how could they remain? Li Dao brushed off the remnants of frost from his attire and remarked, "Fled? What about our mission?" His gaze swept over the carts laden with goods. "Everything is still here. Let us take a look." "No need to search," Sun Zheng interjected suddenly. "No need to search?" Shen San and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Sun Zheng elaborated on his conjecture, explaining that their panicked retreat likely meant a return to the Tiamu tribe, rather than heading towards Deqian. Thus, their mission could be deemed complete. Li Dao inquired, "What if they regroup and continue their pursuit once they return?" Gao Liang chuckled from the side. "Then that would be another mission entirely. It has nothing to do with us." Li Dao pondered, realizing that regardless of the world, workplaces share a commonality in finding ways to offload troublesome matters. With that, they were relieved of complications. The third task promised to Wei Yun was accomplished, and now, only the prospect of freedom awaited. Half an hour later, the group buried the looted goods, recognizing the impracticality of carrying them away with just the 5 of them. "With the mission complete, we shall take our leave." Sun Zheng and Gao Liang clasped their fists in salute to Li Dao. "You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going back to Changgu Town to inform Commander Wei?" "No need for that. Our only responsibility is to His Majesty," they replied. "Very well. I wish you both safe travels." Gao Liang patted Li Dao on the shoulder with a smile, adding, "You've been a tremendous help. When you return to the capital, we shall treat you to a feast." "Treat me to a feast?" If they were to discover his true identity, the meal would likely consist of knives. Nevertheless, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the two departed, leaving Li Dao with the remaining 5. He surveyed the surrounding chaos and spoke, "Next, we shall return to report our mission and secure our freedom." Feeling an eagerness within, Li Dao led the 4 without pause, hastening back to Changgu Town. However, upon their return, they were taken aback. Numerous corpses lay outside the town, some belonging to Deqian soldiers, while others were of unfamiliar origin. "What happened here?" Shen San gasped in shock. Li Dao remained silent, dismounting to examine one of the bodies. Upon noticing the attire, he murmured, "Luo Yun tribe?" He recognized that the unfamiliar corpses were clad in the garments of the Luo Yun tribe, indicating that they had attacked Changgu Town. "Let us go inside and investigate," he urged. Li Di, the deeper one, ventured. The more corpses littered the ground, all of them belonging to the soldiers of the Great Qian and the people of the Luo Yun tribe, indicating that the fallen were solely from the Luo Yun clan. Just as the 5 individuals stepped through the gates of Changgu Town, a swift sound pierced the air. Li Dao's ears perked up, and instinctively, he raised his hand to catch an arrow that had come flying towards him. "Who goes there?" Shen San and the others immediately turned their wary gazes toward the direction from which the arrow had been shot. "Luo Yun barbarians, we shall fight you." In the next moment, a number of disheveled soldiers from the Great Qian burst forth from concealed corners. The foremost among them was none other than Lu Ning, whom Li Dao recognized. "Lu Fu Zhang," Li Dao exclaimed, startling Lu Ning, who was charging forward. Upon realizing that they were not foes, Lu Ning quickly raised his hand, signaling them to halt. "Wait, stand down, they are our own." Li Dao glanced at the injured Lu Ning and inquired, "What has transpired in Changgu Town?" Lu Ning's expression turned grim. "Last night, shortly after you departed, Changgu Town was suddenly ambushed by the Luo Yun tribe. We were caught off guard, and thus, the town fell." "Is it just the remnants of your forces?" Li Dao surveyed the few soldiers behind Lu Ning, noting that fewer than 200 remained. It was known that the Wei Wu camp originally comprised 1,000 men, and Changgu Town had housed over 1,000 soldiers. Even accounting for some losses, there should have been at least 700 or 800 remaining. Yet, in the span of a single night, fewer than 200 were left, and all were wounded. "Indeed." Lu Ning nodded despondently. Suddenly, Li Dao's expression shifted as a thought struck him. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What of Captain Wei? As a congenital martial artist, he should not have perished so easily." At the mention of Wei Yun, Lu Ning's countenance darkened further. During the final moments of the battle, Captain Wei realized that the Wei Wu camp could not withstand the assault from the Luo Yun tribe. He took it upon himself to lead the remaining foes away, and now his whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing this, Li Dao's expression darkened. Taking a deep breath, he directly inquired, "Did you see which direction Captain Wei fled?" Shen San, puzzled, remarked, "Boss, it has been half a day. He is likely beyond salvation." Li Dao replied solemnly, One must see the living or the dead. Shinsen muttered. Is it really necessary? The old ghost interjected, little fatty, if Wei Yun is dead, who will grant you your freedom? At the mention of freedom, Shinsen shuddered. Could it be that we need Wei Yun to resolve this? Do you think someone else agreed to those terms? Without him, who would acknowledge you? The old ghost stated bluntly. Shinsen, flustered, turned to Lu Ning and urged, quickly, tell us which way Wei Yun went. Lu Ning, seeing the urgency, pointed in a direction without hesitation. Shinsen proclaimed, Boss, let us hasten our pursuit. We must not allow that rascal Wei Yun to perish. Li Dao mounted his horse and declared, You all stay here. I shall pursue alone. But, before Shinsen could finish, Li Dao spurred his horse forward, racing toward the direction indicated by Lu Ning. Old Ghost, should we pursue them? Shinsen could not help but inquire. Pursue? Old Ghost was quite nonchalant, plopping himself down onto the ground. If you wish to chase, then go ahead. After uttering this, he glanced at the injured soldiers and chuckled. Today, I shall show my benevolence. Those who wish to receive treatment, line up. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Changgu town, Li Dao remained vigilant, observing the traces on the ground. Before long, he discovered a potential lead left by the Luoyun tribe's pursuit and promptly followed the trail. At this moment, a camp was temporarily stationed some distance away from Li Dao. In the center of the camp stood a wooden cage, inside which was a man bound by numerous chains. If Li Dao were present, he would surely recognize this man as Wei Yun. This was indeed the temporary encampment of the Luoyun tribe. A member of the Luoyun tribe approached the cage and splashed a ladle of cold water inside, coldly demanding, Tell me, was it your people from Decisive who killed our tribe's third prince? Bah. Wei Yun spat back without hesitation, revealing a mocking grin as he retorted, Your mother-s big pants. What does your third prince have to do with Decisive? Oh? You dare to talk back? A member of the Luoyun tribe seized a pot of boiling water from a nearby campfire and hurled it towards Wei Yun. As the scalding water splashed upon him, Wei Yun's expression soured, yet he gritted his teeth and bore the pain in silence. This scene elicited cold laughter from the surrounding members of the Luoyun tribe, still quite defiant, are we? At that moment, one of the Luoyun tribesmen rose from the crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the others. They had dispatched 2 innate warriors to deal with Wei Yun. One was named Jin Hua, and the other Jin Sha. Jin Hua, one of the leaders, stepped forward and chuckled lightly, I am uncertain whether the death of our third prince is linked to your Decisive. It may or may not be, but that is no longer significant. What truly matters now is that we must establish a connection between the death of the third prince and your Decisive. All you need to do is admit that his death was caused by your Decisive, and not only will we release you, but we will also permit you to join the esteemed Luoyun tribe. What do you say? Wei Yun furrowed his brow. You are members of the Luoyun tribe's anti-Decisive faction. In the northern wilderness, the Luoyun tribe was ostensibly a neutral faction, maintaining an ambiguous stance towards Decisive. However, there was a faction among them that despised this ambiguity, desiring to wage war against Decisive, akin to the Tamu tribe, in order to reap richer resources and lands. The third prince of Luoyun, who had been slain by them, was a member of the anti-Decisive faction, which is why he had covertly approached the Tamu tribe for negotiations without informing the king of the Luoyun tribe. The current actions of the opposing faction were merely to find an excuse to persuade the remaining members of the Luoyun tribe. Understanding this, Wei Yun resolved not to yield, even if he was indeed responsible for the third prince's ambush. What's the point of knowing? Just hurry up and give me your response. Jin Hua urged impatiently. Wei Yun, unwilling to speak, simply closed his eyes and remained silent. Observing this, Jin Hua comprehended the unspoken message. He raised his head to glance at the sky, noting that the sun was nearing its zenith. He then commanded, erect a flag and hang him up to endure the scorching sun. Thus, the battered Wei Yun found himself suspended from a pole, exposed to the relentless heat. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he murmured, I am sorry, 9527. Wei Yun was not afraid of death. His only regret lay in his inability to fulfill the promise he had made. Time flowed slowly. The sun blazed ever more intensely above him, leaving him parched and weak. Due to the severity of his injuries and the relentless exposure, his vision began to blur. In the distance, he faintly perceived a figure approaching. 9527. Wei Yun chuckled bitterly, muttering to himself, it is said that one sees illusions as death approaches. It appears to be true. Without hesitation, he bit down on his tongue, using the pain to jolt himself awake. Though he felt regret for 9527, he refused to allow thoughts of a man to occupy his mind in his final moments. He wished instead for a beautiful woman to grace his thoughts, if only to leave in a more pleasant manner. Yet, The pain did not dispel the figure before him. Instead, as the silhouette drew closer, he also heard the sound of galloping hooves. Startled, Wei Yun's senses sharpened. This was no illusion. Simultaneously, Li Dao approached the camp and recognized it as the territory of the fallen cloud tribe. His gaze quickly fell upon Wei Yun, suspended from the flag. And with his extraordinary vision, he easily discerned that Wei Yun was still alive. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, Wei Yun had not succumbed. Otherwise, the loss would have incited a murderous rage within him. On the other side, Li Dao's lack of concealment did not go unnoticed by the members of the fallen cloud tribe. Report. An unfamiliar person is approaching. A shout rang out, prompting the soldiers within the camp to swiftly assemble in the open area, including 2 innate martial artists. 9527, do not concern yourself with me. There are 2 innate martial artists here. Wei Yun, regaining his senses, called out hoarsely. He believed that with 2 innate martial artists guarding the camp, Li Dao stood little chance of rescuing him and might even risk his own life in the process. Hearing Wei Yun's voice, Li Dao's attention quickly focused on the 2 figures at the forefront of the soldiers. 2 innate martial artists? Without overthinking, he promptly accessed his system panel. Master, Li Dao Physique, 40, 74. Available attributes, 10, 98. Although he had not managed to slay the final foe, Lu Yin, during his recent battle against Prince Tmu. The elimination of those high-quality guards had provided him with substantial attributes. He wondered if his physique, enhanced to 50 times that of an ordinary person, would suffice. However, regardless of whether it was sufficient or not, having pursued this far, he wouldn't be satisfied without giving it a try. In an instant, a familiar surge of heat coursed through his entire body. The boiling vigor of his blood ignited his fighting spirit, filling him with an overwhelming urge to unleash his energy, as though he had been injected with a stimulant. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse forward, charging directly toward the warriors of the Luoyuan tribe. Faced with Li Dao's headlong assault, the 2 innate martial artists from the Luoyuan tribe sneered coldly and immediately commanded, "Attack! Kill him! Kill!" A swarm of soldiers rushed toward Li Dao in a frenzied assault. After all, confronting a single man, they harbored not a shred of fear. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their reckless charge appeared in Li Dao's eyes like a flock of sheep charging at a tiger, an absurd spectacle, as if they sought to overwhelm the predator through sheer numbers. In the first clash alone, bolstered by the momentum of his steed, dozens of soldiers were sent flying. Simultaneously, the surrounding soldiers swung their blades at Li Dao. Not far away, the 2 innate martial artists paid him no heed, instead engaging in a wager. Jin Hua remarked, "How long do you think he'll last in there?" Jin Sha chuckled lightly. "At most 30 seconds before he meets his end." Jin Hua laughed heartily. "You say 30? Then I'll grant him 40. Jin Sha shrugged. "Then let us wait and see." Amidst the flurry of blades descending upon him, Li Dao could have easily evaded them with his reflexes. Yet, he chose not to. Dodging would only hinder the efficiency of his own strikes. In an instant, countless blades slashed at his body. However, aside from tearing his garments, none managed to leave so much as a scratch on the flesh beneath. The surrounding soldiers froze in stunned disbelief, but they were granted no time to react. With a single swing of Li Dao's Qian iron blade, a crimson arc splashed outward. Enemies slain, 8. Attributes gained, 1. 24, only 1. 24 attributes from 8 men. The yield paled in comparison to the guards of Prince Tamu's tribe. Evidently, these were mere ordinary soldiers devoid of cultivation. Surveying the dense ranks around him, Li Dao mused that if quality was lacking, quantity would suffice. Without hesitation, he dismounted and plunged into the fray. Yet, to Jin Hua and Jin Sha observing from afar, this seemed nothing short of suicidal folly. "It seems he won't even last 30 seconds, Jin Sha sneered. "Are all Great Qian soldiers this foolish?" Jin Hua couldn't help but remark. Among those present, only Wei Yun, suspended from the banner, had a clear vantage of the unfolding carnage. From his perspective, Li Dao moved through the Luoyuan barbarians as though traversing unoccupied land, reaping lives with every stroke. Wherever he passed, the barbarians fell in droves, their bodies cleaved apart with effortless precision. The sight stirred Wei Yun's blood so fiercely that, were he not bound by chains, he would have leapt to his feet, cheering in exhilaration. Especially when he realized that Li Dao completely disregarded the blade, he was utterly astonished. For innate martial artists, they could rely on the external projection of true energy to defend against blades and spears. However, he was acutely aware that Li Dao lacked any true energy within him, relying solely on his physical strength in combat. He also understood that certain martial arts could refine the body and enhance its fundamental strength. Yet those arts required true energy to complement them. Should the true energy dissipate, they would at most possess slightly superior physicality compared to martial artists of the same rank. But they certainly would not exhibit such extraordinary prowess. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to accurately describe Li Dao. Suddenly, he recalled Li Dao's identity as a death row inmate and couldn't help but murmur to himself, wondering which fool had relegated such a remarkable natural talent to death row, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Chapter 27. A Single Against Thousands. Slaying the preternatural, the carnage continued unabated. As time wore on, the soldiers of the Luoyun tribe gradually succumbed to despair. They realized that their assaults had no effect on the formidable adversary before them. Their sharp blades struck with ferocity yet failed to pierce even a single hair. Conversely, a mere flick of the opponent's wrist could extinguish their lives in an instant. Over time, no soldier dared to approach this terrifying foe lightly. Yet, what rendered the soldiers at the front utterly speechless and despondent was the relentless pressure from their comrades behind, who, unable to see the plight of those at the forefront, continued to shove them toward the enemy. This led to a situation where even those unwilling to fight found themselves compelled to do so. Stop pushing, that fiend is coming. Kill him. Don't kill him. He is impossible to defeat. Kill him. I'll be damned. Get away from me. Kill him. Ultimately, one soldier met his demise beneath a casual strike from Li Dao. As this soldier, who had been fervently shouting for blood, stumbled into Li Dao's presence, he finally grasped, amidst the sea of corpses and blood, why that person had been blocking his path. At that moment, he longed to resurrect the one who had hindered him, but what awaited him was only the keen edge of the mysterious iron blade. By this time, Li Dao had descended into a frenzied state of slaughter. Although he faced fewer than a myriad, he nonetheless found himself amidst a throng of adversaries, as if he were traversing a desolate battlefield. Ordinary soldiers could only await their ruthless demise at his hands. This exemplified a distinct advantage held by those of formidable physique over those reliant on spiritual energy. A martial artist who exhausts their energy will inevitably become not but a slightly more potent version of an ordinary individual. Though a mass of soldiers might have overwhelmed him with sheer numbers, Li Dao was different. He possessed an endurance beyond the ordinary. The mere act of wielding his blade did not deplete him significantly. On the contrary, with each act of slaughter, he grew increasingly invigorated. Particularly, as he beheld the rising attributes in his status panel, the speed of his strikes quickened with every kill. At that moment, the melodious chimes of the system notifications rang incessantly in his ears, each note a delightful refrain. Defeated 4 enemies, gained attributes, 0, 65. Defeated 6 enemies, gained attributes, 1. 13. Defeated 5 enemies, gained attributes, 0, 96. Defeated. Though each increment of attributes was modest, the frequency of the rewards was gratifying. Suddenly, a distinct notification resonated within his mind. Achieved 100 consecutive kills, rewarded attributes, 5. 100 consecutive kills? The system offers such a reward mechanism? He recalled that upon achieving his first kill, he had also received a modest attribute boost. After a prolonged period of only acquiring attributes from fallen foes, he had assumed that aside from the initial kill reward, the system would provide no further bonuses. Unexpectedly, only by completing a consecutive 100 kills could one obtain the system's reward. This was something he hadn't anticipated. He wondered whether such rewards were exclusive to the first achievement or if they would cease thereafter, or perhaps require escalating the number of consecutive kills to unlock further rewards. Nevertheless, these 5 attribute points were an unforeseen boon. This sudden windfall stoked Li Dao's bloodlust to even greater heights. If slaughter were a profession, then this unanticipated bonus would undoubtedly invigorate the diligence of this industrious employee. Meanwhile, beyond the encirclement, Jin Hua and Jin Sha waited with growing unease. Something was amiss. Why was the battle still raging after so long? Jin Hua's expression darkened. Forget 30 or 40 seconds. Several minutes had passed, and the skirmish showed no signs of abating. Worse still, faint cries of agony from his own soldiers reached his ears. Something's wrong. I'll check it out, Jin Hua muttered, unable to restrain himself any longer. With those words, he dashed forward. When he finally neared the battlefield, the sight that greeted him rooted him to the spot. His men were being torn apart, their flesh and blood flying as a lone figure carved through their ranks with ruthless efficiency. Bastard! Jin Hua's eyes burned crimson with fury. With a roar, he charged into the fray, bellowing, "All of you, fall back." Originally, this ambush on Changgu town and the capture of the Great Qian's commander, Wei Yun, had been a resounding victory for the Luoyun tribe. But now, with the enemy cutting down his forces at an alarming rate, the casualty ratio was skyrocketing. How could he stand idly by? Li Dao swung his blade once more, felling several foes, when a sudden chill crept up his spine. Turning, he saw one of the enemy's innate martial artists hurtling toward him. Perfect timing. A glance at his status panel revealed. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 51, 72. Available attributes, 25. 78. After the initial massacre and the system's 5-point bonus, his unallocated attributes had surged to a staggering 26, more than half his current physique. This should suffice. Faced with an opponent who could potentially kill him, Li Dao, ever mindful of his own survival, naturally resolved to fight with everything he had. System, allocate all points. In an instant, the panel updated. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 77, 50. Available attributes, 0, as the 20-plus attributes flooded into his physique. A torrent of scorching energy erupted within him, coursing through every fiber of his being. With each pulse, his body grew stronger. In mere moments, his skin flushed crimson. And with every breath, faint wisps of white vapor escaped his nostrils. At this moment, Li Dao's killing intent surged in tandem with his enhanced physique. As the innate martial artist closed in, he saw an opportunity, not just to test his newfound strength, but to measure it against a worthy adversary. Die. With a guttural snarl, Li Dao brandished his black iron blade and charged toward Jinhua. Meanwhile, Jinhua was contemplating how to capture and torment the man before him to death when suddenly, a furious roar erupted. To his astonishment, the opponent charged straight toward him. Seeking death, he mentally branded the man with this label, for in his eyes, the other was merely an eccentric postnatal martial artist at best, unable to even release true chi, let alone be an innate master. Eagle Claw Strike. With a single hand shaped into a claw, a sharp surge of true chi gathered at Jinhua's fingertips. As the blade came slashing toward him, his movements flickered with agility, effortlessly evading the strike while his right hand viciously clamped onto Li Dao's arm. A flicker of surprise flashed in Li Dao's eyes. Judging by the opponent's attack, this was clearly an innate martial artist skilled in unarmed combat, exceptionally nimble. First, cripple one of your arms. Confidence curled on Jinhua's lips as his grip secured itself. In the next instant, true chi erupted from his fingertips, and he tore downward with brutal force. Rip. Fabric shredded, accompanied by a spray of blood. Yet, when Jinhua withdrew his hand, he froze at the sight of mere cloth fragments and a few bloodied flecks of skin clinging to his nails. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In his mind, this strike should have ripped away chunks of flesh, not just these pitiful scraps. Opposite him, Li Dao glanced down at the 3 shallow gashes on his arm and raised a brow. An innate martial artist? Why are you using techniques fit for a woman? The marks reminded him of his school days, when provoked female classmates had left similar scratches on him. Back then, such wounds would scab within an hour. And now, Li Dao looked again. The marks, fresh moments ago, had already crusted over. With a slight shake of his arm, the scabs shattered, revealing unblemished skin beneath. Not a trace of injury remained. A woman's technique? Jinhua's eye twitched. Since when had his eagle claw strike ever been described as such? Burning with fury, he struck again, this time, refusing to hold back. Another exchange later, his claw once again found Li Dao's arm. No longer underestimating his foe, he channeled his full innate true chi into his fingertips and slashed with all his might. This time, he distinctly sensed it, his innate true chi, capable of piercing metal and shattering stone, was momentarily blocked by the man's flesh and skin. It barely managed to break the surface, only to meet an even denser layer of muscle beneath. Rip. When he withdrew his hand, the sight of the meager shreds of skin wedged beneath his nails darkened his expression further. How? Never had he imagined that his eagle claw strike, renowned for its lethality, would be thwarted by mere human flesh. Are you even human? If he was the problem, then the aberration had to be the man standing before him. Such an inconceivable physique, how could it belong to a mortal? Li Dao glanced at the slowly healing wound and smiled faintly, remarking, with flesh and blood, what else could I be but human? As soon as his words fell, he decisively launched an attack against the innate martial artist before him. From previous encounters, he had come to realize that his physique, more than 70 times that of an ordinary person, combined with his transformed skin, rendered him exceedingly difficult to kill. Now, it was time to test the limits of his offensive capabilities. With a swift strike, Li Dao's black iron knife aimed directly for Jinhua's neck. Upon regaining his composure from the initial shock, Jinhua hastily attempted to evade. However, Li Dao's movements were far swifter than he had anticipated. Despite his exceptional lightness of foot, he barely managed to dodge. A sharp sound pierced the air. Jinhua suddenly found that although he had evaded the blade, his outer garments were still torn by it. To his astonishment, he noted that the blade bore no trace of true energy. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this was merely a strike of pure brute force? This realization led Jinhua to question his very existence. What manner of monster was this? At that moment, the soldiers of the Falling Cloud tribe observed their leader engaged in battle with the enemy, quickly retreating in alarm. Initially, they believed their leader would effortlessly dispatch the foe, only to discover that he was at a disadvantage. Against Jinhua, the innate martial artist, Li Dao had but one strategy: to leverage the fact that his opponent struggled to harm him and retaliate with full force. This caused Jinhua to remain cautious throughout the encounter, for even without any true energy, a single strike from Li Dao's overwhelming strength could potentially inflict grave injury. On the other side, Wei Yun, hanging from a flag, watched as Li Dao dominated Jinhua. He had assumed that with the prowess of his 9527, he would only be capable of handling someone at the half-step innate level, yet here he was, witnessing the innate martial artist being challenged. Meanwhile, as the soldiers of Falling Cloud dispersed, Jinhua noticed the skirmish between Jinhua and Li Dao from a distance. Upon seeing Jinhua falter, Jinhua stood upright but soon relaxed again, a smirk playing on his lips. How amusing it was. In his view, the enemy was relentless in their assault, while Jinhua continually evaded. Given his understanding of Jinhua's capabilities, he recognized that there were numerous opportunities for a counterattack, yet he merely chose to dodge. Was this a game? Thus, he remained unconcerned, leaning against a wooden post to observe the unfolding drama. Little did he know, Jinhua was precariously walking a tightrope at a dizzying height, with every step a matter of life and death. Each of Li Dao's strikes was ferocious, and he seemed to exhibit an unyielding stamina, each blow swift and precise, targeting the most vulnerable spots. Consequently, despite Jinhua's exceptional agility, he found himself drenched in cold sweat after each narrow escape. In his heart, he could only curse, monster. After all, how could a human possibly withstand such relentless onslaught? He had initially intended to exploit his agility to exhaust his opponent's stamina, yet after repeated exchanges, his own energy was nearly depleted while the adversary showed no signs of fatigue. Frustrated, he couldn't help but shout, "Jinhua, come help me now." Not far away, Jinhua heard Jinhua's plea but dismissed it entirely, merely calling back, "Enjoy yourself. I'll just watch." Jinhua's mind seethed with curses and joy. He was practically on the verge of death. Li Dao granted him no opportunity to retort, his assaults growing ever more relentless. Though his strikes appeared consistent in rhythm within his mind, the movements of this innate martial artist flickered like shadows. Each physical enhancement had also sharpened his intellect, and with a mental capacity 70 times that of an ordinary man, he could effortlessly divide his focus, analyzing and reconstructing his opponent's every motion in his mind. Once a person's behavior was fully mapped within his thoughts, unless they drastically altered their approach, their actions would soon become predictable. After several more exchanges, Jinhua's patterns were entirely deciphered. Left, Li Dao's gaze sharpened. His blade, mid-swing, abruptly veered leftward. Jinhua, out of habit, dodged to the left, only to meet the gleaming edge head-on. A sharp shank. Then silence. This time, the blade did not merely graze fabric. It found its mark with lethal precision, Jinhua's throat. No matter how potent one's inner energy, flesh and blood could never withstand the keenness of black steel. Eyes wide, Jinhua clutched his throat, blood spilling from his lips as he stared at Li Dao in disbelief. How could the blade's trajectory have twisted so unnaturally? Unbeknownst to him, his every move had long been replicated in Li Dao's mind. Based on prior behavior, there had been a 90% likelihood he would evade left, and Li Dao had merely positioned his blade accordingly. Enemy slain. Attributes gained. 10. 31. As Jinhua's life faded, the system's notification chimed. At the sight of the attributes yielded by slaying an innate martial artist, Li Dao froze. Over 10 points? Calculated. This meant an innate warrior's total attributes surpassed 100-fold that of an ordinary person, exceeding even his own enhanced physique. Truly befitting of their title. From their earlier clashes, this innate warrior's physical prowess alone had been merely a dozen times that of a common man. Thus, the Qi attribute alone must constitute 80% of an innate martial artist's total strength. A staggering proportion. Simultaneously, with Jinhua's death, the air around Li Dao grew eerily still. Lifting his gaze, he saw the Luo Yun soldiers standing dumbstruck, their eyes locked on the fallen body. One soldier, snapping back to reality, instinctively retreated. And then, like dominoes, the rest followed. All the soldiers began to retreat from Li Dao. With their formidable commander now deceased, engaging in combat seemed utterly futile, merely a means to offer their heads as trophies. Not far away, Jin Sha, who had just been jesting with Jin Hua, stood frozen in place. Still unable to comprehend the abrupt demise of Jin Hua. Was he not merely playing a game? How could he have gambled away his life? If Jin Hua were to retain any awareness in this moment, he would surely curse Jin Sha for his thoughts. As Jin Sha contemplated the notion of avenging Jin Hua, a sudden clarity jolted him to a halt. His strength was not significantly greater than that of Jin Hua. If Jin Hua had not succumbed due to folly, but rather had genuinely been overpowered and slain, could he truly hope to prevail in battle? Jin Hua's earlier cries for help suggested a desire to flee. Yet he had found no escape. This indicated that the adversary's prowess had left Jin Hua with no avenue for retreat, compelling him to seek assistance. Jin Sha stood rooted in place, weighing his options. He could seek vengeance for Jin Hua, risking his own life in the process, potentially leading to the annihilation of their entire unit. Or he could choose to flee, preserving his life for another day to grow stronger and eventually avenge Jin Hua. Meanwhile, after dispatching the innate martial artist before him, Li Dao's gaze naturally shifted to another innate martial artist not far away. Only one remained. And just as he resolved to advance, he witnessed the innate martial artist abruptly mount his horse, initially expecting the opponent to charge towards him. Li Dao was taken aback when the warrior instead turned and fled in the opposite direction, issuing a command for a full retreat. This command seemed to liberate the soldiers of the falling cloud from their previous constraints. The once slowly retreating soldiers surged forward with newfound vigor, racing towards their camp. Their singular focus was to mount their horses and follow their remaining commander. Li Dao was left momentarily stunned. This was not at all what he had anticipated. Shouldn't they have united to confront him and exact vengeance for their fallen comrade? Instead, they were fleeing, whether it was his slow reaction or their swift escape. By the time Li Dao regained his composure, the last of the falling cloud soldiers had already galloped 100 meters away. Chapter 28. Rescuing Wei Yun's freedom. Gazing at the vanishing figure of the innate martial artist in the retreating shadows of the remaining soldiers of the fallen cloud tribe, Li Dao hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from pursuing them. For him, today had already been a tremendous gain. This unexpected reward could be deemed a fortuitous surprise. The paramount concern now was to ascertain the well-being of Wei Yun. If this fellow were to perish, all of his recent efforts would have been in vain. Atop the flagpole, Wei Yun's mouth hung slightly ajar, still struggling to fully comprehend the astonishment of witnessing Li Dao slay an innate martial artist. It was only when he felt the flagpole being lifted and then lowered that he gradually regained his senses. Li Dao approached the dazed Wei Yun, gently patting his face, and inquired, "Commander Wei, are you alive?" Feeling a slight sting on his face, and confirming that this was not merely a dream, Wei Yun shook his head, replying, "I am fine. They did not intend to kill me." The members of the Falling Cloud tribe had captured him primarily to force him to confess to the crime of murdering the third prince of Falling Cloud. They had not killed him but had tortured him instead. Thus, while he appeared to be in a wretched state, in reality, he was merely depleted of energy, accompanied by some external injuries. For border commanders like them, not losing limbs was merely a minor injury. At that moment, Wei Yun suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Li Dao with a face full of gratitude. 9527. I never expected you would come to rescue me. I am truly touched. After speaking, he suddenly opened his arms, adopting a posture as if to embrace. Li Dao sidestepped, his expression darkening. You are overly sentimental. I was merely concerned that if you died, no one would secure our freedom, which is why I came. I understand, but couldn't you at least pretend to make me feel a bit moved? Wei Yun, not being foolish, was well aware that their relationship was not so intimate. His words were merely an expression of emotion. Yet he did not expect to have his sentimentality so ruthlessly shattered by reality. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and bluntly stated, "What benefit do you gain from my being moved? Are you not afraid that I might change my mind and refuse your freedom? You may certainly try." In the next moment, the black iron blade he had unsheathed was pressed against his own neck. Moving back, and for regardless of whether Wei Yunji acted out of freedom or some other motive, he was ultimately saved by the other party. In this debt of gratitude he must acknowledge. Li Dao helped Wei Yun to his feet, casting a glance over his injuries. "Can you still ride?" he inquired. "Ride? Do you believe that if the people from the Luoyun tribe return, I could slay them once more?" Wei Yun retorted, punctuating his words with a motion that inadvertently tugged at his wounds, causing a wince at the corner of his mouth. Li Dao rolled his eyes. "If you can ride, then do so yourself. I have no desire to share a horse with a man." Wei Yun, unable to suppress his sarcasm, responded, as if I would willingly ride a horse with a man. Who knows? Li Dao replied. In Changgu town, following the treatment administered by the old ghost, the remaining soldiers of the Great Qian had largely received aid. Many of the surrounding soldiers expressed their gratitude towards the old ghost, as he had managed to reattach severed arms for some of them. Additionally, several soldiers on the brink of death were miraculously saved by the old ghost's remarkable medical expertise. Lu Fuzhong, observing his own scabbed wounds, could not help but exclaim, "Old ghost, you truly are a talent." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Old ghost, with your exceptional medical skills, how is it that the Jin Yi has recorded you for practicing medicine without a license and selling counterfeit drugs, ultimately leading to your arrest?" In response, the old ghost huffed, "Some repay kindness with malice. I fulfilled his wish, yet he had me captured by the Jin Yi. He then recounted the general course of events. Upon hearing the old ghost's story, everyone fell silent. In his tale, a nobleman, having fathered a son, suddenly desired a daughter in his old age and inquired if the old ghost could assist him in having another child. The old ghost had just perfected a particular medicine and was in need of a test subject. Through his efforts, the nobleman was granted a daughter. As for why the nobleman later had the old ghost arrested, it was because, after having a daughter, he found himself without a son. The old ghost had, through his medical skills, transformed the nobleman's son into a daughter, one capable of marriage and childbirth. Fortunately, the nobleman's son was a good-for-nothing, leading the Jin Yi to consider the old ghost's actions as a form of retribution, sparing him from immediate execution and instead imprisoning him. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively clasped their legs together. The old ghost, however, continued unabated, "In light of our fateful encounter, if any of you wish to become women, I can assist you free of charge." Shinsan interjected, "Old ghost, you won't lead me astray if you make me your apprentice, will you?" Previously, he had thought that being an apprentice was harmless, given the old ghost's remarkable skills, yet now he realized that sometimes it was better to be dead than alive. If he were still that nobleman's son, he would certainly choose not to survive. The old ghost shrugged, "I am uncertain for now. I will notify you once I have developed a new remedy." The casual conversation swiftly concluded, and Lu Neng let out a sigh, uncertain whether Jiao Wuerqi could catch up and rescue Commander Wei. Among those present, Shinsan, who had always been at odds with Wei Yun, wore a troubled expression. "Wei Yun, you must not perish. If you do, who will grant me my freedom? If you manage to return, I shall even address you as grandfather." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. "Shinsan, I heard your words. Hasten to call me grandfather," came a voice. The crowd turned to see two figures riding towards them through the shattered gates of Changgu town. One was Li Dao, and the other, naturally, was Wei Yun. "Commander Wei," Lu Neng exclaimed in surprise, rising from the ground. The other soldiers of the Wei Wu camp were equally exhilarated, eager to stand, and those unable to rise were lifted by their comrades. Wei Yun gazed at his subordinates with a heavy heart but managed a forced smile as he greeted them. "It is good that everyone is safe." He then turned his gaze to Shinsan. "Fatty, what happened to your promise to call me grandfather?" Shinsan's face shifted through shades of green and purple. "Fatty, a real man keeps his word. Surely you wouldn't go back on it, would you?" Wei Yun continued to jest. "You scoundrel," Shinsan retorted. Wei Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Considering that Jiao Wuerqi saved my life, you need not grandfather," Shinsan interjected, maintaining his composure as he attempted to absolve his leader of the obligation of gratitude. "Is that even possible?" Wei Yun responded with a raised eyebrow. Shinsan then approached Wei Yun, extending his hand. Wei Yun glanced down, seeing nothing, and asked, "What do you want?" "Return our freedom." "Not just yet." "Why not?" "Fatty, you should see the state of the Wei Wu camp. How can I return it to you in such circumstances? When will you be able to? At the very least, we must wait until the Wei Wu camp is rebuilt, and I can connect with those in higher authority." "Really?" "Absolutely," Wei Yun replied earnestly. "Restoring the household registration for condemned prisoners is no trivial matter. There must be a process. I assure you, I will expedite the handling of your household registration and grant you your freedom." Shinsan looked skeptical. "You're not toying with us, are you?" Wei Yun shrugged. "If you don't trust me, surely you can trust Jiao Wuerqi." Shinsan turned to Li Dao. "Boss, is this fellow reliable?" Li Dao replied candidly. "Whether he is reliable or not, time will tell." He had already inquired about the circumstances on their way back and was not as easily startled as Shinsan. Upon hearing this, Shinsan cast a glance at Wei Yun. "I will trust you one last time. Rest assured." As time passed, a month had renamed by Wei Yun as Chongping Town, which signifies longevity and peace. The only thing that puzzled Wei Yun was the peculiar expression on Zhou Wuqier's face when he chose the name Chongping. On this day, within a tent in Chongping town, Li Dao and 4 others gathered. On a bed, the once erratic little madman lay quietly. Lao Gui stood beside him, meticulously checking the little madman's pulse. After a moment, Lao Gui released his hold, declaring him well. Upon hearing this, the little madman immediately sprang up, restless. His stillness had nearly driven him to madness. Had it not been for the familiar faces around him, he would have already begun his antics. Li Dao stood nearby, inquiring about the situation. Lao Gui shook his head, stating that while he could be cured, it could not be done here. He glanced at the little madman and explained. This peculiar affliction stems from an ancient clan in the southern mountains of Qian. To truly heal him, we must venture there. Su suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Let us go." Over the past month, the bond between the little madman and Su Hu, both kindred spirits, had deepened. Seeing hope for the little madman's recovery, Su Hu readily agreed without hesitation. Lao Gui nodded. "If you say we should go, then we shall. I thrive on tackling such enigmatic ailments. But we must wait for Captain Wei to grant us our freedom." At this, Shinsan grew irritated. Could it be that Wei Yun does not intend to release us? It has already been a month with no resolution. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and a voice rang out, "Shin Fatty. I just walked in and heard someone insulting me." "Insulting you? I was just about to hit you. It has been a month. Your glorious camp is established. But what about my freedom?" Shinsan turned to retort, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of what Wei Yun held in his hands. He quickly exclaimed, "What you have in your hand is..." Wei Yun smiled slightly, "The household registration book." Shinsan hesitated. "Really?" Wei Yun teased, "Guess." Shinsan, though eager to snatch the mysterious household registration book from Wei Yun, knew he could not. "Enough, Captain Wei. It is not the time for jokes," Li Dao interjected. Also filled with curiosity after waiting a month, his patience wearing thin. With Li Dao speaking up, Wei Yun ceased his banter, approached the table, and placed the book down, casually flipping it open to reveal the clear records of various individuals' household information. Soon, the book was turned to a blank page. "Next, all you need to do is share your details with me, and I can register you. Once submitted, you will officially have your household registration again." Wei Yun glanced at the 5. "Who will go first?" The group instinctively looked towards Li Dao. "All right, I will go first," he said, taking a deep breath and sitting across from Wei Yun. Since being confined in the death row camp, from despair to hope, step by step until now, only the devil knows the immense pressure weighing on his heart. Now, at last, he could shed the identity of a condemned prisoner. At this moment, Wei Yun suddenly reminded them, "One more thing, your household registrations must not match the previous ones, or problems will arise. It's best to fabricate entirely unfamiliar registrations." Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded in understanding. This was something he naturally grasped, especially given his particularly sensitive and special status. If he were to be discovered by accident, the Emperor of Deqian would certainly not spare him. However, he decided not to change his name. With a population of 200 million in the Qian Dynasty, the surname Li was one of the most common, and countless people shared the same name. A mere name alone wouldn't expose him. Afterward, Li Dao relayed the fabricated household registration details to Wei Yun, instructing him to record them in the registry. "Come on, my turn now." No sooner had Li Dao finished speaking than Shun San unceremoniously took a seat beside them. Since Wei Yun was present, the others, Old Ghost and his companions, couldn't be bothered to argue. Within the time it took for a single stick of incense to burn, the household registrations of all 5 men were recorded in the ledger. Once the registration was complete, Shinsan couldn't resist asking impatiently, "When can we finally leave this damn place?" Wei Yun closed the ledger and replied, "Though the registration is done, this ledger must still be submitted for official records. Only after your identity tablets are issued can you freely travel throughout Deqian." Li Dao understood the concept of these identity tablets, akin to ancient identification cards, used to verify one's status. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Inside the tent, Wei Yun distributed the 5 identity tablets to each of them. Possessing these tablets meant their identities were now officially registered with the Deqian authorities. Even if lost, replacements could be issued. More importantly, it signified that the 5 had formally shed their status as condemned prisoners and embraced new identities. As Li Dao ran his fingers over the rough surface of the tablet, an invisible shackle seemed to lift from his body and mind, leaving him utterly unburdened. 3 months had passed since his memories had resurfaced. From a third-rank earl to a death row prisoner, and now restored to an ordinary citizen to him. It all felt like a dream. He still vaguely recalled the despair of his initial days in confinement. Had it not been for the awakening of his system, he might never have regained his freedom. Happy, aren't you? Wei Yun appeared beside Li Dao unexpectedly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He understood Li Dao's emotions all too well. After all, countless condemned prisoners passed through his hands each year. Most were numb with despair, while the few with some skill could only endure for a time before meeting a frenzied end in some execution mission. To this day, Li Dao and his companions were the first batch of prisoners to survive under his watch and earn their freedom. Of course I'm happy. Li Dao carefully tucked away his identity tablet before turning with a composed smile. Commander Wei, you must have something to say to me, don't you? Wei Yun paused, then chuckled and shook his head. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Well, besides delivering your token today, there is another matter I wish to discuss. Li Dao remarked, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Wei Yun inquired, his expression earnest. I wonder if you have any desire to join the military. You see, individuals like you often find that their former identities cannot be reclaimed, leaving them in a state of confusion. Based on your previous performance, I believe you would thrive in the military. Should you choose to stay, your future path would undoubtedly be smooth. Would you consider this? Li Dao's expression flickered with surprise at Wei Yun's unexpected invitation to enlist. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I can consider it, but not at this moment. What do you mean? Wei Yun asked. Li Dao shrugged. I wish to return home first for a glimpse. This was a decision he had already contemplated, particularly after learning from Sun Zheng and Gao Liang about the threats from the Prime Minister's residence. His eagerness to return had intensified. Very well, Wei Yun nodded in understanding. If you ever wish to join the military, you may reach out to me. Li Dao acknowledged him with a nod. The following day, outside Shopping Town, Li Dao and his companions prepared to depart, having just received their tokens the previous day. It was only natural. They had grown weary of this place. Li Dao, mounted on horseback, surveyed the other four. Are we all set? Shinsan chuckled. Boss, you can rest assured. I guarantee to deliver the old ghost and the others to their destination. Despite having regained their freedom, Shinsan still referred to Li Dao as boss. In his words, once a boss, always a boss. Simply put, in the world of Jianghu, having more friends opens more paths. His time in the death row camp had shown Shinsan that the four individuals beside him were no ordinary folk. As an ordinary person, he needed to latch onto the strongest leg, and that leg was Li Dao's. Li Dao nodded. That's good. Be careful on your journey, and avoid any accidents. Due to the little madman being turned into a puppet, although he retained some intelligence, he suffered from severe after effects. According to the old ghost's judgment, if the little madman continued on this path, he would not survive the year, unable to suppress the poison within him, and would perish. Thus, the old ghost decided to take the little madman to the southern mountains of Deqian in search of a cure. Suhu, having no home to return to and being close to the little madman, chose to accompany and protect the old ghost and the little madman along the way. As for Shinsan, he resolved to escort the three to the southern mountains of Deqian before returning to his own adventures in the Jianghu. This led to their current divergence of paths. Just as Shinsan was about to lead the old ghost and the others away, he suddenly recalled something and rummaged through his belongings, producing a handful of gold and silver treasures. Boss, the road in Jianghu is long. Take this for your journey. It will be of assistance. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Did you acquire all this from your previous missions? Shinsan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Just a little something I picked up along the way. Li Dao cast a glance at Shinsan's bulging bundle, unable to suppress a silent lament. Truly, a thief at heart. Even facing execution, he does not forget his thievery. Observing the gold and silver being offered, Li Dao shook his head, saying, You keep it. I have enough for myself. He already possessed a considerable amount of silver, all bestowed by Wei Yun. It was not a matter of repaying a favor, but rather what he rightfully earned. Having completed 3 missions in exchange for his freedom, the accumulated military achievements were solidly credited to Wei Yun. According to the exchange rate of 1 tael of silver per year, Li Dao had taken several hundred taels from Wei Yun, which sufficed for his needs at present. Very well then. Shinsan finally clasped his fist in salute, saying, Boss, we shall take our leave now. Let us be on our way. Li Dao replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture. Shinsan turned to gaze at the rising red sun over the distant plains, letting out a long howl before spurring his horse onward, accompanied by old Gue and the others. Li Dao watched the silhouettes of the four gradually fade into the expanse of the plain, then shifted his gaze northward, murmuring softly, It seems I too must depart. With that, he flicked his whip. Shortly thereafter, his figure vanished into the northern plains. Meanwhile, Atop the walls of Chopping Town, two armored men stood side by side. "Commander, is it not a pity that 9527 has left?" Lu Ning remarked, observing Li Dao in the distance. "Not at all," Wei Yun replied, gazing ahead with a slight smile. "He will return in due time. A person like him does not belong in the world of Jianghu. The battlefield is where he truly fits." At these words, Lu Ning was taken aback, recalling Li Dao's fierce demeanor on the battlefield. If he were to take the field, Ard Qian might gain a formidable war star. He said. Wei Yun patted Chapter 29, Arrangements, the Tai family caravan 2 days later, Yumen Town. This is the largest national gate checkpoint in the eastern territory of the Great Qian, and also the first town encountered upon entering the Great Qian from the east. Beneath the scorching sun, a solitary figure on horseback slowly approached the gate checkpoint. A young guard stationed at the gate raised his hand and called out, "Halt. Present your token to enter the town." Li Dao stopped in his tracks, retrieving a token from his bosom and handing it over. The young guard examined the token carefully, then scrutinized the weary and travel-worn Li Dao, inquiring, "Where do you hail from, and where are you headed?" "From Changgu Town, bound for the imperial capital." "Changgu Town?" The guard asked. "Do you know Commander Wei?" Li Dao placed his hand on his waist, a gesture that immediately heightened the vigilance of the soldiers behind the guard, who swiftly unsheathed their long blades, poised for action. Li Dao, unfazed by their reaction, quickly drew his own dark iron blade, inquiring, "Might you recognize this dark iron blade?" The young guard raised a hand to halt the soldiers, taking the dark iron blade to inspect it closely. Upon noticing a particular mark, his expression brightened. "So you are indeed one of Commander Wei's people. My apologies for the oversight." The guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from cautious to cheerful. As he politely returned the dark iron blade, Li Dao accepted the blade and asked, "Did Wei Yun inform you about me?" "Indeed," the guard replied with a smile. "A few days ago, Commander Wei mentioned that a friend of his would be passing through here and instructed us to offer assistance. It seems you are that esteemed individual. How did he instruct you to assist me?" Li Dao was not surprised by Wei Yun's initiative, as that fellow owed him a considerable favor. "Are you indeed headed for the imperial capital?" "Yes. You may not be aware, but the eastern border is quite distant from the imperial capital, and it is generally arduous for individuals to traverse the journey alone. Thus, the townsfolk of Yumen often travel in groups to the capital. While we are unable to escort you directly, we can recommend a suitable caravan." Through the guard's explanation, Li Dao quickly grasped the circumstances of Yumen Town. Due to its strategic location at the border and its extreme remoteness, it was challenging for individuals to arrive here. Typically, only caravans traversing the borders would frequent this small town. For an individual wishing to depart for the outside world, the most prudent course of action was to join a group and travel together. Li Dao agreed with the notion of forming a caravan. Although he possessed a map from Yumen Town to the Great Qian's imperial capital, he found modern maps challenging to decipher, let alone an ancient one. Were he to navigate on his own, a journey of half a month would likely take him several months. Thus, seeking a guide was the most sensible option. Li Dao nodded. "Then I shall trouble you." With that, he produced a silver coin weighing 10 taels and tossed it forward. "My dear sir, you are far too courteous. You are indeed a friend of Commander Wei." The young gatekeeper accepted the silver with a wry smile. "No need for such formality. Wei Yun is Wei Yun, and I am myself. Should there be any issues, let him seek me out. Consider this money as a means to treat the brothers to some wine." Li Dao remarked casually. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper found himself at a loss for words and could only clasp his fists in a gesture of respect, assuring, "Rest assured, sir, we shall make proper arrangements for you." Under the guidance of the gatekeeper, Li Dao swiftly led his horse into the bustling town of Yumen. Once inside Yumen, Li Dao was struck by the stark contrast between the exterior and the vibrant interior of the town. Although Yumen was not large, it boasted an abundance of goods. Along the thoroughfare, vendors and merchants called out, showcasing a plethora of wares, including various taverns and pavilions. As if sensing Li Dao's bewilderment, the gatekeeper explained, "These are merchants passing through. Though the borderlands may seem remote, they serve as a lucrative hub for commerce among various nations. Most merchants prefer not to travel too far, opting to wholesale their goods right here, which has gradually led to the town's prosperity. However, do not be deceived by their apparent warmth. They are cunning by nature, and at the slightest hint of trouble, they are the first to flee." His words dripped with disdain. Before long, the gatekeeper escorted Li Dao to an inn. Standing outside, Li Dao's eyes were drawn to the sign above the establishment, Tai Family Inn, accompanied by a smaller sign that read Tai Family Escort Agency. To his surprise, he discovered that the Tai family had a stake in this enterprise. Li Dao was somewhat familiar with the Tai family. Known as the foremost merchant clan of the Great Qian Dynasty, their enterprises sprawled across the entire realm of Great Qian and even extended to neighboring countries, boasting significant scale. The wealth of the Tai family was indeed comparable to that of nations. Moreover, their influence within the Great Qian was formidable. As each generation saw a daughter married into the royal family, forging alliances of considerable stature. Thus, the Tai family had remained a favored ally of the imperial court, never to be regarded with suspicion. As the two entered the inn, they were greeted by a motley assembly of weary travelers, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Dao. The gatekeeper approached the counter and addressed the innkeeper's assistant, Shao Qian, "Please summon your master." Upon recognizing the visitor, the assistant beamed, "Certainly, Master Zhao. Please wait a moment while I inform the innkeeper." Shortly thereafter, the assistant led a plump man clad in luxurious attire into the foyer. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here today?" The innkeeper inquired jovially. "Spare me the pleasantries," the gatekeeper interjected. "Have you any large groups heading to the imperial capital? I need your assistance in arranging for someone to enter." "A large party heading to the imperial capital?" The innkeeper pondered for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea, and leaned closer to whisper, "Indeed, there is a sizable team, one belonging to our iron family. However, entry is rather stringent and requires a clear background." "Brother Zhao, your situation." The gatekeeper shot a glare at the innkeeper, implying, "Do you assume those I brought are not of good standing?" The innkeeper chuckled awkwardly. "No offense intended, I merely meant to express caution." The gatekeeper retorted, "Enough of this banter. Please assist in arranging for my friend here. Consider it a favor." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's eyes brightened. This favor held considerable value. Yet, recalling the individual leading the group, he hesitated and inquired, "Are you certain there are no issues with those you brought?" The gatekeeper, slightly irked, replied, "Shall I place my head here as collateral?" No need for that." With this, the innkeeper understood that the individuals accompanying the gatekeeper were indeed of reputable standing. He thumped his chest and reassured, "Rest assured, Brother Zhao. I guarantee by the honor of the Iron family that your companions will arrive safely in the capital." "That is reassuring," the gatekeeper responded before turning to Li Dao. "Young master, you shall stay here at this inn. The innkeeper will make the necessary arrangements for you." "Thank you," Li Dao replied earnestly. Although their exchange was conducted in hushed tones, Li Dao, with his keen senses, grasped every word, recognizing the gatekeeper's diligence in handling the matter. The gatekeeper chuckled heartily. "Captain Wei saved my life on the battlefield. As a friend of his, you are also my friend. No need for formalities." Shortly thereafter, the gatekeeper took his leave, leaving Li Dao alone in the inn. The innkeeper cordially welcomed him, stating, "You may rest here for the night. We shall depart tomorrow." He then called to a nearby attendant, "Hurry and prepare a room for this young master." Guided by the attendant, Li Dao was led to a chamber. The attendant inquired, "Is there anything else you require, young master?" Li Dao glanced at his attire, then produced a silver coin from his pocket and tossed it, saying, "Please arrange for some hot water, meals, and a set of clean clothes." The attendant, with a cheerful demeanor upon receiving the coin, replied, "Certainly, young master. I guarantee your needs will be met." After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a bucket of hot water, a set of black clothing, and a meal were laid out in the room. Li Dao sighed in relief, finally able to indulge in a hot bath. Compared to Yumen Town, where such amenities were accessible, in Changgu Town, the remote location rendered water resources scarce. One could drink, but bathing was nearly impossible, often limited to a mere towel dampened with water for a quick wipe. As he shed his tattered garments, his well-defined muscles became visible, honed through repeated strengthening. His physique had attained a remarkable perfection, with each muscle exquisitely sculpted. Immersing himself in the warm water, he exhaled deeply, reflecting that it had been over 3 months since his last bath when he was still in Yuanbo. Panel, he murmured softly while soaking. "Master, Li Dao, physique, 87. 81. Available attributes, 0. Ever since the last time he vanquished the innate warrior from the fallen cloud tribe, opportunities to accrue attribute points have become scarce. Thus his physique has become fixed. Once the expedition to the imperial city concludes, he must contemplate his future days." The following morning, knock, knock, knock. The attendant stood outside the door, knocking and announcing, "Young master, the proprietor has asked me to inform you that the party is about to depart." Creak. The door swung open, and as the attendant began to speak, he suddenly froze in place, staring at the young master. "Who are you? Where is the gentleman from yesterday?" Inside the room, a man clad in a flowing black robe stood tall, his hair as dark as ink. A lock of black hair held aloft by a hairband, while two strands cascaded down the sides of his face. His visage was strikingly handsome and resolute, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes that would compel anyone to exclaim, "What a beautiful youth!" "No need to search further. I am indeed the one from yesterday," Li Dao reminded him. "Ah?" The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to reconcile the refined figure before him with the weary traveler from the previous day. After a moment, he regained his composure and stammered, "My apologies, young master. You are so extraordinarily handsome that I hardly recognized you." Such a remark was completely disarming. Li Dao understood the attendant's reaction well, for he too had been taken aback by his own appearance the day prior. Although he had not been unattractive before entering the death row camp, years of indulgence in wine and debauchery had taken a toll on his health, rendering him somewhat bloated and lackluster. His former visage would scarcely earn a score above 70 out of 100. Now, however, the enhancement of his physique seemed to have also refined his appearance significantly, elevating his attractiveness to at least 90 out of 100. He felt assured that upon returning to the imperial city, he would not be recognized by acquaintances of old, for while his bone structure remained the same, the difference in his features was striking, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. "Pray tell, did your master mention where we are to gather?" Li Dao inquired. The attendant promptly replied, "I am afraid I do not know, young master. You may wish to descend and inquire with the proprietor." Under the attendant's guidance, Li Dao encountered the proprietor once more. Upon seeing Li Dao, the proprietor, like the attendant, exhibited a look of bewilderment. It was only after the attendant explained the situation that he recognized Li Dao, and his face broke into a warm smile. "Follow me, young master." On their way to the assembly point, the proprietor glanced at the sword at Li Dao's waist and asked, "May I inquire if young master possesses any martial prowess?" Li Dao responded, "What do you mean by that?" The proprietor elaborated, "To be candid, the expedition you are to join is organized by a significant figure from the Tai family. To gain admission, one must possess a certain identity. Should you lack martial skills, I can arrange for you to take on a role such as that of a groom. Should the young master possess martial prowess, he may be arranged as a guard for the convoy. Indeed, compared to a mere driver, the guards enjoy a more favorable treatment throughout the journey." Seemingly struck by a sudden thought, the innkeeper promptly elaborated, "Rest assured, even as a guard, there is no need for the young master to harbor concerns regarding safety. Within the realm of Qian, few would dare to obstruct the convoy of the Tai family." Li Dao contemplated momentarily before responding, "Then let me serve as a guard." Although lacking in cultivation, his physical prowess far surpassed that of any ordinary practitioner. "Very well." Not long after setting off, Li Dao was greeted by the sight of an impressive convoy before him. Stretching for several hundred meters, the procession boasted over 100 carts, the majority laden with goods, while a smaller portion accommodated passengers alongside numerous escort personnel. Truly, the Tai family is remarkable. With his keen perception, Li Dao discerned that many among the escort bore considerable cultivation. "Isn't it magnificent?" The innkeeper explained, "Only our Tai family could organize such a grand convoy. Other families simply cannot achieve this." Pride resonated in the innkeeper's words, as is customary in ancient times, where even a seventh-rank official could stand before a prime minister. Should a family hold a lofty status, even their servants would find their ranks elevated accordingly. The innkeeper led Li Dao to the heart of the convoy, where they encountered the leader of the escort team. "Master Qian, I entrust this young master to your capable hands," the innkeeper said, sliding a pouch into his hands. The man weighed the pouch in his hands, revealing a satisfied smile. "Very well, I shall take care of this matter." After appraising Li Dao with a discerning glance, he waved his hand, indicating, "Young lad, simply follow the convoy when it departs." Hearing this, the innkeeper turned back, stating, "From here on, the young master may accompany the convoy. Upon reaching the imperial capital, you may disembark freely." Li Dao clasped his fist in gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance, innkeeper." The innkeeper waved dismissively, laughing, "There is no need for such formality. It is merely a matter of mutual goodwill." Unbeknownst to them, a young girl clad in a cerulean gown stood nearby, observing the entire scene unfold from the exterior of a lavish carriage. Chapter 30. Iron Third Lady and Bayur with a disdainful snort, Miss Bayur lifted the luxurious curtain of the carriage and stepped inside. Upon settling down, she expressed her indignation. "Miss, the people below have become increasingly outrageous, demanding favors and stuffing anyone they know or don't know into the caravan." Seated in the main seat of the carriage was a woman clad in a flowing gown of pale gold. Her hair, as dark as ink, framed a visage sculpted like white jade, with skin as smooth as cream and eyes resembling polished ebony, an exquisite beauty akin to a celestial being. She gazed at her devoted maid, who had grown up alongside her, with a gentle smile. The frontier is harsh, and their station here is not easy. As long as it isn't a major matter, there is no need to make a fuss. However, despite the hardships, our iron family provides them with better treatment. The girl known as muttered softly, but it's still difficult. The enchanting woman chuckled lightly. Then I shall give you more money, allowing you to stay in this Jade Gate town for an extended period, if you wish. Yua shook her head. I would prefer not to. The winds and sands here are detrimental to the skin. No matter how much you offer, I would not want to remain. If you do not wish to stay. Why would they? The beautiful woman sighed softly as she peered through the curtain seam. Not everything can be resolved with money. Sensing her mistress's unease, inquired quietly. Miss, are you still worried about your marriage? You are quite the clever one, the enchanting woman replied with a playful smile. Hiki. Yua giggled. I know you look down upon those royal offspring, but I truly believe you need not worry about such matters. The captivating woman raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why is that? With a natural demeanor, Yua continued, your close relationship with Princess Mingwei, who is so favored by His Majesty, could allow you to ask her to help you dissolve your engagement. The beautiful woman paused, gently stroking her dear maid's head, remaining silent. If only matters could be resolved so easily. All right, please check if everything outside is prepared. The caravan should be ready to depart. Lowering her hand, the enchanting woman spoke softly. Understood, Mississippi. Under the guidance of the head of the guard team, Li Dao soon arrived beside a carriage transporting goods. Once the caravan departs, you will follow this carriage, the head guard instructed. Understood. Li Dao nodded. Hey, you there. At that moment, a sweet and melodious voice reached their ears. Turning around, they beheld a charming young girl appearing beside them. Upon recognizing her, the head guard quickly greeted. Ah, it is Miss Yu. How may we assist you? Bai Yu glanced at Li Dao, momentarily stunned, then, regaining her composure, shot him a glare before turning back to the guard and inquired, my mistress asks if your caravan is fully prepared. The head guard promptly assured her. Everything is ready on my end. We can depart at any time. Please rest assured, Mississippi. That is good to hear. If any issues arise, my mistress will hold you accountable. With that, Bai Yu continued on to the next caravan. As she passed by Li Dao, her face inexplicably flushed, and with a soft huff, she briskly walked past him, leaving Li Dao with a look of perplexity. Just moments ago, he had sensed a hint of hostility emanating from the young girl, which swiftly transformed into a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Had he encountered her before? Observing her retreating figure, Li Dao turned to the captain of the escort team and inquired, Good sir, might you enlighten me as to whether the leader of this caravan hails from the Tai family? You are unaware? I have just arrived at Yumentown from the frontier, came the response. That explains it, Li Dao mused. The captain gestured towards a lavish carriage not far off. Do you see that opulent carriage? Inside resides the third young lady of the Tai family, Tai San Yang. Tai San Yang? Upon hearing her name, a look of astonishment crossed Li Dao's face. He had certainly heard of her in the imperial capital. True to her name, Tai San Yang was the third in line among the direct descendants of the Tai family, with two elder brothers preceding her. She was famously known as the Iron Lady. This moniker stemmed from the notorious reputation of her elder brothers, who were infamous for their debauchery and ineptitude, their notoriety surpassing even his own in days gone by. In contrast, Tai San Yang, despite being a woman, possessed extraordinary talent and intellect from a young age. By the age of 12, she had taken the reins of the Tai family's business, demonstrating remarkable acumen that revitalized the family's fortunes. This stark contrast only amplified her growing renown. However, her fame was eclipsed more by her beauty than by her commercial success. She was often regarded as one of the two most stunning figures in the capital, alongside Princess Mingwei. Li Dao had not anticipated such serendipity, finding himself in a caravan led by this formidable lady. Yet, his astonishment was fleeting. No matter how impressive Tai San Yang might be, she bore no significance to him. Their paths had never crossed in the past, and it was unlikely they would in the future. If there were any connection between them, it would be through Princess Mingwei. One was a close companion of the princess, the other, a man who had tarnished her reputation. Not long after, news reached him that the caravan was about to depart. As the carriage ahead began to move, Li Dao settled himself onto the transport vehicle, taking on the role of a temporary guard. Due to the considerable distance between Yumentown and the imperial capital, coupled with the lengthy procession, their pace was not swift, necessitating several breaks along the journey. Thus, after 7 days had elapsed, they had only traversed half the distance. Time to rest, indeed, came the call. Accompanied by the sound of drums, the caravan gradually came to a halt, and Li Dao hopped down to stretch his limbs. As a guard, he was spared the burden of cooking, unlike some of the accompanying drivers. After a moment, Li Dao noticed a figure clad in emerald approaching from a distance. Humph! As she passed by him once more, the familiar sound of her disdain echoed in the air, causing Li Dao to glance at her in bewilderment. This had become a recurring pattern. Each time the caravan halted, the young girl would inspect the procession, and each time she passed him, she would emit a huff of disapproval. With an impressive memory, he assured himself that he had never encountered this young lady before, nor did he comprehend how he might have offended her. However, in recent days, he had indeed learned of her identity, Bor, the personal maid of the formidable Iron Third Lady. After a brief moment, as Bor passed by Li Dao, she let out another disdainful huff. Unable to restrain himself, Li Dao inquired, "My dear lady, might I ask if I have wronged you in any way?" Immediately regretting his words, he thought it unnecessary to provoke trouble over a mere huff from a young girl. Thus he resolutely turned his head, pretending he had said nothing. "Was that you speaking?" He could not evade the question. Bor soon approached him, her voice sweet and soft. "Not me," Li Dao firmly denied. "It was you who spoke," Bor asserted, hopping in front of him with a serious gaze. Finding himself unable to evade the situation any longer, Li Dao responded with composure. "Might I inquire what dissatisfaction you hold against me, my lady?" At his words, Bor paused, reflecting on her previous reactions. Her adorably youthful face flushed. Yet, with a blush still adorning her cheeks, she earnestly nodded. "Yes." "Indeed?" Li Dao replied, puzzled. "I am certain we have never met before." Bor glanced around, then suddenly pointed her delicate finger towards a direction. "He helped you gain entry into our caravan through the back door." Upon turning to look, Li Dao recognized the captain of the guards who had assisted him in joining the Iron Family's caravan, and he immediately grasped the implications of her words. He found himself momentarily speechless, coupled with a sense of helplessness. Such matters seemed entirely ordinary to him. Yet observing the earnest expression of the young girl before him rendered the situation rather peculiar. After all, if one were to pursue this matter, he would not hold the upper hand. Realizing this, he regretted having called out to Bor. It was better when the situation remained unarticulated, allowing it to fade away with time. Now that it had been brought to light, a resolution was needed. After all, this young lady was the personal maid of the Iron Lady. Should she utter a word, he might find himself expelled from the caravan. What then would he do? Would he risk his life by confronting the Iron Third Lady to gain entry into the capital? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, Li Dao calmly spread his hands, conceding, "All right, my predicament lies with you. Bor, how do you propose we resolve this?" The words left Bor at a loss. Initially, she had intended to expel those who disregarded the rules from the caravan. However, glancing at the desolate wilderness surrounding them, she felt uneasy. She was a kind-hearted person, and leaving someone stranded here could lead to dire consequences. Yet, having reached this point in their conversation, she felt compelled to act. In the end, Bor thought of her mistress and pouted at the somewhat handsome man before her, her soft voice uttering two simple words. "Bad person." Without further action, she stood her ground, her wide eyes fixed upon him. She was uncertain why she felt compelled to do this. She merely knew that at times, her mistress could deter many simply by observing in silence. Yet the man in question, Li Dao, felt nothing of the sort. On the contrary, he found it rather amusing. Having roughly discerned the temperament of the young maiden before him, he spoke up. "How about this? As punishment for sneaking into the convoy, I'll compensate you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Baiyuo withdrew her gaze and eyed him skeptically. "And how exactly do you plan to compensate us?" "How about money?" "Fine. According to the Iron Escort Agency's rates, escorting one person starts at 10 gold coins. 10 gold? That amounted to 1,000 taels. Li Dao couldn't help but suspect this little girl was trying to rob him. But upon second thought, given the prestige of the Iron Escort Agency, 10 gold didn't seem excessive. Studying the girl before him, his mind whirred before he sighed dramatically. "Well, it seems I don't have enough." "What then?" Without giving her a chance to respond, he continued woefully, "I suppose you'll just have to toss me out of the convoy. Here we are, stranded in the wilderness, miles from any village, surrounded by mountains and forests. Who knows if a frail, defenseless young man like me might catch the eye of some wild beast and end up as its meal? And if that happens, it'll be a gruesome end, first gutted, heart and lungs torn out, then left as nothing but bones bleaching under the sun." Stop. Don't say another word. Bai Yue paled, horrified by the vivid images his words conjured. She had only meant to reprimand him verbally. She never intended anything so cruel, fearing he might take drastic measures. She hastily added, forget the money. I want to take it. Seeing the girl so thoroughly unsettled, Li Dao felt a flicker of amusement and pressed on. But if you refuse compensation, I'll be plagued by guilt. Regretting her earlier words, Bai Yue hesitated before an idea struck her. Then, repay the fare another way. What way? She eyed his attire curiously. Judging by your appearance, you must be a wandering traveler, yes? What are you getting at? Her eyes suddenly brightened. Well, if you've roamed far and wide, you must know countless tales, right? Li Dao paused, considering. I suppose so. Then are you any good at storytelling? At this, Li Dao nearly laughed. Of all the demands she could have made, this was the one he could easily fulfill. I'd say I'm rather skilled at it. Yes. Really? I'll have you know, I've heard plenty of stories myself. With a faint smile, he replied. I guarantee mine are like none you've ever heard. Fine, I'll take your word for it. If your tale pleases me, your debt is forgiven. But if it bores me, you'll face my wrath. Noticing the others had begun their meal, Li Dao rubbed his stomach. Before I spin any tales, you'll have to let me fill my belly first. Bai Yue glanced around before tossing a quick weight here and darting off. Moments later, she returned with a generous bowl of food. Handing it to him, she declared, here, eat up, and then you'd better tell me a proper story. Li Dao glanced at the sumptuous meal before him, puzzled by its abundance. The rice I serve is, of course, unlike any other, he remarked. Thank you. With that, he immersed himself in his meal, finishing an entire bowl within mere minutes. Observing the way he ate, Bai Yue thought to herself, he looks quite appealing even while dining. However, she quickly realized how inappropriate her thoughts were, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, what difference did it make? As the personal maid of her young mistress, she would eventually accompany her in marriage, serving as a warm companion to whichever husband her mistress chose, with no say in the matter. Casting a glance at the young man's handsome features, she silently wished for her mistress to find a pleasing suitor, not demanding much, just someone akin to the man before her. Before long, Li Dao set down his bowl, satisfied. Bai Yue, sitting earnestly on one side of the carriage, gently spoke, now that you've finished, may I request a story? Of course, Li Dao replied, wiping his mouth with a smile. Pray tell, Miss Yue, what kind of story would you like to hear? What stories do you have? Oh, many indeed. He began to enumerate. Tales of ancient romance, celestial adventures, historical dramas, or perhaps Eastern myths and Western magic. Even the classics of history. In essence, you may choose any, and I shall regale you with it. Having been an avid reader for nearly 2 decades in his previous life, Li Dao had immersed himself in a myriad of novels. And thanks to the enhancement of his physical capabilities, those memories were remarkably vivid. He could speak for 3 days and nights without pause. Beside him, Bai Yue listened in astonishment as he listed an array of story types, her crimson lips parting slightly in shock. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Do you truly possess all the stories you mentioned? Indeed, I have them all. You may choose, he replied. Bai Yue furrowed her delicate brows, torn in her decision. She longed to hear them all. Ultimately, she tossed the choice back to him. You know far too much, so you may tell any story you wish. I will listen. But do not deceive me. Very well then, I shall narrate the tale of a man of the wilds. A man of the wilds? No, wait, I misspoke. It is a story of a human and a serpent demon. Oh. Chapter 31. The Ambush of the Caravan and the Unexpected Iron Third Daughter 3 days later. During a respite, Li Dao leaned against the wagon, narrating a tale. Henceforth, Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi led a blissful life within the Leifeng Pagoda. Li Dao's gaze shifted to the side where Bai Yue sat, and he concluded, and thus, the story comes to an end. Is it truly over? Bai Yue exclaimed. Her small, delicate fists raised in indignation. That scoundrel Su Xian is utterly despicable for tarnishing Bai Nyangzi's purity. And that Fa Hai, how could he be so dense? He didn't even comprehend love at first, having lived such a long life in ignorance. Fortunately, the conclusion was relatively positive, with Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi able to dwell together in the Leifeng Pagoda. Clearing his throat, Li Dao stifled a laugh, pondering how this young girl would react if she were to learn the original tale. He playfully tapped Bai Yue beside him, saying, the story is finished. We are square now. Square? Bai Yue appeared momentarily confused, recalling their earlier discussion regarding their agreement. A feeling of inexplicable reluctance surged within her. There was a sense of longing for the story, and also, she furtively glanced at the handsome profile beside her. Aside from her lady, This was the first time she had engaged in such an extended conversation with a stranger, especially a man, leaving her feeling rather peculiar. But you hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Could you perhaps tell me another story?" In an effort to assert her determination, she quickly added, "I won't listen for free. I can pay you." Li Dao shook his head. No need for payment. At this, disappointment flickered across Bai Yuer's face, as she assumed he was unwilling to continue. In a subdued tone, she murmured, "If you don't want to, then that's fine." Observing the young girl, Li Dao chuckled lightly. "When did I say I didn't want to? What do you mean? No need for payment. If you wish to hear more stories, then simply ask. If you feel indebted, just bring me some food in the future." "Really?" Bai Yuer's adorable face lit up with surprise, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. "Indeed." Li Dao replied with a gentle smile, as thoughts of his own sister surfaced in his mind. Both were equally innocent and charming. Unfortunately, it had been nearly a decade since he last saw his sister, who had been sent away in her youth. Moreover, perhaps due to his prolonged stay in the death camp and the numerous lives he had taken, a sense of bitterness had unconsciously taken root within him. While he had managed to suppress these emotions through sheer willpower, it was not a permanent solution. In that moment, he recalled a saying from his past life: "Beautiful things can uplift one's spirits." He soon realized that conversing with this young girl alleviated much of the bitterness within him. Clearly, she was a source of beauty in his life. Then it settled. Bai Yuer declared suddenly, extending her soft, delicate pinky toward Li Dao. "Pinky promise." "Pinky promise?" Li Dao was momentarily entranced by Bai Yuer's adorable gesture. Upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but smile and extended his hand to hook his little finger with hers. "All right, pinky promise." "Miss, I'm back," Bai Yuer chirped excitedly as she slipped into the carriage, her voice sweet and melodious. "Today's story has concluded. Shall I continue telling it to you?" Lady Tai San Yang tapped Bai Yuer's forehead with a jade-like finger. "You little maid. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him. Why else would you rush out every day with such eagerness?" Bai Yuer's face flushed crimson as she hastily retorted, "I'm merely collecting stories for you, miss. There's absolutely nothing about sweethearts or such nonsense." "Really? Truly? Well then, never mind." Lady Tai reclined lazily against the cushions, her graceful curves inadvertently revealed as she rested her delicate hand. "I was considering playing matchmaker for you, but it seems you don't appreciate it. What a pity, miss." "You." Bai Yuer's cheeks burned even hotter, fully aware her mistress was teasing her. Yet inexplicably, the thought of that scoundrel's face made her heart flutter strangely. Seeing Bai Yuer on the verge of tears from embarrassment, Lady Tai finally relented. "All right, enough teasing. Continue with your story." At the mention of storytelling, Bai Yuer immediately perked up. She had few hobbies, but listening to and recounting tales, especially to her mistress, was her greatest delight. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, and so, Bai Yuer said, mimicking Li Dao's tone, Lady White Snake and Monk Fai lived happily ever after in Leifeng Pagoda. Beside her, Lady Tai's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Are you certain that's how the story ends?" Bai Yuer looked puzzled. "Yes, that's exactly how he told it to me." Lady Tai pondered for a moment before a knowing smile played on her lips. Raising her head, she teased, I've just thought of an alternative ending to this story. Shall I share it with you?" The next day, during break time, "You big liar." Bai Yuer stood before Li Dao, her sweet voice ringing with accusation. Li Dao looked utterly confused. "When did I ever deceive you?" Lady White Snake was meant to be with Su Xian. Fai was the villain. "Li Dao, what sorcery was this? How did this little girl know?" "First tell me why you're saying this," he demanded. Bai Yuer wrinkled her delicate nose. "My mistress told me everything." She then proceeded to recount Lady Tai's revised version of the story from the previous day. After hearing it, Li Dao exhaled deeply in relief. For a moment, when the little maid had exposed the truth, he'd feared there might be another reincarnated soul in this world. But upon listening, he realized someone had merely detected minor inconsistencies in his narrative and reconstructed the tale accordingly. While largely similar, many subtle details differed from the original. Truly worthy of the Iron Lady, Li Dao couldn't help but admire inwardly. To identify flaws after just one telling and reconstruct the original framework, this was no ordinary feat. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yuer's lovely face flushed with indignation. "Miss, you guessed correctly, you have indeed been deceived." Observing the innocent expression on Bai Yuer's face, Li Dao could not resist playfully pinching her cheek. "How about I offer you a story as compensation?" Bai Yuer's face suddenly turned crimson, and she pointed at Li Dao, momentarily at a loss for words. "Villain!" Without warning, Bai Yuer turned and fled, leaving her meal behind. "Villain?" Li Dao was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure and glancing at his fingers, he realized his actions might have been perceived as teasing. No wonder the little girl reacted so strongly. However, he could not help it. He had always teased his younger sister in this manner during his childhood, and the habit had lingered. Bai Yuer dashed back to the luxurious carriage, and once inside, she sat there in a daze. Iron third sister chuckled softly beside her. Yuer, why are you back so early today? Bai Yuer lifted her head, fuming. He truly deceived me. He is such a villain. A villain, you say? Iron third sister's expression darkened. Since you claim he is a villain, shall I instruct the guards to deal with him? No. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer instinctively protested. But when she looked up, she saw her mistress's teasing smile. Yuer, it seems you have truly developed feelings. Bai Yuer blushed and retorted, I have not. I want to stay by your side. Mississippi Iron third sister smiled gently, by staying with me. You might find yourself in the care of the wrong person in the future. At this, Bai Yuer's face paled, yet she remained resolute, declaring, Then I absolutely cannot abandon my mistress. I was merely jesting. Iron third sister reached out to tousle her little maid's hair, murmuring softly, Do not worry. Your mistress will ensure you do not suffer. Bai Yuer let out a small huff, nuzzling like a kitten against the soft palm. Time flew by quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the carriage continued its journey, the distance to the imperial capital diminished. Initially, Li Dao believed that after upsetting Bai Yuer that day, she would no longer seek him out. However, to his surprise, despite her verbal anger, the little girl remained true to her word, arriving punctually with a bountiful meal. Perhaps there was a touch of pride in her. She would place the food down without a word, patiently awaiting Li Dao to tell her a story, and once finished, she would leave without a hint of hesitation. On this particular day, just like the previous ones, after enjoying the meal Bai Yuer had brought, Li Dao prepared to share a tale with her, who was seated beside him in the carriage. Once upon a time, during the great uproar in the heavenly realm, just as he began, Li Dao's voice abruptly stopped. Bai Yuer was taken aback and instinctively asked, What happened after the great uproar? Why have you stopped? Li Dao did not respond to her query, but instead asked, Miss Yuer, does your iron family have anyone awaiting you on the road? Awaiting? Bai Yuer shook her head. How could that be? The convoy is headed straight to the Iron family residence in the imperial capital. There is no concept of welcoming along the way. Is that so? Why do you ask such a question? Before Li Dao could finish his words, a sudden cacophony of whistling arrows filled the air. In the next moment, nearly 100 arrows cascaded down from the woods flanking the road. It seemed as though Li Dao had anticipated this ambush, as he swiftly grasped Bai Yuer's hand and turned to evade the onslaught. Unfortunately, the rest of the group was not so fortunate. The caravan's members, who were leisurely eating and resting, were caught completely off guard by the abrupt assault. Many perished beneath the rain of arrows before they even had a chance to react. Enemy attack. The members of the Tai family caravan responded quickly. Several captains of the guards shouted urgently. However, the suddenness of the attack rendered the guards incapable of organizing themselves in time. In an instant, the once orderly caravan descended into chaos. Miss, over here. Bai Yuer, regaining her senses, shrugged off Li Dao's hold and anxiously sought her mistress. Just then, a second wave of arrows surged forth from the trees. Witnessing this, Bai Yuer froze in place, resembling a frightened animal, paralyzed by fear. This little girl Li Dao stepped forward, enveloping Bai Yuer in his left arm while brandishing his dark iron blade with his right, shattering all the arrows that threatened them. In that moment, Bai Yuer clung to Li Dao's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. Bad man, please help save my mistress. Tai Senyang. Li Dao looked up and, amidst the chaos following the two waves of arrows, noticed that Tai Senyang's carriage stood isolated in the midst of the turmoil, while the surrounding guards remained disoriented by the onslaught. For a moment, he questioned whether these guards were spies from the Tai family's adversaries, as they seemed solely concerned with their own safety, neglecting their mistress's well-being. Simultaneously, Li Dao observed numerous figures clad in black suddenly emerge from the woods, making a beeline for Tai Senyang's carriage. After the arrows ceased, even more assailants surged forth from both sides. Seeing the pleading gaze of the girl in his arms, Li Dao hesitated not, promptly concealing Bai Yuer in a nearby box before making his way towards Tai Senyang's carriage. It had been over a month since he had wielded his blade, and truth be told, he was itching for action. Capture Tai Senyang and retreat, commanded the leader of the black-clad assailants as they approached the lavish carry. A Bai Yuer was concealed by him, and at this moment, such a sudden strike left him with little time to restrain himself. He could only retract half of his force at most. Yet, for him, Even half of that strength was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Just as Li Dao began to doubt whether he might inadvertently strike Iron Sanyang to her demise, his palms collided in the air. He felt as though his hands had not met flesh, but rather had struck the surface of a tranquil lake, dissipating a significant portion of his power. While the residual force was firmly withstood by that single hand. Li Dao was about to utter more, but upon raising his gaze, he saw another palm descending towards him. Is this ever going to end? He had come to rescue, not to endure blows. Just as those words escaped his lips, the hands poised to strike him hesitated mid-air. Who are you? A melodious voice, tinged with a hint of rasp, resonated in his ear. Li Dao lifted his head to discern the true visage of his interlocutor. Instinctively, he compared the face before him with another etched in his memory. Both were breathtakingly beautiful. Yet each possessed a unique allure. Princess Mingwei radiated an ethereal chill, akin to a celestial being, utterly unattainable. In contrast, the face before him exuded a languorous charm. Her eyes, akin to black pearls, seemed to possess a depth capable of piercing the soul. Her figure was a vision of grace and voluptuousness, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, seemingly capable of yielding nectar with a mere squeeze. She truly embodied the essence of a queen. These thoughts flitted through Li Dao's mind rapidly, and in response to Iron Sanyang's inquiry, he candidly replied, I am a guard from the Tai family. Iron Sanyang narrowed her eyes slightly. I am familiar with the guards of the Tai family. I have never encountered you before. I am a temporary hire. Temporary? Hired? Iron Sanyang raised an eyebrow, her gaze seemingly piercing through him. Are you the villain Baiao spoke of? Li Dao refrained from answering, sensing commotion outside the carriage. Now was not the time for such discussions. They needed to escape first. Recalling their earlier clash, he continued, since you possess martial skills, let us break out together. No. Iron Sanyang abruptly replied. Why not? Li Dao questioned, puzzled. Iron Sanyang's keen eyes scrutinized him deeply. I do not wish for anyone to know about my martial prowess. Do not wish to be known? A flurry of rumors from the imperial capital flashed through Li Dao's mind. It was said that the Tai family permitted Iron Sanyang, a woman, to manage family affairs, gaining the consent of both the elder and younger heads of the family. This was partly because she was a woman destined to marry, and partly due to her being deemed unsuitable for cultivation since childhood. Being deemed unsuitable suggested that even if she were to cultivate, her abilities would not be formidable, making her easily manipulable. However, given Iron Sanyang's evident skills, it was clear she had reached the innate stage despite claims of being unfit for cultivation. How could one deemed unfit achieve such prowess at this age? It is evident that Tai Sanyang has concealed certain matters from her family. The reasons for her secrecy are likely rooted in her own calculations. The recent exposure may have been prompted by an unexpected adversary, forcing her to take action. Little did she anticipate that Li Dao was a false enemy. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and inquired, what would you have me do? Assist me in maintaining this secrecy, while also ensuring my protection. Chapter 32. Repelling the enemy. Jealous Iron Sanyang outside the carriage. Li Dao's sudden attack left the dozen black-clad assailants momentarily stunned. As they regained their composure, their leader snapped impatiently. What are you waiting for? Charge in. Kill the man. Take the woman. Yes. The black-clad men raised their blades and surged toward the carriage. Two of them leaped to the curtained entrance, exchanging a glance. One nodded, gripping his weapon while cautiously reaching for the fabric. Boom. In the next instant, the carriage roof exploded into splinters. Amid the flying debris, two figures emerged from within. Li Dao, one arm wrapped around Iron Sanyang's slender waist, landed gracefully on the open ground nearby. Where do you think your hand is? Iron Sanyang bit her pearly teeth, her bright eyes glaring at him. Li Dao glanced down, his palm rested precisely on the delicate curve of her waist, the thin fabric of her gown doing little to mask the softness beneath. Unfazed, he replied coolly, how else should I protect you? By your hair? Or perhaps by the neck? Or would you prefer I hoist you by a single leg? Iron Sanyang's mind conjured the absurd images, her expression darkening. As the encircling assassins closed in, Li Dao leaned closer, his breath brushing her ear. If you wish to conceal your martial prowess, endure it. You've suppressed yourself for years. Surely this minor contact isn't beyond your tolerance. Her face twisted further. Logically sound, yet her inexperience with male proximity made it unbearable. Careful. Before she could react, a firm tug sent her colliding against his solid chest. You. Her protest died as two severed heads soared past, blood arcing through the air. Only then did she grasp his intent. Stop hesitating. Attack together. He can't possibly take us all. The leader barked, frustration lacing his voice. The remaining assassins exchanged nods, charging in unison. "Be careful," Iron Sanyong blurted. "Relax." Li Dao's lips curled. Against non-innate martial artists, these men posed no threat, and even an ordinary innate expert would struggle against his current strength. With Iron Sanyong secured in his hold, he wove through the attackers like a phantom. 13 breaths later, he flicked the blood from his black steel blade. Enemies slain, 13. Attributes gained, 7. 12. These assassins held modest skill. Pity they faced an opponent who defied reason. Useless. The leader spat at the sight of his fallen men, then locked eyes with Li Dao. "A shame. You'll still die here today." Upon finishing his words, the figure cloaked in black suddenly became ethereal. The black sand palm. By the time Li Dao and Tai Sanyong could discern the visitor once more, he was already mere inches away. One hand, enshrouded in sinister black energy, lunged directly at Li Dao's chest, while the other reached toward Tai Sanyong at the side. This was a strategy to achieve two goals with a single action. Should Li Dao attempt to evade, Tai Sanyong would undoubtedly be seized. Conversely, if he sought to protect her, he would certainly be struck by that palm. Tai Sanyong, perceptive as ever, observed the leader's movements and instantly grasped his intentions. Her heart sank. Although she loathed revealing her martial prowess, she could not allow herself to be captured under these dire circumstances. The reason for her resolve stemmed from a complete lack of expectation that the man behind her would proactively shield her from that impending blow. The opponent, exhibiting an outward display of vital energy, was evidently a practitioner of innate martial arts. Even if he were of the same caliber, enduring such a strike would be far from pleasant. To withstand it would likely result in severe injury, and given their fleeting acquaintance, the notion of someone sacrificing themselves for her was simply implausible. Thus, she could only rely on her own strength. Xian Shui. Just as Tai Sanyong prepared to channel her inner vital energy to counterattack, a firm grip ensnared her waist. Her bright eyes widened in realization. Could it be? As the palm approached menacingly, Li Dao furrowed his brow, swiftly formulating a decision in his mind. He tightened his left hand and sidestepped to evade the leader's grasp on Tai Sanyong. With a resounding thud, in the next instant, that palm, laden with black malevolence, struck solidly against his back. "You." Upon truly perceiving the force of that strike, Tai Sanyong's gaze was momentarily stunned. However, Li Dao had no time to concern himself with her reaction. Feeling the sharp pain in his back, he unhesitatingly retaliated. There were no flashy techniques, merely a decisive slap delivered with utmost force. The leader of the black-clad figures was momentarily taken aback by Li Dao's actions. To him, it was only natural for anyone to prioritize their own safety. When the opponent raised his hand to attack, a cold smirk flickered in his eyes. Struggling in vain. Was it? Utterly futile. Black sand palm. He resolutely raised his hand after the initial chaos subsided. The guards of the Tai family gradually reorganized and began to counterattack, while the assailants they had dispatched found themselves at a disadvantage. Observing a pair of scoundrels nearby, the leading figure in black displayed a furious expression. However, his injuries prevented him from continuing his mission. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned and disappeared into the forest without a backward glance. With the departure of their leader, the Tai family guards began to gain the upper hand. Tai Sanyong glanced back at the man beside her and asked, "Are you all right?" Although she outwardly showed no concern, she had overlooked the large hand resting on her waist. Not receiving a response, she assumed something was amiss and softly remarked, "You really didn't have to shield me from that blow. You know I can handle it." Suddenly, she felt herself released from an embrace. Tai Sanyong instinctively looked up to see a handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. "You." Her bright eyes widened in surprise as she regained her composure. "You're unscathed?" Li Dao touched the area on his back where he had been struck, initially feeling a slight numbness accompanied by a twinge of pain. However, it had now dissipated. It appeared that the force of the leading black-clad man's strike had been largely absorbed by his transformed skin, with only a minimal portion penetrating his body, subsequently digested by his vital energy. His choice to block the blow had been a calculated decision born from confidence. That strike could have cost him his life or inflicted severe injury. He would not have chosen to intercept it for anyone, even a strikingly beautiful woman, had he not been certain of his ability to withstand it. "I'm fine," he stated, then turned his gaze to the surroundings, noticing that some black-clad soldiers still remained unvanquished. He prepared to draw his weapon to seize some attributes. "What do you intend to do?" Tai Sanyong inquired, noticing his impending actions. "To assist them? Assist them?" A hint of cold disdain crossed her exquisite face as she regarded the disarrayed convoy. "No need. They can sort out their own mess." Previously, She had believed that minor issues within the Tai family convoy would not pose significant problems, even when her loyal mate had cautioned her. She had made excuses for these individuals, deciding not to pursue any consequences. However, after witnessing the events of today, she realized just how disorganized the Tai family's subordinates had become. When the convoy was ambushed, the guards had behaved like ineffectual fools. Most alarming was the fact that, to this moment, very few had even noticed the presence of their convoy's mistress. Upon hearing Tai Xinyang's words, Li Dao was momentarily taken aback, yet he remained undeterred. While this might seem a thankless endeavor to others, for him, it was a golden opportunity to acquire attributes. Every foe vanquished would yield a reward. He would not forfeit such prospects due to a woman's words. To him, women merely influenced the swiftness of his draw. Before Tai Xinyang could react, Li Dao had already plunged into the fray. Upon witnessing this, Iron Sanyang instinctively wanted to assert her authority as the family head to command this disobedient individual before her. But then she remembered that he was merely temporarily joining their Iron family convoy and was not their subordinate. Most importantly, he held a significant secret of hers in his grasp. Sigh. A flicker of complexity flashed through Iron Sanyang's eyes. Miss Bayur, who had somehow emerged from a crate, ran over with a worried expression. Seeing her mistress unharmed, she threw her arms around her, choking back tears. Miss, I'm so glad you're all right. Bayur's appearance lifted Iron Sanyang's spirits slightly, though she had already deduced that Bayur must be safe since Li Dao had appeared. Lingering worry had still gnawed at her. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Bayur peeked around cautiously and whispered, Mississippi, where's the bad guy? I told him to protect you. Dead. Thinking of that man who had shown her no respect, Iron Sanyang couldn't help but reply coldly. Ah, Bayur froze, her eyes reddening involuntarily before she fell into silence. Seeing her maidservant's reaction, Iron Sanyang sighed softly. All right, I was joking. Your bad guy is alive and well. Unbeknownst to her, a trace of bitterness laced her words, though it was unclear whose jealousy she was harboring. Really? Bayur sniffled, asking in a small voice. Really? That's good. Hearing that Li Dao was unharmed, the sorrow on Bayur's face melted into a soft, foolish smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, with Li Dao's assistance, the group of assassins aiding the black-clad intruders was swiftly eliminated. Some were slain by Li Dao, while others were left alive, likely for interrogation. Only after dealing with these threats did the guards belatedly remember Iron Sanyang's presence. Panicked, they rushed to her location. Upon seeing her unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief before kneeling in unison. Third young miss, we arrived late. We beg for your punishment, the captain and guards declared together. Iron Sanyang's gaze swept over them, a cold glint flashing in her bright eyes before she suppressed it. In a husky yet melodious voice, she replied, Rise. First, gather our belongings. We returned to the capital. One guard captain cautiously lifted his head. Third young miss, what of the captured assassins? Her eyes flicked toward the terrified prisoners before she answered decisively, Kill them all. All of them? The captain's expression twisted in shock. Before anyone could react, a blade's gleam sliced through the air, and in an instant, every assassin collapsed lifeless. Nearby, Li Dao smiled faintly at the system's prompt in his ear. These are essentially free attributes. What are you doing? A guard captain suddenly stood and barked. Kneel. Didn't you hear? The third young miss ordered you to kneel. Tai Sanyang cast a glance at Li Dao before turning her head, stating, I command you to kneel. The head guard wore a look of confusion. With a tone of indifference, Tai Sanyang remarked that these individuals were incapable of eliciting any valuable information. Thus, their demise was inconsequential. Shall we not investigate further? Upon hearing this, Tai Sanyang observed the guards kneeling before her in silence, then turned her gaze back towards the direction of the imperial capital. Everything shall be addressed upon our return. Chapter 33. The invitation of Iron Mist. The destination is the imperial capital. For the target of the assassins is none other than Iron Mississippi. Thus, the cargo of the caravan remains unscathed. After a brief handling of the fallen comrades, the caravan is ready to continue its journey. Li Dao sits atop a carriage, polishing his mysterious iron blade, when Bayur suddenly approaches him, exclaiming, Bad man. The young lady wishes to see you. See me? Li Dao sheathes his blade, his brow furrowed in confusion. Might I inquire what business your lady has with me? Miss Yua? Bayur replies sweetly, I do not know, but you shall find out upon your arrival. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dao decides to meet her. After all, she is merely a young lady, intelligent, yes, but not a cause for concern. Furthermore, it is the Iron Miss who should be worried, for he holds a significant secret regarding her. Moments later, Li Dao and Bai Yu'er enter a spacious and lavishly adorned carriage, not inferior to the luxurious one before. Iron Miss sits at the far end. A small table before her, adorned with a teapot and several teacups. Upon noticing Li Dao's arrival, Iron Miss lowers her gaze, pours a cup of tea, and softly instructs. Yu'er, please serve this gentleman. Bai Yu'er exchanges mischievous glances with Li Dao but dutifully presents the teacup, saying, please enjoy the tea, sir. Thank you. Accepting the cup, Li Dao's gaze drifts to the exquisite visage of Iron Miss, pondering the purpose of her invitation. Iron Miss sets down the teapot, lifts her cup, and tenderly remarks, this gentleman saved my life, and I wish to express my gratitude through this invitation. Li Dao sips the tea, savoring its delightful flavor, and replies, Iron Miss. Fortune favors the virtuous. Even without my intervention, I trust you would have evaded calamity. Suddenly, the tea in Iron Miss's cup spills unintentionally. She gently places down the cup and muses, as you say, but escaping once does not guarantee evasion the second time. Beside them, Bai Yu'er finds their exchange bewildering. Struggling to comprehend their words. It is through our efforts that we shape our destinies. I have faith in Iron Miss. Li Dao raises his cup in a toast to her. Sighing deeply, Iron Miss suddenly lifts her head, her bright eyes fixed intently on Li Dao. Sir, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Might I inquire if you belong to any family? Li Dao, taken aback by the question, pauses before responding. Once I did, but now, perhaps, I do not. His former identity is that of a deceased man, while now he is but a solitary wanderer. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appears in Iron Miss's eyes as she softly inquires, might I ask if you would consider joining a family? What do you mean, Iron Miss? I wish to invite you to join my household. You desire me to become your retainer? Indeed. Iron Miss's strikingly beautiful face takes on a serious expression. If you would consent to be my retainer, I assure you that I shall repay you handsomely. Repay handsomely? Li Dao chuckles lightly. Intrigued by the notion of such a reward, what form might the gratitude take? I observed the young master engaged in lively conversation with Yu'er, and I contemplated the prospect of betrothing Yu'er to him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu'er was momentarily taken aback. She had not comprehended the preceding discourse. But this statement struck her with clarity, imparting a sense of unexpected involvement. Li Dao glanced at the stunned Bai Yu'er and sighed. Realizing that the Iron Maiden must have misconstrued the situation, Yu'er bore a striking resemblance to his late sister, which naturally fostered a sense of familiarity. What does the young master desire? Iron Sanyang felt an inexplicable urgency surge within her. In her dealings with the Iron family, she had never experienced such impatience. Not even during the most significant of negotiations. This urgency stemmed from a unique ability she possessed since childhood. She could intuitively discern the benefits or detriments of a situation. Coupled with her astute mind, this talent enabled her to navigate the business realm with remarkable agility. At that moment, her distinct intuition flared intensely, suggesting that if she could somehow secure the allegiance of this man before her, it would mark her most triumphant venture to date. Upon hearing Iron Sanyang's words, Li Dao instinctively considered making a jest by declaring, I desire you. However, the words faltered on his lips. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. But he sensed that uttering I desire you might compel this formidable woman to acquiesce. Having recently emerged from the depths of a death row camp, he was loath to shackle himself anew, especially for a woman he scarcely knew, regardless of her beauty. The prevailing sentiment was that, given his current predicament, a woman would only impede his swiftness in drawing his blade. My apologies, Iron Maiden, but I harbor no desires at present. Nor do I contemplate aligning myself with any faction, Li Dao gently declined. On one hand, he genuinely had no intention of becoming a retainer, and on the other, the Iron family could not fulfill his aspirations. Could they restore him to his former identity? Unlikely, even if they were imperial relatives. The foremost merchants of the Qian would not have the capacity. Iron Sanyang, despite her firm grasp on the family's authority, was merely a temporary custodian of their power. After Li Dao's refusal, Iron Sanyang was momentarily taken aback. How long had it been since anyone had so decisively rejected her? With her wealth, she could easily attract the majority, and her beauty rendered her allure nearly irresistible. It was indeed surprising to face such an unequivocal dismissal. She yearned to press further for answers, yet quickly restrained herself, knowing well from her commercial experience that excessive pursuit breeds aversion. Since the young master had no such intentions at present, she resolved not to insist. Iron Sanyang produced a golden waist token inscribed with the character for iron and extended it to him. In gratitude for your life-saving intervention, please accept this token. With it, wherever you go into Qian, it shall be as if you have encountered me. Li Dao deftly took the waist token, examining it closely. The front bore the character for iron, representing the Tai family, while the reverse was engraved with San Yang, signifying Tai San Yang. The token was crafted entirely from gold, a testament to the Tai family's opulence. Indeed, it was extravagantly luxurious. Even if it were melted down and sold as gold, it would likely provide sustenance for an ordinary family for many years. Beyond its overt significance, the waist token likely held a deeper meaning, as it concealed a secret pertaining to Tai San Yang. Thank you for the waist token, Li Dao said, accepting it without hesitation, which also indicated his promise to help Tai San Yang keep her abilities hidden. Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang's expression brightened considerably. If she had been denied even the token, she would have felt utterly helpless. Why haven't you poured tea for the young master yet? The still dazed Bayur was suddenly jolted back to reality by the command. Oh, she stammered, nodding vacantly before hastily retrieving the teapot. There's no need for trouble. Li Dao waved his hand. I've lingered here long enough. It's time for me to take my leave. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would unwittingly become associated with Tai San Yang. From the earlier incident when Tai San Yang had been attacked, it was evident that while the Tai family caravan appeared stable, it likely harbored numerous ill-intentioned individuals. He had no desire to be misconstrued as an enemy, only to become a target of hostility. Reflecting on this, he felt immensely grateful for the enhancement of both his physique and intellect. Otherwise, with his previous mindset, he would have been easily outmaneuvered by someone as astute as Tai San Yang. Having concluded his thoughts, Li Dao exited the carriage without a moment's hesitation. Inside the carriage, Tai San Yang gradually regained her composure, subconsciously recalling the figure of the man as he departed. Since her beauty had begun to blossom, countless men had yearned for a moment in her presence. Even a distant glance would leave many restless through the night. Yet today, she encountered a rare exception, someone who regarded her as if she were a ferocious beast. She sensed that he was not employing some strategy of seduction, but genuinely wished to distance himself, fearful of her proximity. Suddenly, a smile graced Tai San Yang's stunning visage. In the past, she had deemed men as foolish and base. Unexpectedly, today she found herself intrigued by a different kind of individual. Reflecting on his rejection stirred a sense of defiance within her, awakening a long-buried impulse to conquer. Resolving to pursue this newfound curiosity, she set her determination. Meanwhile, as Li Dao stepped down from the carriage, he felt several furtive gazes upon him. A swift glance around revealed those discreet looks dissipating. As he suspected, the Tai family caravan was rife with complications. Fortunately, he had not lingered too long. Otherwise, he might have found it impossible to clear his name. After the caravan had traveled a while longer, the sky began to darken. Under Tai San Yang's orders, the caravan halted to rest for the night. Bad guys. The young lady has assigned you a carriage. Just as Li Dao was about to rest on the cargo truck, the soft, sweet voice of Bayur reached his ears. Hearing this, he was momentarily puzzled by the woman's intentions. He had already made himself quite clear, and someone of her intellect should have grasped his stance. Tell your mistress there's no need for the trouble. I can sleep here just fine, Li Dao declined bluntly. Are you really going to refuse, you scoundrel? Bayur suddenly blushed as she spoke. My lady said that if you decline, she will personally come to invite you to rest in her carriage. The thought made her shy, for she shared the carriage with her mistress. If this rogue agreed, wouldn't the three of them end up sleeping together? Her mistress certainly wouldn't lie beside him, which meant she herself would be sandwiched between them. The mere image, her lady on one side, the rogue on the other, made her head spin. Li Dao was taken aback. This woman was pulling quite the maneuver. Though her intentions might be kind, he couldn't shake the feeling she had ulterior motives. Don't let your mistress come. I accept. If the Iron Lady were to personally invite him into her carriage, by the next day, the entire world would know he had become her favored guest. He couldn't predict how the Tai family would react. But he knew one thing for certain. Once they reached the imperial capital, he'd become the sworn enemy of every man there. Back in his days as a wastrel, he had once brawled with other young nobles in a brothel over a courtesan. He knew their nature all too well. Should such a situation arise now, he'd have only one choice: to flee. His true identity was far too sensitive. If exposed, there'd be no place for him in the entire Great Qian Empire. Under Bayu's guidance, Li Dao was soon led to a carriage fit for lodging. He called out just as she was about to leave. What is it, scoundrel? Please relay a message to your mistress for me. Tell her I talk in my sleep, loudly, especially when I'm in a foul mood. What does that have to do with my lady? Just pass it along. Fine. But don't forget tomorrow's story. I won tea. Upon returning to the carriage, Bai Yue faithfully delivered Li Dao's words to Tai Sanyang. That wretched man. Tai Sanyang gritted her pearly teeth. She had extended goodwill, only to be met with such a sharp rebuff. Was he truly so averse to her? Or was it women in general? But that couldn't be. She glanced at Bai Yue. His attitude toward her maidservant was far more amiable. Clearly, this was directed at her alone. Yet there was little she could do. After all, he held leverage over her. Never mind. I'll let him be for now. First, I must deal with those beneath me. Her gaze drifted faintly beyond the carriage curtains. Meanwhile, inside Li Dao's carriage panel, Master, Li Dao, Physique, 87. 81. Available attributes, 908. Allocate points. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 96. 89. Available attributes, 0. The familiar surge of warmth enveloped Li Dao once again, prompting him to stretch his body as a symphony of cracking bones resonated within him. As the warmth dissipated, Li Dao clenched his fists. Through his relentless efforts, he had finally grown stronger. Glancing at the panel displaying his nearly 100-point physique, he was reminded of the peculiar occurrence that transpired when his physique reached 10 points. According to his calculations, upon reaching 100 points, an opportunity for transformation should present itself. Just a mere transformation of the skin had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. He could only wonder what the next transformation would entail and its subsequent effects. Regrettably, there were too few adversaries today. Otherwise, he might have pushed his physique to 100 points and undergone a second transformation. The following day, the caravan officially set forth once more. Perhaps due to a prior ambush, their pace quickened, coupled with the fact that they had already traversed a considerable distance. It was estimated they would reach the imperial capital within 2 days at this speed. As they approached the capital, Li Dao felt his heart racing. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the fear of returning home. 2 days passed swiftly. They had arrived at the imperial capital. Leaning against the side of the carriage, Li Dao suddenly heard someone call out. He lifted his gaze towards the distance and beheld a majestic city wall rising prominently, its grandeur overwhelming. In Li Dao's recollection, the outermost circle of the city wall alone stood at a height of 100 meters, impassable by those without innate martial prowess. In a previous life, such heights would have baffled modern individuals. After all, skyscrapers of 100 meters only emerged in recent times, let alone a profound wall of that stature. The caravan advanced slowly towards the city gate. As they approached, neatly arranged small houses and numerous commoners appeared on either side. Upon sighting the Iron family caravan, the commoners quickly parted ways, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed upon the procession. After all, everyone was aware that the Iron family was the foremost merchant of Deqian, renowned for their immense wealth. The caravan soon reached the city gate, where 3 grand gates stood, guarded by numerous soldiers overseeing the entry of pedestrians and carriages. Ordinarily, even the Iron family caravan would be subject to inspection. However, as the caravan neared, the gatekeepers stood aside in unison, offering no hindrance, and the leading guard even clasped his fist in a respectful greeting. As the carriage of Iron Third Miss was about to glide past the leading guard, it came to a halt. Yes, Mississippi. The curtain was lifted, revealing the adorable face of Bai Yue, who tossed a coin towards the leading guard. A token for you. The leading guard accepted it graciously, a respectful smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Third Miss. Thank you, Monsieur. Let us proceed. The indifferent voice of Iron Third Miss resonated, signaling the caravan to continue its journey. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Dao couldn't help but chuckle softly. This truly exemplified the spirit of an Iron Lady. Chapter 34. The desolate and Yuanbo mansion. The carriage slowly entered the city, revealing a remarkably spacious long street. According to Li Dao's recollection, this thoroughfare was known as Long Dao, spanning an impressive 10 kilometers and extending all the way to the imperial palace. It measured a generous 222 meters in width, dividing the entire imperial capital into eastern and western halves. Throughout the ages, emperors of the Qian Dynasty had traversed this very road during their ascension and public appearances, despite having vivid memories from before his revival. Witnessing this grand spectacle still left Li Dao in awe. It evoked comparisons to the illustrious Chang'an of the Tang Dynasty in his past life, which featured the renowned Zhuge Avenue, merely 5 kilometers long and 150 meters wide. The scale of the Deqian capital surpassed that of Chang'an in its glory. Reflecting on the information in his mind, Li Dao discerned that the Deqian dynasty resembled a composite of several illustrious dynasties from his previous historical knowledge. It bore the military might of the Qin, the valor of the Han, the renown of the Tang, the affluence of the Song, and the fortitude of the Ming. If one were to liken a nation to a person, the Qian would undoubtedly possess the attributes of an ideal protagonist. Regrettably, if this world were merely an ordinary ancient realm, the strength of the Qian dynasty would allow it to challenge neighboring nations single-handedly, achieving an unprecedented unification in the annals of history. Alas, the chivalrous often violate the law. This world was inhabited by practitioners known as warriors. If it were a low martial world, matters might be simpler. However, the power structure here was anything but trivial. Postnatal warriors could single-handedly overcome 100 foes without perishing, while innate warriors enjoyed lifespans extending to 150 years, capable of vanquishing 1,000 troops unscathed. Master warriors could extend their lives by another century, becoming virtually invincible against human forces, moving freely amidst tens of thousands. The most formidable grandmasters were said to possess lifespans reaching 500 years. Able to traverse winds and seas, their prowess far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The Qian nation was robust, with each successive ruler proving competent, at the very least, as a steward of stability. Yet, what significance did that hold? No matter how elevated one's power, lifespan remained finite. Should a generation be plagued by a corrupt ruler, how long could even the mightiest dynasty endure? With his keen sight, Li Dao easily spotted the magnificent palace city in the distance along Li Dao. Based on historical precedents, it seemed the Qian was currently experiencing its zenith. Following the adage that prosperity begets decline, if the next generation fails to produce a remarkable sovereign, the Qian dynasty would likely embark on a downward trajectory. From his prior recollections, he learned that the current Qian emperor had numerous sons, yet the number of those with the potential for greatness was alarmingly scarce. Most were akin to his former self, indulgent and frivolous, save for a few who adeptly disguised their true natures. At this juncture, an exquisite figure emerged in Li Dao's mind, the Princess Mingwei. Should she inherit the mantle of leadership, she might sustain the current state of the Qian dynasty and perhaps even elevate it further. Alas, not every woman can emulate Wu Zetian, especially within the confines of the Qian dynasty, where such aspirations seemed nearly impossible. After admiring the majestic scenery of Li Dao, Li Dao prepared to depart from the Tai family's caravan. Having arrived in the imperial capital, it was time to return home for a visit. He cast a glance at the carriage occupied by Tai Sanyang, and amidst the varied gazes of the guards, he leapt down from the cargo carriage and swiftly vanished into the throng of people. At the moment Li Dao left, it seemed that Tai Sanyang sensed something amiss. Has he departed? She mused to herself, feeling a twinge of disappointment. After all, they had shared a semblance of acquaintance, yet he had not bid her farewell. The thought of his demeanor toward her provoked a restless itch within her. For a merchant, witnessing a coveted treasure before one's eyes only to see it escape is a most disheartening experience. Very well, let you flee for now. Once I have attended to my affairs, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you. Setting aside her tumultuous thoughts, Tai Sanyang commanded the caravan to hasten its pace. Bai Yu, sitting with a naive smile, looked forward to returning home and having the villain finish the remaining tales for her. In ancient times, among the four symbols, the azure dragon of the East held prominence. Thus, within this imperial capital, the dignitaries predominantly resided in the eastern district. The closer one was to the palace, the higher their status. Li Dao's ancestors were founding heroes of the Great Qian Dynasty, once bestowed with the title of a first-class marquis, just a step away from being elevated to duke, which conferred upon them considerable nobility. Consequently, their residence was also situated in the eastern district, near the palace. Previously, this advantageous location facilitated the expansion of connections for the Yuan Marquisate. However, since the incident involving Li Dao and the tarnishing of Princess Mingyue's reputation, this once favorable position had turned against him, transforming the Yuan Marquisate into a source of disgrace among the aristocracy. Passers-by could not help but hurl insults and scorn as they walked by. In a fit of rage, a devoted admirer of Princess Mingwei even audaciously relieved himself in front of the stone lion at the entrance of the Yuan Marquisate. Strangely, this act did not invite shame but instead elevated the man's notoriety, earning him a place amongst several esteemed families. This incident sparked a wave of sentiment throughout the capital, where it became a point of pride for many to deride the Yuan Marquisate. Numerous scholars even composed poems mocking the Marquisate to garner attention, inadvertently aiding some in ascending the social ladder. This stirred the literary circles in the capital, with poets daily penning verses to insult the Yuan Marquisate. Now, more than 3 months have passed. Although the fervor has gradually waned, traces of derogatory poetry continue to emerge each day. Meanwhile, outside the Yuan Marquisate, It has lost its former luster. The walls are plastered with scathing graffiti, and the corners are shrouded in a thick layer of filth, despite daily cleaning efforts. The grime persists. The two imposing stone lions at the entrance have also suffered, emanating an unpleasant odor. At this moment, the vermilion gate beneath the sign of the Yuan Marquise stood ajar. Hurry, hurry. We are running out of time. Move quickly. We can no longer linger in this place. Is it not a bit excessive for us to act in this manner? Excessive? The estate shall soon be dispersed. Why not seize the opportunity? Outside the grand entrance, numerous individuals clad as servants hastily streamed out, each clutching bulging bundles, the contents unknown. Suddenly, a young girl dressed in blue dashed forth from within, positioning herself before the throng. Do not take anything. You are not permitted to do so. These belong to the estate and to the young master, she declared, her face resolute, eyes reddened, tears poised to spill at any moment. Observing her distressed demeanor, the others exhibited hints of guilt, though resignation prevailed. At that moment, one among the group spoke. Jiu'er, do not obstruct us. We are left with no choice. Indeed, if we do not take what we can, by tomorrow, all will belong to others. I advise you, Jiu'er, to gather your belongings and depart. The Yuan Duke's estate is nearing its end. One voice led to another, and soon, the others echoed the sentiment. The girl, referred to as Jiu'er, shook her head defiantly, her voice trembling, but what you are doing is wrong. Sighing, a long exhale resonated as an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged from the entrance. Upon sighting the elder, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Worry etched upon their faces. Grandfather Li, look at them, Jiu'er exclaimed, rushing to support the elder. His murky gaze softened into a faint smile as he regarded her. But when he turned to the others, his eyes became tranquil, like a still lake. Under his gaze, no one dared to breathe, haunted by the elder's long-standing authority. After a moment, the elder relented, shaking his head. Go on, all of you. Depart, and do not return. Upon hearing this, Jiu'er and the others were struck with disbelief. Suddenly, one person collapsed to the ground, bowing deeply before the elder. Thank you, Grandfather Steward. Thank you. After completing the gesture, he rose and fled. The others, awakening from their stupor, promptly knelt and began to bow. Thank you, old steward. Thank you, Grandfather Steward. Thank you. After this display, all hastily vacated, leaving not a soul behind at the Yuan Duke's estate. Moments later, once the last had departed, Jiu'er regained her senses. Grandfather Li, why is this happening? The elder gazed into the distance, a long sigh escaping him, revealing a trace of sorrow. The family is nearly lost. Let them go. This may provide some merit to the young master in the afterlife, allowing him a measure of peace. Upon hearing these words, Jiu'er was unable to contain her tears. Was there truly no way out? The master had departed, the mistress was gone, and it was uncertain when the young lady would return. Now, even the young master had left, and this place was all he had left. If it were to vanish as well, who would remember him? The situation was dire. His Majesty had stripped the estate of its titles, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. The Prime Minister's residence sought to erase all traces of the Yuanbo estate under the pretext of land reclamation, and we were powerless to resist. The elder glanced at Jiu'er and sighed. Jiu'er, you should leave as well. Tomorrow, this will no longer be home. You are still young and beautiful. Once you venture out, you may find someone to marry and lead a stable life. No. Jiu'er shook her head resolutely, her eyes glistening with tears. I was born as the young master's, and I will die as his ghost. I will not leave. The elder was taken aback. You were devoted to the young master? Jiu'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly replied, No, it's just how I feel. The elder smiled gently. It seems our Jiu'er has always had a heart for the young master. Jiu'er blushed even more, feeling somewhat shy. Alas, the elder sighed again. You are a good girl, Jiu'er. If the young master were alive, I would do everything in my power to see him marry you. What a pity. Jiu'er's face paled, but her gaze suddenly grew resolute. Even if the young master is dead, I can still marry. The elder was taken aback, realizing the depth of the young girl's feelings. He silently lamented the unpredictable nature of life, surprised that amidst the vastness of the Yuanbo estate, it was this young girl who displayed such fortitude. The young master truly found a remarkable companion. The elder patted Jiu'er's head. Very well, go inside and rest. Before tomorrow arrives, this is still our home. Once inside the estate, with only the elder and Jiu'er remaining, she spoke up. Grandpa Li, it's time for dinner. I will prepare something. Go ahead, he replied. After Jiu'er left, the elder surveyed the courtyard and slowly made his way to her room. Soon, half an hour had passed. Jiaoer, having prepared several dishes, donned her apron and hurried out. "Grandpa Li, dinner is ready." As she rushed into the hall, confusion washed over her. It was unusual. They typically dined here. But Grandpa Li was nowhere to be seen. She began searching anxiously. As time passed, her worry intensified, accompanied by an ominous premonition. After a short while passing the family shrine, she instinctively glanced inside. Grandpa Li. Her expression brightened, relief flooding her heart upon seeing the elder kneeling on the mat within the shrine. She quickly approached. "Grandpa Li, what are you doing here?" As she reached out instinctively to touch him, her hand froze just before making contact, and her smile gradually faded. "Grandpa Li?" She called softly, her voice tinged with hesitation, but the elder did not respond. She cautiously approached the elderly man, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, a letter resting on the ground before him. "Grandfather Li." Jiaoer extended a finger to gently touch the area beneath the old man's nose. In that instant, her entire being froze. His breath had ceased. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the envelope, and she picked it up, observing the inscription that read to Jiaoer, "Personally opened." Slowly, she unfolded the envelope and glanced at the letter within, written by the old man during his lifetime. "Jiaoer, by the time you read this letter, I have already departed with the young master. Do not grieve for me, for I have long been aware that my days are numbered. This passage can be seen as the end of my lifespan, a joyful farewell in the eyes of the common folk." Upon reaching this point, Jiaoer felt a sense of relief, yet tears still streamed down her cheeks. As she continued reading, she discovered the elderly man's autobiographical account. He had Chapter 35, Homecoming. All things changed after reading the letter left by Steward Li. Jiaoer fell into a daze. Moments later, determination flickered in her eyes as she wiped away her tears and bowed deeply before the steward's lifeless body. "Grandfather Li, rest assured, I shall fulfill your final wish." Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon night descended upon the capital. A sudden bolt of lightning split the sky, unleashing a relentless downpour that drenched the earth. In the desolate rear courtyard of the Yuan estate, only the ceaseless drumming of rain filled the emptiness. A flash of lightning illuminated the garden, revealing a slender figure standing beneath a towering tree, drenched yet resolute. Closer inspection showed Jiaoer, soaked to the bone, tirelessly digging into the softened earth with a shovel. Beside her, Steward Li's body lay upon a woven mat. Having read his letter earlier that day, she understood his wish to be buried here. With the estate soon to be seized by the Prime Minister's household, she had no choice but to lay him to rest under the cover of night. The rain proved a small mercy, loosening the soil and easing her labor. Otherwise, the task might have been impossible for a girl not yet 16. After half an hour, her palms raw and bleeding, she finally finished digging the grave. With one last glance at Steward Li, she gritted her teeth and dragged the mat into the pit. Exhausted, she wiped the rain from her face and whispered, "Grandfather Li, if you meet the young master in the afterlife, tell him to wait for me. I shall join you both soon." As she climbed out of the grave, a sharp pain shot through her palm. A jagged stone had sliced her skin. The physical agony mirrored the anguish in her heart. Overwhelmed, she collapsed onto the muddy ground, sobbing. "The master is gone. The mistress is gone. The young master is gone. And now even Grandfather Li has left me." The cold rain seeped into her bones, but the chill in her heart was far deeper. Suddenly, dizziness overtook her. Her body, weakened by hours in the storm, could endure no more. In her fading consciousness, a blurred figure appeared before her. Reaching out weakly, she grasped at the air, then darkness swallowed her. Yet, just before oblivion claimed her, she felt herself enveloped in warmth. "Young master! Young master!" With a gasp, Jiaoer jolted upright, her eyes darting around in confusion. She was in her own room, a lone candle flickering on the nearby table. She remembered collapsing in the rain, so how had she returned here? The estate was empty. Who had carried her back? She touched her forehead and realized it felt slightly warm. It seemed she had fainted due to a fever brought on by the rain. Suddenly, a vague memory surfaced. She recalled being embraced by someone during her unconsciousness. In a flurry, Jiaoer hastily pulled back the covers to check, only to discover that her clothes had been changed to new ones. Her expression darkened instantly. Despite being merely a simple outer garment, it was a matter of her integrity. Who had changed her clothes? Could it be that someone from the household had returned? If it were a woman, it would be acceptable. But the thought of a strange man dressing her sent a wave of unease through her, stirring an impulse to weep. Then she remembered Butler Li, ignoring her frail state. She quickly slipped on her shoes and rushed out of the room. Shortly thereafter, Jiaoer arrived at the backyard, only to find herself frozen in place. The rain continued to fall, yet the pit she had dug for Butler Li was completely filled. Who could it be? A sense of confusion enveloped her. At that moment, She noticed some footprints in the mud of the backyard. Although they had faded under the rain's wash, she could still discern they had been left not long ago. The footprints were much larger than her own, likely belonging to an adult male. Fear gripped her heart. Who was it? What could they want? Despite her trepidation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiao resolved to uncover the truth. Judging by their actions, they likely bore her no ill will. Otherwise, she wouldn't be lying unharmed in her own room. Her own room? A glimmer of insight struck her. That person must know her quarters. Indicating they were familiar to her, could it truly be a servant from the household? Taking a deep breath, she followed the trail of footprints. After a short while, she found herself at the ancestral hall, where the footprints ceased. Exhaling slowly, she gently pushed open the grand door of the hall. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the hall through the cracks. She beheld a figure clad in black standing within. Startled, Jiao gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Her gasp startled the figure, and in the dim light, she sensed them turning towards her and approaching. Overcome by fear, she instinctively turned to flee, but stumbled over the threshold, falling to the ground. Don't come any closer, Jiao cried out, pushing herself backwards helplessly. Tears streaming down her delicate face. The figure did not halt. Instead, they quickened their pace towards her. Finally, the figure stood before her and knelt down. With a thunderous clap, another bolt of lightning illuminated the courtyard. In that fleeting light, Jiao caught a glimpse of the figure's face, and she was momentarily entranced. In her heart, she involuntarily mused, what a remarkably beautiful face. As she regained her composure, anxiety surged anew. What did beauty matter when she didn't know this person? It only deepened her fear. Then she noticed the other raising a hand toward her. Does he mean to kill me? Jiao instinctively thought. As the hand drew nearer to her head, her conviction solidified. Hadn't countless villains in the tales she'd read relished smashing skulls? Am I to die like this? Death itself meant little. She'd long resolved to don bridal red and join her young master after burying Grandpa Li. But to perish with a shattered head, wouldn't that mar her appearance? Would her young master scorn her in the afterlife? In those fleeting moments, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. At last, the hand alighted upon her crown. The instant it touched, Jiao clenched her teeth, bracing for death. Yet after several breaths, she realized the hand merely rested there, weightless. Does he intend another method? But then it began to gently tousle her hair, the sensation oddly soothing, stirring memories of her young master's habit in the old days. Even in anger, he'd ruffle her head just so, the touch identical now. Identical? Her body stiffened. She jerked her head up. A strikingly handsome face met her gaze, unfamiliar, yet, why did the touch feel so known? Young master? She whispered tentatively. The man paused, then smiled slowly. What do you think? At the sound of his voice, her pupils dilated. That voice, unmistakably his, though his features differed. The timbre was seared into her memory. It's truly you? She clapped a disbelieving hand over her mouth. Li Dao tapped her forehead lightly, his tone teasingly rakish. Little fool, your young master's in need of a shadow. Care to tag along? The words struck like lightning. Young master. With a cry, she flung herself into his arms. Every gesture, every inflection mirrored the day he'd brought her home, a moment known only to them, a secret unshared with the world. As he felt her trembling frame, too frail beneath his touch, his heart ached. You've not eaten properly in my absence, have you? So thin. Have you forgotten my words? Her face remained buried against his chest, but her muffled reply came. You said you liked soft girls. But without you, I couldn't swallow a bite. Upon finishing her words, Jiao could no longer contain her tears, bursting into a fit of sobs. To this day, disbelief lingered in her heart, as if everything before her were but a dream. For everyone had told her that the young master had perished, including family members and Grandpa Li. Thus, the sudden appearance of her master led her to believe she was trapped in a dream. If this were indeed a dream, she wished not to awaken from it. Daoist sighed, his gaze drifting towards the desolate backyard. He had not anticipated that merely 3 months away would bring such upheaval to the manor. The once grand residence of the Yuan Bo was now left with only a small girl to guard its solitude. The old steward, who had watched him grow from childhood, now lay buried in the backyard. Everything evoked a profound sense of loss and nostalgia. Yet, who could he blame for this? Looking down, he found that the little girl had fallen asleep in his embrace, her tiny hands clutching his garments tightly, as if fearing that he would vanish upon her awakening. Perhaps sensing her master's presence, Jiao had not slept so soundly in the past 3 months. Her cherubic face adorned with traces of tears and smiles. As he gazed at the sweet child in his arms, Li Dao murmured softly, Let you be willful just this once. Young master. Joer suddenly sat up in bed, her eyes wide as she began to search the room. Soon, she spotted a figure seated at the table in her chamber. Young master, she exclaimed, excitement propelling her bare feet off the bed and running to Li Dao's side. You little rascal, go put on your shoes, Li Dao admonished, glancing down at her delicate, jade-like feet. It was only then that Joer felt the chill beneath her soles, sticking out her tongue before hastily returning to fetch her shoes. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up with a flushed face, asking, Young master, was it you who changed my clothes last night? What? Are you seeking to hold me accountable? He teased. And no, not at all, Joer quickly replied, shaking her head. Then what do you wish? Nothing, she said, her cheeks burning as she lowered her head to dress, secretly reveling in the moment. Abruptly, she seemed to remember something and raised her head, stating, Young master, I forgot to tell you that the Prime Minister's residence will send someone today to collect our home. What shall we do? Joer proceeded to inform Li Dao of all the recent events that had transpired in the manor. The Prime Minister's residence, you say? Li Dao mused. He was not surprised by the stripping of his title by the Qian Emperor. After all, the Li family had only him as the sole heir in this generation, with no descendants to follow. Thus, it was expected that after his death, the estate would be reclaimed. However, the complete confiscation of their home was somewhat unforeseen. From Joer, he learned that due to Princess Mingwei, the Qian Emperor had targeted him alone, sparing the rest of the Yin Yuan Bo residents from repercussions. Perhaps the Emperor deemed the rest of the family insignificant. Yet, just because the Emperor overlooked them did not imply that the Prime Minister's residence, along with those eager to curry favor with it, shared the same sentiment, especially in light of their mutual discord. It appeared that the Prime Minister's residence intended to eradicate any remnants. The demise of others leaves only one explanation for the continued unrest within the Prime Minister's residence. Young master, shall we flee? Joer tugged gently at Li Dao's sleeve. She was acutely aware of the turmoil surrounding her master. Though the reasons for his profound transformation and survival eluded her, it was clear that secrecy was paramount. Previously, she had been reluctant to part with the Earl in Yuan's residence, for it was her home. Yet now that her master had returned, she realized that as long as he was by her side, any place could be considered home, thus her resistance to leaving had diminished. To flee? After a moment's contemplation, Li Dao murmured, as if escape were indeed the only viable option. For him at present, while he could leverage his newly acquired identity to remain in the imperial capital. What purpose would that serve? To witness his enemies wreak havoc and assert their dominance within the city? Furthermore, regardless of circumstances, his identity remained perilously precarious. Should it be uncovered in time, the Emperor of Qian would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, distancing himself from this den of strife was the wisest course of action. However, there were certain possessions that must be retrieved before his departure. Joer, please wait here. With that, he turned and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao arrived at the ancestral hall from the previous night. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of numerous ancestral tablets, above which hung several plaques. The largest bore the inscription First Class Earl in Yuan, while the others were bestowed by successive emperors of Qian upon the Li family. Li Dao lit 3 incense sticks and offered 3 bows to his ancestors, before kneeling to perform 9 prostrations. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and leapt towards the highest plaque. Above it rested a lengthy chest, over 3 meters in length, adorned with handles and shrouded in dust. With a swift motion, he grasped the chest with one arm and lifted it effortlessly, descending from the air to the ground. The sound of a resounding thud echoed as he landed, the tremor in the earth not a result of his weight, but rather the sheer heft of the contents within the chest. Chapter 36. The family heirloom weapon and 3 ancient tomes. Li Dao exhaled gently upon the chest, causing a layer of dust to cascade to the ground. Then he placed the chest down. Locating the latch, he applied pressure, and with a tremendous force, it shattered completely, allowing him to open the chest. As it swung open, a faint scent of blood mingled with the metallic aroma invaded his nostrils. His gaze fell upon a dark, imposing halberd, over 3 meters in length, resting quietly within the chest. Nestled beside it were 3 ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age. Old man, these treasures have ultimately found their way into my hands, Li Dao murmured softly as he caressed the icy surface of the halberd. During the initial establishment of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Li family was bestowed the title of a first-class marquis due to their military achievements, thus marking them as a lineage of martial generals. Every head of the Li family was expected to possess martial prowess from a young age, eventually rising to the rank of a general in the Great Qian. Consequently, from the founding of the Great Qian to Li Dao's generation, The family had endured through 10 generations, yet they remained a mere third-class count. This was largely due to certain generations of Li family heads attaining the rank of general through their military exploits, which allowed them to maintain, and even elevate, their noble status. However, it was not the case for every generation to achieve such a rank. To become a martial general in the Great Qian, one must meet a crucial prerequisite, the requisite cultivation level. The Li family could bypass many hurdles to ascend as regional leaders, but this was contingent upon their cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the greater the command over troops. Without it, one could only serve as a low-ranking civil officer within the military. This was why Li Dao's father was eager to assess his son's aptitude early on, aspiring to lay a solid foundation for him. Unexpectedly, Li Dao proved incapable of cultivation. Nevertheless, his father was pragmatic. Upon realizing his son's limitations, he did not insist on enforcing a grueling regimen but chose instead to allow him to enjoy a tranquil life. As long as the Li family legacy endured, the emergence of a seemingly inept patriarch was inconsequential, provided the next generation could inherit the mantle. Yet, Li Dao's father did not foresee his untimely demise, which prevented him from nurturing his grandson personally, and his son nearly perished in the depths of a death row camp. As he touched the halberd within the chest, Li Dao found himself reminiscing about his childhood. Before the resurgence of his memories, he was not entirely a wayward son. Prior to the assessment of his aptitude, his father had been quite strict, enforcing early rising and physical training, along with the practice of calligraphy and poetry, treating him as a potential polymath. During those formative years, his resolve was unwavering. Upon learning of his father's status as a general, he fantasized about leading troops into battle, achieving great feats. Alas, everything changed after his lack of aptitude was revealed. Li Dao glanced at the halberd and grasped it firmly. He discovered its chilling material reminiscent of the black iron blade at his waist, yet the halberd exuded a superior quality. It was then he recalled his father mentioning that this family heirloom halberd was forged from 10,000-year-old black iron, measuring 1 zhang and 1 qi, which translates to approximately 3 meters 2. The halberd was entirely jet black, adorned with dragon patterns, hence its alternate name, the dragon pattern halberd. Li Dao attempted to gauge its weight and realized that the dragon pattern halberd was indeed formidable, perhaps due to the material's inherent qualities. This great halberd weighs no less than 200 pounds. To wield such a weapon on the battlefield, one must possess a strength of at least 1,000 pounds. And to master the dragon pattern halberd with ease, a formidable power of at least 3,000 pounds is essential. It is no wonder that my father once mentioned that throughout the generations, only the founding ancestor of the Li family could effortlessly wield this dragon pattern halberd. Such weight demands not only innate strength, but also rigorous physical training through specific martial arts to make its use plausible. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary innate martial artist to handle this weapon solely with physical prowess. After carefully placing the dragon pattern halberd back into its box, my gaze fell upon 3 tomes nearby. Upon inspection, I discovered they were titled Peerless Halberd Technique, Dominating Tiger Heart Method, and Buddhist Military Strategy, a martial skill, a cultivation technique, and a military treatise, respectively. I recognized these texts as treasured heirlooms unique to the Li family. Yet I had heard that they are easy to learn but difficult to master. Few have truly grasped their depths. After scrutinizing them briefly, I returned the tomes to the box and closed it. It was time to depart. I reignited 3 incense sticks and respectfully knelt before the ancestral tablets to pay my respects. Then, I turned and lifted the box, making my way out of the ancestral hall. Shortly thereafter, I discovered the family genealogy in my father's study and collected it. The vast estate of the Invincible had little value beyond these heirlooms. Whatever else remained could be discarded. As long as these treasures persisted, the Li family would eventually rise anew. Before long, I found Jo'er again. "My dear, it is time for us to leave," I declared as I pushed open the door to see her. "Yes, young master," she replied, rushing to an adjacent cabinet to retrieve a pre-packed bundle, indicating she had prepared for our departure in advance. "Let us go." Indeed, not long after, outside the Invincible estate, a group of individuals arrived, bearing various items. Their presence attracted a throng of onlookers, many of whom seemed aware of the impending misfortune befalling the Invincible estate. Passers-by began to murmur amongst themselves, commenting on the situation. Alas, the Invincible is in for a stroke of bad luck today. Not just bad luck, with the Chancellor's intervention. The Invincible will no longer exist in the capital. Serves them right. That Sion dared to sully the honor of Princess Mingwet. That they were not annihilated along with their entire clan is a stroke of good fortune. Indeed, but what a pity. What do you lament? I lament the loss of a topic of lively discourse in the capital. With the Yuan Bo gone, whom shall those scholars berate? Your words have prompted me to consider that the Chancellor's actions may inadvertently aid the Yuan Bo. From within the Chancellor's ranks emerged a figure clad in steward attire, commanding the assembled crew, all together now. Charge in and destroy everything, upturn every corner, leaving not a single piece intact. Yes, came the resounding reply, as the throng surged toward the Yuan Bo estate. Soon, several servants began to assault the crimson gates of the Yuan Marquis' residence. In a matter of moments, the grand doors were reduced to a mere wreck. Witnessing this scene, the steward displayed an expression of satisfaction, continuing to command, "Everyone, hurry. Smash anything intact within." After issuing the order, he cast a glance at the two stone lions standing guard outside the gates, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Approaching one of the stone lions, he raised his hand and struck with the palm. A visible surge of energy erupted forth, instantly shattering the stone lion. He proceeded to repeat the act on the second lion. Observing this spectacle, someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe, "No wonder it's the Prime Minister's residence. Even a mere steward possesses innate prowess." Another voice chimed in. "What is innate prowess compared to the Prime Minister's mansion? I've heard that it is filled with experts, including masters of the highest order." Meanwhile, in a secluded alley on the side of the crowd, Li Dao and Jiao stood observing the unfolding chaos not far away. "These people are utterly excessive," Jiao cried, her eyes reddening with indignation. It was painful for her to witness her home being demolished before her very eyes. Li Dao shook his head, placing a comforting hand atop Jiao's head, and spoke slowly. "It is merely reality. There is no need to feel distressed." Had he still been the person he was before his memories resurfaced, he might have been enraged enough to rush out and confront those vandals. However, with the restoration of his memories, coupled with the trials faced in the death row camp, he had gained a clearer understanding of the world. In any realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Today, the Yuan Marquis' residence is weak, and its destruction by the Prime Minister's household is a consequence of its own frailty. Yet, he thought, one day when he grows powerful, the Prime Minister's residence will surely meet its deserved fate. Let us depart from here to avoid provoking the Prime Minister's household further, lest they turn their ire upon us, Li Dao suggested. At his words, Jiao set aside her sorrow and asked, "Where shall we go now, young master?" Li Dao touched the box on his back, suddenly recalling words once imparted to him by Wei Yun. He raised his hand to rest it upon Jiao's head and asked, "Jiao, do you truly wish to return here in the future?" Jiao glanced at the battered courtyard, then turned back to her young master, worry etched across her face. "I fear for your safety." She was acutely aware of how precarious her young master's identity was. Li Dao disowned her concerns and, with a gentle smile, reassured her. "Your young master will be fine. What I need to know is whether you wish to return here." "Yes," Jiao responded with conviction. For her, life could be divided into two phases, one of hardship, fleeing with her parents and enduring the loneliness of survival. The other, the joy of being taken in by her young master in the imperial capital, where she was well fed, warmly clothed, and cherished. It could be said that this latter phase represented the most precious memories of her life, all of which transpired within the walls of the Yuan Marquis' residence, thus making her long to return. Upon hearing this, Li Dao gently patted the little girl's head and chuckled. "Then let us venture to a place where we can boldly stride into the capital in the future." Jiao, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Young master, is there truly such a place?" Li Dao smiled slightly. "I, your young master, have previously emerged from such a place." Jiao suddenly displayed a puzzled expression, asking, "Young master, why merge?" Li Dao shook his head, refraining from explanation. Yet, in his heart, he silently mused, because for ordinary people, that place is akin to hell. "All right, let us be on our way." "Yes, young master." The clamor of destruction continued outside, as the silhouettes of a tall figure and a small one gradually made their way deeper into the alley until they vanished from sight. In the Iron family mansion, two graceful figures sat beneath a pavilion in a courtyard. One, a girl with a slightly mature demeanor, sat on a stone bench, quietly preparing tea. The other, a somewhat inexperienced girl, crouched down, playfully teasing the fish in the pond with a twig. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Soon after, a man in his 40s, with an honest and earnest appearance, knelt at the pavilion's steps, addressing her. Subordinate Tai Exine pays respects to the third young lady. Tai San Yang, seated within the pavilion, did not spare him a glance. after pouring herself a cup of tea and savoring it with her crimson lips. She nodded in satisfaction before finally directing her gaze toward him. How is the investigation proceeding? Upon hearing her words, Tai Xian bowed his head and replied solemnly. Reporting to the third young lady, everything has been thoroughly investigated. All the traitors are under watch. What about the other matter I asked you to investigate? It has been clarified. The eldest and second young masters have been closely associating with the third prince, while we have also uncovered some friction between the fourth and third princes. Tai Sanyang paused momentarily, then said, very well, I understand. Tai Xian then inquired, may I ask, third young lady, how shall we deal with those traitors? Let them proceed on their journey at a leisurely pace. Understood, third young lady. You may leave now. The subordinate bowed respectfully before departing. Once he had gone, the playful Bai Yue approached and curiously asked, Miss, do you suspect the eldest and second young masters of plotting against you? The demeanor of Tai Sanyang softened considerably in front of Bai Yue, and she replied gently, I do not harbor any suspicions toward those two fools. Indeed. Bai Yue suddenly chuckled, but the two young masters are foolish and idle, constantly bullied by you. They still care deeply for you as their sister. Upon hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared in Tai Sanyang's eyes. Outsiders claimed that she overshadowed her two elder brothers, with rumors suggesting that she wished to oust them and seize control of the Iron family's enterprises. Yet, she alone understood that her achievements thus far were entirely due to her brother's unwavering support, and no one knew the true nature of their feelings towards her. However, she remained indifferent to such notoriety, for in her eyes, a bad reputation held far more value than a good one, especially in her position as a woman. Yet, she soon found herself troubled, recalling the report from her subordinates. Turning to Bai Yue beside her, she commanded, go and inform those two fools that they are henceforth prohibited from discussing my affairs in public. Then, her tone shifted sharply as she added, moreover, notify the others to cut the fourth prince's business by half and sever all dealings with the third prince. Taken aback, Bai Yue paused, realizing from the previous resolute report that the matters concerning the journey back to the capital were likely linked to the fourth prince. Now, however, it seemed the situation had turned on its head. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Miss, why is that? Tai Sanyang let out a scoff, explaining, because their objectives differ. The fourth prince targets the third prince, while the third prince schemes against my two foolish brothers. Though they may be inept, their downfall is a direct attack on our Tai family, and it is precisely because of him that subsequent events have unfolded. If I do not confront him, whom shall I target? Bai Yue furrowed her delicate brows, pondering, but the fourth prince is also targeting you, Mississippi. Is that all the punishment you intend to impose? Who says that? Tai Sanyang replied, the Tai family is the Tai family, and I am myself. My grievances must be avenged by my own hand. At this, Bai Yue silently mourned for the fourth prince, recalling the last individual who had incurred her mistress's wrath. It seemed that both he and his entire lineage had been banished to the farthest reaches of the north. Suddenly, Tai Sanyang clapped Bai Yue's shoulder and said, enough. Hurry and relay the message. This afternoon, accompany me to the palace to see how Mingwei has been faring. Yes, Mississippi Chapter 37, Princess Mingwei in the afternoon. Within the Grand Palace of Qian, specifically in the inner court, Tai Sanyang accompanied Bai Yue, guided by a palace maid as they traversed the long corridor. Bai Yue, astonished by the presence of numerous guards clad in armor every 50 steps, whispered, Miss, why are there so many people suddenly in the inner palace? Upon hearing this, Tai Sanyang glanced at the palace maid leading them, relieved by her silence, and scolded softly, if you cannot speak, then do not. Oh, Bai Yue quickly covered her mouth. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. Upon entering, a magnificent palace came into view, adorned with a plaque that bore the three prominent characters, Mingyue Pavilion, as the name suggests. This was the residence of the first princess of Qian, Princess Mingyue. Please wait a moment. Allow me to inform the princess. The palace maid approached the entrance of the palace and called out softly, Your Highness, Miss Tai has come to seek an audience. After a brief silence, a voice emerged from within. By the princess's decree, please allow Miss Tai to enter. Upon hearing this, the palace maid opened the door and gestured invitingly, Miss Tai, please enter. Thank you. Tai Sanyang nodded and stepped inside the palace, followed closely by Bai Yue. As they entered, another palace maid appeared before them. Please follow me, she said, leading the way through the palace, which was eerily quiet and empty. However, with her innate cultivation, Tai Sanyang sensed the presence of numerous concealed individuals, all possessing cultivation abilities. She faintly perceived several auras that were not weaker than her own. Soon, they arrived at another set of palace doors. This time, the maid did not announce their arrival but directly pushed open the grand door, gesturing for them to enter. "Your Highness is waiting inside." Tai Sanyong nodded and stepped inside, with Bai Yue hastily following. Once inside, Tai Sanyong noticed white gauzy curtains hanging in the room. Behind the curtains, a graceful silhouette leaned against the bed. "Sanyong, you have arrived." The figure behind the curtains sat up and spoke softly. "Someone, please prepare seats for Sanyong and little Yue." "Yes, Your Highness." Two palace maids brought forth chairs and placed them beside Tai Sanyong and Bai Yue. As Tai Sanyong settled into her seat, she surveyed the grand hall's decor and remarked, "Mingyue, what have you?" The figure was none other than the owner of the palace, Princess Mingyue, Zhao Yu. Suddenly, a delicate cough echoed from behind the gauzy curtain, the sound accentuating her frailty. "I have recently caught a chill and fear it may be contagious. Hence I have drawn the curtains for precaution." Concern etched on Tai Sanyong's face. She asked, "Have you not summoned the imperial physician?" Princess Mingyue replied gently, "The physician has come. It is nothing serious, so you need not worry." Relieved, Tai Sanyong breathed a sigh of comfort. "That is good to hear." Abruptly, she seemed to recall something. "Mingyue, are you aware of the incident today at the Yuan Duke's residence, where it was demolished by the Prime Minister's house?" "I am not." After a brief moment, a voice emerged from behind the gauze curtain. With a sigh, Tai Sanyong could not help but exclaim, "It's all that wretched dandy's fault for ruining. Never mind, he deserves it anyway." She seemed to fear piercing the wound of her dear friend, so she hastily changed her words. Princess Mingyue gently remarked, "What is done is done." Although she spoke thus, Tai Sanyong sensed a complexity in her tone, revealing that her princess friend did not truly appear as nonchalant as her words suggested. However, it was understandable. How could any woman rapidly untangle her heart after such experiences? Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation. Perhaps due to Princess Mingyue's illness, it was mostly Tai Sanyong sharing amusing anecdotes from her experiences outside, especially when discussing recent events. Her tone brightened considerably. Tai Sanyong chuckled. "You wouldn't believe how our silly Yue was completely fooled by that rascal." Bai Yue pouted, her face flushed with dissatisfaction. "I'm not silly. It's just that the villains are too wicked." Tai Sanyong laughed. "I wonder which girl turned pale with worry upon hearing me mention that fellow's demise." Princess Mingyue aptly added, "Yue, if you truly fancy someone, you must ensure Sanyong helps you with it." "Princess, Miss, you." Bai Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger, or perhaps because her thoughts had been accurately guessed. The trio continued their chatter for a while, but Tai Sanyong soon realized the hour had grown late. She rose and said, "It's getting late. Mingyue, you should rest early since you are unwell. Yue and I should take our leave." "Very well. I shall have someone escort you," replied the princess. "I appreciate it." Thus, at Princess Mingyue's behest, a maid led Tai Sanyong and Bai Yue out. After a fragrant incense had burned down, once Tai Sanyong and Bai Yue had completely departed, Princess Mingyue's voice emerged from behind the gauze curtain. "Everyone, please leave. I wish to rest." Upon hearing this, voices echoed throughout the chamber. "Yes, Your Highness." Not long after, confirming that all those concealed within the room had departed, a sudden voice resonated in the empty space. "You were quite amiable towards your friend earlier. Why not speak to me in that tone from now on?" Princess Mingyue's voice rang out, yet strangely, though it was the same voice, it lacked the previous gentleness and bore a hint of allure instead. Soon, her voice echoed once more in the chamber. "Is it possible?" Though merely 3 words, they stripped away the former softness and charm, now imbued with an extraordinary chill, akin to the cool, bright moon in the sky, evoking an infinite distance. "Do you still not believe me? What reason do you have for me to trust you? But you truly are me, and I am truly you. That is something that cannot be altered." Amidst the seductive tones lay a teasing note, seemingly addressing the icy voice. "Then I shall not believe you either." "Very well, believe it or not. But I am certain you will beg me sooner or later." "Why would I beg you?" "Heh. You are me, and I am you. Surely you must sense the peculiarity within your belly. By my reckoning, it has been 3 months since our last cycle." "Was this your doing?" Giggles. "Oh, I lack such power. This is all thanks to my benefactor." "Your benefactor?" "Indeed, the one who arrived 3 months ago. Were it not for him, I would never have emerged." The sultry voice carried a note of solemnity. The icy voice paused before responding. "So it was you who seized control of my body to plead with Father?" The sultry voice laughed softly. "Do not lay this solely upon me. We pleaded together. Had you refused, I could never have fully commanded your form. A silence lingered before the cold voice spoke again, low and measured. I merely did not wish Qing to despise me. The sultry voice sighed. What is done is done. My benefactor was secretly slain by our father, and his household was destroyed today. Though, judging by the letters exchanged between you and that girl, she does not strike me as one who would act without reason. My so-called benefactor was in the wrong, was he not? The cold voice admitted. Truthfully, I should also thank him. You ought to, the sultry voice purred. Otherwise, after that banquet, you might have been betrothed to that insipid cousin of yours, compared to being pinned beneath a man for a lifetime. Enduring a mere hour seems a far better bargain. The cold voice bristled with indignation. How dare you speak so crudely? The sultry voice merely chuckled. I speak only the truth. Is this not the way of men and women? Enough. I wish to sleep. Then let us sleep together. Remember my words. If the truth becomes unbearable, beg me. For the sake of our shared existence, I may yet lend you aid. I need no help from you. Soft laughter. Some matters are beyond your control. Then, silence reclaimed the chamber, as though nothing had transpired. Beyond the palace walls, a carriage bore Tai Sanyang and Bai Yu back to the Tai estate. Tell me, Yu what if we were to recruit that scoundrel of yours? Having settled her affairs, Tai Sanyang's thoughts returned to the man who held her secret. Bai Yu's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming. Mistress, he has already refused you. Is there still a chance? Humph. Tai Sanyang traced a finger along her cheek, smiling faintly. Opportunity favors the prepared. I refuse to believe there exists a man the Iron Lady, cannot subdue. Buoyed by her mistress's confidence, Bai Yu perked up. Then I'll leave it to you. Drag him back to finish the tale he promised me. Tai Sanyang considered this. Upon our return, we shall first investigate his identity and background. Once we uncover his weakness, we shall strike decisively. Such was her customary strategy. As a merchant, her greatest skepticism lay in human nature. She perceived all business dealings as mere chips in a larger game. She doubted her ability to secure the affections of any man. Half a month later, upon returning home and commissioning an investigation, she was taken aback. Was this all there was to his background? Beneath the gazebo, Tai Sanyang held a piece of paper, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. The paper bore only the simplest of ink strokes. Outside the gazebo, Tai Xian knelt on the ground, speaking in a low voice. Miss, this is all we could uncover. Our investigation traced him back to Yumin Town, where he was first seen by a gatekeeper, but our leads ended there. The gatekeeper refused to divulge the identity of our subject. Upon hearing this, Tai Sanyang furrowed her brows. The gatekeeper refuses to speak? Indeed. Was he offered a bride? He was compensated, yet he still would not disclose any information. At this juncture, Tai Xian ventured, if the miss permits, I could devise a means to persuade him to speak. Tai Sanyang's expression darkened. She sought to cultivate relationships, not to forge enmities. If it were an adversary, she would not hesitate to employ certain tactics. Contemplating the individual in question, she sensed that such actions could yield dire consequences for her. Enough, she waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for further investigation. Let it be. Hearing this, Bai Yu inquired from the side. Miss, have you chosen to give up? Give up? Tai Sanyang chuckled softly. In my life, there exists no notion of surrender. In that moment, no one could fathom the thoughts swirling within her mind. Meanwhile, along an ancient road in the eastern part of Qian, a horse-drawn carriage ambled forward. Suddenly, Li Dao, seated at the front, sneezed. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Jiao concerned face. Young master, I told you to dress warmly. Taken aback, Li Dao pondered how a man of his stature, nearly 100 times that of an average person, could fall ill. Yet, he was uncertain about the cause of his sneeze and hesitated to contradict the young girl. Shortly thereafter, Jiao emerged with a large coat. Young master, autumn is upon us, and it's growing colder. You must wear more layers. Recognizing her stubbornness, Li Dao accepted the coat and draped it over his shoulders. She then donned an additional layer herself and sat beside him, softly asking, Young master, how long until we reach our destination? Li Dao affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her. Do not worry, we shall arrive shortly. Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted the conversation. Jiao cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Huh, Li Dao chuckled. You must be hungry, my dear. Jiao pouted. Young master, isn't our food sufficient? Very well, I shall refrain from teasing you, he replied with a smile. Li Dao momentarily recalled a thought in his mind before speaking. Very well, in another 10 miles, there lies a village. We shall see if they have any provisions there. His assertion was not born from familiarity with the area, but rather from his meticulous memorization of the entire map. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gleefully clutched her young master's arm, urging, "Dear master, please urge the horse to quicken its pace." Understanding her request, Li Dao cracked the whip, and the carriage surged forward. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, Xiaojiu exclaimed, "Master, look ahead, a village appears." She pointed from the carriage as she pulled at Li Dao's sleeve. "Indeed, I see it," Li Dao replied with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, his ears twitched slightly and his expression froze, the smile on his face gradually fading away. Chapter 38, The Slaughtered Village. Farewell, northern barbarians. At this very moment, within the tranquil bounds of Peach Blossom Village. Not long ago, this had been a peaceful and harmonious settlement. But the arrival of a troop of northern barbarian cavalry shattered all semblance of serenity. "Ha! Lads, kill and plunder. Spare none but the women," bellowed a barbarian commander clad in crude armor, his laughter echoing through the chaos. "Ah, the women, here I come. I'll slaughter 10 of these weaklings. 10. Pathetic. 100 shall fall by my hand. Then let us compete. Who claims more lives?" Agreed. Fear is for the meek. Amid their savage mirth, the villagers scattered in terror, their frantic flight only fueling the barbarians' bloodlust. With gleeful shouts, they unsheathed their blades, cutting down unarmed peasants without mercy. Soon, the village was drenched in crimson, the air thick with the stench of iron. In a narrow alleyway, a plain-faced man shielded his wife and son as they darted through the shadows. "Ho! 3 little rats scurry here." A voice froze them in their tracks. At the alley's mouth stood a northern rider, his sword glinting as he leered at the family. "Wife, take our child and flee. I'll hold him off." Despair gripped the man's heart, yet he stepped forward, arms spread protectively. But husband, his wife clutched their child, tears streaming. Paralysis held her. She had never known such horror, nor how to choose between flight and loyalty. Yet at the sight of his family's peril, defiance flared in the man's chest. "I'll fight you." Snatching the sickle from his belt, he charged. One strike, just one, and they might escape. The barbarian chuckled, unmoved. The sickle swung, a sidestep. The blade whistled through empty air. Momentum sent the man sprawling at the rider's feet. "Husband!" His wife's scream pierced the alley as she watched, helpless. "Worthless southern worm." The barbarian sneered, drawing his sword. "Die." "No." Steel flashed. The blade sank into the man's chest. His wife's world shattered. "Ah, but the wench is comely. You'll serve me well." The rider's gaze slithered over her, lips curling. Then, a grip on his ankle. The dying man clung, fingers slick with blood. "Run! Run!" His final roar tore through the alley. The barbarian's smile twisted to a snarl. The northern barbarian cavalry let out a cold snort, mercilessly swinging down his long blade. With a slicing sound, the man's eyes widened as he drew his last breath. "Master!" His wife, emboldened by an unknown courage despite her earlier fear, glared at the barbarian who had slain her husband with eyes full of hatred. "I will fight you." In her fury, she disregarded their child and charged at the northern barbarian, driven by wrath similar to her husband's. "Ah, another one comes willingly." Just as the wife lunged forward, the barbarian swiftly sidestepped, seizing her in his embrace. "Madam, is it a tad premature to seek solace in my arms?" Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a sharp cry escaped his lips. Unbeknownst to him, the woman had bitten down on one of his fingers. "Let go. Release me." The excruciating pain compelled the northern barbarian to retaliate with a flurry of punches and kicks, but the woman had locked her jaws around his finger, refusing to relent despite the agony. Just as the barbarian contemplated his next move, a voice rang out, "You strike my mother. I will not forgive you." Unbeknownst to him, a child had dashed to the barbarian's side, fiercely biting his leg. The acute pain reignited the barbarian's fury. "You all shall perish." In his rage, disregarding any semblance of beauty, he swung his blade down at the child at his feet. In an instant, the child's life was extinguished. The woman gasped in horror, her heart racing as a surge of power coursed through her. With a crack, the barbarian's expression shifted dramatically. The woman had released her grip. Yet he was now missing a finger. "Return my finger." The northern barbarian suddenly recalled that if the severed digit could be preserved, it might be reattached in due time. And he shouted at the woman. With disheveled hair and eyes ablaze with crimson fury, she suddenly grinned, her mouth beginning to chew. As if to ensure the barbarian could see clearly, she exaggeratedly opened her mouth, allowing him to witness his finger being ground into a pulp. Enraged by the sight, the barbarian swung his blade down. With a sickening sound, the woman crumpled to the ground, a mad smile frozen on her face. Damn lunatic. Instinctively, he glanced down, only to find that even in death, her eyes remained fixed upon him, as if etching his visage into her memory. Scoundrel. The haunting gaze sent a chill through him, and fear compelled him to slash at her lifeless body. He did not cease until her features were utterly unrecognizable. With a sigh of relief, he listened to the ongoing cries and sounds of fleeing outside, deciding to capture another woman to vent his frustrations. At that moment, it was not only in this alley that such tragedies unfolded. Similar horrors were occurring throughout Taoyuan village. Along a long street, a group of northern barbarian cavalry, seeking amusement, had slaughtered men, the elderly, and children, relentlessly pursuing a pack of fleeing women. As they relentlessly pursued, they reveled in the sight of women fleeing in despair, as if such torment could satiate their inner malevolence. Ha ha ha, where do the ladies think they are running? They taunted. Hee hee, the path is blocked. Would you care to seek refuge in my embrace? Here is your chance. If you strip and run, I shall let you go surrounded by a throng of northern barbarians. A group of women found themselves trapped in the middle of the road. They huddled together in fear, their eyes reflecting terror and hopelessness. Among them were those who had witnessed their families meet horrific fates, their anguish indescribable. At that moment, one of the northern barbarians stepped forth, proclaiming, "All right, that is enough of the game. Let us not forget we are still on the territory of the Great Qian. It would be wise to withdraw before the forces of the Great Qian discover us. That would not end well." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others grew considerably more subdued. Yet, the speaking barbarian suddenly chuckled, adding, "But do not be disheartened. Today's antics are merely a prelude. In due time, you shall have free rein to wreak havoc upon this land as you please, and no one will interfere." Instantly, excitement illuminated the faces of the northern barbarians, as if they could already envision the anticipated chaos. Now, the young leader among them addressed the women. "Let us bind you all with ropes. Once the others have cleared this place, we shall depart." Just then, a cart slowly approached from the far end of the street. "Captain, look, an unfamiliar cart is coming," a northern barbarian exclaimed, eagerly reporting to his superior. In an instant, the dozen or so northern barbarians turned their gazes along the street, spotting the cart. One keen-eyed barbarian suddenly pointed in delight, "Captain, look, there's a stunning woman on that cart." Oh, the captain's interest peaked as he followed the gaze, noticing not only the exquisite woman but also the man beside her, which caused him to frown. He then commanded, "Whoever approaches, kill the man and seize the woman." Quickly, someone volunteered, knowing well that such a remarkable woman would likely not be his prize, yet the thrill of the chase was tempting nonetheless. As for the man next to her, he dismissed him entirely. He appeared to be an ordinary man from the Great Qian, vastly different from their own formidable warriors, a mere pretty boy, easily dispatched. Meanwhile, the occupants of the cart were none other than Li Dao and his devoted maid, Jiao. "Young master, who are they?" Jiao inquired, having spent most of her time in the imperial capital and never having encountered the northern barbarians before. Li Dao, having undertaken numerous missions involving the northern barbarians during his time in the death camp, recognized their attire instantly. "These are the northern barbarians," he replied. "Northern barbarians?" With an innocent expression, Jiao wondered why the northern barbarians had appeared in this place, for they were not benevolent beings. Before they had even entered the village, Li Dao had already detected a faint scent of blood and the cacophony of voices in the air, thanks to his extraordinary senses. Upon entering the village, the stench of blood intensified, and the noise gradually dissipated. Observing the northern barbarian cavalry not far away, he could not help but comprehend the grim events that had unfolded within the village. Particularly alarming was the sight of a group of women encircled by several northern barbarians, an undeniable indication that a tragedy had recently befallen this place. At that moment, Jiao noticed a northern barbarian rider approaching. Overcome with fear, she clutched her young master's sleeve and anxiously inquired, "Young master, he is coming closer. What shall we do? Perhaps we should take a detour." "Detour?" Li Dao shook his head, offering a gentle reassurance. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Jiao nodded obediently, her trust in her young master unwavering. Soon, the northern barbarian rider stood before them, delivering a scornful remark to Li Dao, "Ah, a delicate face from Great Qian. Thank you for presenting us with such a splendid gift. In return, I shall grant you a swift departure. Why not kneel and express your gratitude to me?" The rider's irritation grew as he gazed upon the exquisite woman so close to the pale-faced youth, particularly incensed by the beauty of Li Dao's visage. He was eager to witness the humiliation of the young man before him, stripped of dignity. "Young master." Though filled with trepidation, Jiao clung tightly to Li Dao's sleeve. Li Dao understood her reaction. In her mind, he was still the spoiled scion she had always known. Do not fret, you shall soon be rid of him. Li Dao consoled her. Meanwhile, the northern barbarian rider, noticing the indifference of the two, was momentarily taken aback, but his anger quickly resurfaced. You insolent brat. You dared as suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. The rider found himself unable to finish his sentence as he looked down to discover a gleaming silver blade had pierced his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. With a thud, the rider fell lifelessly from his horse. Jiaoer, witnessing the scene, gasped in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth. She had seen her young master throw the knife, and although it had happened swiftly, the proximity allowed her to perceive it clearly. When had her young master become so formidable? What had transpired during his absence? Kill one enemy. Gain attribute. 0. 21. Li Dao leaped from the carriage, approaching the fallen northern barbarian to extract the dark iron blade from his throat. Jiaoer, the scene that follows may be rather gruesome. I advise you to step inside the carriage, he instructed. Jiaoer nodded anxiously but complied and entered the carriage obediently. Meanwhile, the remaining northern barbarian riders in the distance began to take notice of the unusual happenings. The cavalry captain frowned upon witnessing the demise of his subordinate, clearly realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we charge in together? One of his men inquired. Wait a moment. The enemy seems peculiar. Let's summon reinforcements first, he replied. With that, he produced a bamboo tube from his cloak and pulled a string attached to it. A sudden explosion erupted from the tube, followed by a resounding noise in the sky. Are we calling for help? Li Dao discerned the captain's intention but refrained from reacting further, as more allies would only bolster their position. Shortly thereafter, the sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby. Before long, numerous northern barbarians rode into view from various directions of the village. Within a short span, all the northern barbarian cavalry that had entered the village appeared on the main street. Many of them bore the spoils of their plunder upon their steeds, while some dragged away women they had seized from the village. What transpired here? The northern barbarian leader stepped forth, furrowing his brow. The cavalry captain quickly reported, Commander, I encountered an exquisite woman whom I intended to capture and present to you. However, I discovered she was accompanied by a man of notable strength. Hence my need to inform you. An exquisite woman? The northern barbarian leader's eyes brightened as he scanned the surroundings. Where is she? The cavalry captain gestured down the main street, indicating she is concealed within that carriage. Upon glancing at the carriage, the northern barbarian leader noticed Li Dao and the fallen northern barbarian soldier. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed, it appears he is a martial artist. A martial artist? Could that pose a problem? The cavalry captain expressed his concerns. Humph. The northern barbarian leader scoffed. What of a martial artist? He looked scarcely beyond his teens. Likely just a mid-stage practitioner at best. I, on the other hand, have attained the 3rd rank of the acquired realm. Furthermore, with so many cavalrymen at my disposal, as long as he is not an innate martial artist, there should be no significant issue. Could he possibly be an innate martial artist? Preposterous. Such a prodigy would not appear in this forsaken place. Thus, the northern barbarian leader felt no trepidation, instead perceiving the situation as quite secure. Chapter 39. Equality among all beings. The leader of the northern barbarians remained calm, perceiving the unfamiliar man before him as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. The woman in the cart had already become a prize within his grasp. With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded his men to encircle both him and the cart, preventing any chance of escape. Yes, sir. The cavalry captain, accompanied by a dozen riders, charged towards the cart's location. Among the encircled women, one caught sight of the approaching threat, her eyes flashing with indignation as she rose and shouted, Run. They're coming to capture you. Silence. The northern barbarian leader's expression darkened, and with a swift crack of his whip, he sent the woman sprawling to the ground. Li Dao, possessing acute senses, detected the commotion and observed the approaching cavalry. He grasped his dark iron blade and stepped forward. The cavalry captain, noticing the audacity of his opponent, coldly commanded, Some of you, watch the cart. The rest, surround him. Yes, sir. Soon, the northern barbarians closed in on Li Dao. 2 of the cavalrymen, instructed to guard the cart, maneuvered past him, flanking him on either side. At that moment, 2 glimmers of cold light flickered through the air. The cavalry captain paused, turning to a nearby soldier. Did you see what just happened? Did anything happen? I saw nothing, the man replied, remaining motionless. As the men debated, the captain suddenly noticed that the 2 sent to guard the cart had halted mid-stride, frozen in place, including their steeds. What are you 2 doing? The captain instinctively shouted. Yet, the two remained utterly still. Without warning, crimson lines appeared at the necks of their horses, followed by similar markings on the two cavalrymen. Confusion swept over the group as they observed the two northern barbarians move, not in the usual manner, but as though their bodies had been severed in two. Their horses mirroring this grotesque motion. With a thud, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, revealing that both cavalrymen had been decapitated, their heads falling alongside those of their mounts. The only individual responsible was the pale-faced man who now approached them with deliberate slowness. This bizarre spectacle sent shockwaves through the ranks of the northern barbarians, their faces paling in fear. A few timid riders, unable to contain their dread, instinctively tightened their reins to retreat. Li Dao cast a glance at the ajar door beside him and slowly uttered, "You all deserve to die." Within the threshold lay a pool of blood, where a man and a woman lay lifeless amidst the crimson stain. Beside them were 3 additional corpses, the eldest appearing no older than 10, while the youngest seemed merely 1 or 2 years of age. This once ordinary and blissful family of 5 met a tragic end within the confines of their own home. Although he had previously been aware of the northern barbarians' cruelty towards the citizens of Qian, witnessing this horrific scene left Li Dao grappling with disbelief. In his anguish, he felt an urge to unleash his frustrations, and the northern cavalry before him became the perfect targets. With a resounding bang, Li Dao stepped heavily onto the ground, his formidable strength propelling him to seize the mysterious iron blade as he charged towards a northern barbarian cavalryman. Perceiving the imminent threat, the cavalryman instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. Crack! With a crisp crack, the long blade shattered along with the northern barbarian cavalryman. Li Dao's footsteps never faltered as he swiftly turned his attention to the next foe. At this moment, the cavalry captain panicked, bellowing orders, "Move! Surround him! Cut him down together!" But the remaining barbarian horsemen stood no chance. For as one fell, within 3 seconds another followed in death. In a mere 30 seconds, only the trembling captain remained astride his steed amidst the carnage. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of his once vibrant subordinates, the captain's hands shook uncontrollably. 10 meters away, Li Dao flicked his black iron blade, casting a crimson arc upon the earth before advancing with lethal grace. Go! Terror-stricken, the captain yanked the reins. Desperate to flee, yet his mount stood frozen, trembling beneath him. Was it fear? Fear so paralyzing it refused to move? As Li Dao drew ever closer, the cavalry captain could no longer contain his frustration. "Damn creature, move!" he exclaimed, plunging the tip of his blade forcefully into the horse's flank, hoping to provoke it into action through the sting of pain. However, an unforeseen event transpired at that very moment. Under the stimulus of pain, the horse did indeed stir, but instead of turning to flee, it began to struggle vigorously in place. The cavalry captain was caught off guard by this unexpected reaction, and with a misstep, he tumbled from the horse's back. Simultaneously, the steed came to a halt, as if sensing its newfound freedom, and without hesitation, it turned and galloped away. The cavalry captain was left bewildered, utterly astonished by the turn of events. Witnessing this scene, he was utterly paralyzed, unable to move from where he stood. How could that despicable creature abandon him entirely and flee on their own? "Scoundrel, I shall slay you upon my return," roared the captain of the cavalry in a fit of rage. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps halted behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he realized that the individual who had been slaughtering his subordinates had stealthily approached him from behind. The cavalry captain was on the verge of uttering a word when, in the blink of an eye, a glint of cold steel silenced him forever, as a blade had slashed open his throat. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained, 0. 68. With the demise of the last cavalry captain, a sea of corpses surrounded Li Dao, who stood at the center, wielding a bloodied Qian dagger. Though this entire scene felt prolonged, in reality, it had transpired in less than 3 minutes. Thus, for the Northman leader and his entourage not far away, the events unfolded with an unsettling abruptness. They beheld Li Dao, who effortlessly dispatched his subordinates as if they were mere vegetables, leaving them no time to react. Simultaneously, this spectacle caused the Northman leader to retract his previously arrogant demeanor, recognizing the individual before him as a formidable opponent. "Commander, what shall we do now?" inquired a Northman cavalryman. The leader, his voice grave, replied, "This man is extraordinary. Everyone must exercise caution." Had he just demonstrated the obvious trait of releasing his true energy? I would have fled without hesitation, for our group combined would not suffice to withstand a single innate warrior. However, recalling his earlier actions, I detected no signs of true energy fluctuations. This indicates he is not an innate warrior, but rather a formidable figure among acquired warriors. Although we have lost more than 10 men, over 90 remain under my command, and with my own prowess as a third-tier acquired master, we should be able to contend with him even if he is merely a first-tier acquired warrior. Upon hearing this, the remaining Northman cavalrymen abandoned their earlier levity. Some began to discard heavy burdens from their mounts, releasing the women bound to the horses, their demeanor turning serious. Once freed, these women quickly clustered together, refraining from fleeing, for they understood the futility of escape. Should the Northman cavalry emerge victorious, their bare feet would never outrun the horses. They chose instead to remain and silently hope for the unknown man's salvation. In a nearby carriage, Jiawar cautiously lifted the curtain and immediately spotted Li Dao amidst the corpses. Ignoring the bodies surrounding her, she felt a wave of relief upon confirming her master's safety, silently cheering him on in her heart. After dispatching the nearby Northman cavalrymen, Li Dao did not pause. He continued advancing toward the bulk of the Northman forces. Whether to harvest attributes through slaughter or to quench a lingering dissatisfaction today, these foes were destined to remain. Kill. He silently urged himself, raising the Qian Tai dagger as he charged toward the Northman cavalry's main contingent. Observing this, the Northman leader was already prepared and promptly commanded, "Kill him. The one who brings me his head shall be rewarded with 100 cattle and sheep, 10 beauties, and a promotion in rank." At these words, the eyes of the Northman cavalry lit up, for nothing could inspire them more than such enticing rewards. Suddenly, each of them charged forward with fervent determination towards Li Dao. Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of their opponent, their so-called assault resembled a futile attempt by humans to overpower a tiger, a mere display of trying to suffocate the beast. Yet, could a tiger be suffocated? Certainly not. For Li Dao was no tiger. He was an insatiable glutton with boundless capacity. No matter how many ordinary northern cavalrymen came at him, he could devour them all. The foremost northern cavalryman surged ahead with the greatest speed, deeply impressed by the earlier scene. Understanding that the enemy's blade was sharp, he wisely sought a weakness. The adversary stood on the ground while he charged from horseback. All he needed to do was collide with his foe. If the opponent dodged, there would be no consequence. But if the enemy attempted to deal with his steed, he could swiftly retaliate. With this thought, he envisioned the rewards from his commander beckoning to him. As he neared his target, he noticed the opponent did not flinch, and his heart swelled with joy, especially upon seeing the enemy's intent to meet him head-on. He inwardly scoffed at the fool who dared to confront his charging horse. Even a martial artist would struggle to withstand such a force. Facing the oncoming steed, Li Dao raised his palm. In the next moment, the horse's face collided with his flesh, yet the cavalryman was unprepared for the outcome. Instead of the enemy being thrown aside, it was he who soared through the air, propelled by the horse's sudden halt. In midair, he caught a glimmer of cold steel, and his body went rigid, swiftly losing consciousness. Ultimately, everything he had envisioned was merely a figment of his own imagination, for to Li Dao, he was as insignificant as an ant beneath his feet, easily crushed. One enemy slain, attributes gained, 0, 19, ignoring the system's notification. Li Dao tightened his grip on the dark iron blade and plunged into the throng of cavalrymen. The blade danced through the air, and with its sharpness and strength, none could withstand his presence. He single-handedly overturned an entire squadron of northern cavalrymen. In a swift maneuver, a dozen fell beneath his blade. The remaining cavalrymen were spared purely because they had not yet reached Li Dao, thus evading disaster. This bloody slaughter instantly awakened the remaining northern cavalrymen, who were no longer ensnared by the promises of their commander. "What are you dawdling for?" The northern barbarian leader let out a fierce battle cry, spurring his swift steed toward Li Dao in a headlong charge. His cavalrymen, witnessing this, rallied their spirits and surged forward once more. "Boy, taste my blade." The barbarian chieftain closed the distance in an instant, his long saber sweeping through the air with overwhelming force. The strike descended like a roaring tiger, its momentum unstoppable, as the fangs of steel sought to tear through Li Dao's very visage. Schlick. In the next heartbeat, a crimson arc painted the sky, a severed head soaring before thudding lifelessly upon the earth. Li Dao, his blade still poised, gazed at the chieftain's unseeing eyes and murmured, "Impressive presence, but ultimately futile." A single exchange, that was all it took for the northern leader to fall beneath Li Dao's steel. Such was his terrifying prowess. Every enhancement of his physique elevated him without flaw, with strength 100-fold beyond mortal limits. None beneath the realm of innate martial mastery could pose even the slightest threat. In direct confrontation, no warrior of the acquired realm could withstand a single stroke of his blade. Thus, Whether facing a first-rank acquired expert or an ordinary man, the outcome remained unchanged. One cut, one life. This strike, Li Dao named it, the Blade of Equal Judgment. Chapter 40, 100 in Physique, a transformation once more in the distance. A legion of northern barbarian cavalry charged forth, propelled by the fervor of their leader. Their momentum was unyielding, bolstered by the assurance that with their commander at the forefront, victory was all but assured. Perhaps they might even seize a few enemy trophies along the way. However, an unexpected and bewildering scene soon unfolded before them. Their leader surged ahead, only to be felled by a single strike. What were they to do now? Should they continue their advance? The collective thought among the ranks was singular: retreat. Anyone who pressed forward would be a fool if their third-tier commander could be dispatched with such ease. What hope did they have of withstanding a few blows? Thus, every remaining northern barbarian cavalryman mirrored one another, pulling tightly on their reins, opting to halt their charge at the precipice and swiftly turning back to safety. Yet, to their surprise, they had gravely misjudged their speed. Li Dao, recalling a lesson from his previous life when obtaining his driver's license, understood the importance of fastening one's seatbelt when abruptly braking at high speeds. What if one neglected to do so? They could expect to be thrown from their seats. In this moment, none of the northern barbarian cavalrymen had secured their belts, resulting in a chaotic scene of horses and riders tumbling down. Li Dao discerned their intentions, but he could not forfeit the bounty that lay before him. Without hesitation, he seized his dark iron blade and charged forth, determined to reap the lives of the northern barbarian cavalry. With each swing, blood erupted in gouts. For enemies slain. Attributes gained: 0. 75. 6 enemies slain. Attributes gained: 1. 12. Heads rolling with the third strike. Amidst the carnage, Li Dao was serenaded by the incessant beeping of the system's notifications. Finally, after a fragrant stick of incense had burned, the once tumultuous street fell silent. The ground was strewn with corpses. Not a single northern barbarian cavalryman had escaped. Save me. I do not wish to die. A bloodied hand emerged from the heap of bodies, belonging to a cavalryman whose legs and an arm had been severed, struggling and moaning in anguish. With a swift motion, Li Dao delivered a merciless strike, ending the wretch's suffering. There was no need for mercy against these foes. Thus, an entire squadron of northern barbarian CA raising his head. He noticed Jiaoer had already descended from the carriage and was standing beside him, her face etched with concern, surveying the grotesque and chaotic scene of corpses around them. Li Dao couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid, little girl?" "Afraid of what?" "These corpses." Jiaoer glanced down at the lifeless bodies scattered around and suddenly kicked one of them, her expression devoid of any fear. "I'm not afraid of them," she declared bluntly. "I'm more afraid of you getting hurt, young master." With that, she began patting him down anxiously. "Young master, let me check if you're injured." Stop, I'm fine." "I don't believe you. Look at all this blood on you. None of it is mine." The scene was eerily surreal, the two of them standing amidst the carnage. Had the corpses been capable of movement, they might have chosen to crawl away rather than remain beneath the watchful eyes of this peculiar pair. A few minutes later, after a thorough inspection confirmed her master was unharmed, Jiaoer finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the sound of scattered footsteps reached their ears. Turning, they saw a group of disheveled women approaching in unison. Thud! All of them knelt in unison, their foreheads touching the ground. "Thank you, our savior," they murmured between kowtows. Like Jiaoer, these women showed no fear toward the corpses strewn about. But unlike her, whose sole focus was her master, their hearts were consumed by hatred. They harbored no terror for the dead. Instead, they wished they could tear these men apart with their bare teeth. These were the very men who had slaughtered their loved ones and destroyed their homes. Gazing at them, Li Dao felt a pang of pity. Yet such was the cruel reality. This village lay too close to the eastern border of Deqian, with autumn deepening and the weather turning colder. Skirmishes between Deqian and the northern barbarian tribes had intensified. Nearly every day, small bands of soldiers from the northern savage dynasty would infiltrate Deqian's territory, sowing chaos and plundering supplies. This was the friction between nations, something ordinary civilians could neither control nor escape. They could only resign themselves to fate. And everything Li Dao had done so far was to avoid sharing their helpless resignation. By late afternoon, as dusk approached, Li Dao did not leave. Instead, he and Jiaoer stayed overnight in Taoyuan village, partly to ensure no remnants of the northern barbarian soldiers lingered, and partly to offer these grieving women a fleeting sense of security. With all the men in the village dead, they now clung to Li Dao as their sole anchor. Seated on a chair at the entrance of a courtyard, he watched the surviving women tidy up the remnants of their homes. Initially, he had offered to help, But they refused. In their words, the debt of saving their lives and avenging their loved ones was already too immense. How could they possibly burden their savior with menial labor? Seeing their resolve, Li Dao did not insist. Simultaneously, he discerned that the women of this era were significantly different from their modern counterparts in his previous life. Confronted with gruesome corpses and severed limbs, they could maintain their composure while clearing the scene. In the face of recent familial tragedies and the anguish of losing loved ones, they could grit their teeth and persist in living, refusing to relinquish hope. In essence, these women appeared fragile on the surface, yet harbored an inner strength that was somewhat formidable. "Young master, it is time to eat," suddenly announced Jiao, who brought forth a sumptuous feast. Li Dao glanced at the meal, intrigued by its abundance. "Where did this come from?" he inquired. Jiao smiled. "It was specially prepared by Sister Lu to express her gratitude for your kindness." Li Dao shook his head but accepted the meal, warning, "Let this be the last instance. Should there be a next time, I shall deduct it from your wages." Jiao's charming face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Due to the day's harrowing experiences, the women sought refuge in a larger courtyard within the village, allowing Li Dao to occupy the master bedroom while they squeezed into the other guest rooms. Although they appeared composed during the day, their hearts were still laden with fear. Residing in the same courtyard as their benefactor provided them with a semblance of psychological comfort. Once everyone had succumbed to slumber, Li Dao quietly rose from the dim light, glancing at Jiao, who was sleeping soundly on another bed. He stealthily opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Ensuring that no one was around, he mentally recited the interface. "Master, Li Dao, physique, 96, 89, available attributes, 29, 14. After a cursory glance, he muttered to himself, "Allocate points." Instantly, all of his available attribute points were transferred to his physique. "Master, Li Dao, physique, 126. 03, transformable. Available attributes, 0. Upon witnessing this change, Li Dao silently acknowledged the truth of his earlier conjectures regarding transformation. After several breaths, as the invigorating heat from the enhancement subsided, he focused on the phrase transformable. He pondered which physiological function would undergo transformation this time. Driven by curiosity, Li Dao decisively tapped the transformable option on the interface with his mind. In the next moment, a familiar sensation of tearing surged through his body, unlike the previous experience. Perhaps due to having endured such pain once before, his expression remained relatively calm. Additionally, owing to the enhanced strength of his body, he possessed greater control over himself, allowing him to discern that a specific function within him was undergoing a change. Is it blood? In Li Dao's perception, a phenomenon akin to the one he experienced during his physique enhancement emerged within him. However, while the previous enhancement had introduced an unknown heat flow provided by the system, this time he could sense that his blood was undergoing a transformation of its own. He bore the excruciating pain within him and lowered his head, only to discover that the veins on his body had all surfaced, with blood circulating relentlessly within. Moreover, he noticed that as the blood flowed through his veins, a reddish substance was being expelled from his pores, akin to the shedding of skin during his previous transformation. This time, however, it was blood. If he were not mistaken, this crimson matter was likely the waste blood that had been renewed. As time progressed, the volume of this red substance on Li Dao's body increased, eventually forming a crust of blood that solidified on his skin. At last, the transformation of his blood appeared to be complete, and the tearing sensation within him began to fade gradually. Once that sensation vanished entirely, Li Dao attempted to move. With a crisp crack, fine fissures appeared across the blood crust on his body. With a mere pinch, the crust crumbled into dust, cascading to the ground. Under his control, with a slight shake of his body, all the crust fell away, reminiscent of a cicada shedding its shell, extraordinarily miraculous. What effects the transformation of his blood might bestow remained uncertain. The metamorphosis of his skin had already rendered him immune to numerous harms, and one need not elaborate on the significance of blood for an individual. It should surely afford him some delightful surprises. For the moment, he first needed to extract some of his own blood. This task proved to be quite challenging for Li Dao, as his skin had been continually reinforced through the enhancement of his physique post-transformation. With his physique now exceeding 100, he found himself questioning whether the innate martial artists who had previously faced him would still be able to breach his skin in another encounter. He picked up the mysterious iron knife he had carelessly brought along and placed it against his finger. A mere ounce of pressure. Insufficient. 3 ounces. Still inadequate. 5 ounces. At last, after exerting nearly half of his strength, he managed to press the sharp blade into his skin. Though it was only a shallow incision, it should suffice to draw forth some blood. Simultaneously, Li Dao's keen sense of smell detected a peculiar fragrance. His gaze fell directly upon the blood seeping from his fingertip. If his olfactory senses were not mistaken, this aroma emanated from the blood itself. Could it be that the transformation of his blood had rendered it akin to perfume in its inherent nature? A mouse, when confronted with the predicament of having its tail stepped on, would likely thrash about in a state of panic, seeking escape. However, the mouse beneath Li Dao's foot exhibited no such alarm. Instead, it endeavored to ascend Li Dao's body, as if it yearned for something that resided within him. Li Dao swiftly discerned this peculiar behavior. Could it be? He cast his gaze downwards towards the drop of fragrant blood that adorned his fingertip. Presently, this was the sole element on his person that might attract the mouse. Otherwise, it would seem implausible for such a creature to develop an affection across species. Perhaps it was worth a try? He was inclined to experiment with the effects of his transformed blood, and here lay a guinea pig conveniently at hand, albeit one that appeared somewhat unclean. Without hesitation, Li Dao grasped the hefty rodent, undeterred by its dirtiness. For the environment he once endured in the death row camp was far more squalid. Had such a creature appeared then, it would have been fiercely contested, as it represented sustenance, and one could hardly afford to be finicky about its cleanliness. It was only prior to the system's emergence that he lacked the capability to capture mice. Otherwise, given his circumstances, he might have resorted to consuming it raw. Having secured the mouse in his hand, he tentatively extended his finger, stained with his own blood, towards it, perhaps sensing something. The mouse wrinkled its nose and suddenly began to thrash wildly in his grip, stretching its neck towards the bloody fingertip. Had Li Dao not firmly held it, it would have surely escaped. With a gentle yet firm pressure, he pried open the mouse's jaws. He then placed his bloodied fingertip at its mouth, and, with a light squeeze, allowed the drop of blood to cascade into the mouse's mouth. Following this, he released the creature, setting it upon a nearby stone table. Rather than fleeing in haste, the mouse remained still, quietly positioned on the surface. After a brief interval, Li Dao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it truly be that this transformed blood was merely fragrant, devoid of any other effect? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly detected movement from the mouse. Squeak! A cry emanated from its mouth, and it commenced to roll about on the stone table, intermittently convulsing, appearing to be in considerable distress. Li Dao's brow knitted tighter as he focused intently on the mouse. Moments passed, and then, with a sudden intensity, he observed that the mouse ceased its struggles, and a remarkable transformation began to unfold. Its body swelled, limbs and tail grew robust, as if it were undergoing a mutation. Even more astonishingly, Li Dao felt an inexplicable sense of affinity emanating from the once timid creature. Chapter 41. The marvelous effects of precious blood at last, after a minute had elapsed. The mouse ceased its transformation. The creature before him had undergone a profound metamorphosis compared to its original form. It had grown considerably larger, appearing more robust, with sharpened claws and teeth that glinted with menace. Most strikingly, he discerned a glimmer of intelligence in the mouse's eyes, a trait typically reserved for more cognitively advanced animals such as cats and dogs, yet entirely absent in mice until now. Moreover, an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanated from the creature, which was rather unsettling. Squeak! The mouse suddenly emitted a series of sounds, scuttling over to Li Dao's hand and settling down obediently. A spark of inspiration ignited within Li Dao, leading him to instinctively command, "Stand up." Ordinarily, a mouse, particularly a wild one, would not heed a human's command, nor exhibit such intelligence. Yet, to his astonishment, the mouse complied and stood upright. This remarkable spectacle illuminated Li Dao's thoughts. "Roll over," he commanded, and the mouse dutifully tumbled across the stone table before regaining its posture, standing upright with its tiny paws positioned neatly. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Dao, and he exclaimed, "Fly." The mouse? This time, it remained motionless, casting Li Dao a distinctly human-like expression, as if to say, "Brother, are you jesting? I am but a mouse, I possess no wings, and you are being unreasonable." Seeing the mouse's lack of response, Li Dao expressed his disappointment, saying, "Even Shu Cook can pilot a plane. How is it that you cannot?" The mouse appeared to retort, "Do you humans ever consider the absurdity of your words?" Li Dao picked up the mouse again, scrutinizing it closely. Could it be that this ordinary blood had undergone a transformation into precious blood? The thought of Elder Tang crossed his mind. This blood seemed to share a remarkable similarity with the essence of Elder Tang's being. After further examination of the mouse, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. The blood he now possessed could indeed be termed precious blood. Presently, this precious blood had the capacity to induce mutations in ordinary creatures. though its limitations remained unknown. However, it was evidently effective on mice. Additionally, creatures that consumed this precious blood would naturally develop an affinity towards him, to a certain extent obeying his commands. At that moment, he glanced at the wound on his fingertip, which had completely healed. Aside from the aforementioned attributes, it appeared that his recovery abilities had significantly enhanced due to the blood's transformation. Previously, wounds would require the formation of a scab before healing could commence. Now, astonishingly, the wound had healed directly. His blood could enhance the small mouse, but there must inevitably be a limit. Endless improvement was certainly impossible. Thus, he now wished to conduct an experiment. With the same method, Li Dao pricked his finger and squeezed out his blood. A peculiar fragrance soon diffused through the air. Upon catching the scent of this precious blood, the previously calm little mouse's eyes instantly brightened. Squeak. Unlike its initial reaction, this time the mouse did not mindlessly lunge forward. Instead, it remained perched on the stone table, its gaze pleading as it looked toward the owner of the blood. Its tiny paws clasped together as if begging, "Please give it to me." Li Dao was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the effect of the blood on the mouse's intelligence was even more pronounced than its physical transformation. He picked up the mouse, and without needing any prompting, it obediently opened its mouth. Without hesitation, Li Dao pressed on his nearly healed wound, forcing fresh drops of blood to fall. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. At the 4th drop, the mouse gently closed its mouth on its own. Observing this, Li Dao placed it back on the stone table. Once settled, the mouse let out a tiny hiccup, its eyes glazed over as it staggered unsteadily, much like a drunken human. Eventually, it found a spot near Li Dao and curled up. And then, the changes began. Its body swelled, then swiftly shrank back. Soon after, its claws and teeth started to shed. Eventually, even its fur was discarded, falling away entirely. Then, something miraculous occurred. The mouse's transformation ceased, leaving it no larger than a palm. Simultaneously, its lost claws, teeth, and fur began regenerating at a visible pace. Minutes later, once everything had regrown, the mouse gradually stirred, blinking open its eyes. This time, Li Dao noticed a marked increase in its intelligence, its gaze far more perceptive than before. In his past life, he had seen a fringed German shepherd, remarkably attuned to human emotions, its eyes almost human-like. This mouse now held the same spark of awareness in its gaze. Moreover, Li Dao observed another change. After this molting, the mouse's appearance had altered significantly beyond mere size. It no longer resembled an ordinary black rat, but rather took after the fancy rats he had seen in his previous life. Its fur was no longer pure black, but a soft gray, concentrated along its back and around its eyes, while its nose and the rest of its body were snowy white. Upon closer inspection, it was oddly endearing. Squeak. The mouse scurried over to Li Dao's right hand resting on the table, nuzzling its head against it affectionately. At this, Li Dao realized, perhaps due to consuming more of his blood, the mouse had grown even more attached to him. The little creature. After Li Dao finished muttering, he momentarily disregarded the tiny mouse and closed his eyes to attune himself to his body. The effects of the precious blood were indeed peculiar, undoubtedly linked to the substances within his bloodstream. According to the law of conservation, this segment of energy must originate from himself. Hence, he found himself pondering what symptoms might arise from consuming the precious blood. In other words, what price he would have to pay, given his remarkable recovery abilities. A few drops of blood could easily regenerate within him. If there were truly no costs involved, it would be quite preposterous. After sensing for a while, Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be? With a flicker of thought, he activated the system panel. Owner, Li Dao, Physique, 126, 03, 125, 93. Available attributes, 0. Upon observing the changes displayed on the panel, Li Dao immediately comprehended the situation. Judging by the alterations on the panel, the consumption of the precious blood appeared to directly affect his physique. However, it seemed to be a temporary depletion rather than a permanent one. This was reasonable, after all. He had never heard of anyone losing their overall attributes through blood extraction. If such a phenomenon were possible, it would defy the very principles of science. With his curiosity resolved, Li Dao breathed a sigh of relief. The specific effects of the precious blood would require gradual experimentation. There was no immediate opportunity for that. Casting a glance at the remnants of his previous blood transformation, Li Dao approached a well, shedding his clothes to wash himself briefly. At that moment, he noticed that the little mouse had followed him, seemingly appearing from nowhere. It scurried to a puddle, mimicking Li Dao's actions by scooping up a handful of water with its tiny paws and rubbing it over itself, as if attempting to cleanse itself. Amused, Li Dao raised an eyebrow and dipped a wooden ladle into the water, placing it before the mouse. If it was to wash, it might as well use cleaner water. The mouse glanced at the murky puddle, then at the clear water, and promptly jumped in, beginning to soak itself. This scene brought a smile to Li Dao's face. Initially, he had intended to release the mouse after conducting his experiments, but now it seemed eager to accompany him. Had the mouse retained its previous appearance as a large black rat, Li Dao would have been less inclined to keep it. However, now that it appeared rather adorable, he found himself less bothered and decided to treat it as a pet. Thus, under the moonlight, the man and the mouse began their washing routine together. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao returned to his room with the little mouse. He first approached Jiao, who was still soundly asleep. At that moment, Jiao seemed to dream of something delightful, breaking into a blissful smile and murmuring, "Young master." Hearing this, Li Dao chuckled softly and leaned down to tuck her in properly. Suddenly, Jiao, still in a daze, mumbled, "Young master, don't touch." Li Dao, his hand hovering in the air, was left in a state of indecision, unsure whether to withdraw or descend. Ultimately, he managed to cover Jiao with the blanket and, before departing, playfully pinched her petite nose. This girl, what silly dreams does she conjure all day? Before his bed, Li Dao reclined upon the mattress, placing the little mouse on the adjacent table with a gentle admonition. "Do not make a racket tonight." Suddenly, the mouse emitted a few soft squeaks. "What do you desire?" Li Dao inquired. The mouse pointed with its tiny paw, and upon inspection, he realized it was indicating a pillow. "You wish for that too?" The mouse squeaked in affirmation. Relenting, Li Dao handed over the pillow, and the mouse nestled atop it, stretching its 4 paws before succumbing to slumber. Observing this, Li Dao shook his head and closed his eyes in sleep as well. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a singular thought racing through his mind. How was he able to comprehend the mouse's sounds? The next morning, a sharp, jarring noise roused Li Dao from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Jiao, who had inexplicably awakened and was now frantically bouncing about on the floor. Beneath her feet, the little mouse scurried and squeaked wildly. "Young master, it's a mouse!" Jiao exclaimed, rushing towards him, her face a mask of fear. Li Dao, sensing her trembling form, found himself at a loss for words. Just yesterday, she had shown no fear amidst the gruesome remains of the northern cavalry. Yet today, she was in a frenzy over a mere mouse. "It's all right," he reassured her, turning to the mouse. "Why frighten her first thing in the morning?" The mouse nimbly climbed onto a stool and leapt onto the table, beginning to squeak again. "Are you saying she startled you first?" Li Dao queried. The mouse responded with another squeak. "And she struck you, so you had to flee?" Another squeak confirmed. "Enough now, do not feel wronged. I shall apologize on her behalf." The mouse's expression of grievance elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation from Li Dao. Meanwhile, Jiao gazed in wide-eyed disbelief at her young master conversing with a mouse. "Young master, you can understand its speech?" "Indeed," he replied. "What is it then?" She pressed. "It is a pet I found last night, so do not be afraid." Upon hearing pet, Jiao's anxiety resurfaced. "But young master, it is a mouse." Li Dao chuckled. "Examine it closely before you judge. It is unlike any ordinary mouse." At his urging, Jiao cautiously scrutinized the little creature. "Wait a moment," she mused, realizing that this mouse was distinct from those she had previously encountered. It was palm-sized and rather adorable. "It doesn't seem to be frightening at all." "Indeed," Li Dao affirmed. Jiao nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the mouse. Seeing the tension dissipate, Li Dao continued, "Are you willing to accept this little fellow? If not, I shall simply release it." With that, he mimicked the action of throwing it away. The mouse gasped, "Young master, please don't." Jiao quickly interjected, her cheeks flushed. "It is rather cute, so let us keep it." "Very well, then you too should make amends." Li Dao gently placed the mouse back on the table. Upon hearing this, Jiao blushed and cautiously approached the little mouse, seemingly fearful of startling it, entirely oblivious to the fact that she had been the one to frighten it earlier. "I'm so sorry, little mouse. It was my fault for scaring you. Will you forgive me?" she pleaded, making a gesture of entreaty. Her curiosity stemmed from the fact that she had never encountered such a delicate and adorable creature before, and she was overwhelmed with the desire to gently touch it. To her surprise, the little mouse seemed to understand her. It approached her, sniffing at her, as if it had detected an intriguing scent. Squeak. Jiao, puzzled by the mouse's behavior, turned to her master and inquired, "Young master, what is it saying?" "It says it has forgiven you," he replied. "Really? Is that true? Can I hold it?" Li Dao exchanged a knowing glance with the little mouse. and it promptly leapt into Jiuer's embrace. After a moment, her astonished voice rang out, "Young master, it doesn't have little squeaks. It's a female mouse." "Little squeaks?" Li Dao questioned, bewildered, wondering when this girl had learned such peculiar phrases. Chapter 42. The Unparalleled Spear Technique, the Qi. As Jiuer playfully teased the little mouse in her hands, she inquired, "Young master, does it have a name?" "A name?" Li Dao replied. "I just found it yesterday and haven't had the chance to name it yet. Why don't you give it a name?" Jiuer's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is that really okay? It's merely a name. What could possibly be wrong with that?" Li Dao responded casually. "Thank you, young master," Jiuer said joyfully, gazing at the little mouse as she pondered seriously for a moment. Suddenly, her face brightened. "I know what to name it." "What name?" "Young master, how about we call it Yuabao?" "Yuabao?" Li Dao repeated, questioning the choice. Why such a name? Jiuer squinted her eyes in delight, saying, "Because everyone loves Yuabao." With that, she held the little mouse and earnestly proclaimed, "Little fellow, from now on, you shall be called Yuabao. Do you understand?" The little mouse nodded in response. Witnessing this scene, Jiuer exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, Yuabao understands my words." "Understood," the mouse seemed to convey. While Jiuer played with Yuabao, Li Dao washed up and stepped out of the house. As he emerged, he noticed the women he had rescued were already bustling about, as the village, now bereft of men, required them to undertake all chores themselves. One woman was struggling to carry 2 buckets of water towards the kitchen. Suddenly, a figure obstructed her path. She instinctively looked up and hurriedly set down the burdens on her shoulders, exclaiming, "Benefactor, allow me to assist you," Li Dao offered. He observed the woman before him. Her face marred by a fresh scar that seemed to have recently scabbed over, the traces of blood still vividly apparent. This woman had prepared the meal for him the previous day, thus he recognized her. The blood on her face was a remnant of an encounter with a northern barbarian cavalryman who, captivated by her beauty, had attempted to force himself upon her. In response, this seemingly delicate woman had bravely used her hairpin to slash his face. Had Li Dao not arrived, drawing the attention of the northern cavalryman towards himself, the woman might have suffered even more grievous injuries. "No, no, please don't." The woman quickly shook her head in refusal as Li Dao offered to help. However, Li Dao disregarded her protests and effortlessly lifted the burden with one hand. "It's merely a small favor." He then carried the 2 buckets of water towards the kitchen. The woman promptly followed suit. After placing the buckets down in the kitchen, Li Dao clapped his hands. The woman, watching her arduous task being completed so effortlessly by her benefactor, absent-mindedly touched the scab on her face, murmuring with envy, "Benefactor, you are truly remarkable." "Remarkable?" Li Dao glanced at the 2 buckets, which weighed less than 50 pounds combined, and couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that in her eyes, this must indeed seem impressive. When he lifted his gaze to meet the woman's eyes, he suddenly froze. In her gaze, he discerned a yearning, not for him, but rather a profound desire for strength. The gaze was all too familiar to him. It had mirrored his own upon realizing he was trapped in a death row camp. In such dire circumstances, only strength could grant him a semblance of security. The woman quickly regained her composure, and upon noticing Li Dao still before her, she offered an awkward smile, urging him to sit outside for a while as the smoke from cooking was quite overwhelming. "Very well," Li Dao replied without hesitation, turning to depart. For he was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts and would be of little assistance. Of course, if he so desired. His current intellect would enable him to learn effortlessly, mastering the craft in a remarkably short time. After exiting the kitchen, Li Dao refrained from wandering about, well aware of the women's sentiments towards him in the village. Roaming about would only disrupt their activities. Soon, he found himself alone in the backyard, where he retrieved the box he had brought from the residence of the Earl of Yuan, hidden behind the carriage. Opening the box revealed the dragon-patterned halberd within. However, his focus did not linger on the weapon. Instead, he reached for the manual titled Incomparable Halberd Technique and began to peruse its contents. In his youth, he had lacked the opportunity to practice this cherished family skill, but now, with time at his disposal, he could finally engage in its study. Leaning against the carriage, he meticulously examined the treatise on the Incomparable Halberd Technique. Previously, he had possessed a martial arts manual, the Gale Blade Technique. In comparison, the Incomparable Halberd Technique was far more profound. If the Gale Blade Technique represented the elementary level of knowledge, akin to a primary school textbook, then the Incomparable Halberd Technique was akin to advanced mathematics at a high school level, challenging to learn and even more arduous to master. Particularly striking was the revelation that the true might of the incomparable halberd technique resided in the term incomparable. To cultivate this technique, one must possess innate strength, as it demanded a bold and aggressive approach, necessitating the use of a heavy halberd. Thus, for the average individual, merely initiating the practice proved insurmountable. Moreover, this technique, while embodying grandiose movements, also encompassed intricate and nuanced skills. In essence, without both strength and intellect, mastery was unattainable. One required a harmonious blend of both qualities. He recalled his father mentioning that even the founder of the Li family had struggled to perfect this technique. The reason lay in the ancestral figure's considerable strength and intellect. Though not overly abundant wisdom, this was understandable, as most martial generals exhibited certain limitations. Yet, despite the challenges posed by the Li Dao, turned the final page of the dual spear technique, having committed the entire tome to memory. He settled cross-legged in front of the carriage, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. In his mind, a small figure commenced the relentless practice of the technique he had just learned, repeating the movements over and over. Time slipped away unnoticed until Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. He rolled over to the back of the carriage, reached into a box, and effortlessly lifted the 200-pound dragon-pattern spear with a single hand. In the expansive central courtyard, he closed his eyes once more, synchronizing his movements with the small figure in his mind as he practiced the recently acquired technique. The spear felt weightless in his grasp, slicing through the air with ease. Perhaps due to Li Dao's immense strength, each swing produced a dull thud as it disturbed the air. As moments passed, the movements of the spear quickened. The tip of the spear skimmed the ground, leaving behind an inexplicable long mark, even though it never truly made contact. After several minutes, Li Dao gradually ceased his actions. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed the yard, now a chaotic scene of scratches and marks. Even the wall, several meters away, bore a faint trace. Yet he had felt no sensation of collision during his practice. With a swift motion, Li Dao swung the spear again, this time with his eyes wide open. He witnessed an invisible blade manifesting at the spear's tip. Qi of the Gale, he murmured to himself. The dual spear technique contained references to this phenomenon. The Qi of the Gale is a combination of power and skill, fierce and unyielding. The greater the strength, the more formidable the Qi, possessing destructive capabilities that surpass ordinary vital energy. Since the Qi cannot be cultivated directly, it can only be honed through sheer strength and delicate technique, making it accessible to only a select few. Achieving the Qi of the Gale in the dual spear technique signifies a minor mastery of the art. Is this what minor mastery looks like? Li Dao mused, once again underestimating his own talent in martial arts. His ancestor had spent a lifetime striving for minor mastery of the dual spear technique, never achieving greater heights before passing. Yet, he had accomplished this in less than half an hour. Of course, his mastery was merely at the initial stage, falling short of his ancestor's nearly complete mastery. But it was nonetheless remarkable. Gazing at the increasingly familiar dragon pattern spear, Li Dao returned it to the box. It was not that he lacked the desire to advance further in the technique. Rather, the manual indicated that to achieve true mastery, one must engage in relentless combat on the battlefield, honing the skill through experience rather than rote practice. Setting the spear aside, he also placed the manual back into the box and turned his attention to the remaining 2 volumes. The tiger dominance technique was swiftly disregarded, after all. It was a method of cultivating vital energy, utterly useless to one like him, born without a meridian. Reading it would only serve to deepen his sorrow. Thus, he could only pick up the tome entitled The Art of the Iron Pagoda. Resuming his seat in the carriage, Li Dao casually leafed through the pages of the book. A few minutes later, he discerned that it was indeed a manual of military strategy. However, unlike the conventional texts that are widely circulated, this was a unique military treatise passed down through the Li family. Within the Art of the Iron Pagoda is documented a training method for a troop type known as the Iron Pagoda, along with various formations tailored for its deployment. In Li Dao's recollection, his father had previously spoken to him about the Iron Pagoda. It is said that the reason their ancestor was granted the title of first-class marquis was due to the myriad contributions made by the Iron Pagoda troops under his command during the establishment of the Great Qian Dynasty. According to his father's accounts, their ancestor had joined the ranks of the Great Qian's founder later in the campaign. Otherwise, given the merits of the Iron Pagoda alone, the Li family would have undoubtedly been elevated to princely status, if not higher, certainly to that of a duke. Regrettably, the Iron Pagoda gradually faded into obscurity due to the arduous training it demanded, compounded by the fact that none of the descendants of their ancestor could surpass him. Contemplating this, Li Dao quickly came across the training regimen for the Iron Pagoda. Upon examination, he instantly understood why the training was deemed so challenging. The initial requirements for the trainees were exceedingly stringent. A minimum height of 8 feet was mandated, which approximates to 185 meters in modern terms. Furthermore, the individuals needed to possess robust physiques. These were merely the prerequisites. The true methods of training the Iron Pagoda would follow. In essence, after perusing the entire manual, Li Dao felt that the Iron Pagoda resembled nothing less than the special forces of his previous life. Consider the disparity. One side comprised ordinary soldiers, while the other was composed entirely of elite operatives and unequivocal rout. According to the explanations within the art of the Iron Pagoda, these troops could confront enemies numbering over 10 times their own. It even stated that, should the commander exhibit sufficient prowess, a fully optimized Iron Pagoda could contend with foes numbering 100-fold, all on equal ground. Had this been in his past life, Li Dao would certainly have labeled anyone making such claims a charlatan. Yet, this is an era imbued with the potential for cultivation, where the landscape is markedly different. Particularly, he found many concepts within the art of the Iron Pagoda to be beyond his comprehension. For instance, it mentions that the initial step in training the Iron Pagoda necessitates the consolidation of military momentum, which must then be transformed into military might through relentless combat. There were also references to concepts akin to military spirit, rendering the entire process quite intricate. After dedicating a good 10 minutes to memorizing the entirety of the art of the Iron Pagoda, he realized he had only scratched the surface. As some of the information was too foreign for him to fully grasp at once, he would need to digest it gradually. At that moment, the voice of Jiao resonated from the front courtyard. "Young master, it is time for dinner." "Understood," he replied, as he closed the box and returned the art of the Iron Pagoda within, before stepping out into the courtyard. Not long after finishing their meal, Jiao, cradling the little mouse known as Yuabao, found him. "Young master, when shall we depart?" Jiao inquired. "Depart?" Li Dao paused in surprise. "Do you wish to leave this place sooner?" No. Jiao hastily waved her hands and added softly, "I merely feel pity for the sisters here and was contemplating whether to stay a few more days to keep them company." "Is that so? Are you suggesting?" Li Dao chuckled lightly. "We are in no rush, so if staying a few more days suits us, then so be it." "Really?" Jiao beamed with joy. "Young master, you were so kind. Was I not kind before?" "You were good before, but now you are even better. You little flatterer, go and play." "Hee. Yuanbao and I are off to have some fun." Watching Jiao scamper away, Li Dao shook his head with a smile, his gaze drifting to the other women busily engaged in the yard. In truth, even if Jiao had not broached the subject, he would not have been quick to leave. He was acutely aware of one fact. The women of Taoyuan village had only recently endured a tragic event, their emotions still fraught with instability. The calm they exhibited now was largely due to the sense of security he provided them. Therefore, staying a few extra days until these women gradually accepted their reality would alleviate his concerns. Moreover, having escaped from the death row camp and journeyed directly to the imperial capital, followed by a relentless half-month trek, he too deserved a moment of respite. Chapter 43. Bestowing fishing skills upon the women. Leisurely moments tend to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Li Dao and Jiao had resided in Taoyuan town for 10 days. During this span, the remaining women of the village, with Li Dao's assistance, successfully laid to rest all the villagers. Following these 10 days of gradual easing, the women's initial panic began to dissipate. This resilience is characteristic of the people of this era, hence, temporary hardships could not utterly defeat them. On the 10th night of their stay, a bonfire flickered in the courtyard of Taoyuan village. At that moment, all the women set aside their tasks and gathered around the fire. Li Dao sat on one side, recounting tales as he spoke. Through the united efforts of many, the foreign invaders surrendered, and the red totem was planted upon every inch of their homeland, heralding a new life for all. Li Dao lifted the tea poured by Jiao and took a sip before concluding, and thus, the story comes to an end. Observing the lingering days among the crowd, he inquired, "Is there anyone who did not comprehend my tale? I would be glad to clarify." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman raised her hand. Li Dao glanced over with a gentle smile. "Lucia, do you have a question?" After more than 10 days of interaction, he had memorized the names and appearances of all the villagers, and he recognized each one of them. Lucia, blushing shyly, mustered her courage and asked, "Is it true that women can hold up half the sky, as you mentioned in your story?" Upon hearing this, the other women perked up. They had previously heard this phrase in the tale but had not taken it seriously, viewing it merely as a fable. For their understanding since birth had been that they were mere appendages of the times. Often, women were criticized as the source of calamities and misfortune. Yet, When someone dared to pose the question, they yearned for an answer, especially from their benefactor. In response, Li Dao gazed at the group and nodded. If all women could be like you, then what I said would indeed hold true. He emphasized like you because some women genuinely struggled to uphold even the simplest of postures. Upon hearing Li Dao's affirming response, the eyes of all the women sparkled with newfound hope. Initially bereft of their pillar of support at home, they were at a loss for what to do. Once the sorrow subsided, confusion took its place. With no men left in the village, how were they to carry on? Now, hearing that women could indeed hold up half the sky, they suddenly felt capable of shouldering the burdens that their men once bore. Noticing the murmuring among the women, Li Dao nodded slightly, sensing that his words had made an impact. He could now depart with peace of mind. Benefactor, are you about to leave? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Li Dao paused, turning his gaze toward the source, where a woman with a scarred face stood, her eyes fixed upon him. It was indeed the woman who had once assisted him in fetching water. If memory serves correctly, her name is Lu Xiu'er. Due to the volume of Lu Xiu'er's voice, the others also heard her. A flicker of panic unconsciously appeared in their eyes, although they were mentally prepared. The sudden announcement of their benefactor's departure was still difficult to accept. Indeed, it was time for us to leave. Li Dao did not deny it. Some truths cannot be concealed from the perceptive, such as this Lu Xiu'er before him. Are you truly leaving, benefactor? Please stay a while longer. We beg you not to go. Is there no way you could remain? We cannot bear to part with you. Soon, voices from the crowd emerged in a plea for him to stay. Before Li Dao could respond, Lu Xiu'er suddenly interjected with a stern voice, silence. The benefactor has his own affairs to attend to, which are beyond your influence. He has saved our lives and avenged us. Do you wish to repay his kindness with such unreasonable commotion? Can you truly live with yourselves? With her words, the crowd fell instantly silent, each person revealing expressions of shame, and some women even began to weep. Observing Lu Xiu'er, Li Dao could not help but admire her. Faced with the threat of the northern barbarian cavalry, she had unhesitatingly disfigured herself to preserve her honor. And she was able to foresee his impending departure while simultaneously commanding the attention of the other women. In a modern context, she would undoubtedly be deemed a powerful woman. Seeing that no one dared to contradict her, Lu Xiu'er turned to Li Dao. With a thud, she knelt down, saying, Benefactor, although we have not received formal education, we understand the depth of a life-saving grace, lamenting only our inability to repay it. I hope that if there comes a time when you require assistance from us sisters, you might remember us. This gratitude shall remain eternal. Upon hearing this, the other women also knelt in unison, echoing, This gratitude shall remain eternal. Following this, a multitude of women began to bow their heads in reverence. Young master, on the side, Xiu'er could not help but speak up at this scene. Li Dao shook his head, signaling that it was all right. He understood that this was the only gesture these women could offer. To refuse would be akin to humiliating them. After a few breaths, seeing that it had gone on long enough, Li Dao gently reminded them, All right, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu'er immediately ceased her actions, and the others followed suit. Li Dao suddenly broke into a light smile. Stop gazing. First, wipe your foreheads. Hearing this, the women exchanged glances, realizing that their foreheads were all smeared with dirt. Suddenly, laughter erupted, as if a switch had been flipped, and everyone could not help but laugh, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated in their hearts for so long. After a moment, as the laughter began to subside, Li Dao clapped his hands and said, All right, everyone. Let us not laugh any longer. At his words, all the women promptly composed their expressions. Glancing at the women, Li Dao spoke, having spent 10 days together. It seems we have forged a bond. Before I depart, allow me to present you with a gift. Instantly, the women displayed expressions of curiosity. Li Dao gestured, and beside him, Xiu'er delivered a parcel to his hands. Lu Xiu'er, he called. Yes, benefactor, she replied. Step forward. Lu Xiu'er rose and approached Li Dao, respectfully stating, Benefactor. He placed the parcel into her hands. Benefactor, what is contained within? She inquired. You shall discover it for yourself, he replied. Is that permissible? Of course. It is yours now. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu'er cautiously unwrapped the parcel. 3 books came into view. As she recognized the titles, her pupils widened in shock, and she exclaimed, Benefactor, no, these are far too precious. Precious? Li Dao shook his head. To me, these hold no value. But Lu Xiu'er attempted to protest. There are no buts, Li Dao interrupted her. Do you not wish to seize your own fate? Or would you prefer to witness the same scene replay in Tiyuan village? Look at the women behind you. How will they protect themselves? Each word struck Lu Xiao'er like a dagger to the heart, gradually awakening her mind. Li Dao. As if caressing Jiao'er, gently patted Lu Xiao'er's head. There is also a very pragmatic question. How do you plan to assist me, given your current ordinariness? Only by growing stronger can you do so. Or is your so-called gratitude merely empty words, devoid of true intention? That is not the case. Lu Xiao'er quickly shook her head but then fell into silence. Her gaze fixated on the parcel containing 3 books, Huang Riju, Ji Feng Dao Fa, and Yuan Yang He Ji Zhan. The Huang Riju was obtained by Li Dao from a northern barbarian chief, while Ji Feng Dao Fa was a modified version of the Gale Sword technique, suitable for novices. The final book, Yuan Yang He Ji Zhan, derived from the Sutra of Warfare, is a simple combined formation that requires few participants, ideal for the women of Tiyuan village. The rationale behind gifting them these items lies in the principle of teaching a man to fish rather than merely providing him with fish, rather than worrying for them. It is far better to empower them to grow stronger. They do not need to become exceptionally powerful. Even if each of them merely grasps the basics of Huang Riju and becomes a postnatal warrior, they would not fall so easily to the northern barbarian cavalry that once invaded Taoyuan village. Indeed, if a few excel in their training, there could be a chance to triumph against those barbarians once more. Noticing Lu Xiao'er's silence, Li Dao refrained from speaking. The tight grip of her hands revealed her deep yearning for this opportunity to take control of her destiny. At last, after a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiao'er relaxed. After lifting her head once more, Li Dao discerned a spark of fire in her eyes. Though the nature of this fire eluded him, he understood that she had accepted it. "Thank you, benefactor," Lu Xiao'er uttered, unsure of what else to say, repeating a phrase she often clung to. Yet this time, the tone in which she spoke bore an unmistakable fervor. Li Dao, without further contemplation, felt assured that she had come to an understanding. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Li Dao gently guided his horse-drawn carriage along the ancient path outside Taoyuan village, with Lu Xiao'er and a group of others trailing behind him. They gazed at Li Dao atop the carriage with a mixture of reluctance and silent sorrow, unable to voice their sentiments. As Li Dao leapt onto the carriage, he turned to the group and softly instructed, "This is far enough. You may return now." In response, the group, at a loss for words, bowed in unison and bid farewell, "Farewell, benefactor." Li Dao smiled faintly, expressing a hope to encounter them again, and added, "Take care." With a crack of the whip, the carriage set forth along the ancient road, gradually vanishing into the distance, leaving behind silhouettes gazing longingly after it. After a considerable time had passed, and the carriage was completely out of sight, the group gradually regained their composure, though the despondency etched on their faces was undeniable. Lu Xiao'er, observing their expressions, stepped forward and posed a question. "Let me ask you all one thing. Do you wish to repay our benefactor's kindness?" The group paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon responded in unison. "Of course. How could we not? I was in utter despair, and without our benefactor, I would not have had the courage to continue living. I was on the verge of death at the hands of the northern savages, if not for our benefactor. I would not have survived. I nearly lost my honor, and it was our benefactor who saved us." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Xiao'er declared, "Since you all wish to repay our benefactor's kindness, we must embark on a singular endeavor starting today. We must grow stronger. For only by becoming stronger can we be of utility. Only through strength can we live with dignity. Our benefactor asserts that women can hold up half the sky. But let us reflect honestly, can we truly do so?" Upon hearing this, the group felt a twinge of insecurity. What had sounded inspiring yesterday now seemed daunting in the light of day, as they looked at the endless tasks before them, casting doubt upon their capabilities. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Lu Xiao'er, just tell us plainly what you want us to do." A flicker of determination ignited in Lu Xiao'er's eyes as she proclaimed, "We shall cultivate." Many present wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of what this entailed. Realizing their bewilderment, Lu Xiao'er straightforwardly explained, "You need not ponder deeply. Simply understand that to become a useful person, one who can support our benefactor, you need only to heed my guidance." Exchanging glances, the group collectively nodded in agreement. Lu Xiao'er, "You were once the village beauty, the most radiant among us. We shall follow your lead." Lu Xiao'er, "Once I was reluctant to acknowledge you. But in consideration of the scar upon your visage, I shall stand with you. I shall join you as well. So shall I." Observing the consensus among the crowd, Lu Xiao'er took a deep breath, feeling an increased weight upon her fragile shoulders. Yet, recalling her past tribulations, she swiftly regained her composure. In her heart, she silently vowed, benefactor, we shall undoubtedly meet again. Chapter 44, Yunqi City in the Grand Kingdom of Deqian. The capital, situated in the heart of Zhongzhou, is surrounded by 6 provinces. Among them, Yunzhou lies at the northernmost point, bordering the northern barbarians. 3 days later, the journey culminated. Li Dao sat in the carriage, gazing into the distance where a magnificent city gate emerged, inscribed with the bold characters Yunqi City. Have we arrived? Young master? Jiao peered out from the carriage, her eyes filled with curiosity as this was her first venture to such a distant and unfamiliar locale. Indeed, we have arrived. Li Dao urged the carriage onward and soon reached the city gate, where 2 rows of soldiers meticulously examined the identities of the incoming travelers. As Li Dao's carriage halted, a young guard approached and inquired, "How many are you?" 2, replied Li Dao. "Please allow the person inside the carriage to step out. I need to verify their identity." "Jiao, please come out." Moments later, Li Dao and Jiao stood side by side as the guard scrutinized their identification tokens. After several minutes, the guard asked, "What brings you to Yunqi City?" With a serene smile, Li Dao replied, "To enlist in the military." "Enlist in the military?" The guard appeared taken aback, surveying Li Dao from head to toe. After a brief pause, he queried, "You wish to join the army?" "Why?" Li Dao answered, "Naturally, to achieve merit and establish a legacy." The guard remarked, "In this vast world, there are many places to serve. Why choose Yunqi City?" Li Dao stated, "I have a discontent with the northern barbarians." The guard raised an eyebrow in surprise. Li Dao shrugged lightly. "Is there a problem with my answer?" "No issue at all." The guard continued, "But it is a pity someone with your appearance would choose to become a soldier." Li Dao replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing to lament. Beauty is but fleeting, and in a century, all that remains is a pile of bones. If I can serve and achieve glory, leaving behind a name for posterity, then my time in this world shall not be in vain." Upon hearing this, the guard could not help but exclaim, "Well said. It seems you have received an education." He returned the identification tokens and advised, "If you truly wish to enlist, there will be a recruitment in Yunqi City 3 days hence. You may wish to consider it." Li Dao, puzzled, asked, "Is there a need for a trial to enlist?" In his understanding, ancient military recruitment was straightforward. If there were soldiers needed, they would enlist anyone in good health and of clean background, sometimes even forcibly during emergencies. Why, then, was there a trial required here? The guard chuckled. "That applies to ordinary armies, which accept all who are fit and of good standing. However, the recruitment 3 days from now is different." Li Dao, intrigued, inquired, "What makes it different?" The guard, with a hint of pride, replied, "Because the general overseeing the recruitment is our esteemed northern defender, General Xinzhong of Yunzhou. In the entire Yunzhou, who does not know that serving under the town North Marquis guarantees one is a valiant warrior, with benefits that rank among the finest in the Great Qian Dynasty? More importantly, it is a matter of great honor to speak of it. In Yunzhou, if one wishes to take a wife, merely stating that one is a soldier under the town North Marquis ensures that finding a suitable partner is no trouble at all." The town North Marquis? Li Dao mentally sifted through the information and soon located details regarding the town North Marquis. Xinzhong, the town North Marquis, hails from the illustrious Xin family, a notable lineage in the founding of the Great Qian Dynasty. His ancestors held the esteemed title of a first-class duke. However, the Xin family faced a decline when they mistakenly supported the wrong prince during a succession struggle, leading to a series of demotions of their title by the reigning emperor, nearly expelling them from the noble ranks. Yet, in the generation of Li Dao's father, the Xin family finally produced a remarkable talent. Gifted with extraordinary martial aptitude and well-versed in military strategy, he rose through the ranks of the army, ultimately being bestowed the title of a second-class town North Marquis by the current Deqian emperor. Before his fall from grace, rumors circulated in the imperial capital that the town North Marquis was on the verge of promotion to first-class Marquis, and some even speculated that the Xin family might regain the honor of being dukes in this generation. In summary, from the perspective of life experience, this town North Marquis can be considered the protagonist of his own story, a figure of unparalleled stature in the vast Deqian dynasty. Noticing Li Dao's silence, the gate guard candidly stated that he was correct to heed his advice. In 3 days, there would be a recruitment at the northern gate of Yunqi City. And he must not forget, missing this opportunity could mean a long wait for the next. Regaining his composure, Li Dao nodded appreciatively, thanking the young soldier for his reminder. The guard chuckled, remarking that this was hardly a reminder. Even without his words, Li Dao would soon discover the truth upon entering the city. Li Dao insisted, nevertheless, "Gratitude is in order." The gate guard laughed heartily. "If you truly wish to acknowledge this favor, Just remember me when you become a great general. My request is modest. Simply promote me to the city walls, for standing guard here is rather tiresome. After saying this, he amused himself with his own joke, aware that not everyone could become a general. Although this man appeared amiable, his demeanor suggested he was merely a scion of a wealthy family. Based on past experiences, he judged that it was already impressive for such young gentlemen to endure training in the military. Li Dao smiled slightly at this. If the opportunity arises, I shall consider it. The gate guard, equally pleased with the conversation, replied, I'll be waiting for you. Just don't keep me waiting too long. Rest assured. It won't be long, Li Dao assured him. Finally, the guard casually inspected the carriage before granting passage. As they departed, he reminded, Don't forget. Li Dao raised his hand in acknowledgement, indicating he had remembered. Before long, the two arrived within Yunqi City. As they stepped inside, the bustling sounds of merchants filled the air around Li Dao. Not far from the city gate, numerous vendors were peddling their goods, with dozens of carts laden with cargo parked nearby. Young master, why is this place so lively? Jiao inquired, peering out and unable to contain her curiosity at the scene before her. Li Dao chuckled lightly and inquired if she knew why this place was called Yunqi City. Jiao was unaware. Yunqi City was the origin city of Yunzhou. Before Yunzhou was established, a founding general of the Great Qian Dynasty expanded its territory from Yunqi City, ultimately leading to the formation of Yunzhou. Thus, it was named Yunqi City. Li Dao observed the merchants and continued. To the outskirts lies Fufeng Pass, one of the 7 renowned passes of the Great Qian. It provides access to various regions north of Great Qian. Fufeng Pass is a military stronghold where common folk are generally not permitted to linger, which is why merchants in the northern regions primarily settle in Yunqi City. Over time, this area has flourished into a bustling commercial hub at the border. The town of Yaming, which I visited previously, could also be considered a trading town. However, due to its proximity to the border and the associated dangers, most people prefer to remain in Yunqi City. As long as Fufeng Pass remains unbroken, Yunqi City will be safe. The Great Qian Dynasty has existed for over 200 years, and since the construction of Fufeng Pass, it has never been breached. Consequently, many merchants have made Yunqi City their base of operations and reside here. I see, Jiao replied. Young master, you mentioned wanting to enlist in the army. What about me? Will you leave me behind? She clutched the golden ingot with a look of grievance. Li Dao cast a glance at her. If you don't let go, you might take the ingot with you. Take it away? Jiao instinctively looked down and realized she had been squeezing the ingot's neck, which was now gasping and rolling its eyes. I'm sorry, Yuabao. I forgot about you. She quickly released her grip and placed it back on the wooden floor of the carriage. Yuanbao lay there, gasping for air, taking some time to recover. When Jiao cautiously reached out to approach again, Yuanbao scampered away and hid behind Li Dao, its small eyes reflecting a human-like fear. Li Dao gently patted Yuanbao's head in reassurance and said, Your young master has never said he would abandon you. If I truly intended to leave you behind, I would not have come to Yunqi City. In truth, Li Dao had already contemplated his future path while journeying to the imperial capital. He had decided to enlist in the army for 3 reasons. Firstly, the title of Duke on Yuan was inherited from his father, but it had been stripped away. If there were indeed an underworld, losing this title could subject him to relentless scrutiny from his ancestors in the afterlife. Although he was a reborn individual, following the conventions of typical narratives, he should regard the people here as natives and consider himself superior. However, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary orphan, devoid of any true understanding of familial bonds. In this life, however, he was blessed with the gentle affection of a loving mother, the authority mixed with care from a father, and the clever charm of a younger sister. Compared to his past existence, he found this life richer and more substantial. In truth, his previous life felt more like a fleeting dream, a tedious and lackluster reverie. Compared to that existence, he found it far more difficult to relinquish this current life, especially since he still resided within it. It is precisely due to these emotional ties that he felt a surge of indignation towards the plight of the people in Taoyuan village. The reason for this lies in his deep integration into this era, as he has fully immersed himself in it. Thus, the primary motivation for enlisting in the military is to reclaim the Li family title. Otherwise, he would be failing his father and dishonoring the ancestors of the Li lineage. The second reason is intricately linked to his experiences following the resurgence of his memories. Foremost among these is the underhanded actions of the Prime Minister's residence and certain nobles of the imperial capital against the Yuan Duke's estate. While he understands that such behavior is a common human trait, he is also acutely aware of the principle of tit for tat in human interactions. By enlisting and reclaiming his title, he would eventually return to the capital to settle scores with these individuals at his leisure. Another reason is the aspiration to one day wield significant power and stand before the illustrious Emperor of Qian, revealing his true identity to gauge the Emperor's reaction. Of course, such a revelation would only occur when he is capable of controlling his own fate, not prematurely, when he has yet to mature. His exceptional mindset would prevent him from succumbing to such reckless thoughts. The final and most paramount reason pertains to his growth. His system's capabilities are destined to lead him down a path fraught with challenges. His rapid advancement to his current state is largely attributable to the experiences he gained in the death row camp. Therefore, the battlefield is indeed the most suitable environment for him. In fact, had he not brought Jiao along, his first choice upon leaving the imperial capital would likely have been to seek out Wei Yun. Wei Yun understood his abilities and could collaborate with him to facilitate his swift growth. However, with Jiao accompanying him, he had to consider her well-being, prompting his decision to head to Yunqi City. There, he could ensure her safety while he joined a military unit near the city. Although his initial progress might not match the pace he could have achieved with Wei Yun's assistance, it would ultimately be of little consequence to him. In some respects, Yunqi City might even prove to be more advantageous. After all, if Qian were ever to engage in conflict with the northern barbarians, the closest target, Fufeng Pass, would undoubtedly become the primary objective of the northern barbarians, making it the main battlefield, while Changgu Town, situated on the outskirts, might be suitable for guerrilla tactics against the northern barbarians. The main battlefield would be a genuine meat grinder, a scene where hundreds or even thousands could be thrown into the fray, merely to see the spattering of blood. The thought of such a spectacle ignited a fervor within Li Dao's heart. For him, this so-called meat grinder was not only devoid of danger but felt like a natural habitat. At this moment, in a certain location beyond the borders of Yuzhou, Wei Yun had just organized his elite troop and was preparing to relocate with his men. Recently, the elite troop had suffered severe losses, necessitating a return to the rear to replenish their ranks. As Wei Yun rode on horseback, he abruptly sneezed. Observing the situation, Lu Nong beside him could not help but jest. "Commander, being a congenital warrior, can you still fall ill?" Wei Yun rubbed his nose and retorted, "So what if I am a congenital warrior? I'm still human." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned back to say, "It has been over a month. That fellow Jiawu 527 should have arrived in the imperial capital by now." Lu Nong calculated briefly and nodded, acknowledging that even allowing for some delay, it was about the right time. Thinking of Li Dao, Wei Yun's face lit up with anticipation, wondering when that fellow would come to find them. If he joins us, the combat strength of the Wei Wu camp will undoubtedly soar. Lu Ning, unable to resist a dose of skepticism, remarked, "Aren't you worried that he might not come and instead align himself with someone else?" Wei Yun snorted softly. "That lad now possesses a new household registration. His previous connections are of no use. Apart from us, where else could he possibly go?" Lu Nong replied, "As long as you are confident, Commander." Wei Yun gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, "I hope that fellow returns soon. Things here have begun to feel a bit restless." Chapter 45. Purchasing a house and enlisting in the army upon entering Yunqi City. The first task that Li Dao undertook was to ensure that Jiao was comfortably settled in an inn. Subsequently, he procured a few items from the residence of the Duke of Anyuan and exchanged them for silver at a pawnshop. With a portion of the funds, he requested the pawnshop owner to assist in locating a suitable dwelling in Yunqi City. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency and within merely half a day. He found himself standing outside a residence, guided by one of the pawnshop owner's subordinates. The attendant enthusiastically gestured towards the house, declaring, "Esteemed guest, this is the property our manager spoke of. It undoubtedly meets your specifications." As Li Dao stood at the entrance and surveyed the courtyard, he deemed it sufficient for both himself and Jiao. He turned to the attendant, inquiring about the safety of the living environment. Unlike the capital city, where the Duke of Anyuan's estate was situated at the foot of the imperial palace, with soldiers patrolling at night and hidden guards ensuring security, the circumstances in Yunqi City were starkly different. The population comprised individuals from various regions, leading to a mingling of backgrounds, with many transient visitors merely passing through. For Li Dao himself, he harbored little concern. A petty thief would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. However, considering his enlistment and the prospect of Jiao living alone in this unfamiliar place, safety became paramount. The attendant, brimming with confidence, assured him, "Rest easy. Apart from the military camp, there is no place in Yunqi City safer than this. In fact, in a certain sense, this is also the most perilous location in the city." Li Dao was taken aback by such a statement and asked for clarification. The attendant chuckled and explained. Do you know the nature of the residents here? Although they may appear to be common folk, most of them share a significant trait. Their men are predominantly soldiers. Take, for instance, the family across the street. They may seem vulnerable, yet no one dares to provoke them, as their men serve under the command of the town guard. This shared background fosters a strong sense of unity among the residents, and anyone daring to cause trouble here would think twice. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, the attendant added, I have even heard that our city lord has faced humiliation here, scolded mercilessly by a woman, unable to retort. Upon hearing this, Li Dao comprehended that this neighborhood resembled a military family compound from his previous life. With that understanding, the notion of safety was no longer in question. Moreover, as most of the men were away serving in the army, the area was predominantly inhabited by women, ensuring that Jiao would not suffer from loneliness. Thus, he promptly made his decision. This would be the chosen residence. The attendant praised, esteemed guest, your discernment is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Li Dao casually tossed a small piece of silver towards the attendant, requesting his assistance in expediting the formalities. After receiving the coin, the attendant cheerfully assured him, It's no trouble at all. I guarantee you will be able to check in today. Half an hour later, under the attendant's deft handling, the deed to the property was successfully placed in Li Dao's hands. Consider it a reward, Li Dao remarked, pleased with the attendant's efficiency, and handed him another piece of silver. The attendant swiftly pocketed the coin, responding with a grin, You flatter me, it's all part of the service. Should you require anything in Yunqi City in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I assure you, I will handle it all with utmost care. Li Dao nodded appreciatively, recognizing the value of having a local to assist him in navigating this new environment. You carry on. I shall take my leave for now. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao returned to the inn to fetch Jiao, leading her to the newly acquired residence. Gently ruffling her hair, he murmured, From now on, this will be our new home. A new home? Jiao curiously surveyed the house before her. It was considerably smaller than their previous abode. Yet she felt a thrill at the prospect of being closer to her young master. Recalling the words of Steward Li, her cheeks flushed with delight. Unfamiliar with the household matters, Li Dao encouraged her, Jiao, why don't you take a look inside? If you need anything, just let me know, and I will arrange it. Rest assured, young master, I will handle everything, Jiao replied confidently. During her time at the Anyuan Duke's residence, she had managed various domestic affairs, splitting responsibilities with Steward Li, so this task felt effortlessly within her capabilities. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Li Dao witnessed Jiao's remarkable aptitude for management. In just 3 days, she had organized the entire house meticulously, from the placement of a single flower to the arrangement of furniture and decorations. She had attended to every detail. Li Dao merely needed to run errands. Moreover, to facilitate future assistance for Jiao, Li Dao took the opportunity to introduce her to their neighbors. Initially, when the neighbors learned that Li Dao and Jiao were newcomers, they regarded them with a measure of suspicion. However, once it became known that Li Dao intended to enlist in the military, their demeanor softened, and Jiao's natural charm quickly fostered a sense of camaraderie. In summary, everything proceeded smoothly. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Dao completed his morning ablutions and stepped out of his room, calling to the adjacent one, Jiao, I am heading out. Wait for me, young master. Came the sound of hurried footsteps as Jiao emerged from her room. Upon seeing Li Dao neatly dressed, she pouted, Young master, why didn't you wait for me? I could have assisted you with your preparations. I am quite capable of managing on my own, and you work tirelessly throughout the day. It is unnecessary. I am not tired. Serving you brings me joy, she insisted. Upon hearing these words, Li Dao could not help but smile and said, How about this? You assist me in selecting a few maidservants to help you, allowing you to relax and tend to my needs. No, absolutely not. Jiao instinctively protested loudly. However, she quickly realized her response was inappropriate, her cheeks flushing as she added, It's not that I oppose you finding new maidservants, young master. It's just that we have only just arrived and are still unfamiliar with everything. It would be better to wait for a while before proceeding with such matters. Is that so? Yes, indeed. Jiao nodded repeatedly. Li Dao smiled gently, Very well then, we shall postpone it for a time. Upon hearing this, Jiao instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly aware that her reaction might have been excessive, she looked up only to find her master wearing a knowing smile, which caused her face to redden. In her heart, she could not help but murmur, It's not easy to be alone with the young master. I certainly want to help him find maidservants. If he needs them, he can find them himself. With his discerning eye, suitable maidservants are not easily found. Li Dao glanced at the time, feeling it was about right. All right, I shall take my leave now. You stay home and take care. Young master. Remember to return early for dinner. Understood. Pushing open the door, Li Dao stepped out into the alley. He walked forward and soon arrived at a crossroads, where he spotted 4 or 5 ladies chatting outside a house. Seeing them, Li Dao took a deep breath and boldly continued forward. His footsteps quickly drew the attention of the ladies. Upon recognizing him, their faces brightened. "Isn't this the new lad, Li? Out and about, are you?" One of the ladies inquired. "Yes, I heard that Lord Jin Yuan is recruiting soldiers today, so I'm going to give it a try," Li Dao replied. Another lady exclaimed excitedly, "Make sure you give it your all. If you become a soldier under Lord Jin Yuan, the benefits will be excellent." Proudly, one of the ladies added, "Indeed, my son serves under Lord Jin Yuan and holds a position that allows him to supervise 5 subordinates." She then turned to Li Dao, "Little Li, if you manage to become a soldier, I will have my troublesome son look out for you in the barracks." Li Dao responded, "Thank you, Mrs. Liu. However, I am in a bit of a hurry, so I must take my leave." With that, Li Dao did not linger for even a moment, vanishing into the alley as if pursued by some great beast. This sudden departure left the ladies momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, one of them remarked, "That little Li runs quite fast. I wanted to introduce him to my second uncle's granddaughter." "Your second uncle's granddaughter? The one weighing 300 pounds? I'd say forget it. Little Li would probably be scared to death upon seeing her." "Don't think I don't know. You're saying that to introduce your own daughter to Little Li. With a daughter like yours, even a ghost would shake its head. Speak another word, and I dare you." "Hey, you meddlesome woman, are you going to silence me as well? You audacious woman, after a few days apart, you've grown bold. Witness how I shall expose your pitiful state today." Soon, a cacophony of insults and scuffles erupted in the alley. In mere moments, neighbors emerged, drawn by the commotion. No one intervened. They seemed accustomed to such spectacles, with some even bringing chairs, ready to enjoy the show. Meanwhile, having evaded the watchful gaze of the local matrons, Li Daoshang exhaled in relief. The people here weren't ill-natured, yet their fervent attentiveness towards him was overwhelming. Particularly after they learned of his singleness and that Jiaoer was merely his maid, he found himself frequently cornered by these women, incessantly attempting to introduce him to potential partners. He would rather confront 1,000,000 soldiers than endure their relentless chatter. As he walked down the long street, his heart gradually settled. Next, he intended to explore the northern part of Yunqi City. After a fragrant stick of incense, Li Daoshang arrived in the northern district. In stark contrast to the bustling southern area, the north was noticeably less vibrant, primarily due to the numerous military camps stationed here, marking it as a strictly regulated zone. As he approached the northern city gate, Li Daoshang observed that the throngs of pedestrians had transformed. Women were conspicuously absent, replaced entirely by men. Soon, he spotted a lengthy queue near the city gate. On one side of the line stood a wooden board inscribed with 3 prominent characters, "Recruitment Office." This must be the place. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that everyone was heading toward this queue. Were it not for the influence of the northern marquis, such a multitude would likely not willingly enlist. Thus, he joined the line, blending into the crowd, though his striking visage rendered him particularly conspicuous. Perhaps these men were curious as to why such an attractive individual would choose military service. The queue inched forward gradually. After what felt like an eternity, activity finally stirred at the front. He beheld several chevaux de frise, which separated the outside world from a military encampment. Amidst the barriers, a few soldiers maintained order, while another individual recorded the identity of each newcomer in a ledger. Next, name and domicile. The officer called out, "I am Li." "Enough. Next." Before long, it was Li Daoshang's turn. "Next, you." The recorder paused momentarily stunned by Li's appearance, but quickly regained composure. "Name and domicile. Reporting to you. My name is Li Daoshang, and my domicile is of the good class." The household registration system of the Great Qian Dynasty mirrored that of ancient eras, classified into 5 tiers: noble, good, merchant, slave, and the lowest class. The first 3 corresponded to the gentry, farmers, and merchants, while the slave class was dependent upon the former 3. The lowest class stood apart, and the most disconcerting aspect was that it bore a hereditary stigma. One generation would remain of the lowest class, and their descendants would be bound to that fate, unable to alter their status, often associated with criminals. Li Dao once held the esteemed status of a first-class noble, yet after enduring the trials of a death row camp, he was fortunate enough to regain his household registration. Preserving his noble status was already a significant achievement. To enlist, one must belong to the categories of soldiers, farmers, artisans, or merchants, with the latter two being disqualified. All right. Step inside. Next, the recorder stated as he inscribed Li Dao's name in the register. Thank you, my lord, Li Dao murmured, bypassing the soldiers maintaining order and following in the footsteps of the preceding individual into the military encampment. Shortly thereafter, an entire contingent came into view. Those who had registered previously were gathered together, alongside several men clad in military officer attire. As Li Dao entered the ranks, a voice resonated. 50 individuals will suffice. Now, all of you will follow me. Anyone who lags behind will be disqualified without examination. An officer stepped forward and, without hesitation, turned to lead the way deeper into the camp. Observing the group remaining motionless in a state of bewilderment, another officer from the line prompted, "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to be eliminated?" Thus, the lined-up individuals hastily followed suit, with Li Dao among them. Simultaneously, Li Dao noted that those arriving later continued to queue similarly. It appeared that every 50 individuals constituted a batch, subsequently undergoing enlistment assessments. Under the guidance of the officer, Li Dao and his cohort swiftly arrived at the front of a tent. A sign stood prominently at the side of the tent. Emblazoned with a large character, medicine, the officer halted at the entrance of the tent and turned back, inquiring, "Does anyone among you possess any physical disabilities? If so, step forward and depart at once to avoid wasting everyone's time." After a moment of silence, seeing no response, the officer nodded. "If no one is afflicted, then wait outside. I shall enter first to investigate." With that, he left the bewildered crowd behind and stepped into the tent. Chapter 46, Vitality Like a Dragon. Shocking the old military doctor inhaling the faint aroma of medicinal herbs that lingered in the air, and casting one last glance at the imposing sign, Li Dao could hardly be oblivious to the purpose of their presence here, especially given the officer's earlier remarks. He was taken aback to discover that even in ancient times, soldiers were subjected to physical examinations. This unexpectedly reminded him of the military health check procedures from his past life, prompting him to instinctively tighten his gluteal muscles. If such a situation were to arise, would he still be fit for service? Before long, the sounds of movement emanated from within the tent. A group of individuals, clad in attire similar to that of Li Dao and his companions, emerged, exactly 50 in number, appearing to be fellow recruits. Li Dao swiftly scanned the 50 faces and felt a wave of relief wash over him. None exhibited any peculiar expressions or movements, suggesting that they had not undergone any unusual examination procedures. Following the emergence of the 50 recruits, 2 officers stepped out as well. "Let us place a bet and see who has more successful candidates," one officer proposed. "What shall we wager?" 10 meals at Tianxianglu. "Is that how high we're aiming? Are you in or not?" "I'm in." After their conversation, another officer led the group away, presumably to their next assessment location. The officer guiding Li Dao and the others looked back at them and said, "You all heard that. I have a bet with my friend. Let me give you a heads up. If I win, I will ensure you receive favorable assignments. However, should I lose, I will still look after you, but not in the manner you might expect." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone, save for Li Dao, shifted dramatically. Even before officially enlisting, they were already being eyed. Li Dao was unfazed. After all, the tradition of seasoned soldiers bullying newcomers seemed to be a time-honored custom in the military. Under the officer's direction, Li Dao and his companions entered the tent. Inside, the scent of herbs intensified. An elderly man with white hair and a beard, clad in military armor, sat regally on a blanket, a table placed before him. "Zhang Lao, I appreciate your assistance." The officer addressed the elder with utmost respect. The elder raised a hand, signaling them to wait to the side. The officer obediently took a seat, careful not to overstep in the elder's presence. Zhang Lao tapped a white cloth on the table, saying, "Whoever is first, come forward, sit opposite me, and place your hand here." The first individual in line promptly approached, sitting cross-legged opposite the elder and laying his hand down. Zhang Lao extended his hand, pressing gently on the recruit's wrist to take his pulse. Moments later, he spoke. "Your health is generally sound, but you have some minor issues." The recruit's expression brightened with joy, but his exhilaration was short-lived as he continued to listen. "Your kidney energy is insufficient, slightly deficient, and your liver energy appears somewhat fatigued." Withdrawing his hand, Zhang Lao showed no concern for the recruit's darkening expression and remarked, "Young man, it seems you have been indulging excessively. Moderation is advised." The individual opposite blushed fiercely, stubbornly asserting, "I am in excellent health, particularly in that regard." Zhang Lao maintained his composed demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "You engaged in intimate activities thrice last night. Your legs must still be weak." "How do you know?" the man instinctively retorted, only to find his face flush crimson. Observing the gleeful expressions of those around him, he hastily rose and blended into the crowd to conceal himself. When the second person realized it was his turn, his countenance shifted noticeably. However, he understood that joining the military was imperative, hoping that this elderly gentleman would show him some mercy. As the subsequent individuals comprehended the situation, their amusement dissipated, replaced by silent prayers. Nearby, an officer watched this scene with a hint of nostalgia, recalling his own journey from this very place. Reality is often unforgiving. Perhaps due to the early marriages typical in ancient times, coupled with the youthfulness of the men who often struggled to maintain control. There existed a phenomenon where 9 out of 10 men were deficient, with the 10th being even more so. Zhang Lao's words left no man unscathed. If only one individual exhibited a deficiency, it might be dismissed as a jest. However, when all present revealed shortcomings, it transformed into a grim reality. Upon the 49th man being labeled as deficient by Zhang Lao, all eyes turned towards the last remaining Li Dao. The murmurs within the tent began as they observed Li Dao's striking appearance. "Goodness, this fellow is extraordinarily handsome. Wouldn't he be ashamed to serve in the military? He could thrive as a courtesan, enjoying both pleasure and profit. With looks like his, he is undoubtedly the most deficient here. Who is in favor? Who is against? No need to say more. He must be deficient. If I possessed such looks, I could attract 10 ladies a day, with them even offering me money." Li Dao paid no heed to the chatter, sitting cross-legged and extending his arm towards Zhang Lao. Zhang Lao paused upon seeing Li Dao's visage, not due to his appearance, but because, as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he was skilled in the art of observation. Even without pulse diagnosis, he could discern that the person before him was in excellent health. Yet, he adhered to the customary procedure, instinctively pressing 2 fingers against Li Dao's wrist. The next moment, he was taken aback. Zhang Lao's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Why is there such an astonishing pulse? The vitality surged like a torrential flood. Robust as an ox, yet inadequate to describe the sinews and pulse of the individual before him. Vitality like a dragon would be a more fitting expression. Having served as a military doctor for over 50 years, he had encountered nearly 80,000 individuals, many of whom were exceptionally gifted. Yet none could compare to the man before him. Indeed, they paled in comparison. Particularly as he pressed his fingers against the sinews, he found them almost impossible to stabilize. The strength of the pulse was overwhelming, defying easy pressure. At that moment, many bystanders remained quietly expectant, anticipating Zhang Lao to utter something startling, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Could it be that this fellow has become so weak that even old Zhang cannot find the words to speak? Someone speculated grimly within. Finally, after more than a minute had passed, old Zhang reluctantly released his grip. He found this pulse fascinating and regretted the moment. Noticing that old Zhang remained silent, someone beside him could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed, "Old Zhang, won't you say something?" Upon hearing this, old Zhang glanced at the group surrounding him. Having lived for so many years, he was well aware of what these youngsters were thinking. He spoke softly, "This young man is in excellent health. He is a promising candidate." The crowd responded with confusion. That was not the information they sought. They wished to hear about his kidneys, liver, lungs, and so forth. However, old Zhang had made his judgment, and it was not subject to their alteration. He chose to ignore them entirely. At that moment, someone could not help but mutter under their breath, "How could such a pretty boy not be weak? Is this old man trying to deceive us?" An officer, appearing from nowhere, kicked the speaker in the rear. "You, of all people, dare to question old Zhang?" After making his point, he turned to the others. "You all may leave now." The officer bowed to old Zhang and said, "Old Zhang, we shall take our leave." Old Zhang replied softly without raising his head, but suddenly recalled the young man from earlier. He looked up and said, "Pay attention to that last young fellow." The officer, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something wrong with him?" Old Zhang did not answer directly but cryptically remarked, "Just keep an eye on him. It won't do you any harm." The officer scratched his head, somewhat baffled. Nevertheless, he took old Zhang's words to heart. Outside the camp, a group of individuals gathered. Yet one person stood apart from the rest, Li Dao. The reason for his isolation stemmed from his robust health, which made the other 49 feel uneasy. Suddenly, the officer emerged, his gaze instinctively falling upon Li Dao. After observing him for a while, he concluded that, aside from his handsome appearance, the young man possessed no other remarkable traits. Straightening his demeanor, he turned to the group and said, "From now on, be mindful of your words around others." Thankfully, old Zheng was not angered. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. Curiosity got the better of one individual, who asked, "Brother, who exactly is old Zheng? Who is he?" The officer scoffed. "He is someone you would plead with, someone you dare not offend. Just know this. 80% of the military doctors in the entire Yunzhou garrison are his disciples. Moreover, over half of the senior military officials in Yunzhou owe their lives to old Zhang, including our own General Xinzhong." The Duke of Xinhua, yet the potential energy was indeed terrifying. Li Dao silently lamented that, regardless of the era, healers have always been in high demand. Particularly those serving in the military, for no one could ascertain the number of influential figures supporting them. This line of thought inevitably led him to recall old Gui. This individual possessed profound medical skills, yet seemed only adept at offending others. Moreover, it had been over a month since then, and he wondered how matters stood on their end. However, with the cunning of old Gui, there should be no cause for concern. After all, if he could manage to offend so many yet live to over 100, he must have numerous means of self-preservation. Subsequently, under the guidance of an officer, the group arrived at another location, an expansive square. At this moment, it was already crowded with numerous individuals. The majority were dressed in civilian attire, much like themselves, evidently gathered to enlist and participate in the evaluations. At the center of the square stood several platforms, each occupied by a few officers presiding over the proceedings. Periodically, candidates would ascend the platforms, only to be replaced by others descending. The officer halted at the edge of the square and turned to address the assembly. Next is the final assessment, which will evaluate your physical fitness and individual specialties. If you wish to serve under the esteemed Lord Shininchin Yuan, being ordinary will surely lead to your elimination. You must either meet the physical standards or possess a skill suited for the military. Should you lack both, you may turn back now to spare yourselves the embarrassment that might reflect poorly on me. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, yet none chose to depart, clearly demonstrating a measure of confidence in their abilities. Some even cast their eyes towards Li Dao. In their minds, if anyone among the 50 were to be deemed an outlier and subsequently eliminated, it would undoubtedly be him, resembling a delicate youth, thus presumed to lack physical prowess. They entirely dismissed old Zheng's prior warnings, still believing that the elder had misread the pulse. After a brief pause, observing that no one stepped forward to leave, the officer nodded. However, this merely indicated the attendees' self-assurance. Their actual capabilities would require concrete assessment. The officer scanned the area and his gaze settled upon a less populated arena. Since you all believe in your abilities, we shall now commence the formal evaluations, starting with the compulsory physical fitness test. On the battlefield, regardless of your prowess, physical condition is paramount. Robust health significantly increases your chances of survival. Now follow me. Chapter 47, Strength Test under the guidance of the officer. Li Dao and his companions swiftly arrived at an arena. Upon approaching the platform, everyone could discern the particulars of the scene above. In the center of the arena lay numerous stone weights, varying in size. It appeared that the military camp employed these weights to assess an individual's physical constitution. Atop the platform, 2 officers were present. One officer, appearing cultured and refined, held a scroll and a brush, poised to record the results of the participants. The other officer embodied a towering and robust presence, tasked with safeguarding the weightlifters, specifically to prevent any overzealous individuals from injuring themselves while attempting to lift beyond their capabilities. The officer leading Li Dao's group ascended the platform and whispered something into the ear of the recording officer, who then nodded in acknowledgement upon glancing at Li Dao and his companions. Shortly thereafter, the leading officer descended the platform and addressed the crowd, stating, "Well, this batch has completed their assessment. The next group will be up shortly. I hope you all perform admirably." Upon hearing this, the initially confident group inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. This reaction was entirely natural. While certain activities could be entertaining in casual settings, they often induced anxiety when transformed into a serious examination. Noticing the considerable queue of individuals still awaiting their turn, the leading officer continued, "I understand that many of you may feel anxious. Therefore, if you find yourselves at leisure, feel free to observe by the side of the arena and ease your minds." At this, the crowd dispersed, all making their way to the edge of the platform. Intrigued by the testing procedure, Li Dao joined them. Upon reaching the arena's edge, they beheld an individual undergoing the assessment. The figure was struggling to lift a massive stone weight, his face flushed and taut, veins protruding from his arms and forehead, indicating immense strain. Beside him, the protective officer stood calmly, yet Li Dao noted that despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, he remained ever prepared to intervene should the need arise. After 5 arduous seconds, the participant cast the stone weight aside, which thudded heavily against the platform. Turning to the recording officer, he awaited a nod of approval, which elicited a sigh of relief and a satisfied smile, clearly indicating he had passed the test. Just as he was about to descend from the platform, a voice rang out from the crowd below. "Continue challenging the next one." Another called out, "Yes, keep going. You've already succeeded. The better your performance, the more favorable the military assignment you will receive. Press on." The voices of encouragement surged from the spectators. The man on the platform felt a flicker of temptation. Having already achieved success, why not test his limits further? He looked to the recording officer and raised his hand, inquiring, "May I continue to challenge myself?" The recording officer replied candidly, "You have succeeded in your challenge, and you may proceed to the next stone weight. Should you succeed again, your results will still be counted. If you wish to challenge yourself, then by all means, continue." Nodding in agreement, the man approached the 3rd stone weight. Under the watchful gaze of all present, he took a deep breath and placed his hands upon the weight. "Lift," he exclaimed, exerting every ounce of strength to hoist the stone weight into the air. Just as he attempted to lift the stone weight above his head, he realized he had overestimated his own strength. His footing faltered, and he fell backward along with the stone weight. Fortunately, a large hand reached out from the side, catching the stone and saving the man from disaster. "Thank you," he said, regaining his composure and addressing the nearby officer. "It's nothing. Just be more careful next time," the officer replied, effortlessly lifting the stone weight and returning it to its original position. The man, feeling embarrassed for not being able to lift the stone, left the stage in a dejected manner. Soon after, another individual ascended to test their strength. Below, Li Dao gleaned some insights from the murmurs of the surrounding crowd regarding the weightlifting test. There were 5 stone weights on the platform: 150 pounds, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, 300 pounds, and finally 500 pounds. Successfully lifting the first stone weight was already considered a qualification, but it would only grant entry into the most basic military ranks. The higher the weight lifted, the greater the rewards and the potential for joining the elite battalion under the command of the Northern General Xinzhong. Particularly, lifting the final 500-pound weight would almost guarantee assignment to the best military camp, along with the finest benefits. Naturally, the prerequisite for all this was to rely solely on raw physical strength, without the aid of any internal energy. In this world, an average adult male could lift 100 pounds, making those capable of lifting 150 pounds exceptionally rare among the populace. Thus, it was evident how challenging it was to become a soldier under General Shin's command. Moreover, the requirement to lift the weights overhead with both arms fully extended imposed an additional physical demand. However, for Li Dao, this was merely a procedural formality. Standing at the base of the platform, he observed one individual after another ascending to test their strength. He noticed that most participants possessed superior physical attributes compared to the average person. Among 10 individuals, over half succeeded in lifting the first stone weight, while only 1 or 2 managed to lift the second. The 3rd stone weight saw even fewer attempts, with perhaps 1 out of dozens attempting to lift it. No one had yet dared to try the 4th, and the 5th weight was little more than a mere ornament, left untouched. As Li Dao pondered these observations, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted nearby. He turned his gaze to the platform, where a robust man had successfully lifted the 4th stone weight, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. With a resounding thud, the weight fell to the ground 5 seconds later. Ignoring the fatigue in his arms, the muscular man turned to the recorder, his face alight with anticipation. The recorder smiled lightly and remarked, "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the challenge with a qualifying score." The man's face brightened, and the spectators erupted in applause. "Why not challenge the 5th stone weight?" someone shouted from the crowd. Immediately, many voices joined in urging the robust man to attempt the 5th weight. He glanced at his weary arms, offered a wry smile, and shook his head. "No. I know my limits. Even in my prime, I could not succeed in that challenge." After finishing his speech, he descended from the platform. Once off the stage, a multitude of admirers surrounded the robust man, each offering praises and congratulations. Although he had entered the military camp as an ordinary soldier, starting from the lowest rank, individuals like this imposing figure were naturally more likely to achieve merit and promotion, prompting many to flock to him. Subsequently, one after another, others ascended the arena for their tests. When it came time for Li Dao's team, they lined up on one side of the platform. Previously, they had been cheering on others, but now, faced with their own turn, they fell into a sudden silence. Under the urging of the recorder, the first in line, a somewhat timid fellow stepped onto the stage. Perhaps feeling nervous, he stood there momentarily at a loss, contemplating which stone to challenge. The recorder prompted him from the side. Oh, coming to his senses, the timid one pointed to the first stone, declaring, "I choose this one." A chorus of hisses erupted from the team. Aware of his own limitations, he chose to ignore their jeers. Approaching the first stone, he took a deep breath and grasped it firmly. Lift. With a determined effort, he successfully hoisted the stone above his head in one go, needing only to hold it for 5 seconds thereafter. The onlookers below believed he had secured his success. However, as he neared the 4th second, his expression suddenly shifted. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, the stone slipping from his grasp. Observing this, the recorder announced, "Challenge failed, next contestant." The timid fellow's face drained of color. Each individual was permitted but a single attempt, and he had clearly squandered his chance. He trudged off the stage, muttering, "Damn it, it's all that greedy woman's fault from last night." In a team, if the first challenger succeeded, it would significantly boost the morale of the subsequent participants. Conversely, failure imposed greater pressure on the rest. One by one, Li Dao's team members ascended the platform. Yet, as time progressed, it became apparent that this team was somewhat lacking in prowess. While other teams boasted a success rate of 7 or 8 out of 10, Li Dao's group managed only 4 or 5, a noticeable deficiency. The leading officer watching from below could not help but scowl. At that moment, another officer approached. The very one with whom he had wagered. "Ha ha ha, you're certain to lose now. My team not only has a higher success rate but has also produced a formidable individual capable of lifting the 4th stone." The officer exclaimed jovially. Upon hearing this, the leading officer's expression darkened further, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Humph. My team has yet to complete their tests. While I may be losing in numbers, what if one of ours can lift the 5th stone?" Seeing that this fellow remained undeterred, another officer candidly remarked, "Ha ha ha. Do you think it's so easy to lift the 5th stone burden? Let me make myself clear. If a single person from your team manages to lift it, not only will I concede this bet, but I shall also treat you to double the feast. However, if none of you can, then you shall treat me to double." The leading officer's expression darkened. This guy was indeed insatiably greedy, demanding yet another 10 meals after already securing 10. Nonetheless, he had already made his declaration, and to back down now would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. After a moment's hesitation, the leading officer gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I accept your wager." The other officer, taken aback, exclaimed, "You truly dare to gamble?" The leading officer scoffed, "I've faced death countless times on the battlefield. What is there to fear? It's merely 20 meals. A few more ears collected on the battlefield will suffice." "You are merely putting on a brave front," came the retort. "I am not putting on a front. My left eye twitched today, which signifies that good fortune is on the horizon. That is simply self-deception. Then I shall indulge in my self-deceit. What can you do about it?" Meanwhile, the team led by Li Dao took turns stepping onto the stage. With each performance yielding unsatisfactory results, the audience below soon lost interest. Before long, the individual before Li Dao ascended the platform. Minutes later, failure ensued, and another stepped forward. With yet another failure, the leading officer of Li Dao's group wore a grim expression. This was yet another disappointment. Observing this scene, another officer chuckled, "I told you. There remains but one person. You cannot possibly expect him to lift the 5th stone burden. In terms of appearance, your subordinate may indeed be exceptional. But when it comes to strength, spare me the hope." Compared to the previous challenger who failed, Li Dao appears diminutive, and aside from his height, he exudes an air of harmlessness that is evident to the majority around the platform. The leading officer found himself at a loss for words, left to silence. Under the watchful gaze of many, Li Dao gradually approached the stage. Given the lackluster performances preceding him, no one uttered a word of derision. As the crowd observed the next challenger ascend, a wave of boredom swept through. It was evident he would attempt to lift the 1st stone burden, destined to falter as the others had. The recorder glanced at Li Dao and then lowered his head, preparing to document the attempt while gesturing towards the 1st stone burden. "Go ahead, give it a try." "Can I attempt a different one?" Li Dao inquired. "Eh?" The recorder raised his head, astonishment etched on his face. "You do not wish to challenge the 1st stone burden? Are you aware that you have but one chance? Failure means the end of the attempt." Many in the audience had overheard Li Dao's question and found it rather comical. Some could not restrain themselves from calling out, "Let him try. We wish to see it. When did the military camp become a place for such delicate figures? If you cannot succeed, just step down and return home to seek your mother's milk. Young man, even my uncle's 13-year-old sister-in-law is sturdier than you. Hurry up and step down. Don't waste everyone's time. In any place, there will always be those who belittle the weak and flatter the strong, especially in a military camp where strength speaks volumes. Li Dao paid no heed to the voices below and declared plainly, I understand, but I still insist. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the recorder said no more, for he was merely responsible for documentation. Go ahead and try, he said, then cast a glance at the officer standing guard nearby, a silent signal that duty called. The officer nodded and approached the second stone weight. Yet, Li Dao did not stop there. His steps carried him past it, leaving the entire crowd bewildered. A single thought echoed among them. What is this man trying to do? Could it be that the second weight wasn't enough? Did he intend to challenge the third directly? Had he no shame? But even at the third stone weight, the figure on the platform showed no sign of halting. He didn't even spare a glance at the fourth. Instead, he strode directly to the fifth and final weight, the heaviest of them all, a staggering 500 pounds. You intend to challenge this weight? Even the usually silent officer tasked with protection couldn't help but speak up. Is that not allowed? It is, but... The officer hesitated, then stated bluntly, with the fourth weight, I could still protect you. But for this fifth one, I can only promise to prevent severe injury, assuming you can even lift it in the first place. Chapter 48, The Fifth Stone Load. A regrettable inability to cultivate. Li Dao shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond as he approached the fifth stone load. The spectators below quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Someone dared to challenge the fifth stone load. Since the beginning of the trials, not a single soul had attempted to confront it, making Li Dao the first. Anticipation rippled through the crowd as they braced themselves for a spectacle. However, Li Dao's subsequent actions took them by surprise. Instead of bending down to grasp the stone load, he placed a foot beneath the central beam. Young man, what are you attempting? An officer standing guard began, but before he could finish, Li Dao's foot flicked upward. In an astonishing display, the stone load was lifted into the air, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. As the load ascended, it began to descend under the force of gravity. Just then, an unexpected hand reached out and grasped the central beam. With an upward force applied to the beam, the heavy stones on either side pressed down, producing a creaking sound as the beam bent precariously, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Yet, it held firm. Once stabilized, Li Dao effortlessly lifted the stone load above his head. The sight left all present in stunned silence, their expressions akin to those beholding a deity. Some widened their eyes, mouths agape in astonishment, unable to close them for what felt like an eternity. The atmosphere became palpably still. Suddenly, a loud clap disrupted the silence as the recorder, glancing down, realized his scorebook had inexplicably fallen to the ground. Li Dao silently counted to 5 in his mind, then stepped back, releasing his hold. With a thunderous crash, the 500-pound stone struck the platform, reverberating throughout the arena. Those leaning against the platform could feel its tremor, and the cacophony jolted the audience back to reality. In that moment, words failed them. Incredible, one individual exclaimed, only to falter as he questioned his own utterance. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thought. The feat was simply astounding. Turning to the recorder, Li Dao inquired, May I ask if my performance was satisfactory? If not, would you like me to attempt it again? The recorder, jolted back to awareness, hurriedly replied, It was satisfactory, you passed. He could hardly believe his eyes. After all, it was a single-handed lift. If this performance did not qualify, then surely everyone present could return home for a restful night. Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded and descended from the platform. In that instant, the crowd erupted in cheers. Remarkable, my friend. 500 pounds. Did you witness that? He lifted it with one hand. This fellow must possess divine strength. Heaven bestowed strength. One could only say the heavens truly dared to feed this lad with a silver spoon. Equally astonished were the other 49 men in Li Dao's squad. They finally understood why Elder Zheng had singled him out for praise earlier, because he truly existed on a different plane altogether. Many among them could scarcely fathom what it meant to wield the power to lift a 500-pound stone weight with one hand. Meanwhile, the lead officer's initially darkened expression gradually twisted into a smirk. Beside him, the officer who had wagered against him stood frozen, his earlier amusement petrified upon his face. His mind still struggling to process the sight. Only when the lead officer clapped him on the shoulder did he snap back to reality. Remember, 20 meals. Not one less. The lead officer declared before striding away, roaring with laughter. Soon after, he returned to the assembled troops. His gaze swept over the crowd huddled together, and his face hardened. "What is this? Disperse at once," he barked. In an instant, the men surrounding Li Dao scattered. The next moment, his icy demeanor melted into a grin as he addressed Li Dao directly. "Well done, lad. You didn't embarrass me." The blatant shift in attitude sent a collective chill down the spines of the other 49, though none dared voice their discomfort. In the barracks, strength was the only law. After acknowledging Li Dao, the lead officer turned his attention to the rest, his expression darkening once more. These men had nearly cost him everything today, had it not been for one who turned the tide at the last moment. Glancing at Li Dao, he snorted. "Today, for this boy's sake, I'll let it slide. Otherwise, humph." The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air, and some instinctively swallowed hard. Then, business resumed. The lead officer surveyed the group and announced, "The next test is unusual. First, I'll ask outright, are there any martial artists among you?" At this, several faces lit up with excitement. "Sir, I am." "Me too. I've reached the 8th rank of the Hotian realm. Does the 9th rank count?" Soon, 5 men stepped forward, the highest being the 8th rank Hotian practitioner, the rest 9th rank. Though 5 martial artists among 50 seemed a high ratio, it was only because many had traveled from afar, drawn by reputation. Poverty breeds scholars, wealth breeds warriors. Most families struggled even to fill their bellies, let alone pursue martial arts. Studying the 5, the lead officer's gaze flicked to Li Dao, puzzled. "You're not a martial artist?" To him, this young man seemed the most likely candidate. Li Dao shook his head. "No." The officer scrutinized him. "Given your bearing, your family must be well off. You should have had the means to train." "I've trained." "Then why meridian deficiency?" "No channels in my body. Cultivation is impossible." "Meridian deficiency? No cultivation?" The leading officer was momentarily stunned, never expecting such a response. A look of regret instantly crossed his face. To him, squandering such promising talent, unable to cultivate, was nothing short of a travesty. Beside him, the 5 individuals with cultivation abilities also froze upon hearing this. Only those who had touched the realm of cultivation could fathom the agony of being barred from ascending further. Initially, despite their own cultivation, they had been awestruck by Li Dao's raw strength. After all, in the early stages of the Hotian realm, one's power did not vastly surpass that of an ordinary person. The sheer force of lifting 500 pounds with a single hand had been enough to make them hesitate. But now, learning that he could not cultivate, their hearts found sudden equilibrium, even stirring a faint pity for him. No matter how formidable his strength, without cultivation, his limits were fixed, while they could continue to ascend. Having grasped this, the leading officer said no more and turned to the other 5. "Since you possess cultivation, follow me to another area for further testing." Then his gaze shifted to the remaining candidates. "Among the rest of you, does anyone possess other skills? Archery, for instance? If so, you may also undergo testing. Those who meet the standard will be admitted into the military camp." No sooner had he spoken than several hands rose. The officer glanced at them and nodded. "Very well. You may accompany me for assessment as well." Then, addressing those who had not passed, he declared, "The rest of you now have 2 choices. Either dine in the mess hall before returning home, or depart immediately." At this, many wore expressions of dejection. A few, unable to bear the sting of rejection, turned and left without another word. In the end, only Li Dao and a handful of others remained. The officer regarded them briefly before stating plainly, "Follow me. We'll settle your matters first." Soon after, Li Dao and the others were led to the vicinity of a large tent, where a crowd of successful recruits had gathered. "Wait here," the officer instructed before stepping inside. Minutes later, he reemerged, clutching a stack of papers. "Write down your names and temporary residences in Yunqi City. Then hand them to me," he ordered, distributing the sheets. The group swiftly complied, submitting their completed forms. Once collected, the officer announced, "That concludes your business. You too have 2 options, either dine in the mess hall or return home and await further notice." Unlike the unfortunate souls who had been eliminated, these men, elated by their success, naturally chose to stay and enjoy a meal at the camp's expense. A few even attempted to draw Li Dao into their circle. Though he lacked the ability to cultivate, so did the majority of the world as populace, rendering the distinction meaningless in their eyes. To them, he was simply formidable, and forging ties with him could only be advantageous. Li Dao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, you all enjoy your meal here. There are people at home waiting for me." Upon hearing this, someone jokingly remarked, "It seems you are not as honest as old Zheng described." Li Dao smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. After attending to all matters, he departed from the military camp and made his way home. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his residence in Yunqi City. "Young master, you have returned." Upon seeing Li Dao, Jiao rushed out with Yuanbao in her arms, her face beaming with joy. Although it appeared that he had been occupied at the military camp, in reality, he had only been away for a morning, just in time for dinner. Once he had completed his tasks, he naturally returned home. Li Dao sniffed the air and asked, "Is the meal ready?" "Indeed, it is prepared, just waiting for you." "Young master." Not long after, as Li Dao sat at the dining table, he watched Jiao, who was carrying a bowl of food and awkwardly walking away. "Didn't I say you could join me at the table? Why are you running off?" Jiao replied softly, "Young master. Steward Li has taught me that there are distinctions of rank." Li Dao put down his chopsticks and inquired, "So who is of higher rank, Steward Li or myself?" "Of course, you are the young master, the head of the household. Then who should you listen to?" "I shall heed your words, young master." "Then why not hurry and take a seat?" "Oh." Jiao stuck out her tongue and carefully sat down at the table. Li Dao picked up a chicken leg and placed it in her bowl before starting his meal. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he picked up a piece of meat and set it on the corner of the table. Yuanbao, attracted by the scent, hurried over and sat down unabashedly, devouring the meat. "Look at how self-aware Yuanbao is. You should learn from it," Li Dao commented. Jiao gazed at Yuanbao, feeling a twinge of jealousy. When did her pet start competing for affection? Yuanbao, as if sensing her thoughts, looked at her with its adorably innocent eyes, then glanced at the piece of meat in its paws. Suddenly, it lifted its little paw and nudged the meat toward Jiao. Seeing this, Jiao couldn't help but laugh, realizing how silly it was to feel jealous of her own pet. She pinched Yuanbao's plump face and offered it another piece of meat as an apology for her earlier thoughts. Li Dao, observing this scene, shook his head and picked up a large wooden bowl to continue his meal. Since enhancing his physique, his appetite had significantly increased. Fortunately, when not engaged in strenuous activities, his body would conserve energy, preventing excessive loss. Otherwise, with his extraordinary physique, his consumption would have been 100-fold that of an ordinary person, making mealtime a considerable expense. Reflecting on this, he also appreciated the benefits of military service, particularly in saving on food costs. The primary defense against the northern barbarians for the Dacian Empire lies at Fufeng Pass. The northern region, centered around Fufeng Pass, forms a continuous defensive line stretching over 800 kilometers, with a garrison of approximately 150,000 troops stationed year-round. Even with annual fluctuations, the numbers remain steadfast. This formidable force is divided into 15 legions. Each legion comprises 10,000 soldiers, further divided into 2 subordinate legions of 5,000 each. These subordinate legions are then segmented into numerous battalions, with their numbers ranging from 500 to over 1,000. Typically, the recruits are allocated among the various battalions within their respective legions. Within these battalions, disparities in strength exist, each serving a distinct purpose. Some legions eagerly accept recruits to bolster their weaker battalions, while formidable battalions necessitate a rigorous selection process for new personnel. The current fervor surrounding recruitment in Yunqi City is primarily due to the fact that all newly enlisted soldiers will be assigned to the directly controlled legion of the northern town marquis, Xinjiang. This alone elevates the status of the recruits, rendering them inherently superior to those of other legions. Although all 15 legions stationed at the frontier are under Xinjiang's command, distinctions in treatment naturally arise. Certain benefits will inevitably favor Xinjiang's direct legion. Even in the absence of his explicit instruction, the subordinates would act accordingly. Consequently, the recruitment criteria are notably stringent. In the direct legion of the northern town marquis, even ordinary battalions require a selection process for new members. A day later, following a full day of recruitment, all personnel have been duly registered. The next step involves the allocation of this batch of newly enlisted soldiers. At this moment, representatives from various battalions of Xinjiang's direct legion have convened at the northern camp of Yunqi City. Each individual casts a wary glance at one another. Their expressions dark and foreboding, for the people surrounding them are perceived as adversaries, competitors vying for the same recruits. Chapter 49. Arrangements at the special camp shortly thereafter. A middle-aged man clad in armor yet exuding an air of scholarly refinement entered the tent, holding a tome and accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Lord Zhang. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone in the tent rose respectfully. The middle-aged man, known as Zhang Ci, nodded slightly and took his seat at the head of the table. He was responsible for the recruitment of new soldiers across various camps in Yunqi City and the allocation of these recruits, which accounted for the deference shown to him. After all, incurring his displeasure could result in receiving a contingent of inept soldiers, a circumstance one would undoubtedly find distressing. Zhang Xiai placed the book before him and slowly opened it. Without further ado, he stated, "Yesterday, we conducted recruitment assessments for over 8,000 candidates. Of these, 3,121 were found to possess no cultivation, 238 had cultivation, and 569 bore special skills. In total, we have 3,928 viable recruits." At this juncture, Zhang Xiai lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of those present. Currently, excluding the previously lost soldiers, the main army should number over 8,000. This figure is sufficient to replenish the losses of the entire corps. Now, please report on how many additional soldiers you require. As soon as he finished speaking, an unexpected silence enveloped the tent. Everyone exchanged glances, the only sound being the rhythm of their breathing. Suddenly, one individual stood and declared, "Lord Zhang, I request an additional 200 men for my camp. I do not ask for much. Half should possess cultivation, and the other half may be ordinary soldiers." At this pronouncement, all eyes turned incredulously towards the speaker, their expressions wide with disbelief. They thought, "How greedy can you be, to demand so many for yourself?" In the next moment, another individual rose. "You, with your mere 700 men, dare to claim such a number? Can you truly accommodate them? I argue that your request aligns perfectly with mine. I lead a 1,000-man reinforcement camp and am in dire need of personnel." Quickly, another voice countered from the assembly, "Reinforcement camp? Indeed. Was it not your camp that was nearly overrun by the barbarians? Who was it that came to your aid? You bold enough to demand so many. I shall claim the rest. Are you seeking trouble?" The first individual retorted, "And what of the 300 fine horses you owe me? You simply refuse to repay. Curse you, I have yet to address the matter of you seizing my spoils of war. Well, I took them. So what? Are you prepared to confront me?" At that moment, a cloud of earth inexplicably flew through the air, striking one of the men on the forehead. The atmosphere fell momentarily still. While the impact was not severe, the humiliation was palpable. The camp leader touched the dirt on his forehead, his complexion shifting from green to black, then to crimson. Abruptly, he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "If you dare to lay hands on me, then I shall take no prisoners today." Unperturbed, the opposing camp leader flipped the table, asserting, "Then let us cease all business. I have endured your insolence for far too long." In the blink of an eye, two battalion commanders collided and commenced a fierce scuffle. This outbreak of hostilities seemed to ignite the tempers of the others within the tent, with those allied with one side rushing to assist, while those favoring the other did the same. Thus, a chain reaction ensued, and over 30 tents were soon embroiled in a chaotic brawl. At the main seat, Zhang Xiai sat composedly at the table, even finding the leisure to pour himself a cup of tea. Beside him, his personal guard, unable to contain himself, remarked, "My lord, won't you intervene and offer some words of caution?" Zhang Xiai lifted his gaze, revealing an expression of practiced indifference, and replied, "Intervene? Let them fight. This is how they greet each other every year. A bit of roughhousing has its merits, allowing them to vent a year's worth of grievances and frustrations, so that we may engage in meaningful discussions afterward. Otherwise, do you believe we could resolve this matter in a month's time?" Upon hearing this, the two personal guards were taken aback, realizing there was such wisdom in this approach. After all, to become a battalion commander under the banner of the Duke of Northern Defense, one must possess at least innate capabilities. If a real fight were to ensue, it would not be mere child's play. They noted that the commanders were engaged in genuine close-quarters combat, with no one utilizing their true energy. It seemed they were merely expending their own pent-up ire. Time swiftly passed, and soon half an hour had elapsed. The brawl within the tents was nearing its conclusion. Those eager to continue stood to fight, while those disinterested merely sat on the ground, observing. Finally, when the last two battalion commanders plopped down onto the ground, the tumult subsided. Though their physical altercations ceased, verbal exchanges persisted. "Damn it, who struck so fiercely, leaving a mark on my backside?" one commander exclaimed, as he felt a bite mark on his rear. However, he was silenced upon seeing his opponent, whose chest was marred by two torn patches of clothing, revealing. "Feel free to laugh," the commander with the torn clothing said, regarding the reddened faces of those around him with mild irritation. "Ha ha." At this remark, laughter erupted among the gathered individuals. Each bore some minor injuries, yet nothing of great consequence. At that moment, Zhang Xi's voice cut through the laughter. "Have you all finished? If so, gather your belongings swiftly. Otherwise, do not expect to be called upon again. I shall directly recommend to General Shen that a few battalions be designated separately." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately sprang to their feet to tidy up. Shortly thereafter, all resumed their seats, and the atmosphere in the tent had notably softened from its earlier tension. Enough, Zhang Xi declared, surveying the crowd. Now, let us converse earnestly. Anyone who speaks out of turn shall find themselves expelled. Noticing no one was riled up, he continued, Now, let us begin with the first individual. Before he could finish, the tent flap was suddenly lifted, and a soldier rushed in, swiftly approaching Zhang Xi to whisper something in his ear. After listening, Zhang Xi's expression shifted momentarily before he nodded. Please, let them in. Once the soldier exited, the flap was lifted again, and a young man appearing to be in his early 20s stepped into the tent. As the individuals present beheld the newcomer, they were momentarily taken aback before swiftly rising to their feet. Deputy Captain Qi, what brings you here today? Zhang Xi inquired as he approached. The man clasped his hands in greeting and replied, Master Zhang, I am here on a mission. Oh? What task has General Shen assigned you? Zhang Xi's interest was piqued instantly. The man cast a glance at the others before speaking slowly. I have come to scout a group of potential bodyguards for General Shen. At this revelation, the remaining attendees were taken aback, their expressions darkening. While it was presented as a recruitment endeavor, the reality was that it was a matter of poaching talent. Zhang Xi, however, maintained his composure and asked, I thought General Shen's personal guard was in good standing. Why the sudden need for new recruits? The Qi surname man candidly explained, My master is set to be reassigned soon and will take some individuals with him. Thus, this is a preparatory measure. Oh, Zhang Xi responded, astonished. Why the sudden reassignment? Could it be? Abruptly, a look of shock crossed Zhang Xi's face as he regarded the Qi surname man. Deputy Captain Qi, have you made a breakthrough? The man smiled slightly. I was fortunate enough to break through not long ago. Hiss. Zhang Xi inhaled sharply upon receiving this confirmation. He had heard of this individual's past glories. Named Qi Sheng, he hailed from the prestigious Qi family in the imperial capital and had been renowned as a prodigy in his youth. By the age of 20, he had already become a congenital martial artist, and just recently, he had ascended from mid-congenital to late congenital stage. A 23-year-old in the late congenital stage. It was no wonder his master was being reassigned. This was clearly to pave the way for his disciple. With this thought, Zhang Xi set aside his astonishment and stated, As per General Shen's wishes, you may select your candidates, Deputy Captain Qi. His tone carried a newfound cordiality. A late congenital martial artist at the age of 23 was bound to achieve mastery and perhaps even glimpse the realm of grandmasters. Forming alliances with such individuals could only be beneficial. Moreover, the man was on an official mission, observing Zhang Xi's willingness to cooperate. The other battalion leaders found themselves at a loss for words. Despite his title as deputy captain, this man was part of the personal guard, perpetually at General Shen's side. With a master who was the captain of the guard and a martial artist at the cusp of mastery, individuals of such caliber commanded respect. Not just from these battalion leaders, but even from generals, who would treat him with utmost courtesy, aware that any indiscreet words might reach General Shen's ears. Zhang Xi generously presented a tome from the table to Qi Sheng, who accepted it without hesitation, or rather, felt no need for formality. May I inquire how many potential bodyguards General Shen requires? Zhang Xi asked as Qi Sheng perused the material. My master will likely take 8 personal guards with him. So I require 8 potential bodyguards as well. Are there any promising candidates here for me to consider? Promising candidates, you say? Indeed, there is one that comes to mind. Zhang Xi replied thoughtfully. What constitutes a promising candidate? Merely relying on sheer physical strength, he can effortlessly lift a 500-pound stone with a single arm. Oh. Qi Sheng was equally astonished. If one arm could hoist 500 pounds, then the power of both arms must exceed 1,000 pounds. All stemming from pure physical prowess, he is undoubtedly a remarkable specimen. What is his name? Qi Sheng inquired. Li Dao. Upon hearing this name, Qi Sheng could not help but furrow his brow. Zhang Xi had been keenly observing Qi Sheng and, noticing his reaction, asked, Is there something amiss? Qi Sheng shook his head. Perhaps I am overthinking it. It is likely just a coincidence of names. That debauched scion who sullied Princess Mingwei has already met his demise. This thought brought an inexplicable heaviness to his heart. He recalled how, in his youth, he was struck by the unparalleled beauty of Princess Mingwei when he first beheld her in the imperial capital, a vision that lingered in his mind ever since. His ability to break through to the late innate stage at such a young age was attributed not only to his innate talent, but also to his ambition to elevate his status and draw nearer to Princess Mingwei, even harboring the desire to share a moment of intimacy with her. Yet, before he could establish himself, news of the princess being defiled reached the capital. Had she merely wed, his fury would not have been so profound. Given the emperor's affection for Princess Mingwei, he would undoubtedly find her a suitor of suitable standing, someone of notable rank, and he could accept his defeat gracefully. However, the crux of the matter was that the princess had been sullied, especially by a fallen third-rank earl, a wastrel of no merit. This imbalance gnawed at his heart. In fact, his recent breakthrough to the late innate stage was spurred by his fury upon hearing this news, leading him into a fit of rage that forced him to break through. Fortunately, with the selfless aid of his master, he succeeded. Otherwise, he would now be in dire straits. This intensified his animosity towards Li Dao, the debauched scion. Simultaneously, deep within, there lay a tinge of envy and jealousy. At times, he even thought how fortunate it would be to be that wastrel, even if it meant sacrificing his youthful brilliance. In summary, hearing that name now filled him with discontent, even if it were merely a namesake. After regaining his composure, Qixing further inquired, "His physique is indeed remarkable, a natural strength, but what of his cultivation? Has he practiced?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi recalled the reports from below and frowned. "He has no cultivation. I have heard him claim that he is inherently unable to cultivate." Unable to cultivate? Qixing frowned. "That will not suffice. Sheer strength alone is inadequate to serve as General Shen's personal guard. One must possess cultivation. The guards will receive guidance from both General Shen and myself, enhancing their strength in no time. The Li Dao you mentioned, with his innate strength, is indeed impressive. Yet such strength would only allow him to rival those below the third rank of acquired martial artists. To formally join the personal guard, one must at least be above the third rank of acquired cultivation. Thus, while a slightly inferior physique may be acceptable, exceptional talent for cultivation is imperative. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi could only seek out a new selection of suitable individuals for Qixing. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, and after meticulous scrutiny, he finally identified 8 candidates who would meet Qixing's approval. Holding the list in his hands, Qixing nodded in satisfaction, expressing his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your efforts, Master Zhang." Zhang Xi shook his head, replying, "It is no trouble at all. I am merely serving General Shen." "Very well. I shall return in a few days to collect them," Qixing said, preparing to depart, when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to pause. Observing this, Zhang Xi inquired, "Does Vice Captain Qi have any further matters to address?" Qixing candidly responded, "It is nothing significant. I merely wish to offer a suggestion to you." "Master Zhang." "Oh, what suggestion might that be?" "You previously mentioned a man named Li Dao, who possesses extraordinary strength. Is that correct?" "Indeed. What is on your mind?" Qixing smiled gently, stating, "I believe individuals like him are naturally gifted for the battlefield. Personally, I feel that the challenging environment of the Huasha town garrison would be particularly suited for him. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter." "The Huasha town garrison?" Zhang Xi furrowed his brow, well aware of this particular camp. It is a direct unit under the command of General Shen and is quite unique. Even among the 15,000 troops in Yunzhou, it boasts the highest mortality rate. This does not imply that the camp is weak. On the contrary, in terms of combat capability, Huasha town ranks among the top 10 in the entire region. The high mortality rate is attributed to the fact that most of the soldiers stationed there are those who have erred in other camps or are deemed unruly, resulting in their expulsion. Hence, Huasha town garrison is often referred to as the rebel camp. Within its ranks, approximately 80% are considered troublemakers, while the remaining 20% are the most defiant of them all. In summary, it is a highly contradictory military establishment. Chapter 50. The Pure-Blood Wolf Cub and the Sea Eagle. In the early days when the Yellow Sand Garrison was first established, new recruits were still assigned there. However, as time passed and the garrison became infamously known as the Troublemakers Camp, no more fresh recruits were ever sent there again. Those who ended up in the Troublemakers Camp either assimilated into the ranks of the troublemakers themselves or were tormented to the brink of despair, eventually fleeing back in tears to lodge complaints. In short, the vast majority of soldiers couldn't endure staying there. Initially, many had hoped to reform the Troublemakers Camp. But the problem was that all the troublemakers were cunning. They left no traces of misconduct. Their provocation stayed within the bounds of discipline, never crossing into fatal or crippling harm. It was all just mockery and pranks, leaving no legitimate grounds for punishment. Thus, as time went on, the notoriety of the Troublemakers Camp only grew darker. Now, Qixing's suggestion to send Li Dao there was clearly malicious. Recalling the reaction he had witnessed upon hearing Li Dao's name, Zhang Xi could more or less guess the reason. A flicker of displeasure stirred in his heart. Yet, he couldn't openly oppose it. Qixing had merely made a verbal recommendation. Zhang Xi could refuse, but the consequence would be offending Qixing. On one side stood Qixing, a rising star favored by the Marquis of the Northern Frontier, a prodigious young talent. On the other was Li Dao, a recruit with no status, no background, only extraordinary physical strength but no ability to cultivate. Anyone would know which side to choose. Zhang Xiai was no exception. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to go with the flow. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiai nodded. Understood. The Yellow Sand garrison is short-handed anyway. I suppose he might fit in there. Hearing this, Jixing smiled faintly. It seems Commander Zhang and I share the same sentiment. Your willingness to heed advice is a commendable trait. I'll be sure to mention it to General Shin. Zhang Xiai could only force a polite smile in response. Qi Sheng then turned and left without another word, standing outside the tent. His thoughts drifted to the recruit named Li Dao. Who told you to bear that name? Consider it your misfortune. 2 days later, Li Dao sat in the main hall of his home, flipping through the floating pagoda art of war he had retrieved from the chest. Though he had already memorized its contents entirely, he found that reading from the physical book carried a different weight. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks suddenly echoed at the door. Li Dao set the book aside. Before he could rise, Jiaoer's voice rang out from the courtyard. Coming. Jiaoer opened the door to find an armored soldier standing outside. She blinked in confusion. Who are you? Is this Li Dao's residence? The soldier inquired. Yes. What business do you have with our young master? Li Dao has been successfully enlisted. I'm here to deliver his reporting letter. With that, the soldier handed over a yellow envelope. Oh. Jiaoer's face lit up with realization as she hastily accepted the letter. Once the soldier departed, she closed the door and turned around, only to find her young master already standing in the courtyard. Young master, your reporting letter. Jiaoer hurriedly ran to Li Dao and handed him the envelope. Patting Jiaoer on the head, Li Dao accepted the letter and opened it. The mention of the Huangsha town garrison caught his attention after some contemplation. He realized that he had not encountered this particular camp in the various military encampments he had recently learned about. It was merely an official report, and he presumed it posed no issues. He continued to read the contents, which conveyed that he was required to report to the Huangsha town garrison within 3 days without delay, or he would be treated as a deserter. Suddenly, Li Dao noticed a faint layer of text on the back of the letter. Upon flipping it over, he discovered a line of commentary stating, if unsuitable, one may apply for discharge at the Northern Military Camp 3 days hence. Li Dao furrowed his brow slightly. He could not recall when the army of Deqian had become so accommodating. From his recollection, once one enlisted, it was exceedingly difficult to withdraw. The ancient military did not entertain notions of humane management. Though it was possible to discharge from service without injury, it required tattooing characters on one's face. This was a far cry from the norms of his previous life, where tattoos had become a fashionable trend. In Deqian, unless wanting something positive like loyalty to the nation, tattoos generally indicated that the person was of ill repute or a criminal. Many adorned with fierce tiger tattoos had often done so to cover unsightly earlier markings, for it was uncommon for an ordinary person to willingly undergo such a procedure. Thus, Li Dao found the annotation at the end of the letter rather peculiar. Perhaps it was a new policy from the Northern Marquis subordinates. He did not dwell on this detail. Having adapted to the death row camp, he was confident that a legitimate military camp would present no challenges. If he were to find it unsuitable, then it would be the camp that failed to accommodate him, rather than the other way around. 3 days, he mused, casting a glance at Jiaoer beside him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out to Jiaoer before swiftly exiting. Shortly thereafter, he encountered someone. Ah, guest. We meet again, greeted none other than the pawnshop attendant who had once shown him a property. Li Dao tossed him a piece of broken silver and inquired directly. Have you found what I asked you to look for? The attendant received the silver with an even broader smile. Your matters have been etched in my mind, esteemed guest. I have already procured it for you. You may inspect the goods now. Li Dao was pleasantly surprised by the attendant's efficiency. He had resolved the matter from yesterday in a mere day. Very well, let us proceed to see. Under the attendant's guidance, Li Dao followed him to a secluded alleyway. It was eerily quiet, an ideal setting for nefarious deeds. Sensing the potential discomfort of his guest, the attendant hastily clarified, Please do not take offense, esteemed guest. All dealings here are legitimate. The choice of this location is merely due to the affordable rent. Li Dao nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent. Or rather, it could be said that regardless of whether the other party is virtuous or malevolent, there are only benefits and no drawbacks for him. If the other truly harbors ill intentions, he can only reluctantly accept this gift that comes knocking at his door. Before long, the shopkeeper arrived at a certain chamber. Knock. Knock, knock. After a series of knocks, a voice soon resonated from within. Who is it? It is I. Upon discerning the shopkeeper's voice, the door swung open to reveal a burly one-eyed man, whose appearance suggested he was not of the most reputable character. Upon seeing the shopkeeper, he cast a fleeting glance at Li Dao and inquired, "Is this gentleman a guest? If not, step aside quickly and do not hinder the guest from examining the wares." "Very well." The one-eyed man cleared the path, beckoning, "Come with me, esteemed guest." Before long, the trio arrived at a door in the backyard. The one-eyed man cautioned, "Please stand back a bit." Just as Li Dao was left in a state of confusion, the backyard door creaked open. In the next moment, a multitude of dark shapes surged toward the one-eyed man. Upon closer inspection, Li Dao was taken aback to discover that these shadows were an assortment of animals, cats, dogs, birds, horses, and a hodgepodge of others. The notable aspect was that these animals shared a common trait. Each possessed some form of imperfection. The animals approached the one-eyed man with great enthusiasm, while he, with his rugged visage, displayed an unexpected gentleness, saying, all right, step aside. Do not block the guest's path." Afterward, he turned and sheepishly scratched his head. "My apologies, esteemed guest. They bear no ill will." Li Dao nodded, clearly able to perceive that. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper elucidated, "Do not be misled by his fierce appearance. This fellow is renowned for his soft heart and has a fondness for caring for these little creatures. The reason he is blind in one eye is that he accidentally lost it while trying to save a wild dog." Subsequently, under the continued guidance of the one-eyed man, the trio entered a dwelling. Inside were 2 cages, and as Li Dao stepped in, he was instantly captivated by the contents of the cages. One cage housed 2 young wolf cubs, one entirely black and the other pure white. The white cub lay atop the black one, while the latter, upon noticing the newcomers, became instantly alert, yet refrained from growling, embodying a calm observer. The other cage contained 2 juvenile birds with white feathers accented by hints of black, despite their youth. Their eyes were strikingly sharp. "Is this a sea eagle?" Li Dao exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "You possess a keen eye?" the one-eyed man remarked, regarding the small creatures within the cages. "Not long ago, while traversing the markets, I fortuitously encountered a battle between 2 wild wolves and 2 sea eagles. Ultimately, both sides perished in their struggle. It was amidst their clash that I stumbled upon these 4 little ones, and thus I brought them back." At this point, a hint of reluctance flickered across the one-eyed man's face, yet he continued, "Esteemed guest, what do you think? If you desire them, you may take them with you." Li Dao glanced at the one-eyed man, realizing that he did not genuinely wish to part with them. "Why not keep them for yourself?" The one-eyed man sighed bitterly. There was little he could do. His ventures in trade had left him financially depleted. Though he held a fondness for these creatures, one must prioritize survival, after all. Li Dao nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the 4 little beings before him, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Since he was willing to part with them, they would indeed be his choice. Initially, Li Dao had intended to acquire 2 wolfhounds for protection while also conducting minor experiments. Furthermore, he planned to procure 2 ordinary birds to explore the possibility of cultivating them into tools of communication, akin to falcons. However, he unexpectedly encountered 2 purebred wolf cubs and 2 young sea eagles. Merely judging by their appearances, these 4 little creatures were anything but ordinary. The sea eagle, in particular, was revered as the god of 10,000 eagles. With all preparations in place, the only remaining consideration was whether the precious blood within him could benefit these 4 little beings. Should it prove ineffective, he would have to resort to gradually taming them himself. He could only hope that the effects of the precious blood would exceed his expectations. Success in this experiment would be a prerequisite for contemplating his next steps. After the transaction was complete, with payment exchanged for the goods, Li Dao draped a black cloth over the 2 cages and departed, leaving behind the one-eyed man, who gazed after him with a mixture of reluctance and concern. The shop assistant patted his friend on the back, understanding his unspoken fears. He was apprehensive that this gentleman might not treat the creatures well. The one-eyed man remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Do you not acknowledge the discernment of my judgment? What exactly do you wish to convey?" The innkeeper mused, gazing at the figure disappearing at the end of the alley. "From my perspective, this gentleman is destined for greatness. Those 4 little ones following such a remarkable person are fortunate indeed. They are undoubtedly better off than trailing after someone like you, who is constantly flitting about." The one-eyed dragon snorted dismissively, "Your words are merely eloquent banter. Believe what you will, I am determined to find a way to secure this gentleman's favor." With that parting remark, the innkeeper turned and departed. Secure his favor? The one-eyed dragon lowered his gaze to his legs, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, His legs are not as robust as mine. Soon after, Li Dao returned home. Young master, what is this? Upon his arrival, Jiu'er rushed out, clutching a yuabao. Just wait. And you will find out, replied Li Dao, as he carried 2 cages back to his room. Removing the black cloth from the cages, he drew forth his mysterious iron blade from the table. At the sight of the blade, the 2 wolf cubs and 2 eagles within the cages instantly became alert. The wolf cubs crouched low, while the eagles spread their wings, their 4 eyes fixated intently on the iron blade, filled with excitement. Li Dao shook his head, then. Under the astonished gaze of the 4 little creatures, he struck his arm with the blade. In the next instant, a gash appeared, and he deftly positioned a teacup beneath the wound. Drops of precious blood fell from the injury. After several breaths, as the teacup filled halfway with his invaluable blood, the wound began to heal. That should suffice, Li Dao pondered, gazing into the teacup filled with his lifeblood. Initially, Yuan Bao could only consume 5 drops of the precious blood before it became overwhelmed. The 4 young creatures before me are still in their juvenile stage. Not significantly larger than Yuan Bao was at that age, and their needs should be modest as well. As Li Dao approached the 4 little beings with the cup of precious blood, the 2 wolf cubs with the keenest sense of smell were the first to detect it, their eyes instantly reflecting a glimmer of longing. To Li Dao's astonishment, the pure black wolf cub, although momentarily excited, did not rush forward as Yuan Bao had previously done. Instead, it quickly settled down, its gaze still imbued with a sense of vigilance. In contrast, the pure white wolf cub was different. It yelped and attempted to leap forward, only to be promptly subdued by the pure black cub. The little creature displayed considerable wariness. This indicates that the pure black wolf cub possesses a remarkable demeanor. Meanwhile, the 2 sea eagles, slow to react, also caught the scent of the precious blood. Their resolve was unwavering, their steadfast eyes fixated intently on the teacup. Chapter 51, Transformation Achieved. Encounter with a benefactor. Li Dao Xian approached the 2 wolf cubs, holding a teacup filled with precious blood. The pure black cub immediately became alert, positioning itself protectively in front of its pure white sibling. As Li Dao raised his hand, a deep, menacing growl erupted from the black cub. Quite fierce indeed. Ignoring the warning, Li Dao reached out toward the black cub. With a sudden snap, the black cub bit down on Li Dao's extended hand and shook its head fiercely. Enough of this. Li Dao delivered a sharp blow, stunning the black cub momentarily. Lifting it up, he brought the teacup closer to the cub's mouth. The scent of the precious blood jolted the black cub out of its daze. While it could restrain itself from a distance, the proximity of the blood proved irresistible. Instinctively, it extended its tongue and began to lap at the blood in the cup. After savoring about a third of the precious liquid, it paused, its eyes appearing glazed. And then it collapsed softly into Li Dao's hands. Observing this, Li Dao placed the black cub on the table and waited quietly. After a few minutes, the cub suddenly reacted, its body twitching involuntarily. Soon, the same transformation as before took place, old fur replaced by new, old teeth by new, old claws by new. Concurrently, Li Dao sensed a new connection forming between himself and the black cub. Several minutes later, the black cub finally awakened. This time, instead of the initial ferocity, it regarded Li Dao with an instinctive familiarity, akin to that of a long-treasured pet. Li Dao then beheld the transformed appearance of the black cub. Its previously dull fur now shimmered with a deep, inky sheen. He reached out to touch the cub, noticing that it had grown larger, and more importantly, he could perceive a bloodline evolution akin to that of Yuan Bao, suggesting that its true potential would manifest as it matured. With the successful display of the black cub, Li Dao recognized that his experiment with the precious blood had triumphed. The precious blood could not only transform creatures the size of Yuan Bao, but also larger beings like wolves, albeit requiring a greater quantity of the substance. Contemplating this, he mused on the potential effects of the precious blood on humans. However, this thought was fleeting. There was no suitable subject nearby for experimentation. Certainly, he could not use Jiu'er as a test subject. Next, employing the same method, Li Dao administered precious blood to the pure white cub. Perhaps due to the bond formed with Li Dao, the black cub showed little reaction to his handling of the white cub. Instead, it nudged the white cub, encouraging it to approach Li Dao. Meanwhile, emboldened by the success with the black cub, he brazenly administered precious blood to both of the sea eagles, even allowing one to bleed once more during the process. The 2 golden eagles, perhaps sensing that Li Dao's actions would be advantageous to them, did not resist. Instead, they exhibited remarkable compliance. 5 minutes later, the newly baptized by the precious blood included a wolf cub and 2 golden eagles. The pure white wolf cub, much like its solid black counterpart, had fur that gleamed snow white. In contrast to the aloof and proud demeanor of the black wolf cub, the white wolf cub appeared lively and endearing, daring to leap onto Li Dao's shoulder as a gesture of affection right after its transformation. The two golden eagles, too, underwent significant changes after their metamorphosis. They had grown larger, and their talons became sharper. Most notably, their formerly yellow eyes transformed into a striking gold, endowing them with an extraordinary elegance. Suddenly, the black wolf cub emitted a deep growl towards the two golden eagles. Witnessing this, the white wolf cub joined in, embodying the fierce spirit of wolves. The two golden eagles, confronted with this unexpected hostility, shook their wings in a defensive posture. At that moment, Li Dao recalled the enmity between the two parties, stemming from the death of their parents at each other's hands. Initially, their limited understanding prevented them from expressing hatred overtly. However, after the precious blood baptism, they instinctively grasped that they were indeed adversaries. Now, we are a family. Let us not quarrel, Li Dao spoke soothingly. Since Yuan Bao could comprehend his words, he assumed the four little creatures could as well. To his surprise, however, none of the four displayed a direct response, perhaps clouded by their hatred. In light of this, Li Dao felt compelled to intervene. Suddenly, the wolf cubs and the young golden eagles, previously locked in a standoff, trembled as if startled, turning their gazes toward Li Dao. In that instant, the figure they had regarded with affection transformed into a formidable predator, radiating hostility towards them. Faced with such animosity from someone they had come to trust, the four little ones quickly relented. The two wolf cubs crouched down, whimpering, while the golden eagles lowered their proud necks in submission. Seeing this, Li Dao reined in his own ferocity, extending his hand to gently tap each of the four on their heads. I believe your parents would not have wished for you to follow in their tragic footsteps of mutual destruction. Henceforth, let there be harmony among you. Should any discord arise, I shall be forced to intervene. Li Dao spoke earnestly to the four creatures. Noticing their lack of response, he raised an eyebrow and deepened his tone, urging, if you understand, give a sound. With pitiful and helpless cries, the four creatures responded, whimper, chirp. Satisfied with their compliance, Li Dao nodded approvingly. Enough of this pity. Let us venture outside and familiarize ourselves with the world. In the courtyard, Jiu'er was watering flowers with Yuan Bao, her attention fixated on Li Dao's door, curious about what her young master had brought back. As the door creaked open, she immediately lifted her head to see. Young master, who were these for? Jiu'er observed the astonished expressions of the four little ones, but soon her face brightened with affection. After undergoing the baptism of precious blood, the already charming quartet had experienced a remarkable enhancement in their appearance, becoming irresistibly delightful. Today, upon setting out, she had just acquired a white wolf cub, which would serve as her companion and guardian while he was away in the army. As for the majestic sea eagle, if she ever missed him, it could deliver messages on his behalf. Initially, Li Dao had intended to keep both wolf cubs at home. However, he soon realized that the temperament of the pure black cub was ill-suited for guarding. He contemplated bringing it along when reporting for duty, as the military had not expressly prohibited the keeping of wolves. Thank you, young master, Jiu'er said, her eyes glistening with emotion upon realizing that everything was done for her sake. Li Dao gently tousled the little girl's hair, feeling a pang of affection for the sole companion left by his side. Suddenly, Jiu'er asked, young master, do they have names? Not yet, just like Yuan Bao. You may name them, he replied. Thank you, young master. Jiu'er turned to the four little ones, starting with the pure black cub on the left. Since we have one black and one white, let's simply name them Xiaohong and Xiaobai. For the others, the one that is black with a hint of white shall be called Bai Qian, and the one that is white with a touch of black shall be named Ma Qian. What do you think, young master? Xiaohong and Xiaobai exchanged confused glances. Hearing her suggestions, Li Dao assessed the four little ones and nodded in agreement. That seems fitting. He then addressed the little ones. Have you all remembered your names? Xiaohong and Xiaobai let out weak whines, while Bai Qian and Ma Qian appeared spirited and evidently pleased with their names. A day later, outside the alley, Li Dao held the reins of his steed while Jiu'er followed closely behind, her face a mask of reluctance. It's time to go back. You needn't see me off any further, he said softly, glancing back at her. Young master, I will be waiting for your return at home, Jiu'er replied, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. A capable woman should never make things difficult for a man. Li Dao nodded, placing Xiaohong into a pouch on the side of the horse before mounting. Giddy up. Without further hesitation, he cracked the whip, and the horse galloped away, leaving Jiu'er watching with a heavy heart. After all, serving in the army would come with breaks. It was not as if he would be gone forever. so there was no need for excessive sorrow. Before long, Li Dao arrived at the military camp in the northern part of the city, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. According to the recruitment regulations, once enlisted, soldiers would be assigned to a specific camp. If they preferred not to travel alone, they could seek out local recruiting offices to find a convoy heading to their designated camp. As Li Dao led his horse through the throngs of convoys, he searched for one heading to Huasha town. After a brief period, he furrowed his brow slightly. Despite having encountered dozens of convoys, he could not find one bound for the Huasha town camp. In his confusion, he approached a guard and, producing his enlistment letter, inquired, "Excuse me, brother, I am a new recruit. Could you please tell me where I might find the convoy to Huasha town camp?" Huasha town camp? The guard soldier was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Li Dao. "Are you the new recruit assigned to the Yellow Sand Town garrison? Is there a problem?" The guard momentarily fell silent, about to speak, but suddenly recalling certain directives from the previous day. He promptly halted his words and replied, "There are no convoys heading to the Yellow Sand Town garrison from here." "Why is that?" "Because it is rather remote, with a complex terrain." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Li Dao's expression shifted slightly as he continued to inquire. "Then how am I to reach the Yellow Sand Town garrison?" "Simply ride there on horseback." Li Dao nodded, comprehending the situation. After saying this, he turned to depart. Watching Li Dao walk a distance away, the guard muttered to himself, "What an unfortunate fellow. Being assigned to the Yellow Sand Town garrison. I wonder who he has offended." Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Li Dao's ears perked up, and an unsettling expression crossed his face. What could be so peculiar about the Yellow Sand Town garrison that it led others to believe he had incurred someone's displeasure? As a newcomer, he had never clashed with anyone, so how could he have offended anyone? However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Regardless of what the Yellow Sand Town garrison entailed, he had to report there. Otherwise, if discovered, he would be branded a deserter. Yet, time was still ample, allowing him to gather some information about the Yellow Sand Town garrison. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao found the innkeeper he had encountered just the day before, inside a tea house. Upon meeting, the innkeeper warmly greeted him as he took a seat. "I came to inquire about a place." "What place? Have you heard of the Yellow Sand Town garrison?" Upon hearing this, the innkeeper chuckled. "Of course, it's the legendary Prickly Camp." "Prickly Camp?" Li Dao raised an eyebrow, tossing a piece of silver into the innkeeper's hand. "Please elaborate." Receiving the silver, the innkeeper enthusiastically began to explain. With the innkeeper's narration, the so-called Yellow Sand Town garrison gradually took shape in Li Dao's mind. Danger, chaos, bloodshed. The more he listened, the more intrigued he became. Who had such an exquisite taste as to assign him to such a place? For ordinary soldiers, the Yellow Sand Town garrison could very well be an unwelcoming environment. However, for him, among the numerous military camps in Yunzhou, there was no better destination than the Yellow Sand Town garrison. Offending someone? Being forced to the Yellow Sand Town garrison? No. This was not a matter of offending anyone. It was clearly an encounter with a benefactor. If he were to discover who had deliberately arranged for him to be sent to the Yellow Sand Town garrison, he would genuinely owe them his gratitude. This was also why he had been unaware of the Yellow Sand Town garrison's reputation. Had he known, he would have willingly gone there without needing an assignment. Having gathered sufficient information, Li Dao felt reassured. After concluding his inquiry, the innkeeper couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you have a friend assigned to the Yellow Sand Town garrison?" Li Dao took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "Not a friend." "Then who is it?" "It's me." "Ah." And with that, he departed. Without waiting for the innkeeper's reaction, Li Dao had already turned and descended the stairs. Soon, from the second floor, the innkeeper observed the figure of Li Dao riding away into the distance. Scratching his head in confusion, he pondered why it seemed that this nobleman, who should have found himself in such an uncomfortable situation in a place like Huasha town, appeared to be so eager to depart. Chapter 52. A challenge? Within a 20-kilometer radius outside Fufeng Pass, all land falls under the domain of the Great Qian. Beyond this, there exists a 10-kilometer buffer zone, jointly governed by the northern barbarians and Great Qian, where most of their conflicts transpire. At the edge of this buffer zone lies a small town engulfed in yellow sands, aptly named Yellow Sand Town. Inside a tent of the Yellow Sand Town garrison, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall with a full beard, named Zhao Tong, serves as the commander of the garrison. At this moment, he gazes incredulously at a letter in his hand. What is this? A new recruit has been assigned this year? Over the years, Yellow Sand Town has only seen those who have erred and been punished. When have newcomers ever arrived of their own accord? Soon, Zhao Tong deduces the situation, muttering to himself that it seems the new soldier has offended someone. After a brief contemplation, he calls out, Come here. At his command, a soldier enters the tent. Boss, what is the matter? The soldier, displaying a casual demeanor, addresses him directly. Zhao Tong is not taken aback by this attitude. Rather, it embodies the typical rapport between the soldiers of Yellow Sand Town and their superiors. With a chuckle, Zhao Tong instructs, inform the others that we have a newcomer this year. They should all be mindful not to frighten him. Meanwhile, having gathered the necessary information at the tea house, Li Dao rides towards the fabled Yellow Sand Town. He departs from Yunqi City and, after half a day, catches sight of Fufeng Pass, one of the 6 renowned passes of Great Qian. However, pressed for time, he continues on without pausing to admire the view, pushing onward to Yellow Sand Town. By the following dawn, he muses, this must be the place. From atop his horse, he gazes at the distant dusty town, spurring his mount towards it. On the other side, patrolling the walls of Yellow Sand Town, several soldiers are on duty. Despite the town's notorious reputation for its unruly inhabitants, the soldiers adhere to certain rules. Otherwise, it could not have persisted through the years. Li Dao, with no attempt at concealment, is readily spotted by the patrolling guards as he approaches. Recalling their leader's words from the previous day, the soldiers quickly grasp that a newcomer has arrived. It must be the newcomer, right? Who else would venture alone to this desolate place? What should we do? Should we call for help? One asks. No need to summon anyone. Since he is a newcomer, let us teach him the ropes to ensure he adapts smoothly, another replies. True, if we call for others, we might miss our chance. After their discussion, the 2 soldiers eagerly await the newcomer. Moments later, Li Dao finally arrives at the gates of Yellow Sand Town. One of the soldiers on the wall calls out, who goes there? Although they have their suspicions, the formalities must be observed. Li Dao retrieves his letter of assignment, declaring, a new recruit has come to enlist. A new recruit? A soldier stroked his chin with a look of suspicion. Our Yellow Sand Fort garrison hasn't seen new recruits in years. You're not trying to deceive us, are you? Li Dao raised an eyebrow. He was well acquainted with the enlistment procedures. Once a recruit's identity was verified, their documents were promptly dispatched to their assigned post. There was no scenario where a recruit arrived before their records. Clearly, this so-called troublemaker battalion was testing him. Without showing any reaction, he simply picked up his enlistment letter and stated calmly, the seal on this document confirms my identity. Seal? Another soldier on the wall pretended to glance down before shrugging. Apologies, my eyesight's poor. Can't make it out. Unfazed, Li Dao replied evenly, then, may I ask, what would you suggest I do? The first soldier spread his hands. That's your problem to solve, not ours. The second added mockingly, or you could go back and fetch someone to vouch for you. Just don't take longer than 3 days, otherwise you'll be labeled a deserter. That would be troublesome. Li Dao studied them for a moment, then whistled sharply into the sky. A piercing cry answered as a sleek black shadow dove from above. At the last instant, it halted midair and alighted gracefully on his shoulder. The shadow was none other than Bai Qian, the young eagle he had raised, though still a fledgling. Its bloodline enhancement made it fiercer than most full-grown raptors. Deliver the letter, Li Dao commanded. Bai Qian snatched the enlistment letter in its beak, soared over the 2 soldiers, and dropped it, along with an unexpected gift. One soldier instinctively caught the falling envelope. A moment later, a white liquid splattered onto his forehead. Wiping it away, he recoiled at the pungent stench. His face twisted in fury. You little, silence. The other soldier snapped. Remember the rules. The first man stiffened, exhaling sharply to compose himself, though his expression remained thunderous. From below the wall, Li Dao called up, can you see clearly now? Without glancing at the letter, the soldier sneered. Crystal clear. So what? Then may I enter? Afraid not. We don't have that authority, the soldier replied icily. We're on patrol duty, not gatekeeping. And as luck would have it, the gate guards are resting heatstroke, you see. The next shift arrives in 3 hours. So either wait, or let yourself in. Their retaliation was unmistakable. Having been provoked, they were determined to make him suffer. They possessed that patience, yet Li Dao lacked such fortitude. Thus, he inquired about the meaning of opening the door himself. Upon hearing Li Dao express such intent, the soldier revealed a mischievous grin and candidly remarked that the city gate of Huasha town differed from ordinary gates. It opened upwards. To operate the gate, one could either utilize the internal mechanism to lift it or employ sheer brute strength to raise it. Upon hearing this, Li Dao cast a glance at the gate of Huangsha town. He discovered that it was not like the typical double-opening gates. Rather, it was constructed from numerous solid wooden stakes reinforced with iron plates, with a gap at the top to accommodate the door, and sharp wooden points embedded into the ground at the bottom, allowing it to indeed be lifted. Observing the two soldiers on the wall, Li Dao led his horse towards the gate. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. Could this new recruit be foolish enough to genuinely attempt to lift the city gate? Curious to see, they thought, why not take a closer look? If he truly intended to raise the gate, they would have ample amusement at his expense. As Li Dao approached the gate, the two guards descended from the wall, through the square gap in the center of the gate. He noticed the two soldiers, but chose to disregard their presence, not questioning why they had abandoned their posts. He scrutinized the gate before him, knocked on it, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded. It was evident that this gate had been crafted using a special technique. Although made of wood, its weight was undoubtedly substantial. Simultaneously, the two soldiers on the opposite side observed Li Dao's serious demeanor and were momentarily taken aback. It appeared that he was indeed intent on trying. Let him try. They mused. They had already spoken their minds. However, this young man seemed genuinely inexperienced. A little challenge like this might overwhelm him, especially when faced with the seasoned veterans inside. What if, just what if, he actually succeeded in lifting the gate? One soldier declared, in that case, I would kneel and acknowledge him as my father. The other soldier smacked his forehead, realizing the absurdity of his companion's thoughts. How could anyone lift that gate alone? If he manages to do it, I shall recognize him as my grandfather, and I would perform the utmost reverence. While they debated, Li Dao had already prepared himself. He patted the gate and then removed the upper half of his clothing, anticipating potential damage. With his shirt gone, Li Dao, previously appearing slender, revealed a physique of perfectly sculpted muscles, exuding an aura of raw strength. Positioning himself before the gate, he slightly crouched, placing his hands under a sturdy horizontal beam. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, lift. In the next moment, he summoned the strength from his waist and legs, along with his arms. Under immense pressure, his muscles visibly swelled, and a network of veins surfaced upon his skin. With a creaking sound, the once motionless door began to tremble, dust cascading from the crevices above, accompanied by the sound of wood grinding against wood. Could it be? In close proximity to the door, two soldiers stood frozen, their expressions rigid. What manner of newcomer was this? How could he possibly shake a door weighing 5,000 pounds? Even merely causing it to tremble was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yet, their astonishment was only beginning, as Li Dao gradually exerted more strength. The door quivered and slowly began to move. Ultimately, under the weight of his formidable power, it rose higher and higher. After a few breaths, the wooden door was lifted to the level of his neck. However, this elevation was insufficient. While he could pass through, his horse could not. And he certainly preferred not to bow his head while entering, especially in the presence of two stubborn individuals. Lifted, Li Dao released the full measure of his strength once more, thrusting the 5,000-pound door overhead. The astonishment did not cease there. Ensuring the door's stability, Li Dao suddenly withdrew one hand, opting to elevate the door with a single arm. One must admit, the 5,000-pound door was indeed heavy. The exertion of one arm finally brought him a hint of pressure, that it was manageable. He extended his other hand to grasp the reins of his horse, guiding it into the entrance. Observing this scene, Li Dao then stepped back, gently lowering the door. With a resounding crash, the door struck the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The door did not merely fall, it also landed heavily upon the hearts of the two stubborn soldiers. In the wake of the tremendous noise, both men felt their legs weaken. Faced with Li Dao's formidable presence, their bravado dissipated. Dressed and leading his horse, Li Dao approached the two soldiers. Suddenly, with a thud, they knelt before him. Father, grandfather, exclaimed one soldier, immediately bowing his head in reverence. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, puzzled by their behavior. The soldier who called him father explained, I stated earlier, if you can lift the door, I shall acknowledge you as my father. And what of him? He said if you lifted the door, he would recognize you as his grandfather, complete with the traditional 3 bows and 9 knocks. Upon uttering this, the soldier who had called Li Dao father felt no sense of loss. Despite his claim, he had a companion who referred to the same man as grandfather. All things considered, he was certainly not at a disadvantage. Li Dao candidly remarked, I did not hear that earlier. In truth, there was no need for such antics. The soldier shook his head, asserting that in the barracks of Huasha town, one S word was one S bond. To contradict oneself would be an embarrassment. Isn't it said that you are all stubborn? Being stubborn pertains to our mistakes and refusal to accept discipline. It is an entirely different matter regarding how to conduct oneself. Li Dao was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had presumed that the ruffians in the barracks of Huasha town were merely a band of unruly soldiers, yet upon closer inspection, they appeared to deviate from his expectations. The soldier beside him, having finished his bow, swiftly rose to his feet. "You've got some nerve, rookie." "I'll remember this incident," he remarked, his bravado returning after a brief moment of shock. Li Dao, slightly startled, then chuckled softly. "All right, I shall remember you too." A smirk played on his lips. For reasons unknown, the soldier who had just boasted suddenly felt a pang of insecurity upon hearing his words. At that moment, he noticed a hand reaching out towards him. "What are you doing? Don't think I'm afraid of you," the soldier exclaimed, instinctively taking a step back. His demeanor wary. With a calm smile, Li Dao replied, "I merely seek my report letter." Upon hearing this, the soldier's expression froze, and a flush of embarrassment crept across his face as he recalled his earlier reaction. Here, he stammered, hastily tossing the letter back to Li Dao before turning on his heel and scampering away, evidently aware of his own humiliation. Li Dao then turned his gaze towards another soldier. "Might I trouble you to escort me to the commander for my official registration?" he inquired. The soldier, feeling somewhat obliged due to Li Dao's demeanor, reluctantly conceded, "Considering you seem decent enough, I'll take it upon myself to assist you." With that, he stepped forward to lead the way, clearly having been somewhat impressed by Li Dao's demeanor. Chapter 53. The Northern Barbarians attacked the camp. Pursuit situated near the buffer zone between the Great Qian and the Northern Barbarians, Huangsha town, though merely a settlement, resembled the long-vanished Changgu town, devoid of any civilians and instead occupied solely by the stubborn camp. Consequently, every individual encountered along the way was a soldier from the stubborn camp. Say, Schwebing. Who is this? A fresh face I've never seen before. Several soldiers suddenly obstructed the path, smirking with an air of mischief. One soldier, seemingly struck by a thought, exclaimed, "He must be the new recruit the chief mentioned." Another soldier scrutinized Li Dao from head to toe, jesting, "Schwebing has tea gone soft, has he? This newcomer looks completely unruffled." Unbeknownst to them, Schwebing was feeling quite anxious, not for Li Dao, but for the soldiers before him. The nature of this newcomer was still uncertain. Should a scuffle ensue, these fellows might find themselves in dire straits. Therefore, he quickly intervened, urging the eager soldiers, "Mind your own business. This person is different. I need to take him to meet the commander." Upon hearing this, the soldiers instantly grew displeased. "It doesn't matter who he is. Once he arrives in Huangsha town, he is just like everyone else," one soldier grumbled irritably. At that moment, Schwebing shared their sentiment of discontent. He adopted a stern demeanor, asserting, "You can do as you please. But that must wait until I've introduced him to the commander." Internally, he thought, "Once the introduction is over, I'll make my exit, and then it will be none of my concern." Ultimately, Schwebing successfully rescued Li Dao from the clutches of the soldiers. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the tent of the commander, Zhao Tong. "You wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and explain the situation to the commander." With that, Schwebing entered the tent alone. Inside, Zhao Tong was sharpening his blade. Upon noticing someone enter, he grumbled, "Schwebing, you again? Abandoning your post, are you? Do you wish to be confined?" Schwebing forced a wry smile. "Chief, I'm here for a reason." "What is it? Speak quickly, then get back to your duty." Zhao Tong snapped. "Chief, the new recruit you mentioned has reported in." "A new recruit?" Zhao Tong paused as if a thought struck him and irritably questioned. "You didn't ruin the new recruit, did you? Is that why you've come here to plead for mercy? I told you to be mindful of your conduct." "You all," Schwebing, with a dark expression, interrupted, "Chief, can you just hear me out? What is there to say? What more is there?" Zhao Tong retorted angrily, "I've already warned you all to behave. At this rate, how will we recruit new soldiers in the future?" Unable to restrain himself, Schwebing muttered, "Recruit? Who in their right mind would want to come to this dreadful place?" Zhao Tong perked up, eyes widened. "What did you just say?" Schwebing shrank back, hastily continuing, "All right, Chief, can you let me clarify everything?" Just as Schwebing was about to recount the entire situation, a sudden commotion arose outside the tent. Report. In the next moment, a soldier entered the tent, half kneeling with clasped fists, exclaiming, "Boss, those barbaric hordes from the north have come again. Damn it." Zhao Tong slammed the table in frustration. Do these barbarians never take a break? What amusement do they find in running back and forth every day? The soldier, observing his furious commander, quietly inquired, "Boss, what should we do now?" Zhao Tong shot him a glare. "What else can we do? Gather the men, for heaven's sake. This time, let them come and never return." With that, he walked over to a nearby rack and retrieved his armor. Noticing Schwebing still present, he frowned and said, "What are you doing here, kid? Hurry up and call for reinforcements." "Boss, the new recruit." Before Schwebing could finish, Zhao Tong interrupted him. "What new recruit? once they arrive here. They are my soldiers. If they're being bullied, take them along and let them vent their frustrations on the barbarians. We'll deal with the aftermath once they survive the battlefield. He began donning his armor, disregarding Xuebing entirely. Xuebing, with a wry smile, recalled the new recruit's earlier display of strength. He couldn't possibly perish. Who could withstand a single arm lifting a 5,000-pound gate? However, for them, having a formidable ally was indeed a source of reassurance. Outside the tent, Li Dao stood. Observing his soldiers suddenly emerge from the other tents, a look of confusion on their faces. At that moment, Xuebing stepped out of the tent. What is happening? With his heightened senses, he was acutely aware of various unnecessary sounds and scents, prompting him to suppress his senses most of the time, only to open them when necessary. Thus, he was oblivious to the surrounding events. Barbarians are disturbing the camp, Xuebing stated plainly. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What should I do now? Xuebing replied. The boss wants you to accompany us to the battlefield first. We will discuss subsequent matters after we deal with these barbarians. Upon hearing this, Li Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a stroke of fortune to encounter such a thrilling scenario so soon after reporting for duty. Xuebing, noticing Li Dao's silence, assumed he was dissatisfied with the arrangement, as it was uncommon for someone to be thrust into battle before officially reporting. He explained, "That's just how things are in the Huasha camp. If you're not used to it, wait, what are you doing?" Seeing Li Dao already mounted on a horse, Xuebing was bewildered. Li Dao, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you say we were going to the battlefield?" Xuebing responded, "I meant to ask why you were so eager." However, with time slipping away, they could not afford to linger, as that would be a dereliction of duty. Thus, he hurriedly led out a horse from the nearby stable and said, "Follow me." And so, the two men, each on horseback, swiftly joined the throng leaving Huasha town. Meanwhile, in the buffer zone near the Huasha camp, hundreds of northern barbarian cavalrymen roamed restlessly, a sight that ignited the fury of the two soldiers assigned to guard duty. "Damn it, it's those wretched scoundrels again. I truly wish to charge at them," one soldier could not help but exclaim. "Hold on. They have not yet crossed the buffer zone. We cannot act rashly," another soldier, though equally infuriated, interjected with a touch of reason. According to the regulations established by both the Great Qian and the northern barbarians, no conflict should arise within the buffer zone. Should one side take the initiative to strike, it would lead to a cascade of complications. An attack is only permissible once the opposing force crosses the warning line. This is precisely why the several hundred northern barbarian cavalrymen act with such audacity. If we were to engage, they would have the pretext to target the Great Qian garrison stationed at the border, resulting in a protracted dispute that would only further disadvantage Great Qian. Some might argue that Great Qian could employ similar tactics to harass the northern barbarians. However, if it were that effective, it would be another matter. The northern barbarians are renowned for their superior horses, with the majority of Great Qian's steeds acquired through trade with them. It is common knowledge that one keeps the finest for oneself. In comparison to the mounts of Great Qian's soldiers, those of the northern barbarians are decidedly more exceptional. This disparity renders it exceedingly difficult for Great Qian's cavalry to keep pace with their northern counterparts, who can easily outmaneuver them. Moreover, a most vexing concern arises from the necessity for Great Qian to remain vigilant against their actions. Everyone is aware that certain northern barbarian tribes harbor animosity towards Great Qian. Intentions are currently at a boiling point. A moment's inattention could present an opportunity for the northern barbarians, leading to not just minor troubles but colossal dilemmas. Though the soldiers stationed at the Huangsha camp are brash, they can quickly organize themselves. Within the span of half a stick of incense, under the leadership of General Zhao, a contingent of cavalry from Huangsha camp galloped towards the warning line. Li Dao also mounted his horse, joining the ranks. Upon spotting the distant northern barbarian cavalry, his eyes lit up. The cavalry's movements stirred up a cloud of dust, allowing the northern barbarians to swiftly notice General Zhao's approaching reinforcements. Witnessing this, the leading northern barbarian commander grinned widely and called out to his subordinates, "You lot, run with all your might." A cacophony of cheers erupted as the northern barbarian commander led his troops towards the Great Qian warning line, crossing it in the blink of an eye. These bastards, employing the same tactic again. General Zhao's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. He waved his hand decisively, commanding, "After them. Ensure as many remain within Great Qian's borders as possible." The formation pivoted and surged after the northern barbarian cavalry. Observing this scene, the northern barbarian riders cheered more fervently, laughing uproariously while taunting the pursuing cavalry of Huasha camp. Unfortunately for them, their horses were not as swift as those of the northern barbarians, relegating them to a constant game of cat and mouse. Once the northern barbarians grew weary of their antics, they would dart back into the buffer zone, leaving Great Qian helpless. Yet, they could not afford to let the northern barbarians linger within their territory. Seeing this unfold, Li Dao furrowed his brow. Could it be that this was the only way to pursue them? Beside him, Shui Bing let out a bitter chuckle. What can we do? None of us fears a head-on clash, but after suffering losses in a few direct confrontations, they switched to these underhanded tactics. Can't we set up an ambush in advance? Advance? How? Shui Bing shook his head. They strike at random times themselves. Besides, ours is the only major camp in this vicinity. We can't coordinate with other camps to encircle them. All we can do is drag this out. Hearing this, Li Dao gazed at the distant northern barbarian cavalry. Lost in thought, not far from both forces, a stretch of rocky desert emerged, within which lay a gorge situated in the territory of Deqian. The gorge spanned 10 li in length. Once entered, the only way back to the buffer zone was to traverse its entirety. At the forefront, the northern barbarian leader led the way, flanked by his deputy, who grinned and asked, "Boss, what is the plan this time? Thinking of using the gorge?" The leader smirked confidently. Of course. Deqian's horses are no match for ours in speed. No matter how skilled they are, what good will it do them? Playing on the plains is dull. Let us make it a real challenge. Riding through this gorge will test not just speed, but horsemanship. Crushing them in both would be far more satisfying. With that, he swept his gaze over his subordinates and declared, "If any of you get caught in that gorge today, you'd better fall on your own blade. Losing in horsemanship would disgrace the bear god and betray the king's faith in you." Understood. The northern barbarian cavalry brimmed with confidence, utterly assured of their riding prowess, or perhaps they simply held Deqian's forces in contempt. Under their leader's command, the northern barbarians slowed their pace as they approached the gorge's entrance. Only when Zhao Tong's pursuing force drew near did he crack his whip, leading the entire cavalry charge into the gorge. From behind, Zhao Tong witnessed the maneuver. A centurion at his side spoke up, "Commander, looks like those barbarians are luring us into the gorge. Could it be a trap?" Zhao Tong's eyes remained fixed on the vanishing riders at the gorge's mouth. The memory of their relentless harassment in recent days flashed through his mind, igniting a surge of fury. Trap or not, I do welcome a straight fight with them. He growled, then barked orders with the authority of a seasoned troublemaker. "You lot of scoundrels, move your asses. Anyone who lags gets the whip when we return." Far from deterred, the unruly soldiers only grew more exhilarated by the command, a testament to who had influenced whom. At the rear of the cavalry, Li Dao observed the scene with astonishment. So this is the infamous troublemaker battalion. Truly extraordinary. Soon, the unit reached the gorge's entrance. Without hesitation, Zhao Tong spurred his horse forward, charging in headlong. His unshakable bravado electrified his men, filling them with a frenzied zeal. As they approached the canyon, Li Dao abruptly pulled on the reins, halting the horse. This unexpected action left Shui Bing momentarily stunned, prompting him to question, "Why have you stopped?" Li Dao glanced up at the towering cliffs on either side of the canyon and replied, "If we continue this chase, we will surely fail to catch the northern barbarian cavalry. Therefore, I intend to seek an alternate route." "An alternate route?" Shui Bing exclaimed, bewildered. "There is no other path. This is the only way." In response, Li Dao shook his head and stated, "In truth, there exists no path. It is through frequent passage that a way is forged." He dismounted and retrieved a box from his horse's back. Shui Bing, witnessing this, was taken aback. "What are you planning to do?" he inquired. Li Dao candidly urged, "You should leave first and not concern yourself with me." Before Shui Bing could voice his objections, he saw Li Dao spring into action, leaping effortlessly toward the canyon's wall, ascending several meters at a time. Without pausing, he continued to scale the heights until he vanished from sight above the canyon. Shui Bing stood agape, astonished. Could this be the route he spoke of? Suddenly, glancing at the horse still snorting beside him, he shouted toward the canyon's summit, "Brother, your horse." Chapter 54. The lone roadblock. Li Dao relied on sheer strength and soon leapt to the highest point of the canyon. Gazing along the fissures of the canyon, he spotted the North Barbarians' cavalry charging ahead, pursued closely by the cavalry of Huangsha Town. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, the chances of Huangsha Town's cavalry catching up were slim. The distance would only continue to widen. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the farthest end of the canyon. Surely, they could be overtaken. With this thought in mind, Li Dao, carrying his box, began to sprint towards the canyon's end. As he quickened his pace, he found himself moving faster and faster, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, outpacing even horseback riders. This was precisely why he had forsaken his mount to pursue alone. At his current speed, scarcely any creature could match him. Within the canyon, the North barbarian leader and his cavalry weaved skillfully through the terrain. The scattered stones on the canyon floor posed no obstacle for them, as they effortlessly dodged past. Observing the Dacian cavalry trailing behind yet failing to catch up, the group erupted into laughter. "Are you lot from Dacian not putting in enough effort? Why do you run so slowly?" One taunted. "Is that truly the extent of your capabilities? How dare you compete with us on the plains? I suggest you scurry back home and leave this grassland to us North barbarians." Their banner echoed loudly, magnified by the canyon. Even amidst the clatter of hooves, Zhao Tong and his companions could hear it distinctly, their frustration boiling over, yet they felt powerless to retaliate. "Damn it, if I ever catch them, I'll tear their mouths off." Zhao Tong cursed under his breath. As they continued their swift passage, the North barbarian leader suddenly spotted a glimmer not far ahead. Realizing they had reached the canyon's exit, "Ha ha ha, it seems the Dacian folks have played us for fools again." He laughed heartily. "Well then, our mission for today is complete. It's time to head back and let those behind entertain themselves." Indeed, the surrounding North barbarians echoed, their laughter ringing out. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong and his men soon discovered the exit was just ahead, their expressions darkening. If the North barbarians managed to escape, capturing them would become increasingly difficult. This thought left Zhao Tong feeling restless, as if his energy had nowhere to go. As the exit drew nearer, the North barbarians instinctively urged their horses to gallop forward. However, at that moment, with a thunderous roar, a deafening sound erupted above the canyon's exit. In the next instant, a cascade of rubble began to rain down from above. The North barbarian leader, who had just reached this point, instantly paled. "Fall back," he commanded urgently. The surrounding North barbarians quickly reacted, retreating in unison. A tumult of stones and dirt continued to tumble down, swiftly forming a small slope just ahead, blocking their path. Upon regaining his composure, the leader of the northern barbarians observed the situation with keen eyes, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Although the path had been partially obstructed, it remained passable for their horses. Had it been entirely blocked, they would have been compelled to confront the enraged soldiers of the Great Qian behind them. The mere thought of the injuries sustained during their previous encounters sent a shiver down his spine. Casting a glance at the advancing cavalry of the Great Qian, he feared that any delay could lead to dire consequences. He promptly issued the command for all to hasten their retreat from the canyon, urging them not to be overtaken. Upon hearing his orders, the northern barbarian cavalry grasped the gravity of their predicament and wasted no time. The foremost riders ascended the steep incline with determined speed, closely followed by their comrades. Just as the leading cavalrymen neared the summit of the slope, a sudden commotion echoed from above. Instinctively, the northern barbarians looked up, only to witness a shadowy figure plummeting from the canyon's edge. With a resounding crash, the scene unfolded. A figure fortuitously cast its shadow atop the steep slope, obstructing the path of the northern barbarian cavalry. Coughing softly, Li Dao waved away the dust before his eyes, gazing at the assembly of northern barbarian horsemen and exhaling in relief. He murmured to himself, "Fortunately, I made it in time. Had they escaped, I would likely have been restless throughout the night." The leader of the northern barbarians, startled by the sudden appearance of the stranger, instinctively inquired, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao chuckled lightly and said, "At such a time, you still have the leisure to inquire about my identity?" Seeing this, the northern barbarian leader clearly understood that the other party had come to stir trouble. As the sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly distinct, he realized there was no time to wait. Regardless of who stood before them now, anyone blocking their path must die. Without hesitation, he issued the command, "Kill him. Charge through." Upon hearing the command, the foremost cavalry of the northern barbarians no longer hesitated, decisively charging towards Li Dao. Witnessing this scene, Li Dao offered a slight smile. He reached for the black iron blade at his waist, casting it aside, and opened a nearby chest to reveal the dragon-patterned halberd within. As he caressed the shaft of the halberd, Li Dao murmured to himself that it was time to test this unparalleled technique. When the first northern barbarian cavalryman rushed forward, he swiftly drew his curved blade to strike. In the next instant, a piercing sound resonated through the air. The unfortunate cavalryman was hoisted into the air by the long halberd. A copious amount of blood cascaded down to the ground. Simultaneously, Li Dao discovered another remarkable aspect of the dragon-patterned halberd. It did not bleed. The blood did not trickle down the shaft. With a resounding thud, Li Dao brandished his spear, sending the corpse flying through the air. The long-forgotten sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. One enemy slain, Attributes gained, 0. 23. Observing the bewildered Baiman cavalry, Li Dao beckoned them closer with a flick of his hand. The expression of the Baiman captain, once lost in thought, darkened instantly. All of you charge. I refuse to believe that he alone can withstand our numbers. Kill. Amidst the resounding cries, the remaining northern barbarian cavalry charged towards Li Dao. For if they were to linger here any longer, they would surely face dire consequences when the cavalry of the Great Qian arrived from behind. Facing the onrushing northern barbarian cavalry, a crimson glint flashed in Li Dao's eyes as he grinned ferociously. Perfect timing. With a single hand gripping his dragon-patterned halberd, he unleashed a sweeping strike. A sickening tear echoed as the two foremost barbarian riders and their steeds were cleaved in half by the weapon's surging energy. Yet the remaining horde, oblivious to the carnage, continued their reckless charge. Peerless. Frenzied dance. Li Dao's halberd became a blur, carving countless afterimages through the air. In an instant, he transformed into a whirlwind of slaughter. Any barbarian who ventured within his reach was reduced to gory segments, their blood spraying in all directions. Within moments, dozens lay butchered beneath his relentless assault. Suddenly, a shadow flickered overhead. A barbarian rider, grinning triumphantly, soared above the chaos, attempting to vault over Li Dao's blockade. But in the next heartbeat, a halberd pierced the sky, skewering both horse and rider from belly to spine. With effortless strength, Li Dao hoisted the impaled pair aloft. His grip unyielding. Silence fell. Every barbarian froze, their eyes locked on the grotesque spectacle. Feeling the warm blood drip down his cheek, Li Dao flicked his wrist. A wet rip echoed as the suspended man and horse burst apart, raining viscera upon the earth. No remorse stirred within him, only exhilaration. After witnessing the atrocities committed by the northern barbarians in Tiyuan village, his hatred for them had crystallized into something absolute. To him, slaughtering these savages was no different from exterminating the vile invaders of his past life, utterly devoid of guilt. Shaking the gore from his halberd, Li Dao lifted his chin, his piercing gaze locking onto the remaining riders. A radiant, chilling smile curled his lips. "Gentlemen," he called, his voice dripping with mock courtesy, "why hesitate? Come forth and meet your end." The words struck like a dagger to their hearts. Bathed in the dying light, Li Dao stood drenched in blood, surrounded by the mangled remains of their kin. In that moment, he ceased to be human. He was a demon, a butchering specter of death. "Aya, I can't take it." One rider, his sanity frayed, wheeled his horse and fled. Like a spark to tinder, panic erupted. Dozens followed, their courage shattered. To them, facing this monstrous adversary was hopeless. Only by turning tail and fighting the imperial cavalry at their rear might they escape with their lives. "Don't run. Stand your ground." Their commander bellowed, his authority crumbling. His choice to avoid direct confrontation with the imperial forces had sealed his fate. His men no longer feared him. Gritting his teeth, the commander turned to Li Dao. "Enough of your theatrics. Die." Snatching his curved blade, he charged. In midair, a faint aura of true energy clung to the curved blade. In an instant, Li Dao discerned the martial prowess of the northern barbarian leader before him. Judging from the elusive energy, it was evident that this was a peak practitioner of the acquired realm, someone who had nearly brushed against the threshold of innate warriors. Given a little more time, he might have successfully broken through. Alas, that time was no longer available. To Li Dao, those who had not yet entered the innate realm were akin to myriads. As the northern barbarian leader approached, Li Dao's gaze remained indifferent. With a swift motion, he thrust his dragon-patterned halberd directly toward the blade. In the blink of an eye, the curved blade and the halberd clashed. A sharp crack echoed. In an instant, under Li Dao's tremendous strength, cracks spread across the entirety of the blade. The northern barbarian leader's complexion turned ashen, but at that moment, he had no chance for regret. With a piercing sound, the dragon-patterned halberd paused for but a moment before shattering the curved blade and piercing through the leader's neck. With a casual flick, Li Dao discarded the northern barbarian leader as if he were a rag doll. The body fell to the ground, struggling for a few seconds before life extinguished. One enemy slain, attributes gained, 341. The remaining northern barbarian cavalry, who had awaited their leader's prowess without fleeing, stood frozen at this sight. A formidable peak practitioner of the acquired realm, on the verge of breaking through to the innate, had been so effortlessly dispatched. Realizing the futility of their situation, they promptly decided to join their terrified comrades and retreat against the Dacian cavalry. Li Dao quickly discerned their intentions. To him, these northern barbarian cavalrymen were simply attempting to present their own heads as offerings to his comrades, a notion he could not abide. After all, he was carrying the burden alone, and allowing others to reap the rewards would be to his detriment. He immediately lifted his dragon-patterned halberd and pursued them. Thus, a scene unfolded. Li Dao, single-handedly wielding his halberd, chased after a horde of northern barbarian cavalrymen. Meanwhile, on the other side, General Zhao and his men relentlessly pursued, their despair deepening as the distance to the canyon exit diminished. Just when they were on the verge of giving up, they witnessed an astonishing sight. The northern barbarian cavalry had turned back. Regardless of whether this was a ruse or a sign of madness among the northern barbarians, General Zhao would not let the opportunity slip. However, the closer the northern cavalry drew, the more peculiar Zhao's expression became. Why did they not seem intent on a fight, but rather appeared to be fleeing? Yet, this cursed place held no apparent reason for such a retreat. But there was no time for contemplation. Zhao raised his sword and commanded, "Keep your eyes peeled. Not a single barbarian shall pass. Whoever allows one through shall face confinement upon our return." Do I make myself clear? Yes, understood. On the opposite side, the northern barbarian cavalry also noticed Zhao and his men blocking their path. Remembering the terrifying figure behind them, they cast aside their doubts and charged forward, steeling themselves for the confrontation. "Kill!" they shouted in unison, launching themselves into a reckless charge. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tong called out and charged forward with a group of men. The two sides quickly engaged in battle. It was uncertain whether it was the provocation from Li Dao that spurred them, but the remaining northern barbarian cavalry fought with an intensity akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir, their combat prowess surging dramatically in a short span of time. Meanwhile, Li Dao relentlessly pursued, ultimately discovering that the remaining northern barbarian cavalry had clashed with the soldiers of the Huangsha camp. Observing the soldiers of Huangsha camp mercilessly striking down the northern barbarian cavalry, he felt a sense of helplessness. These northern barbarian cavalry had been dispatched with alarming swiftness. Chapter 55, The Killing Star. The astonished onlookers gazed as the northern barbarian cavalry gradually succumbed to the forces of Huangsha town. Ultimately, Li Dao chose not to charge forth to reap further rewards. On one hand, he had already profited significantly. The northern barbarian cavalry had dispatched merely 300 men for this ambush, and he had personally slain nearly half of them during the pursuit. Not to mention the leader he had also dispatched. This was indeed a substantial gain. Furthermore, his presence was unfamiliar to the soldiers of Huangsha town's encampment. What if he were mistaken for an enemy upon entering their ranks? Would they retaliate? He decided to leave the remaining northern barbarian cavalry as a gift for his future comrades, a gesture of goodwill. Although the northern barbarian cavalry, spurred by fear under Li Dao's intimidation, fought fiercely, they ultimately lacked the strength of the seasoned soldiers of Huangsha town. Before the incense had burned down, the last of the northern barbarian cavalry fell beneath the blades of the encampment's warriors. Oh, what a relief! Zhao Tong surveyed the heap of northern barbarian corpses with evident satisfaction. He had endured much in recent days, and finally, he had seized an opportunity. However, he soon found himself perplexed, pondering a pressing question. Were these northern barbarian cavalrymen fools? Why would they charge to their doom? Moreover, the numbers did not add up. Based on the corpses strewn about, there should have been at least half of them still unaccounted for. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the canyon's exit, and suddenly froze. "Who are you, lad? When did you arrive here?" Zhao Tong exclaimed, astonished, as he beheld Li Dao, who was squatting upon a nearby rock. Li Dao planted his dragon-pattern halberd into the stone, retrieved a report letter from his bosom, waved it in the air, and casually tossed it over. New recruit Li Dao, reporting for duty at Huangsha town. Zhao Tong caught the flying envelope and opened it. Momentarily dumbfounded, it indeed confirmed Li Dao's status as a new recruit. "How did you find yourself here? And from that direction?" he inquired, his brow furrowed. Before Li Dao could respond, a figure emerged from the crowd. Upon recognizing Li Dao, he paused in astonishment. It was Shui Bing, who had just heard that familiar voice from the rear of the ranks. Now, recalling Li Dao's previous words and surveying the oncoming northern barbarian cavalry, he swallowed hard, as though an epiphany had struck him. "Shui Bing, what do you know?" Zhao Tong pressed, turning his attention to Shui Bing. Once Shui Bing regained his composure, he leaned in to whisper something into Zhao Tong's ear. Initially, Zhao Tong maintained a stoic expression, but upon hearing the final revelation, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Shui Bing, do you understand the consequences of deceiving your superiors?" "Boss, why would I deceive you? I've only just met him," Shui Bing replied, incredulous. Zhao Tong inhaled sharply. If what Shui Bing claimed was true, then a significant figure had indeed arrived at Huangsha town. Meanwhile, the other soldiers remained oblivious to the situation, merely aware that Li Dao was a new recruit. A few restless spirits among them began to approach, eager to assess this sudden newcomer. Everyone settled down, regaining his composure. Zhao Tong observed the demeanor of his subordinates and immediately spoke. If these were ordinary recruits, he wouldn't mind his men teasing them a bit, after all. This was part of the initiation ritual, since the Yellow Sand Garrison had earned its reputation as the barracks of troublemakers. But if the newcomer was truly as Xue Bing had described, then these troublemakers might very well end up battered and bruised. Everything would have to wait until the truth was confirmed. Glancing at Li Dao, Zhao Tong addressed the others. Mount up, all of you. We're heading to the canyon exit to search for the remaining northern barbarian cavalry. At the mention of the northern barbarians, the troublemakers instantly forgot about Li Dao, the new recruit, and eagerly climbed onto their horses. As he passed Li Dao, Zhao Tong said in a low voice, "Just follow along." At that moment, Xue Bing approached Li Dao with 2 horses in tow. "Brother, I brought your horse for you." Seeing the familiar steed, Li Dao was somewhat surprised and replied, "Much obliged." "No trouble at all," Xue Bing said before leaning in and whispering, "Tell me, brother, was this your doing?" Li Dao swung onto his horse with a light chuckle. "Let us go see for ourselves." He had no intention of flaunting his deeds, but neither would he suppress himself. His interaction with Xue Bing had already confirmed that the barracks of troublemakers lived up to its name. He didn't mind adopting their ways to assert his presence and perhaps avoid unnecessary hassles. The canyon exit wasn't too far. Within minutes, the group arrived. The moment they drew near, a thick, metallic scent of blood assaulted their senses. As their eyes adjusted, every last one of them, Zhao Tong included, froze in shock. The scene before them was nothing short of carnage. When they fought the northern barbarians, they at least left behind a few intact corpses. But this was a slaughterhouse. Limbs strewn about, blood-soaked earth, not a single body left whole. The ground looked as though it had been drenched in crimson. Regaining his senses, Zhao Tong turned to glance at the composed young man sitting quietly on his horse behind them. Noticing the gaze, Li Dao responded with a benign smile, though the dried blood on his cheeks lent it an eerie quality. Truth be told, Zhao Tong couldn't reconcile the brutality before him with the unassuming recruit. The contrast was jarring, but according to Xue Bing, there was no other explanation. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tong realized he might have just encountered the most formidable troublemaker the Yellow Sand Garrison had ever seen. Dismounting, he stepped through the bloodied ground toward the pile of corpses, searching for something. After a moment, he found it, a body. The body of the northern barbarian leader who had repeatedly provoked their garrison. Earlier, during the skirmish, he had wondered why the enemy commander was missing. Now he knew he had already met his end here. Kneeling, Zhao Tong examined the gaping wound on the corpse's neck. It was massive, nearly severing the head entirely, held on by only the thinnest strands of tissue. There were no other injuries on the body. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing his imagination to wander, before suddenly opening them wide with a look of astonishment. The damage he witnessed was undeniably the result of a lethal strike, leaving no room for resistance whatsoever. As he surveyed the gruesome scene around him, he pondered whether this could truly have been caused by the new recruit. How could someone possess such formidable strength? His greatest curiosity lay in the situation over at Yunqi City. How could such a recruit have been dispatched to their camp in Huangsha Town? Was this not akin to a windfall from the heavens? "Boss, what on earth has transpired here?" A centurion, having shaken off his shock, could not help but inquire. At this, the gazes of the others turned towards Zhao Tong, the focal point of their collective trepidation. Zhao Tong rose to his feet, his gaze piercing through the crowd to land upon Li Dao, with no intention of concealing the truth after all. These matters would ultimately be accounted for in terms of military merit. If you wish to know, simply ask the principal party involved. The principal party? Who might that be? Surely, it cannot be among us. Following Zhao Tong's gaze, everyone turned their attention to the newly enlisted Li Dao. "Boss, you can't possibly be referring to him." "That's inconceivable," one centurion exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. Zhao Tong replied with a calm smile, "If you doubt it, why not go and test it yourself? I recall you are particularly fond of mentoring newcomers." The centurion hesitated, glancing at the seemingly harmless Li Dao, then instinctively at the blood-soaked ground surrounding them, feeling a chill run down his spine. If this were a ruse, it would be one matter, but if it were true, one could only wonder who would be mentoring whom. In such a crowd, he could easily fade into the background. Observing this, Zhao Tong turned his gaze to the others. "If you remain skeptical, feel free to test it. I believe he would not refuse." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively glanced toward Li Dao, who merely shrugged with a faint smile, maintaining his silence. Witnessing this, even those who had initially doubted began to feel a burgeoning sense of belief. After all, certain postures were not easily mimicked by ordinary individuals. Moreover, as they would be living together in the same camp. If it were false, it would inevitably be exposed, leading to even graver consequences. Seeing this group of rebels suddenly acquiesce, Zhao Tong regarded them with disdain. He had anticipated that a few might possess the courage to test the waters. Yet this was the outcome? This was also his way of considering the bigger picture, granting the newcomer some face. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative himself. Casting a glance at the scattered limbs, Zhao Tong frowned and commanded, "Someone, tally the bodies of these barbarians and calculate the military achievements." One individual stepped forward from the crowd, staring at the chaos with a look of exasperation. Good heavens, how am I to account for so many dismembered bodies? Yet, rules were rules, and he had no choice but to press on with the task at hand. Zhao Tong approached Li Dao, locking eyes with him. "You are Li Dao, correct?" "Yes, Commander," Li Dao replied. Suddenly, Zhao Tong broke into a grin, clapping him on the shoulder. "Today, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your efforts, capturing this band of barbarians would have proven exceedingly difficult. You cannot imagine how thoroughly we have been tormented by them during this time." The statement holds true. Had it not been for Li Dao's unexpected interception, they would undoubtedly have returned today in disappointment. Li Dao candidly stated, "If the commander truly wishes to express gratitude towards me, then allowing me to engage in battle to slay enemies would suffice." Zhao Tong was momentarily taken aback, questioning, why? Most individuals would likely resist such notions. With a serious demeanor, Li Dao replied, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to contribute to the stability of the borders of Deqian." Zhao Tong remained silent. The North barbarian cavalry had already been annihilated, and the remaining tasks on the battlefield were swiftly concluding. Before long, a soldier responsible for tallying the achievements approached Zhao Tong, presenting a written account of the circumstances. Upon receiving it, Zhao Tong was utterly astonished to discover that the new recruit had slain 153 North barbarian cavalrymen. The tallying soldier confirmed, "Indeed, Chief. According to the calculations from the left flank, the total amounts to 153, including the North barbarian leader." Zhao Tong inhaled sharply, realizing how startling the statistics were. Some things only become apparent upon enumeration. He glanced towards the distance, at the figure sitting alone on a stone, diligently polishing his long spear, and recalled what had been said earlier, muttering to himself, "What a formidable killing star he is." However, upon reflection, the prospect of such a killing star becoming his subordinate brought him a sense of delight. His sole concern was that, given the newcomer's current achievements, it would be quite challenging to keep this firebrand in check. Nonetheless, he concluded that a capable firebrand was far preferable to a spineless coward. Rising to his feet, Zhao Tong issued the command, "Now that the battlefield is cleared, let us commence our return." Although the journey back was fraught with challenges, the return path proved rather smooth. Soon after, the main force arrived back at Huasha town. Within the camp, Zhao Tong sat upon a mat, wielding a brush to inscribe a name in a ledger. He then lifted his gaze to Li Dao, standing 5 meters away, stating formally, "Your registration is complete. From this day forth, you are a member of our Huasha town garrison." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he inquired, "What level is your cultivation? To have slain that peak postnatal North barbarian leader, you cannot possibly be an innate martial artist, can you?" He glanced at the information regarding Li Dao in the ledger. 19 years old, truly astonishingly young. If he were indeed a 19-year-old innate martial artist, it would be utterly terrifying. Li Dao shook his head, replying, "Commander, I possess no cultivation." "No cultivation?" Zhao Tong blinked, appearing bewildered. "If you have no cultivation, how did you manage to thwart those North barbarian cavalrymen and slay their peak postnatal leader?" Li Dao shrugged and stated plainly, "I possess innate divine strength." Innate divine strength? Zhao Tong suddenly recalled what Xue Bing had previously said, his expression shifting to one of shock. "You lifted the gates of Huangsha town solely with your physical prowess?" "Indeed." Zhao Tong was once again taken aback by this new recruit. To shoulder the gate with mere flesh and blood, was he even human? The two continued their conversation. And when Zhao Tong learned that Li Dao was unable to cultivate, he responded with the same reaction as others had, casting a gaze filled with pity and regret towards Li Dao. In response, Li Dao expressed that he had grown accustomed to it. He remarked that some matters ultimately need to be brought to light, and addressing them in advance would spare him from being questioned later. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao departed from the tent. Chapter 56. A sense of oppression. Resistance. The sun was nearing its descent. Beside a tent, dozens of bare-chested soldiers were washing and bathing near a well. Xue Bing, while shedding his garments, addressed the curious soldiers surrounding him. "I tell you, our new arrival is not to be trifled with. You know that iron gate in Huasha town? It weighs 5,000 pounds, yet that rookie lifted it effortlessly. Zhao Guang and I were utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, disbelief spread across the faces of the soldiers. In their understanding, the strength to lift 5,000 pounds seemed impossible, even for someone born with extraordinary power. I concede that the rookie is formidable, but to claim he possesses great strength is something I cannot accept. Among the soldiers, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward, asserting in his dialect, "With that little frame of his, I could easily handle him with one hand." Do you believe it? The burly man surveyed the silent crowd, confusion etched on his face. What is wrong with you all? At that moment, a voice rang out from behind him. Excuse me. Is this the sixth tent? The burly man turned to see the very person he had just spoken of standing before him, his expression freezing in shock. Noticing the surrounding silence, Li Dao continued, "May I ask if this is the sixth tent?" The hulking figure remained silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but from an overwhelming sense of nervousness that rendered him momentarily speechless. Strangely, despite the newcomer appearing significantly smaller in stature, he felt an intangible pressure emanating from Li Dao, instinctively causing him to retreat. It was important to note that he was not only strong but also a fourth-tier martial artist, one of the most powerful individuals in the Huangsha town garrison. Finally, after a mental struggle, he managed to stammer, "Why yes, this is the sixth tent." "Thank you." Li Dao nodded and turned to walk toward the tents situated behind the group. In the Huangsha town garrison, aside from the centurions and the commander, everyone else was required to reside in collective tents, with no exceptions, and he was no different as a newcomer. Once Li Dao entered the tent, the tension among the remaining soldiers dissipated instinctively. Just moments ago, it was not only the burly man who felt the strain, they too were anxious, albeit due to the newcomer's impressive record. "Zhang Ming, what is the matter with you?" Suddenly, someone noticed that the previously clean Zhang Ming was now sweating profusely, his complexion pale. Coming back to reality, Zhang Ming shook his head. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell." Someone jested. "Didn't you just claim you could easily handle him? Why didn't you make a move?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming shot a glare at the speaker, but said nothing further. He had yet to fully recover from the emotions of the earlier encounter. He found it perplexing why, despite the fact that the other had done nothing, he felt such fear. It was not merely a psychological fear, it felt more like an instinctive aversion within his body, preventing him from making any further moves. Upon entering the tent, Li Dao glanced at the bedding arrangements, 2 long, connected rows of communal bunks, evidently housing 20 men per tent. The air carried a peculiar odor, undoubtedly what one might call the essence of masculinity, unfazed. He found this environment far superior to the death row barracks. His eyes quickly located an unoccupied bunk, where he unceremoniously deposited his belongings. "Oh woo!" A sudden yelp pierced the air as a small, dark bundle wriggled free from the sack, Xiaohei, finally rousing from his prolonged slumber. As for Bai Qian, she required no supervision. The open plains provided ample hunting grounds for her sustenance. "Hush." Ruffling the fur atop Xiaohei's head, Li Dao settled onto the bunk. Silently, he summoned his interface. "Master, Li Dao, physique, 12603. Available attributes, 3946. A faint smirk curled his lips as he surveyed the day's spoils. Slaughtering over 100 barbarians had yielded a staggering harvest, nearly a third of his total attributes in a single sweep. Truly, as he had anticipated, the Huasha garrison was a veritable trove for him. With quiet gratitude, he mentally acknowledged the unseen hand that had orchestrated his placement here. Meanwhile, in a distant encampment near Fufeng Pass, Qi Xing sneezed, then frowned, rubbing his nose in bewilderment. As a peak Xiantian realm cultivator, such mundane afflictions should have been beneath him, but the thought soon evaporated. Today marked his Minar's departure, and with it, his ascension as captain of Marquis Xinjiang's personal guard. From here, it was merely a matter of accumulating seniority. More crucially, the position would expand his web of influence. Given Marquis Xinjiang's meteoric potential, the man's rise could very well elevate Qi Xing alongside him. Yet deeper still festered a hidden ambition. The pristine Princess Mingwei remained beyond his reach. But what of a Princess Mingwei, tainted, though defiled by some wretched earl? The notion stirred no revulsion in him. Abruptly, his thoughts turned to the namesake he had discreetly maneuvered, Li Dao. Summoning an aide, he inquired. "Any updates on the matter I tasked you with?" As per your instructions, Lord Zhang arranged for the man's transfer to Huasha garrison, the subordinate replied. A smirk of satisfaction played on Qi Xing's lips. Dismissing the aide, he mused aloud, Zhang Ci proves rather accommodating. Perhaps further arrangements can be made. The mere thought of Li Dao languishing under his machinations filled him with perverse delight. Barrack's 6 Li Dao's gaze lingered on the interface. Allocate. In an instant, the available attributes dissolved into a searing current, remolding his flesh. Dozens of breaths later, the heat receded. Interface. Master. Li Dao physique. 165. 49. Available attributes. 0. With a physique exceeding 160, Li Dao's physical defenses have once again been enhanced. Presently, he feels that few innate early-stage martial artists could breach the surface of his skin. He anticipates that once his physique reaches around 200, he may be able to disregard attacks from those in the early stages of innate cultivation. Furthermore, Li Dao has discovered that the strengthening of his physique has also fortified the precious blood within him. The flow of this blood has become more vigorous, and he senses that he can subtly influence it with his will. In summary, everything is progressing in a favorable direction. Feeling the resurgence of strength within his body, Li Dao takes pride in his efforts. He cannot help but express his admiration for the battlefield, which suits him exceptionally well. In any other setting, who knows how long it would take to accumulate such attributes? More importantly, taking lives on the battlefield incurs no cost but rather yields achievements, creating a win-win situation for him. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers outside have finished their morning routines. Most of those washing up around the 6th tent are from the 6th tent itself. Xue Bing and Zhang Ming also reside there. Perhaps because they had previously spoken ill of others, a group stands hesitantly outside the tent, reluctant to enter. Zhang Ming, as the leader of our 6th tent. You should go in first, Xue Bing suggests. Upon recalling the previous scene, Zhang Ming shivers at the thought. Glancing at the surrounding eyes, he grits his teeth and declares, I'll go in. After a moment's hesitation, he strides into the tent. Upon entering, he immediately locks eyes with Li Dao. In that instant, an unusual sensation resurfaces. He bites his tongue, the pain jolting him back to reality, and he awkwardly asks, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Li Dao looks puzzled. Interrupting? This is a communal tent, isn't it? Oh, right. Zhang Ming replies with an awkward smile, making his way to his bunk. Seeing the distance between his bed and Li Dao's, he breathes a sigh of relief. At this moment, others begin to enter as well. Like Zhang Ming, these newcomers are quiet, each tending to their own matters without a word. This scene astonishes Xue Bing. Typically, these individuals are far more boisterous, entering with shouts and laughter. Zhang Ming, usually the most boisterous in the 6th tent, appears timid today, like a quail. He glances at Li Dao, realizing that this atmosphere may be influenced by him, though it hardly seems warranted to be so oppressive. What he does not comprehend is that they are all strong-willed individuals, akin to a pack of wild beasts in a forest. There are black bears, tigers, jackals, leopards, and wild boars, all creatures of untamed nature. Although they may harbor some resentment towards one another, their fundamental differences are not significant. The emergence of Li Dao was akin to a primordial Tyrannosaurus rex being cast among ordinary beasts, though they were all creatures of nature. There existed a profound chasm in their existential hierarchy. Xue Bing's sense of ease stemmed from his prior experience of this disparity, having been thoroughly subdued. He harbored no resistance within. In the face of Li Dao's oppressive presence, he did not recoil but instinctively submitted. In contrast, the others reacted differently. Confronted by an unfamiliar visitor, they instinctively felt a sense of repulsion. Yet, due to the overwhelming strength of their guest, they found themselves unable to act in a threatening manner, resulting in profound discomfort. While they could accept being thoroughly defeated by such a formidable presence, their true frustration lay in the fact that he merely stood there in silence, his thoughts a mystery to all. One side remained immobile, while the other dared not move. This disconcerting stasis contributed to the current atmosphere. Li Dao, too, sensed the peculiar tension within the tent. Where were the rebellious spirits? Why did they all appear so docile? He remained oblivious to the fact that their demeanor was a direct consequence of his own presence. Time passed, and suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the 6th tent. I can't take it anymore, Zhang Ming exclaimed, rising ferociously from his bed and addressing the surrounding crowd with fervor. The others were taken aback by this display. Newcomer, Zhang Ming bellowed, his gaze fixed on Li Dao, who was seated on his bed perusing military strategies. Li Dao lowered his book, casting an inquisitive glance at Zhang Ming, his brow furrowing slightly. Is there something you wish to discuss? The intensity of Li Dao's gaze caused Zhang Ming to choke back his words, a sudden impulse to retreat washing over him. Yet, alongside this suppression, a fiery spirit of defiance surged within him. He bit his tongue to summon pain, and finally, he articulated his challenge. Newcomer, I wish to challenge you. Amidst the astonished stares of onlookers, Zhang Ming declared this audacious statement. Li Dao, taken aback for a moment, quickly broke into a subtle smile, placing his book aside. Very well, he replied calmly. He then surveyed the rest of the group. I have heard that the soldiers of Huangsha Town are either rebels or the most rebellious among them. What are your thoughts on this? This remark instantly ignited a spark among the others in the sixth tent, perhaps because Zhang Ming's outburst had shattered the barrier between them. Newcomer, do not presume that your slightly superior strength intimidates us. Do you think a rookie can assert dominance over us? Believe it or not. You may not walk out of the sixth tent today. I cannot hold back any longer. To be honest, I have found you disagreeable for quite some time. In an instant, the previously compliant group transformed into a tempestuous assembly, their pent-up frustrations erupting forth in a fervor. Only Shui Bing in the corner was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden surge of fury among the others. Simultaneously, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, as though he had witnessed a similar scene before. Facing the clamoring crowd, Li Dao rose from his bed with deliberate calm, his gaze sweeping over the group before he uttered softly, "Why don't you all come at me together?" "Those are your own words, brat." Several soldiers nearest to Li Dao exchanged glances, signaling one another with subtle nods. In an instant, they lunged at him in unison, their movements synchronized as they aimed to pin down his limbs. Initially, they had assumed subduing him would be perilous and arduous, yet to their astonishment, they swiftly secured his arms and legs. Elated, one of them barked, "What are the rest of you waiting for? Teach him a lesson together. Charge!" Someone roared, and the mob surged forward. The next moment, the four restraining Li Dao felt an overwhelming force erupt from the limbs they held. Before they could react, their vision spun violently, and they were hurled backward, flung clear of their target. As the four crashed into the oncoming attackers, those attempting to catch them were instantly overwhelmed by an unstoppable momentum. The entire group collapsed in a heap on the ground. Li Dao, now wielding a slender bamboo rod from seemingly nowhere, regarded the fallen men with a composed expression. "Rest assured," he murmured soothingly, "I shall exercise restraint." Moments later, the sixth barracks echoed with agonized shrieks akin to the slaughter of swine. Chapter 57. The Unfortunate TMU King. Several minutes later, Li Dao discarded the transformed bamboo strips into the corner of the wall and settled onto his bed. Not far from him, all members of the sixth camp, except for Shui Bing, huddled together. Their bodies bore the marks of the bamboo lashes, presenting a pitiful sight. And their gazes directed at Li Dao were filled with fear, reflecting their helplessness and frustration. It was no wonder they were terrified. 18 of them had joined forces to assault a single individual, yet they had not managed to lay a finger on him. While each of them had endured nearly 100 strikes, the bamboo's blows, though not severely injurious, were excruciatingly painful. Such one-sided oppression compelled their surrender. Li Dao regarded the group, led by Zhang Ming, and inquired bluntly, "Are you subdued?" "We submit, we submit." They all nodded in unison. "Do you dare to challenge me again?" Again, they shook their heads in unison. See how harmonious it is this way. Those in a single tent should maintain a sense of harmony. From now on, refrain from shouting aimlessly. Glancing at the still motionless group, he yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, everyone should tidy up and get some rest." With that, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep sleep. Fatigue from the day's excitement overtaking him. As rhythmic breathing filled the air, Zhang Ming and the others exchanged glances before cautiously stirring. One could not contain a soft murmur. "Old Zhang, this is all your fault for shouting out needlessly, causing everyone to receive a beating." Zhang Ming shot him a glare. Irritated, as if I desired to be beaten. At that moment, someone remarked with a peculiar expression, "Do you think I might be a bit masochistic?" When he was around, I felt utterly uncomfortable, but after enduring this beating, I strangely feel much more at ease. Upon hearing this, the speaker froze, noticing the odd expressions on the faces around him. "Could it be that you all—" "Don't say it, I feel the same way. I thought I was the only one, so I kept quiet." "Count me in, I felt that way too." Someone turned to Zhang Ming. "Old Zhang, could it be that you—" Zhang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he gritted his teeth. "I feel the same, all right? I don't know what's going on. I just can't control myself. It feels like I would go insane if I didn't vent it out." At that moment, someone posed a crucial question. "So, what shall we do from now on?" Instantly, silence enveloped the group. After enduring such a beating today, how would they coexist in the future? They were all in the same tent, bound to cross paths. Unbeknownst to them, Shui Bing had approached quietly, gazing at the group as she softly suggested, "Since we cannot defeat him, why not choose to join him?" The group fell silent, taken aback by her words. Zhang Ming turned and asked, "What do you mean?" Shui Bing began to elucidate. Given the abilities he has demonstrated, it is evident that he cannot remain a mere foot soldier for long. He is likely to be promoted by leader Zhao soon. At that point, he will certainly command others. You are merely afraid he might target us in the future. But if we become his allies, we could avert that possibility. Beneath the great tree, one fine shade, imagine him as one of our own. Don't you think we should not only refrain from fear, but even feel an inexplicable sense of security? At these words, the gathered crowd fell silent. Because, damn it, the reasoning was sound. It was undeniably compelling. All eyes turned to Zhang Ming. Old Zhang, you're the strongest among us. What should we do? Zhang Ming's heart was tangled. Under normal circumstances, after being humiliated, he, the most rebellious of rebels, would have schemed to retaliate. Yet, for some reason, after hearing Shui Bing's words, that unnatural physical sensation returned. But this time, it wasn't the paralyzing fear from before. Instead, it was a surge of excitement. As if some unseen force was urging him to agree with Shui Bing's idea. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Ming decided to trust his instincts. He nodded. Then let us give it a try. Meanwhile, deep within the northern plains bordering the Great Qian Empire stood a royal city, the seat of power for the Tama tribe. One of the major nomadic clans of the north. In the Grand Hall, the Tama king and a portion of his subordinates had gathered, with others still arriving. Seated upon his throne, the king, though past 50, showed no signs of aging. His face still radiated ambition, a testament to years of meticulous effort that had elevated the Tama tribe to rival even the most established major clans. He even dared to dream that, within his lifetime, the Tama tribe could ascend to the ranks of the super clans. After all, across the vast expanse of the northern territories, among hundreds of tribes, only 4 super clans existed, those guarding the imperial court. If he could push the Tama tribe to such heights, they would become the most exceptional clan outside the imperial court, second in prestige only to the northern emperor himself. The mere thought set his blood aflame. And if, by chance, a true conqueror arose among his descendants, his gaze flickered toward 3 figures standing in the shadows of the hall. No, the next generation was hopeless. Unless he could start anew. He'd have to pin his hopes on the generation after. Beyond this, recent months had brought the Tama king another vexation. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, until, inexplicably, his carefully laid plans began unraveling. First, the third prince of the Luoyan tribe died en route to alliance negotiations with the Tama. The fallout shattered their talks and nearly sparked outright hostility. Then, midway through a trade deal with the Blazing Fire tribe, a shipment of 100,000 arrows was plundered. The arrows were trivial. The true insult was that the Tama had hired Blazing Fire escorts, only for them to suffer losses for no reason. The most grievous loss was that quasi-innate realm warrior from the Blazing Fire tribe, a chieftain's descendant, which nearly fractured our alliance with them. Then there was the matter of the proposed marriage alliance between our TMU tribe and the Moon Princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. Initially, I had hoped to exploit internal conflicts within Great Qian through this union, laying groundwork for future schemes. Yet before even leaving the northern barbarian territories, the envoy was ambushed. Such a fiasco made it impossible to proceed. For months, nothing went smoothly, every endeavor met with failure. Only in recent weeks has fortune begun to shift, and affairs gradually realigned. Upon his throne, the TMU king slowly opened his eyes, his imperious gaze sweeping across the assembled ministers before settling on one figure. Sento. How fare the negotiations with the fallen cloud tribe? The addressed man, a rotund figure draped in foreign silks and laden with gold, clumsily knelt. Your Majesty. With the death of the third prince, the hawks within the fallen cloud tribe have gained dominance. They agree to our alliance, but their demands are audacious. I dared not decide without your counsel. The king's eyes sharpened. What do they ask? 20,000 head of cattle and sheep, 3,000 steeds, gold and silver. And finally, Senta lowered his voice, 1/5 of our profits upon success. 1/5? The king's laugh was icy. Bold indeed. How shall we respond, your Majesty? Granted, but... The king's tone turned measured. They must commit half their forces to our cause. And if they refuse? Then remind them, the king's voice dropped to a whisper, that the Huyan tribe, their bitter neighbors, would welcome our overtures. Senta's eyes gleamed. Brilliance, your Majesty. The old blood feud ensures they would never risk our turning to the Hyans. With a wave of dismissal, he withdrew. The king's gaze shifted right. Senta, what of the Blazing Fire tribe? Senta stepped forward. Your Majesty, they too have demands. Which are? They seek ownership of the mid-sized iron mine bordering their lands. The king paused. Granted. For now, the ore is useless without smiths. But, his voice hardened, extract every possible weapon from them in return. Our warriors must be armed. Their lives cannot be squandered. By your will, your majesty. Contemplating these losses, King Tamu's thoughts drifted back to the vexations of recent days. Had those matters been properly addressed, the current complications would not have arisen, nor would they have been dragged out till now. Rubbing his temples, the king shifted his gaze to a burly general. Singe, how fare the tasks I entrusted to you recently? General Singe stepped forward and replied, Your Majesty. The harassment campaign has proceeded smoothly. Most of the Dacian camps near the buffer zone have been thoroughly unsettled. Initially, they pursued us relentlessly. But as time passed and they realized we were merely toying with them, their vigilance waned. However, today, an incident occurred at the Huasha town camp. The cavalry squad dispatched there is yet to return and is likely lost. King Tamu inquired, Huasha town camp? The one that has clashed most fiercely with us? Indeed, Your Majesty. Aside from Huasha town, all other operations proceeded without issue? All went according to plan. The king nodded. Then it is acceptable. A single setback is negligible. Once the other regions are secured, we can focus our efforts on Huasha town. His piercing gaze swept across the assembled officials. These coming days are of utmost importance. Ensure your duties are executed flawlessly. Should anyone falter, they and their families shall bear the consequences. Yes. The ministers knelt in unison. Huangsha town the following dawn. Old Zhang, what in the world happened to you lot? Did you turn to thievery last night? Or did Commander Zhao conduct a surprise inspection at your 6th barracks? TSK, those welts look nasty. As Zhang Ming and his companions washed up, their disheveled state drew jeers from soldiers of other barracks. Humiliation burned across their faces. Unable to endure it further, Zhang flung down his towel, his neck flushing crimson as he jabbed a finger at the crowd. One more word, and I'll rip your mouths apart. Though Li Dao had humbled him, Zhang Ming's fiery temper had not been entirely extinguished. To others, he remained the same brash and domineering figure. Sensing his genuine fury, the mockery dwindled. Zhang had always been among the more formidable soldiers. While they might dare to taunt him alone, facing his entire group was another matter. Make way. A voice spoke behind Zhang. At the sound, his rage evaporated instantly, replaced by docility as he stepped aside. The men of Barracks 6 likewise parted, leaving the onlookers stunned. What in the world was happening? Why have the tough individuals suddenly yielded to this new recruit? However, Zhang Ming and his companions remain indifferent to the reactions of others. Their submission is unwavering and devoid of any remorse. Unfazed by the onlookers, they obediently follow behind Li Dao to freshen up, leaving a crowd of bystanders in astonishment. Chapter 58, Promotion and Ascendancy approaching the well. Li Dao